Chapter 1. The Pokemon Store. So please refrain from mentioning the mathematics taught by the physical education teacher. I genuinely beg you. A blinding white light erupted from the computer screen, leaving a fleeting thought in someone's mind. My newly purchased graphics card. In the next instant, a terrifying current surged through his outstretched arm, coursing violently through his entire being. Before consciousness succumbed to darkness, his final thought was of the globally limited life-size Shinado figurine perched upon his bookshelf. A devastating loss. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, before Colette regained awareness amidst a haze. He wished to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead. In his field of vision loomed two enormous figures. One man, with platinum long hair, possessed a strikingly handsome face marred by an air of chilling aloofness. One woman, equally radiant with golden locks, was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her expression brimmed with an almost overflowing pride. The pair gazed down at him, conversing in a language completely foreign to him. Where am I? Have I traveled abroad? Is this still domestic? He yearned to voice his incredulity, but only a loud wail escaped his throat. Wah-wah. The sound was both tender and fragile. Colette was bewildered. He looked down, struggling to lift a hand. A plump, rosy baby hand. I have become an infant. Overwhelmed by shock and the fatigue of his newborn body, Colette could not contemplate further before he slipped back into a deep slumber. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor, the light beneath the crystal chandelier sparkled more brilliantly than gold. Wizards adorned in exquisite attire raised their goblets, engaging in lively banter, while house elves silently navigated through the crowd with silver trays. Today marked the 10th birthday celebration of the Malfoy family's two young masters, Colette and Draco, one of the protagonists. Colette held a glass of juice, quietly standing in a corner with an impeccable noble smile gracing his face. His gaze drifted to a short distance away, where his twin brother, Draco, was surrounded by a throng of similarly aged, pure-blood wizards, boasting of the model broomstick, just. Gifted by their father, it had been 11 years. He had fully accepted the reality of being reborn as Lucius Malfoy's eldest son, Draco Malfoy's twin brother. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has reached the age of 10. The soul and body are now preliminarily stable. The Pokemon Store system is now officially activated. At your service, host Colette Malfoy. Colette's hand holding the cup trembled imperceptibly. It has come. His heart raced. The essential golden finger of every transmigrator had arrived, albeit a full decade late. Suppressing his inner jubilation, he maintained a composed expression and turned to enter an unoccupied lounge adjacent to the banquet hall. System, he silently urged, hurry, bring me a Mewtwo, or a Rayquaza will suffice. Money is no object. My father is Lucius Malfoy. With the Malfoy family's wealth, let alone one, they could purchase an entire demigod legion. Warning, this system is a store system, not a wishing machine. The cold mechanical voice was devoid of emotion. The host may only acquire magical currency by selling Pokemon-related items. Currency can be exchanged for system points at a rate of 10 galleons to 1 point. Point to be used to purchase items from a store, including Pokemon. Additionally, the host may gain the abilities of any Pokemon owned, with personal strength synchronized to the Pokemon's level. Direct recharging is prohibited. Colette was taken aback. Prohibited from recharging? He could only sell items for money and then exchange that money for points to buy. Initially stunned, a glimmer of unusual excitement ignited within his eyes. How intriguing. Isn't this just being a middleman? Far from disappointment, he felt his very blood heat up. This was far more challenging than mere monetary investment. System, check the beginner's gift package. The beginner's gift package has been issued. Pokemon Egg Random X1, Portable Incubator X1, Basic Nutrient Solution X1. As the system prompted, Colette opened his palm. A flash of light appeared. An egg the size of half a cantaloupe manifested seemingly out of thin air. The eggshell was a perfect milky white, adorned with faint green spots, and felt warm to the touch. A weak yet vibrantly alive pulse emanated from within the shell, gently tapping against his palm. Random. Colette narrowed his eyes. What could be inside? A Rattata or a Giratina? The stakes are quite high. Hatching a divine beast would be immensely profitable, while a Caterpie would be a major letdown. Hatching it himself? The risk was too great. If it turned out to be worthless, his cultivated noble demeanor over the past decade would likely shatter in an instant. Then, Colette's gaze pierced through the crack of the lounge door, landing precisely on the platinum-haired head in the banquet hall. Draco Malfoy, his full-blooded brother. A perfect, impeccable subject for experimentation. A merchant smile quietly emerged at the corners of his mouth. Poor brother, it has been decided. You shall be the one. Colette adjusted his meticulously tailored robe, exuding an air of aristocratic perfection. Before re-entering the banquet hall, he traversed the crowd directly to Draco's side. Draco. His voice was gentle and refined. "What is it, Colette? Can't you see I'm busy? Come here for a moment." Colette said little more, merely exchanging a glance before turning toward the secluded balcony. Draco rolled his eyes. That I in this household. He feared his father most, but the one he found most difficult to resist was his brother, who had merely been born a few minutes earlier. He always had a way of making Draco obedient. Though visibly reluctant, he followed along. "What is it?" Once on the balcony, Draco crossed his arms and tilted his signature chin upward. "Draco, I have prepared a truly exceptional birthday gift for you." Colette leaned against the railing, his tone laced with mystery. Draco scoffed. "A truly exceptional gift? Can it surpass the firebolt 2,000 promised by father? A broom is merely a tool." Colette shook his head, his eyes appearing particularly profound beneath the moonlight. "What I offer you is a companion, but a companion one that will make you uniquely exceptional within the entire pureblood circle." He opened his palm, revealing the egg adorned with green spots. Resting quietly in his hand, Draco's eyes were immediately captivated. "This is an egg?" He leaned closer, filled with curiosity and skepticism. "What kind of egg? A chicken's? Or a griffin's?" "Neither." Colette lowered his voice, brimming with allure. "This is the egg of a legendary magical creature that has never been documented in any book. Draco, imagine, next year, when everyone brings owls, toads, or cats to school, you will bring a powerful creature whose name no one can utter. It will heed only your command, a symbol of your uniqueness. Can this honor be compared to the firebolt 2,000? Draco's breath quickened. Unique. That word struck a chord deep within his proud heart. He stared at the egg, his gaze ablaze with fervor. How can I obtain it? It is exceptionally rare." Colette feigned a sigh of regret, pretending to put the egg away. "I had intended to keep it for myself. But who could resist when you are my brother?" He shifted the conversation. "How much pocket money did mother give you today?" Draco instinctively covered his pocket, but soon puffed out his chest and proudly declared, 20 galleons. 20. A perfectly measured look of difficulty crossed Colette's face. "To be honest, that amount is somewhat low. However, considering you're my brother." He appeared to make a difficult decision. "Deal." Fearing Colette might change his mind, Draco immediately pulled out a heavy little pouch from his pocket and pressed it into Colette's hand. Colette accepted the pouch without a change in expression, weighed it in his hand, and then solemnly handed the egg to Draco. "Take it, as Draco jubilantly accepted the egg. Colette magically produced a silver portable incubator and a small bottle of green nutrient solution. "And these are complimentary," he said with a smile. "You can use them to ensure your companion hatches in the most perfect condition." Draco was utterly stunned, cradling the 3 items as if in a dream. He gazed at his seemingly omnipotent brother and finally voiced his lingering curiosity. "Colette, where did you acquire these things?" Colette reached out, gently patting his shoulder, his smile flawless like a painting. His voice was soft yet held an undeniable authority. "That is not your concern." He leaned down, whispering into Draco's ear, mischief glimmering in his eyes. "Go on, eagerly await your miracle." Watching Draco's excited figure run away, Colette silently completed the unspoken words in his heart. "Go, my foolish little bean." Chapter 2. Family above all on the terrace of Malfoy Manor. The autumn night breeze carried a biting chill, playfully tousling Colette's platinum locks. He rested one hand on the cold alabaster railing, gazing at the tranquil, ink-black surface of the lake deep within the estate, his emotions in stark contrast. As if a volcano simmered within him, poised to erupt. 20 galleons. For the extraordinarily wealthy Malfoy family, this sum was scarcely enough for his mother, Narcissa, to purchase a new pair of enchanted gloves. Yet for Colette, it represented his inaugural leverage in the entire magical realm, the foundational stone of his future commercial empire. Just as he was swept away by a surge of excitement, a cold and clear notification resonated in his mind, more stirring than the night wind itself. Ding! First commercial transaction completed. Counterpart, Draco Malfoy. Amount, 20 galleons. Currency has been automatically converted to system points. Exchange rate 101. 20 galleons converted to 2 system points. It was done. Though a meager 2 points, the tension in Colette's body suddenly eased, an indescribable ecstasy bubbling forth from within. Every beginning is challenging. The breakthrough from 0 to 1 holds far greater value than the journey from 1 to 100. Before he could savor the moment, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations. Host has unlocked achievement. First bucket of gold. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Exclusive partner draw opportunity for beginners. Limited. The legendary 3 families. Reward 2. Starter item gift pack contains 1 healing capsule, 1 luxury ball, 3 energy cubes. Colette's breath caught in his throat. In the next instant, a translucent light screen, visible only to him, unfolded silently before his eyes like a magical tome. Please select your initial partner. Above the screen, exquisite dynamic illustrations flashed like enchanted cards, whirling past at a dizzying pace. The original kings of the Kanto region, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle. The classic newcomers of the Johto region, Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. The dual-core overlords of the Hoenn region, Trico, Torchic, Mudkip, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar. The images eventually settled on 3 adorable new faces from the 9th generation in the Paldea region. 9 generations, 27 Pokémon, each carrying the childhood dreams of countless individuals, now floated in stillness, awaiting the judgment of their new master. As Colette's gaze swept over those familiar forms, hesitation was nowhere to be found. Before his traversal, he might have lingered sentimentally before Mudkip or Rowlet. But now, he was a Malfoy, immersed in the damp, chilly air of England, on the verge of stepping into the enigmatic world of Hogwarts. What he required was the most direct and effective power to break through. With a swift motion, his fingertip traced a clean arc in the air, landing precisely on the first row of the illustrations. The diminutive orange lizard quivered as though it sensed a call. It turned its head, and in its golden slit-like eyes, the visage of Colette was reflected, while the small cluster of eternal flames at the tip of its tail flickered joyfully. I choose the little fire dragon. Colette's voice, though not loud, resonated with the determination of a merchant finalizing a pivotal contract. This choice transcended mere sentiment. It was founded on the most unyielding rational analysis. In a world rife with ghouls, soul-suckers, and all manner of sinister dark magic, what could provide a greater sense of security and devastating power than searing flames? Choice successful. The companion little fire dragon has been transported to the system space and can be summoned at any time. The novice item gift package has been dispatched to the system backpack. With a thought, Colette's consciousness sank into the virtual meadow. A living little fire dragon curiously surveyed its surroundings, yawning as the flame on its tail danced, radiating warmth and light. Colette could distinctly feel a pure fire energy flowing through some mysterious connection. From this day forth, his strength would grow in perfect synchrony with this little creature's development. Each elevation in its level would signify a leap in Colette's own magical prowess and physicality. This was his greatest trump card, enabling him to stir up storms in this world. Just as a triumphant smile began to grace his features, a voice, sharp as shattering ice, unexpectedly pierced the air behind him, freezing the atmosphere on the balcony. Colette. The smile vanished instantly, replaced by an impeccable demeanor befitting a pure-blood noble. Colette turned slowly, as if he had anticipated this moment. From the shadows emerged a tall figure, seamlessly merging with the darkness. The moonlight reluctantly outlined the contours of his platinum hair and the glimmering silver tip of the serpent-headed cane in his grasp. Lucius Malfoy, the true master of Malfoy Manor, his father. Father. Colette inclined his head slightly, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor, as if the ecstatic youth within him had been nothing but a figment of his imagination. Lucius stepped forth from the shadows, his gray eyes, an inheritance passed down to Draco, now scrutinizing his eldest son with the precision of surgical instruments. What have you given to Draco? He addressed the matter directly, his tone devoid of warmth, reflecting his customary rigor towards Colette, his future heir. I saw him just now. He halted before Colette, his elevated stance casting an almost suffocating pressure. Your brother, with his lofty pride, is not one to be so easily swayed by trivialities. Meeting his father's probing gaze, Colette's confident and composed smile resurfaced, his tone relaxed as though discussing a recently victorious Quidditch match. A gift, father. A gift that will render Draco, and the Malfoy name, even more remarkable at the forthcoming Hogwarts. Lucius raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. The term special precisely piqued his interest, yet the icy veil of skepticism shrouding his visage remained unmelted. Special? He emitted a brief, disdainful snort from his nostrils, imbued with aristocratic contempt. An egg of uncertain origin? Colette, I am far more concerned that it might bring trouble to our family or render your foolish brother a laughingstock among the common folk. It is undoubtedly of unknown provenance. Colette acknowledged this with remarkable composure, even leisurely adjusting his cuffs, a self-satisfied demeanor that deepened Lucius's frown. For, as far as I know, there is not a second of its kind in the entire magical realm. It is truly unique. He deliberately paused, savoring the growing doubt in his father's eyes, before languidly delivering his premeditated statement. As for what it truly is, I must confess, father, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. The allure of miracles lies in the unknown. Only when Draco uses his magic and affection to nurture will we witness an unprecedented magical creature born into this world under the auspices of the Malfoy family. Colette's tone was imbued with enchantment. He refrained from explanation, instead orchestrating a grand proclamation that drew Lucius into the gallery of this miracle. This attempt to shroud him in mystery darkened Lucius's expression entirely. Colette. He stepped forward, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the air almost tangible. I detest riddles. As the heir of the Malfoy family, you should not indulge in such trivial cleverness. I require a guarantee. The cold tip of his serpent-headed wand, through the layers of costly fabric, pressed against Colette's chest. Guarantee that it will not harm Draco. Guarantee that it will not bring any form of disgrace to the Malfoy family. The smile on Colette's face vanished. He straightened his back, his demeanor transforming into one of unprecedented solemnity. Meeting his father's icy gaze, the merchant's cunning and calculations faded from his deep blue eyes, leaving only a pure sincerity. Father, I swear by my magic that I would never harm Draco. His voice was clear and resolute. He is my brother. Colette not only did not retreat, but stepped forward as well, locking eyes with the cold gray gaze, each word pronounced as if reciting the most ancient of oaths. Sanctimonia vincit semper, purity shall always prevail. This was the ancient adage of the Malfoy family, displayed in the hall for all to see. Lucius's expression betrayed neither movement nor emotion, instead revealing a hint of impatience and disappointment. He had hoped that his eldest son could comprehend deeper truths. Colette understood. He lowered his voice, making each word resonate with gravity, audible only to the two of them, striking at the very soul. Yet you have taught us since childhood that such words are mere platitudes for outsiders. There exists something that transcends the purity of blood, and that is the true foundation of our family. His voice faltered momentarily, articulating the unspoken word with clarity. Family. In that instant, the air became utterly still. Within Lucius's frost-bitten gray eyes, something tumultuous stirred, as if a volcano were erupting beneath a frozen surface. He fixated intently on his eldest son. From a young age, Colette had exhibited a maturity and wisdom far beyond his peers. He was the epitome of a pure-blood aristocrat, flawless in every aspect. Yet, it was precisely this perfection that led Lucius to feel as though his son existed behind a veil of mist, his thoughts too profound to decipher, even for himself. However, today, at this very moment, Colette had laid bare the Malfoy family's clandestine and enduring vulnerability in the most direct and unadorned manner. Family above all. After an extended silence, Lucius finally emitted a barely audible sigh. The commanding presence he exuded dissipated quietly, akin to a balloon that had been punctured. You always do this, Colette. His tone was laced with an inescapable sense of resignation, fatigue, and even a trace of pride that he himself had not yet recognized. His mind was brimming with ideas that others could not fathom. What more could he do? This son was his most exceptional creation and simultaneously the most unpredictable variable. Yet, at least he had grasped the essence of family. Remember what you said today. I shall permit you to conduct your little experiment. However, that egg will be subjected to severest scrutiny at the earliest opportunity. Should I discover any latent dangers, or if it turns out to be nothing more than a cheap gimmick, remember, do not let it tarnish the Malfoy name. With that, he did not linger. Turning away, his black velvet cloak tracing a cold arc in the night breeze, swiftly rejoining the distant revelry of the banquet hall. On the balcony, Colette was left alone once more. His taut shoulders gradually relaxed as he exhaled a long breath, visible as mist in the chill air. It was only when his father's figure had completely vanished from sight that the perfect facade of aristocracy crumbled, replaced by a smile tinged with anticipation. Severus Snape, he mused softly, his sea-blue eyes glimmering with shrewdness. It appeared he might be quite a promising potential investor. The first hurdle had been surmounted without peril. In high spirits, he opened the system interface, observing the little dragon that had nestled comfortably in the virtual space, its tail flame flickering rhythmically, emitting soft snores. Now, my little companion, it is time for our own miracle to take the stage. Chapter 3, The Pride of the Vine Serpent. Outside, the white peacocks of Malfoy Manor trailed their opulent plumage under the moonlight, occasionally emitting sharp cries to declare their territorial dominance. The confrontation with his father had drained him considerably, yet the outcome was favorable. He had successfully secured the first and most crucial investment in his unprecedented venture. The investor, Lucius Malfoy. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Awaiting the arrival of the esteemed master of potions, Severus Snape, summoned by his father, Colette scrutinized the egg with an air of meticulous discernment, arriving at an indiscernible conclusion. That would serve as the most compelling advertisement. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events. Before Colette could catch sight of Snape's iconic black robes gracing the threshold of the manor, a piercing scream shattered the corridor's tranquility. "Brother, Colette, come quickly. It is moving." The voice belonged to Draco, tinged with a note of panic. Colette furrowed his brow and promptly pushed the door open. At the other end of the corridor, Draco's bedroom door was flung open with a violent force. His twin brother, typically meticulous in appearance down to the last hair, now presented a disheveled figure with his robe unfastened, hair resembling a chaotic nest, clutching the portable incubator with fervor. His face was pale, a curious amalgamation of ecstasy and terror etched upon it. It is glowing, it is shaking. Beneath the transparent lid of the incubator, the milky egg radiated a soft yet undeniable white light. The luminescence penetrated the shell, animating the green speckles as if they were alive, swirling beneath the surface. The egg itself vibrated with astonishing intensity. Thud! Another jolt, like a vigorous heartbeat yearning to escape its confines and greet the world. "It's coming out." Draco's voice trembled, his composure unraveling as he looked towards his brother, as if Colette were his only lifeline. "What should I do, Colette?" Colette stepped forward, his hand firmly resting on his brother's quaking shoulder, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the luminous egg. In that moment, his own heartbeat faltered. So soon? The moment of revelation had arrived unexpectedly. "Do not panic." Colette's voice was eerily calm, as if the unfolding events were scripted. The more composed he appeared, the more reassured Draco felt. "Go, summon father and mother." Colette issued the command, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Let them witness the miracle that belongs to you." Draco, as if bestowed with a royal decree, nodded vigorously and dashed downstairs to fetch their parents, exuberantly calling out, "Father, mother, come quickly. My companion is about to be born." Colette followed closely behind, maintaining a serene smile, though he alone was aware of the fine sheen of cold sweat forming in his palm. The truth of the matter would soon be revealed. A few minutes later, in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor on the second floor, the atmosphere was as tense as if an ancient magical rite were about to unfold. Narcissa, draped in a silk robe, her golden locks cascading freely, bore an expression filled with worry and curiosity. Lucius, on the other hand, wore a scowl, clearly displeased at having been roused from slumber by his son in the dead of night. Leaning against the fireplace, the tip of his serpent-headed cane rhythmically tapped against the floor, his icy gray eyes fixed intently on the incubator at the center of the carpet, as though he were scrutinizing an exceedingly perilous magical artifact. Draco knelt on the carpet, his hands clasped together, resembling a devotee awaiting a divine revelation. Colette stood nearby, embodying the role of the perfect observer. A faint crack echoed softly, drawing everyone's gaze instantaneously. A fine fissure appeared on the eggshell, soon followed by a second and a third, spreading like a spider's web. Blinding white light burst forth from the crevices, illuminating the entire room as brightly as day, even overshadowing the flickering flames in the fireplace. Lucius's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers tightening around the serpent-headed staff. Narcissa, her mouth covered in a gesture of anxiety, leaned forward involuntarily. A sharp crack resounded, and the eggshell shattered explosively, disintegrating into a myriad of luminous points that scattered through the air. At the heart of the radiance, a slender figure gradually materialized. It was a serpentine magical creature, resplendent in emerald green, akin to the most exquisite jade, with a creamy underbelly and short limbs. A striking yellow stripe ran along its spine to the tip of its tail, and a pair of floral-like yellow wings unfurled at the sides of its neck. Most captivating of all was its tail, which ended in a magnificent, three-pronged broad leaf, brimming with vibrant life. The little creature straightened, slightly raising its chin, which bore a hint of natural disdain, its ruby-like eyes surveying the four Malfoys from a position of superiority. Its gaze was not that of a newly hatched infant, but rather reminiscent of a sovereign surveying its domain. Draco was utterly dumbfounded. The dissatisfaction and skepticism that had marred Lucius's expression froze in that moment, leaving only pure astonishment. Narcissa's hand, covering her mouth, trembled slightly from sheer shock. "Goodness," she whispered in a dreamlike murmur. "What is this?" Colette's smile momentarily froze. A vine python, the pride of the grass-type trio of the United Regions, renowned for their haughtiness and grace, the family of the vine monarch. This demeanor, this posture, the expressions of mere mortals etched so clearly upon its face seemed tailor-made for the Malfoy lineage. What extraordinary fortune had befallen her foolish brother? As Colette's thoughts raced, the vine python stirred, It disregarded Lucius and Narcissa, as well as Colette, striding with an almost arrogant grace towards Draco. Then, a tendril of emerald green from its tail reached out, gently brushing against Draco's cheek. He shivered, cautiously extending his hand. The vine python offered no resistance, allowing Draco to caress its smooth head, even closing its eyes in contentment. This scene dispelled the last vestige of wariness from Lucius's eyes, replaced by a profound curiosity intertwined with astonishment. Colette, what is its name? I do not know, father. I have said it is unique. He stepped forward, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Moreover, this is merely its initial form. It is akin to a newly born wizarding infant, with its magical powers still feeble. Yet it shall grow, transform, and acquire abilities that surpass our wildest imaginations. The deeper the bond with Draco, the swifter its evolution. The heights it can ultimately reach are unfathomable. Colette's words trailed off abruptly, not due to his own hesitation, but because Lucius had suddenly taken action. The head of the Malfoy family uttered no words. He simply raised his serpent-headed wand, its tip pointing towards the vine snake. A surge of immense and pure magical energy erupted, not as an attack, but as an ancient probing spell seeking the origins of its bloodline. His doubts were not cast upon Colette, but rather on the provenance of this creature. However, the moment Lucius's magic brushed against the vine snake, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The emerald serpent erupted with a wave of magical power far exceeding its diminutive form, as if it were a spark cast into the tranquil waters of a lake. Its body remained still, yet an invisible bridge of bloodline connection seemed to be forged between it and Lucius in an instant. Boom! Countless fantastical silhouettes of creatures danced and roared amidst the cosmic nebula, an extraordinary realm he had never witnessed, nor could ever conceive. A vague yet imposing figure stood at the edge of the starry expanse, draped in a robe woven from the very fabric of the cosmos, wielding an indistinct wand. Though the visage remained obscured, the pressure emanating from the depths of bloodline and soul instantaneously revealed a singular name to Lucius. Merlin. In swift succession, the scene shifted. As bloodlines flowed and eras changed, an heir would emerge, reviving these companions in an entirely new manner, infusing the impending transformation of the magical world with renewed vitality. And that indistinct child figure, shrouded in obscurity, was undoubtedly the young Colette Malfoy. Boom! Lucius felt as though struck by lightning. His mind blanked. The magic that had probed into Colette's consciousness shattered under the weight of this overwhelming and terrifying truth. He stifled a groan, stumbling back a half step, his complexion paling to a shade even more ghostly than Draco's moments prior. In the parlor, Colette paused for but a moment, seemingly contemplating the right words. Observing his father's suddenly ashen face, he seamlessly resumed the conversation that had been interrupted. The heights achievable were sufficient to elevate the Malfoy name above all ancient families. A faint smile graced his lips, his tone as calm as if nothing had transpired. After all, father, this is a world where even specters exist in reality. Is it not? Perhaps an abundance of legacies from ancient times is quite normal. Chapter 4. The Price of Destiny. The color drained from Lucius Malfoy's face, leaving it a ghastly white. He fixed his gaze upon his eldest son, the layers of scrutiny and suspicion in his gray eyes collapsing to reveal a deeper, more profound fear and greed beneath. The companions of Merlin from an alternate realm overshadowed all families. These truths forcibly imprinted upon his mind surged like a swarm of uncontrolled firecrackers, wreaking havoc within his head, filled to the brim with the honor of pure blood. The reason he prided himself upon was unraveling. Father? Narcissa stepped forward in haste, anxiously steadying her husband's slightly trembling arm. In that fleeting moment, Lucius appeared as though half of his soul had been extracted. Lucius, are you all right? I'm fine. Lucius brushed away his wife's hand, forcing himself to stand upright, though his back was already drenched in a chilling sweat. He redirected his gaze towards Colette, as the words that transcended all ancient families reverberated in his ears, each syllable laden with prophetic weight. It's quite normal. The atmosphere in the parlor thickened, rendered as still as a grave by his abrupt and disjointed remark. Yet Colette seemed entirely unperturbed. He calmly turned, directing his attention to Draco, who was crouched on the ground, obsessively poking the face of the vine snake. Draco. Yes, brother. Draco leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, responding nervously. Your companion has just been born. Its body is still quite frail. Colette's voice was measured, akin to that of one unveiling a rare artifact. He opened his palm, his thoughts subtly shifting. In a flicker of light, 3 pristine items materialized before them. A spray, a square box, and a round sphere, entirely black, adorned with opulent golden edges. An ointment for both external and internal wounds. Effective in one application, far superior to any white essence. An energy cube, a specially crafted nutrient that will allow it to gain an advantage from the outset. As for this, Colette's fingertip glided over the black gold sphere, a playful smirk curving his lips, reminiscent of those dark wizards peddling dangerous curiosities in the alleyways. A portable space that enables it to rest peacefully and respond to your summons in an instant. Unique and, I must say, quite respectable. The term respectable struck Draco like an incantation, hitting the core of his being. His eyes widened in astonishment, especially at the black gold sphere, the design, simultaneously ostentatious yet understatedly luxurious, seemed tailor-made for him. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. "Brother, is this very expensive?" he queried, his voice lacking conviction, akin to a puppy seeking treats while fearing reprimand from its master. Colette chuckled, the firelight reflecting in his sea-blue eyes, glimmering with a merchant's distinctive gleam. He crouched down to meet his twin brother's gaze. "Draco, remember this. Every gift from fate has already been priced in the shadows." His voice was soft, yet it sliced through the nerves of everyone present like a dagger tempered in ice. Draco blinked, as if grasping at a vague understanding. Colette extended his hand, no longer gently ruffling his brother's platinum locks, but rather tousling them somewhat roughly, his tone infused with a blend of familial affection and coldness. "I am not bestowing upon you, Draco. I am merely presenting the bill in advance." Draco was utterly bewildered. He glanced at the 3 treasures on the ground, then at his brother, who wore a fox-like grin, and ultimately recalled that he had a formidable ally in his father, glancing back at Lucius for assistance. Lucius had remained silent, listening intently, like a cold statue. When Colette uttered the fateful price, his body trembled imperceptibly. The statement, crude and straightforward, was nonetheless maddeningly precise. The glory of the Malfoy family had indeed been purchased at the cost of generations of wealth, marriages, and cunning schemes, paying an incalculable price. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially not when it comes to the miracles left by Merlin. His eldest son, whom he believed he understood thoroughly, saw far deeper and was far more ruthless than he had imagined. Lucius finally spoke, his voice regaining its former coldness and authority. He retrieved a heavy pouch embroidered with the Malfoy family crest from the inner pocket of his robe, casting it directly into Draco's arms without a glance, the force of it causing the young lad to stumble. "Your allowance is insufficient. The remainder can be drawn from your father, to be deducted from your inheritance in the future." Draco was momentarily taken aback, but then his joy was overwhelming. He hardly registered the latter part of Lucius's statement. Immediately clutching the pouch and rushing toward Colette with an almost reverent demeanor, raising it high. "Brother, for you." Colette weighed the pouch, the sound of coins clinking pleasantly filling the air, and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. From this moment, it belongs to you. 50 galleons. Ding. Transaction complete. Amount, 50 galleons. 50 galleons have been converted into 5 system points. Beginner task completed. The regular sales mode of the Pokémon Shop is officially activated. Product list has been updated." A series of system notifications echoed in Colette's mind, but he maintained a calm expression as he simply guided Draco on how to use it. Excitedly, Draco picked up the black and gold sphere that his brother had dubbed a luxury ball, gently pressing the central button against the forehead of the vine snake. A flash of red light erupted, and the vine snake instantly transformed into a stream of crimson energy, being drawn into the ball. The sphere quivered in Draco's hands, producing a crisp click before settling into silence. Cradling the luxury ball as if it were a royal scepter, Draco's pride and satisfaction were nearly palpable. He had begun to envision the scene in the Slytherin common room at Hogwarts next year, where he would press the button in front of everyone, his proud and elegant companion emerging amidst gasps of astonishment. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Lucius, observing his younger son's unrefined display, had entirely shifted his focus onto Colette, who, while casting a sidelong glance at his father, was rapidly exploring the newly unveiled system shop interface in his mind. Pokémon Shop, regular mode. Today's available products: 1. Pokémon Egg, random, 1 refreshed weekly, quality entirely random. Price, 20 galleons. 2. Pokémon Encyclopedia, beginner version, can identify partial Pokémon information, includes basic theory of attribute counters. Price, 50 galleons. 3. Energy Cube, beginner mixed flavor basic food for Pokémon. Price, 1 galleon per box. 4 Healing Potion, treats minor injuries. Price, 5 galleons per vial. Scoundrel, the system is the true charlatan. It first offers you an entirely unfamiliar miracle, then charges exorbitantly for the instructions. This business model is more nefarious than one could imagine. Colette's gaze was fiercely fixed on the first item, keenly capturing the 4 words, completely random. The system's cold, explanatory voice resonated at the opportune moment. The Pokémon egg given in the starter pack is a special premium product, guaranteed to hatch a rare Pokémon. The Pokémon eggs refreshed weekly in the shop are standard quality, with hatching results being entirely random. Possibilities range from ordinary to legendary, adhering to the fundamental laws of the world. The novice protection period had come to an end. Colette's heart sank. This meant that each subsequent egg opening would be a genuine gamble. Should he lose, he might end up with a mere ornamental pet, good only for eating and being cute. Randomness would solely depend on luck. A wild and audacious thought flashed through his mind like lightning. In the world of Harry Potter, what exists specifically to enhance luck? Felix Felicis. If he could somehow procure a vial of Felix Felicis and consume it before purchasing a Pokémon egg, would he still end up with a Rattata or Caterpie? Might he instead acquire a Rayquaza or Mewtwo? This presented a colossal loophole capable of overturning the rules. Colette's heart began to race, his face barely able to contain the euphoric expression. However, in the next moment, the system's emotionless mechanical voice poured over him like a bucket of ice water. Warning: detection of the host's intent to exploit loopholes in world rules for abnormal profit. This system's products adhere to the principle of absolute randomness, unaffected by any external forces, luck, blessings, curses, or other supernatural influences. Please focus on business operations and refrain from improper thoughts. The smile on Colette's face froze. He took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration of his shattered dreams of fortune. Fine, if cheating is not an option, then he must seek a gambler willing to bear the risk. His gaze slowly shifted to the silent man by the fireplace, who had remained quiet for quite some time. At that moment, Lucius finally made a decision. Greed and the thirst for power had triumphed over the last vestiges of reason. Colette, I am here, father. This seed. Lucius carefully chose his words, avoiding the mundane term egg. Do you still possess it? The bait was taken. Yes. According to the rules, a new one is available each week. However, father, he shifted his tone, the merchant's smile fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. I must caution you, this miracle, which has been passed down from ancient times, entails a gamble with fate each time it is opened. He spread his hands, his tone is grave, as if reciting a magical contract. The stakes are your galleons and expectations, and the outcome of the gamble is entirely random. The strong may be as formidable as Draco's companion, or perhaps even stronger. Perhaps the weak is merely a beautiful waste. Are you certain you wish to take the field yourself? Lucius narrowed his gray eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. This might be a deeper form of selection, a test of lineage, of talent, and even of ambition. And he, Lucius Malfoy, was surely more deserving of a true miracle than his pampered fool of a son. Name your price. Lucius ceased his idle chatter, articulating 2 words with a steely resolve. Like Draco's, it was 20 galleons. Colette announced a price that sounded exceedingly fair. Lucius did not bargain. He directly retrieved 20 heavy gold coins from another pocket, not tossing them, but placing them one by one with a fervent sense of ritual, stacking them neatly on the cold marble surface of the fireplace. Colette stepped forward with a smile, collecting the coins one by one. Ding. Transaction completed. Amount, 20 galleons. 20 galleons have been converted into 2 system points. He extended his hand again, and under the tense gaze of Lucius and Narcissa, who held their breath, a radiant light flickered from his palm. A brand new egg appeared in his grasp, starkly different from the previous one. This egg shell exuded a bizarre and profound dark purple hue, covered in irregular black spots, reminiscent of congealed venom. An elusive, chilling, and perilous aura emanated from it, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker uneasily. Colette handed the ominous egg to his father. Lucius received the egg, feeling its icy surface, its texture akin to polished obsidian. He scrutinized the egg, his brow furrowed, the dangerous aura resonating subtly with the dark magic within him. Observing his father's expression, Colette leaned slightly forward, whispering in a tone only the 2 of them could hear, filled with seduction. In ancient records, purple typically signifies 2 powers. One is a lethal toxin, the other an invisible specter. Whichever it may be, both resonate with a formidable essence, do they not, father? Chapter 5. The Gamble, the Confrontation, and the First Client. Lucius, clutching the ominous purple egg, turned to leave, his silhouette embodying a near-obsessive determination. Narcissa cast a worried glance at her husband's reckless retreat, then at their younger son, lost in joy, ultimately pursing her lips and hastening to follow. The crisp sound of her high heels echoed on the marble floor, gradually fading in the vast reception room. The expansive chamber fell silent once more, the fire in the fireplace crackling softly. Draco remained enraptured by the elation of acquiring a new companion. Cradling the opulent black and gold sphere with utmost care, examining it from every angle, as if the embedded metals were not mere elements, but the very glory of the magical world. Saliva nearly dripped down Draco. Colette's voice shattered his reverie. Off to bed. Your new companion requires rest as well. Understood, brother. Draco responded with exuberance, carefully placing the luxurious ball into the pocket of his robe, a gesture akin to nestling a freshly acquired dragon egg. In the reception room, only Colette remained, and the interface had undergone a remarkable transformation since the previous night. Current points, 9. Through 2 transactions, 70 galleons had yielded 7 points, supplemented by the 2 points from the novice gift pack, culminating in a total of 9 points. Without hesitation, Colette initiated the regular sales interface. The layout had changed since yesterday. The weekly refreshing, random Pokémon egg slot now appeared grayed out, accompanied by a diminutive countdown. Remaining refresh time, 6 days, 23 hours. The merchant system was indeed punctual. However, other items had already been refreshed. Pokédex, basic, X1 price, 50 galleons. Healing potion, X5, price, 5 galleons per bottle. Energy cube, basic, X10, price, 1 galleon per box. Colette possessed a modest treasury, a collection of pocket money bestowed upon him over the years by his mother, Narcissa, and various relatives during birthday celebrations, totaling over 80 galleons. He had initially intended to save for the latest Nimbus series broomstick in Diagon Alley, as he had entered the world of HP and felt the need to keep pace. Yet now he had a more significant investment opportunity. System. Utilize my personal assets to purchase Pokédex, healing potions, X5, and energy cubes, X10. Detected hosts personal assets, confirming purchase. Purchasing Pokédex X1, cost 50 galleons. Purchasing healing potions X5, cost 25 galleons. Purchasing energy cubes, basic, X10, cost 10 galleons. Total expenditure, 85 galleons. Galleons have been converted into system points. Current total points, 175. At the moment the points tally surged to 175, a brand new system notification resonated in his mind, imbued with a monumental sense of accomplishment. Ding! Host has accumulated over 10 points. Point Mall officially unlocked. It had arrived. Colette felt a surge of exhilaration as he promptly clicked on the new tab, which shimmered with a dark golden glow. In the next instant, he found himself momentarily breathless. Points Mall, basic. Product list. 1 skill learning machine. Random 100 points each. 2 rare candy. Elevates any Pokemon by 1, level 100 points each. 3 ability capsule. Randomly alters a Pokemon S standard ability 300 points each. 4 Master Ball 100 capture rate 1000 points each. 5 Semi-Divine Pokemon Egg. Random 10, 000 points each. Purchase permission requirement. Store level LV3. Total points accumulated 1000. Expensive. Exorbitantly so. 10,000 points at the current exchange rate of 10 to 1. Equated to a staggering 100,000 galleons. What does this number signify? The political donation made by Lucius to the Ministry of Magic likely amounts to this figure, even for the affluent Malfoy family. Parting with such a substantial sum of liquid assets undoubtedly constitutes a significant sacrifice. After a brief moment of distraction, Colette, rather than feeling disheartened, found within his cerulean eyes a fervent blaze of ambition. The existence of a price implies the availability of channels. With such channels, as long as he can expand his business and transform the entire magical realm into his marketplace, there will inevitably come a day when he can completely deplete this commercial hub. System, review my partner information. Partner, Charizard. Level, 5. Attribute, Fire. Trait, Blaze. When HP is below 13, the power of Fire type moves increases by 50. Nature, Modest special attack, physical attack. Mastered moves, Scratch, Roar, Ember. The Blaze trait and modest nature make this Charizard a natural special attacker. In favorable conditions, it is a merciless bulldozer, and in adverse situations, it possesses the potential to create miraculous turnarounds. This Charizard perfectly aligns with all his aspirations for absolute power. What he now requires is a practical experience to test the authenticity of this strength, while simultaneously developing his first and most crucial VIP client. The following morning, a thin mist enveloped the back garden of Malfoy Manor, with dew crystallizing on the petals of white roses. Draco, like an eager child showcasing a new toy, commanded his vine snake. Vine snake, do you see that most resplendent white rose? Yes, use your vines, that green whip, and pluck it for me. Draco commanded imperiously, still unfamiliar with the precision required in issuing commands, relying solely on instinct. The vine snake cast a glance at him, its expression haughty as if regarding a petulant fool. Yet, it complied. The vines on its shoulders extended with precision, alive like verdant whips, gently coiling around a budding white rose, which then fell into Draco's hands. Splendid work, Draco exclaimed triumphantly, raising the rose high as if he had triumphed in a wizarding duel. Do you see this, Colette? And understand my words. It is more noble than any creature in this manner. He shouted towards the distance, clearly having spotted his brother's figure. Is merely plucking a flower enough to bring you such satisfaction, my foolish brother? Colette emerged from the morning mist clad in a fitted workout outfit, accompanied by a small orange lizard whose tail tip flickered with a tiny flame, dancing merrily in the cool air. Upon seeing the Charizard, Draco's eyes widened. It was not mere jealousy. Rather, it was a complex emotion intertwined with shock, envy, and an intense desire for comparison. He instinctively stepped forward, shielding his vine snake behind him, resembling a cat whose territory has been encroached upon, fur bristling. Why, you have one too? Of course. Colette stood opposite him, his tone as neutral as if he were merely commenting on the weather. This is Charmeleon, my companion. I believe he possesses considerable prowess. Draco immediately puffed out his chest and proclaimed loudly, as if volume alone could lend him credibility. This is Snivy, truly one of a kind, far superior to your seemingly dull-witted creature. Whether one is unique or not must be proven through strength. Colette raised the corners of his mouth, a subtle curve that sent shivers down Draco's spine. So, Draco, do you dare engage in a genuine duel? A duel? Draco was momentarily taken aback, then elated, thinking his brother intended to assess his recent studies in ancient runes. Of course I dare. I've been wanting to. No. Colette shook his head and pointed to Charmeleon at his feet. With our partners. Only then did Draco comprehend. He glanced at his own elegant, noble Snivy and then at the seemingly clumsy Charmeleon, which was curiously observing a butterfly. His confidence surged. All right, the loser must fulfill one condition for the victor. Agreed. Colette replied without hesitation. If you lose, you'll accompany me on morning runs for a week. And if you lose, I shall not lose. Just wait. He stepped back in frustration, creating distance, and assumed what he believed to be the most striking battle stance. Snivy, show him your true colors. Now, strike him with your vines. Following the command, Snivy crouched slightly, its two vibrant green vines coming to life like whips, slicing through the air from two cunning angles, aiming fiercely at Charmeleon. A victorious smile already graced Draco's face. In his eyes, this clumsy little lizard could never evade such a swift attack. However, Colette did not even issue a command to dodge. Charmeleon. His voice was as calm as if announcing an established fact. Use Ember against the vines. Charmeleon opened its mouth, with no grandiose display, only a small cluster of orange-red sparks, floating delicately towards the two aggressive vine whips like dandelion seeds caught in the wind. Draco scoffed. Just that little flame? But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The seemingly insignificant sparks ignited upon contact with the vines, exploding like oil meeting a flame. Raging fire surged up the green vines, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred plant matter. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed Snivy's very being. Snivy. Its two once proud green vines were now charred black, the tips emitting a noxious smoke, trembling from the pain. How could this happen? Draco was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom why his elegant companion had become so disheveled. Grass can catch fire. This is common knowledge that even a 3-year-old would understand, Draco. Colette offered him no respite, his voice as harsh as a winter gale. Now it's our turn. Charmeleon, charge forward and you scratch. The Charmeleon exerted its limbs, transforming its entire form into a fleeting orange blur, surging towards the still reeling Snivy, which had yet to recover from the searing agony it had endured. Quick, dodge! Draco shouted anxiously, experiencing for the first time the dread of losing control of the battle. But it was too late. Charmeleon's sharp claws left 3 distinct white marks upon the smooth back of the Snivy, yielding remarkable results. The Snivy emitted a mournful cry, its body swaying. Yet its innate pride compelled it to remain standing. It turned its head, its ruby-like eyes fixed on Charmeleon, brimming with fury and defiance. It's not over. Snivy, use that leaf. Attack it with a leaf. Hurry. Despite the excruciating pain in its back, Snivy forcefully whipped its large broad leaf at the end of its tail, sending several glimmering leaves slicing through the air, hurtling toward Charmeleon with a fierce whistle. This was a maneuver executed purely by instinct. At last, Colette issued the command to evade, his tone remaining unflustered. To the left. Charmeleon moved with astonishing agility, simply sidestepping to the left, causing all the leaves to miss entirely, embedding deeply into the grass behind. Draco's attack had failed to touch even its shadow. Impossible. This cannot be, Draco murmured, his complexion paling. The partner he had once taken pride in, the miracle he believed would make him shine in the pure blood circle, was now utterly defenseless before Colette's pet. A profound sense of defeat engulfed him, like frigid ocean waters, drowning him completely. It is over, Draco. Colette's voice resonated like a final decree. Charmeleon, deliver the finishing blow. He paused, observing the expression of resentment and despair etched on his brother's face, ultimately reconsidering. A client who had been thoroughly crushed held no value for continued patronage. Use your cry. Charmeleon opened its mouth, emitting a loud yet harmless call. However, this shout proved to be the last straw for the already battered Snivy, whose spirit shattered under the sound, its body slackening, eyes swirling, completely losing its ability to fight. The battle concluded. Colette approached his brother, who stood frozen, as if his soul had departed. He offered neither mockery nor consolation, but instead retrieved a red, cube-like item from his storage space, prepared since yesterday. Colette Draco's voice trembled with confusion and grievance. What should I call you? Colette interrupted him, his tone flat. Draco's face flushed, his lips quivering as he struggled to find his words, finally managing to force out 2 syllables through gritted teeth. Brother. Well done. Colette bent down, his sea blue eyes devoid of triumph, reflecting only the calmness and rationality of a merchant. Remember this duel, Draco. Remember this feeling of helplessness. This is the essence of type advantage, one of the fundamental laws of this new world. Strength does not solely reside within the individual, but rather in one's cognition. If you remain unaware of the very name of its techniques or their effects, if you cannot even fathom that it may be vulnerable to fire, how can you possibly command it to victory? He paused, thrusting the crimson Pokédex into Draco's arms, its chilling metallic shell causing Draco to shiver. Colette's voice descended to a lower timbre, imbued with a deadly allure. Do you wish to learn more? Do you yearn to discover how to truly empower your companion, transcending even elemental weaknesses? This Pokédex holds the answers to all your queries. It catalogs every detail about your partner, including all the techniques it can master and the potential paths for its evolution. The shop's price yesterday was 70 galleons. Colette straightened, gazing down at his younger brother with a hint of a smile that perfectly balanced fraternal concern with a merchant's shrewdness. However, considering our bond as brothers, I shall grant you a discount, 56 galleons. This is your initial investment in becoming formidable, my dear client. Chapter 6, Goyle and Crab. Draco gripped the icy Pokédex tightly, biting his lip, his voice laced with embarrassment. I do not possess such cash. Oh, Colette raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard a most amusing jest. Did not father inform you long ago that your inheritance contains ample galleons for withdrawal? Is it truly so difficult for you to send Dobby to Gringotts? Draco nearly shouted. He certainly did not lack those 40 galleons. The dilemma lay in the retrieval. He could envision the scenario vividly. He would summon Dobby, instructing it to fetch 40 galleons from Gringotts. And then, in Father's study, there exists a magical contract monitoring the flow of family funds. Within half an hour, Lucius would summon him, tapping his serpentine-headed cane against the desk, coldly inquiring, Draco, pray tell, what urgent matter necessitates your use of inheritance funds? Father, I lost a foolish duel to my brother and now require 40 galleons to purchase a manual to rectify my folly. Draco could foresee the consequences with utmost clarity. Lucius would erupt in fury, not due to the money, but because of the failure. The Malfoys never bear the cost of defeat. They only punish the vanquished. Both he and Colette would face confinement, and his still cool serpent would undoubtedly be confiscated on the grounds of unworthiness to possess a miraculous companion. Colette chuckled, a knowing smile illuminating his face, rendering Draco feeling like a jester stripped of his garments. So, you dare not retrieve it? Colette's voice was light, yet every word struck deep. It seems you have not yet descended into utter foolishness. The frigid words pierced through Draco's last remnants of pride with precision. Observing his brother on the verge of tears, Colette finally halted. He turned, the icy demeanor of a merchant fading from his cerulean eyes, replaced by the unadorned calculations understood only between brothers. Money need not always be sourced from parents. Draco suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of a faint flame reigniting in his gray eyes. I have a more splendid idea. Colette crouched down to meet her brother's gaze. Her voice lowered, as if sharing a secret capable of altering the fabric of the world. You alone possess a miracle that is termed special, deemed fortunate. But what if your most loyal follower were to acquire a similar power, one that responds solely to your command? What would that be called? Draco's breath hitched. He was no fool. Having been raised in the shadow of Lucius, he instantly grasped the implication. It was something far more elevated, far more enticing. That was power. Colette articulated the cold word, driving it into his soul like an incantation. Crabbe and Goyle will arrive at the manor today, correct? Draco nodded instinctively. Excellent. Colette placed the tome back into Draco's embrace with a measured force. Today, you shall utilize this compendium to demonstrate what a true Malfoy should possess in terms of followers. Flaunt your vine snake. Display your newfound knowledge. Incite their envy. Evoke their desire. Drive them to madness in longing for what you possess. Colette rose. Sunlight piercing through the morning mist, casting a long shadow behind him, enveloping Draco entirely. Do you not require 56 galleons? Let them pay for you. Even allow you to earn more. In the afternoon, the drawing room of Malfoy Manor basked in sunlight filtering through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the carpet. The air was infused with the sweet aroma of red tea and freshly baked butter cupcakes. Draco sat upright, cradling the crimson tome, deliberately mimicking his father's demeanor during ministry meetings, resembling a scholar engrossed in ancient texts. Opposite him sat two stout boys, squirming on the velvet couch, barely daring to perch on the edge. Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, the heirs of the most loyal vassal families of the Malfoy lineage, and Draco's steadfast companions since childhood. Master Malfoy Goyle, mouth stuffed with the cupcakes freshly served by the house elf, mumbled indistinctly. You seem somewhat different today. Indeed, I am. Draco snapped the tome shut with a resounding thud, the metallic sound ringing clear. He lifted his characteristic chin, speaking in a tone imbued with a blend of mystery and arrogance. Because I possess a power beyond your wildest imaginings. He snapped his fingers. This was the signal he had rehearsed with Colette beforehand. In a flash of red light, the vine snake materialized upon the polished marble floor. It elegantly stretched its body, proudly raising its head, its ruby-like eyes surveying Crabbe and Goyle with icy disdain. The innate nobility emanating from it left the two stout boys utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! Goyle's mouth formed an O, wide enough to fit an egg. What is this? Master Draco, it is even more exquisite than the white peacock your father raises. Goyle exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, causing the cake in his hand to plummet onto the opulent carpet, oblivious to the mess he had created. His gaze remained fixated on the vine snake, his throat bobbing with a primal mix of envy and possessiveness. Draco reveled in their reaction, a wave of unprecedented pleasure swelling within him. Clearing his throat, he began to recite the lines that Colette had imparted to him. This is a vine snake, a companion of the grass attribute. I earned its recognition during an ancient family trial. Grass attribute? Goyle scratched his bowl-cut hair, his face a mask of confusion. What is that? A new classification of magic? Is it more challenging than transfiguration? Ignorance. Draco let out a derisive huff, showcasing the illustrated guide in his hand. It contained everything there was to know about the creature. He delicately tapped the screen, and a three-dimensional image of the vine snake materialized, gracefully rotating in mid-air, accompanied by lines of text that Draco himself had only recently comprehended. Vine snake. Attribute, grass. Mastered moves, tackle, leer, vine whip, leaf blade. Do you see? Draco pointed at the leaf blade entry, speaking in a tone laced with pride. It is an offensive move, allowing it to unleash razor-sharp leaves akin to blades. Far superior to the trivial spells your fathers have taught you, and far more elegant. He paused, savoring the growing astonishment on their faces, before casting a tantalizing bait. Moreover, it will grow. This is merely its initial form. In the future, it will become stronger and more graceful. As he spoke, he scrolled through the guide, revealing silhouettes of the vine snake's evolved forms, the ivy snake and the sovereign snake. Their elongated figures and regal presence, especially the sovereign snake's disdainful gaze, pierced through the fragile defenses of Crabbe and Goyle's hearts like invisible swords. Powerful, noble. Was this not the very reason their families had followed the Malfoys for generations? If they too could possess such a companion, they would serve Master Draco even better. Their fathers would surely be proud. Master Draco! Crabbe suddenly leapt from the sofa, his excitement altering the pitch of his voice. Can we too have such a companion? Goyle stood as well, his eyes brimming with yearning, akin to a starving dog that had glimpsed dragon's liver and phoenix marrow. Draco's heart danced with joy, yet he remembered Colette's counsel on the importance of restraint and the art of allure. Maintaining an air of difficulty was challenging. He feigned a troubled sigh. Gaining their recognition requires passing through exceedingly rigorous trials. Moreover, each one is exceedingly rare. He deliberately emphasized the word rare, casting a sidelong glance at the exquisite cake, laden with implications. Crab and Goyle exchanged glances. Though not the brightest, the two chubby boys had been steeped in their upbringing and immediately grasped the subtext of rare. When he was no object, Goyle pounded his chest and proclaimed loudly, "My father said, as long as it is to better pursue Master Colette and you, no amount of galleons is too great." Indeed, Crab nodded vigorously, fearful of lagging behind. 50, no, 60 galleons. Is that acceptable, Master Draco? Draco suppressed his overwhelming joy and pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly nodding. Since you are so earnest, I shall attempt to petition my family on your behalf. However, I cannot guarantee success, as the slots are limited. Thank you, Master Draco. The two plump boys felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, unable to wait for the house elf to escort them out as they hurriedly turned towards the fireplace. Watching them vanish into the emerald flames, Draco's facade of restraint crumbled, morphing into uncontainable elation. He had succeeded. Not only had he acquired the guidebook without spending a single canute, but he was also poised to profit by 4 galleons. The thrill of earning through his own intellect and influence surpassed even the exhilaration of acquiring the snake itself. At that moment, Colette emerged like a specter from behind the screen, adorned with that familiar merchant smile. "Well done, my dear brother. It seems you possess a natural talent for salesmanship." Draco immediately puffed out his chest, resembling a peacock awaiting praise. "Of course. Just look at who I am. The first batch of clients has already taken a bait." He murmured to himself, his azure eyes glinting with shrewdness. Ding. The host has completed the initial marketing campaign and successfully referred the first batch of clients to place orders. Task reward: storage space expansion from 10 slots to 20 slots. New achievement unlocked: the initial refer. Achievement reward: order log, basic, is now activated. The system's notification chimed like a triumphant horn. Colette was not surprised by this. Rather, he felt even more pleased. A system that could provide auxiliary tools to aid in constructing his commercial empire was indeed a true artifact. With a thought, a virtual panel, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Order log: refer, Draco Malfoy. Pending orders: 2 clients, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle. Excellent. Everything is under control. Now, all that remains is to await the routine refresh of the store this weekend to ship the orders. In high spirits, Colette turned to Draco, who was still reveling in joy, and suddenly inquired, "Draco, what do you believe is most valued by Slytherin?" "Certainly bloodline and power." "Not entirely correct." Colette shook his head, his tone laced with subtle guidance. "It is ambition. The ambition for power, the ambition for knowledge, the ambition for victory." He stepped closer to Draco, gently patting the red guidebook. "And I happen to be able to fulfill all of this." A bolder, more audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. Goyle and Crabbe were merely the beginning, the stepping stones to greater aspirations. His true ambition lies within the entire pure blood circle, among those who, like him, harbor an insatiable thirst for power and glory. However, before pursuing that, he has a far more pressing matter to attend to. Simultaneously, within the study of Malfoy Manor, an oppressive sense of frustration pervades the air. Lucius Malfoy sits behind his grand desk, intricately carved with serpentine patterns, his countenance dark and foreboding. Before him rests the ominous purple egg, a miracle he acquired at great expense. Nearly a day has passed, and aside from the occasional unsettling purple glow, it remains utterly still. It mocks him like a stubborn stone, deriding his omnipotence. Lucius has not exhausted his patience. Rather, the egg has ignited an innate desire for conquest within him. There exists nothing in this world that the Malfoys cannot control. Yet, he feels a gnawing irritation, a frustration rooted in his inability to grasp the situation, a provocation of his extensive knowledge. As a wizard of considerable prowess in the dark arts, he has attempted every conceivable method, from a most fundamental detection of life force to ancient incantations aimed at communication, and even several blood pact spells passed down through the Black family, all have met with failure. This egg seems to originate from an entirely different set of rules, rendering all his esteemed knowledge and magic into mere jest. Just moments ago, he even attempted a particularly malevolent variant of a soul extraction curse, striving to forcibly discern the life form within the egg. However, the spell dissipated upon contact with the shell, and the backlash of magic left him momentarily shaken. What he requires is not surrender, but information, the key to unlock this unknown marvel. At this moment, Colette's lips curve into an almost imperceptible smile. The system's daily shop has just refreshed punctually. Unlike the weekly selection that features high-value eggs, the daily offerings resemble a marketplace for clearing inventory, selling various auxiliary items. Daily limited supply. Item: exclusive hatching package includes 1 temperature-controlled incubator, 3 exclusive hatching fluids. Price: 100 galleons. Note: certain rare eggs, e.g. dragon type, ghost type, require specific environments and nutrients for hatching. Forced activation may lead to the miracle's demise or even unpredictable mutations. Unpredictable mutations. Colette savors these words with intrigue. It seems the time has come to witness the outcome of yet another gamble while simultaneously promoting her next exclusive product. After all, a shrewd merchant must not only create demand, but also understand when to present that singular key to the customer in their moment of need. Moreover, the price must be doubled. Chapter 7. The Price of Miracles. The oak door of the study stands resolutely closed, akin to a silent tombstone, severing the worlds within and beyond. Inside lies Lucius Malfoy's agitation and frustration. Outside, Colette Malfoy calculates her next move with unwavering confidence. He did not immediately knock on the door. Instead, he stood silently for a moment, like a patient hunter awaiting the exhausted beast to expend its last ounce of strength. He could distinctly sense the restless magic behind the door, agitated by impotent fury, and his father was likely at that moment grappling helplessly with the violet egg. The feeling of powerlessness, where all his proud knowledge and strength had proven ineffective, was a torment far more unbearable for a Malfoy, whose desire for control ran deep in his bones than any physical pain. Now, the moment was just right. Tap, tap, tap. Come in. The muffled voice of Lucius, strained with suppressed irritation, came from within. Colette pushed the door open. The study was dimly lit, illuminated only by the flickering magical flames of the fireplace, casting enormous, dancing shadows upon the walls, as if they were alive. Lucius sat behind his grand desk, his figure shrouded in shadow, with only the tip of his serpent-headed cane occasionally glinting with a cold silver light. The air was permeated with a faint, acrid scent of burnt magic, and several charred fragments of ancient parchment lay scattered beside the desk. The ominous violet egg rested silently in the center of the desk, its purple eye seemingly mocking the master of the house. Father. Colette inclined his head slightly, walking calmly to the desk, his gaze naturally falling upon the egg. It seems you have encountered a bit of trouble. He spoke in a declarative tone, as nonchalantly as one would discuss the weather. Lucius did not look up. His cold gray eyes were fixed on the surface of the desk, his voice as if forced through clenched teeth. This thing is more stubborn than I anticipated. He did not admit defeat, but attributed it to the nature of the object. This was the last vestige of Malfoy's pride. Indeed. Colette casually pulled out a chair and sat across from his father, his demeanor as relaxed as if attending an afternoon tea. Not all legacies from ancient times will readily open their embrace to us. He extended a finger, gesturing toward the violet egg. Some seeds, much like certain legendary magical plants, require specific soil, particular temperatures, and even unique offerings to take root and flourish. Colette's words acted like a precise scalpel, slicing through all pretenses and directly addressing the core of the issue. He had tried heating spells, freezing charms, even invoked the bloodline contract passed down through the Black family. Yet all in vain. Do you understand? Lucius finally lifted his gaze, his gray eyes in the dim light resembling unfathomable icy depths, locked onto Colette. I have a modicum of understanding. Colette met his stare with calm resolve, once again wielding the irrefutable trump card. After all, within Merlin's legacy of knowledge, there resided scattered references to this very aspect. He paused before continuing. Certain unique companions possess life forms entirely distinct from our known magical beings. Their shells act as an energy barrier, impervious to conventional magic. Any attempts at forcible breach will yield but one outcome. Colette's voice lowered, imbued with a weighty seriousness. An anomaly, or rather, obliteration. The miracle you invest in will transform into a catastrophe. Catastrophe. The very word gripped Lucius's heart as though ensnared by a frigid hand. He recalled the intense backlash of magic he experienced when he invoked that soul-siphoning spell. His eldest son was indeed correct. What options do you possess? Lucius ceased to mince words, leaning slightly forward, a palpable aura of authority enveloping him once more. Colette understood that the fish had thoroughly taken the bait. A victorious smile graced his features, embodying the essence of triumph. He extended his hands, and with a flash of light from his palms, an advanced incubator, and 3 crystal vials containing a pale purple liquid materialized from thin air. An exclusive incubation package. Colette gently pushed the items to the center of the table, beside the purple egg. The temperature-controlled incubator could simulate the most conducive environment for its birth, complemented by 3 specially formulated nutrient solutions designed to ensure it absorbed ample energy before its arrival, descending in a most splendid form. Lucius stared intently at the 2 objects radiating a soft magical glow, his breath quickening. This was the key he had long sought to unlock the door to this miracle. Name your price. Lucius's voice regained its composure. Yet the greed and desire in his gray eyes were unmasked. Colette extended 2 fingers. 200 galleons. The air in the study became suddenly still, as if even the flames in the fireplace had paused for a moment. Lucius furrowed his brow in a deep frown, fixating on Colette, his voice laced with ice. Colette, are you attempting to raise the price with your own father? No, father. Colette shook his head, his smile unwavering, yet his azure eyes reflected pure commercial logic. I am merely stating the true value of this rare gem. I acquired it from Merlin's shop for 100 galleons. Now, I offer it to you at the original price, which is already a concession considering your status as my father. He leaned forward, lowering his voice to a seductive whisper. This is not an ordinary commodity. It is a safeguard, a guarantee that your investment of 20 galleons, along with all your hopes for Merlin's legacy, will not culminate in futility, nor devolve into disaster. Do you not believe that the emergence of a singular miracle, capable of elevating the Malfoy family above all others, is worth this price? Lucius fell silent, scrutinizing Colette as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his azure gaze to discern his innermost thoughts. Yet all he found was cold, unyielding, and irrefutable commercial logic. Indeed, having accepted the truth of Merlin's memory, one capable of appending worldviews, did he truly care about a mere 200 galleons? This was not merely a matter of money. It was a question of worthiness. If he could not afford this small price, what right did he have to claim a partner more formidable than Draco? Furthermore, this sum would ultimately find its way into his son's pocket, circulating within the Malfoy family's internal economy. Deal. Lucius retrieved a heavy purse from the concealed compartment of his desk, casting it onto the surface with a satisfying thud. The coins clinked together, producing a melodious and delightful sound. Transaction complete. Amount, 100 galleons. 100 galleons have been converted into 10 system points. Current total points, 171027. The host currently possesses assets worth 156 galleons. Colette smiled as he tucked the purse away, then pushed the incubator and nutrient solution toward his father. A wise choice, father. By the way, this nutrient solution should be used once every 3 days. Excessive affection can sometimes become a burden. With that, he made no further delay and gently closed the door behind him. In the study, Lucius picked up the bottle of pale, purple nutrient solution, scrutinizing it in the firelight. A cold smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. A burden? No. For the Malfoys, investment is never excessive. Almost simultaneously, 2 bursts of green flames erupted in the hearts of the Crabbe and Goyle estates. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle surged forth like cannonballs from the fireplace, scarcely having time to brush off the soot clinging to their clothes. The living room of Crabbe Manor was considerably smaller and gloomier than Malfoy Manor. Adorned with various mounted trophies of ferocious beasts, the air thick with a blend of leather and cigar smoke. Old Crabbe, a middle-aged man as sturdy as his son, but with a sharper, more cunning gaze, sat in an armchair polishing a hefty scepter. Father, Vincent puffed as he rushed to his father's side. Mr. Malfoy, young Master Draco, what's the fuss? Old Crabbe snapped without looking up. Have a Malfoy family's manners slipped into the gutter? Speak clearly. It's not that, father, Vincent exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Young Master Draco has a new companion, a moving, green one, as noble as a serpent, but 100 times more dignified. It's called a vine snake. He gestured animatedly, his limited vocabulary failing to capture the elegance of the vine snake, instead pouring forth a torrent of impressions, emphasizing the remarkable illustrated guide and the majestic silhouette of the regal serpent. Old Crabbe's polishing of the scepter came to a halt. He slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his murky eyes. Draco? That spoiled little son of mine? He would have such an encounter? No, this cannot be Draco's doing. There must be Lucius behind this, or that quieter, more inscrutable eldest son, Colette. Meanwhile, in the Goyle Manor dining room, old Goyle was feasting heartily on a whole roasted turkey. Father, father, Gregory burst in like a wall, diving straight to the dining table. Eat, eat, always eating. Old Goyle ripped off a turkey leg, glaring at his son with dissatisfaction. Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you? How is young Master Draco's mood today? Good. Very good. As Gregory seized the turkey leg from his father's hand and shoved it into his mouth, he shouted incoherently. Young Master Draco showcased his new companion, a creature named the Vine Snake, that could wield leaves as blades and was capable of evolution. Old Goyle, gnawing on a chicken bone, momentarily paused. He discarded the bone and, with greasy hands, grasped his son's collar, pulling him close, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. What did you say? Not merely a pet, but one that can grow and evolve? And there's a manual? The two patriarchs, upon hearing their foolish son's report, fell into a shared silence. It was a silence tinged with shock, jealousy, and intense ambition. As heads of their respective families, they perceived far beyond the limited vision of their two simple-minded offspring. Draco's boast was not merely a child's competition. It was a signal released by Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoy family had uncovered a secret, one that enabled the creation of formidable allies from nothing. This signaled that the Malfoy family's future power would reach unprecedented heights. As their most loyal vassals, if they could board this train early, even if just to gain a morsel of the family status, their position would be irrevocably solidified. What else did young Master Draco say? Old Crabbe's voice became hoarse, filled with urgency. Young Master Draco mentioned that it's challenging, with limited spots, but he is willing to apply for us. Apply? Old Crabbe scoffed, fully understanding. This was not an application. It was a declaration of loyalty. Lucius was testing their fidelity and foresight. Did he mention anything else? Money? The cost? On the other side, Old Goyle posed the same inquiry. Did he mention the word precious? Yes. Yes. Gregory nodded vigorously. Young Master Draco said, each one is exceedingly precious. Enough. In an instant, the two fathers grasped the Malfoy family's true intentions. Precious signified value. Value implied trade. This was not an opportunity for Draco. It was an opportunity presented to them by Lucius. A chance to demonstrate loyalty. A chance to invest in the future. 50 galleons? No, that's insufficient. Old Crabbe murmured, his eyes glinting with a gambler's fervor. That is merely enough to purchase a toy. To convey our sincerity, to showcase our resolve to Lord Lucius, this price is far too low. He abruptly stood, shouting at the house elf beside him. To the vault. Fetch 100 galleons. We are heading to Malfoy Manor at once. Remember, this is not for young Master Draco, but an investment for the Malfoy family. On the other side, Old Goyle made the same resolution. 100 galleons. Quick, go retrieve them. He commanded the heir, before the other families receive word. We must be the first to present our loyalty to Lucius Malfoy. The house elves of both families sprang into action immediately. Moments later, 2 heavy bags of gold coins were placed before Crabbe and Goyle, who without a hint of hesitation, seized the bags and strode purposefully towards the fireplace. Their intention was not to meet Draco, but rather their master, Lucius Malfoy. They sought to acquire, in the most direct manner, a ticket to their family's future. Chapter 8, The King's Ticket. The study door was gently closed, and Colette's departing footsteps faded away in the corridor. Lucius sat alone in the vast shadows, his gray eyes fixated on the incubator, emanating a soft glow upon the table. His icy fingertips brushed against the smooth shell, the constant temperature seemingly forming an order beyond his comprehension. The key was now in hand. All that remained was to wait. A faint pop resonated in the room as the house elf Dobby appeared in the corner, his large, tennis ball-sized eyes filled with trepidation. Master, Dobby's voice trembled. Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle have arrived and are waiting for you in the drawing room. Lucius's fingers halted above the incubator. Crabbe and Goyle? He recalled Draco's clumsy yet effective display earlier that afternoon, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the direction Colette had just vacated. It was all part of the eldest son's scheme. The drawing room of Malfoy Manor was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Old Crabbe and Old Goyle, notorious for their ruthlessness in the outside world, now resembled prisoners awaiting judgment, daring only to perch on the edge of the velvet sofa. Sweat soaked the collars of their lavish wizarding robes, and no amount of roaring flames from the fireplace could provide them warmth. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Each step felt like a weight upon their hearts. Lucius Malfoy's silhouette appeared at the doorway, pausing before entering. Shadows obscured much of his face, save for his gray eyes, which glimmered like shards of frost, coldly surveying the drawing room. Good evening, gentlemen. His voice, though not loud, jolted Crabbe and Goyle from their seats as if struck by electricity. My lord Lucius. They both bowed in unison, their postures humble to the ground. He walked directly to the fireplace, not sparing a glance at them, merely extending his hand to warm himself by the flames. To arrive at such an hour must mean there are urgent matters at hand. Old Crab and Old Goyle exchanged a glance that conveyed their shared resolve. Crab stepped forward, producing a heavy bag from within his robes. My Lord Lucius, this is a token from the Crab family. Following suit, Old Goyle presented another equally substantial bag. The Goyle family will forever follow in the footsteps of the Malfoys. The two bags were cautiously placed upon the coffee table beside Lucius, the dull thud of colliding galleons resonating sharply in the silence. At last, Lucius turned slightly, casting a glance at the two bags of gold, his expression inscrutable. 100 galleons. A single share. This was no mere pocket money. It was a pledge of loyalty. He did not touch the bags, instead pacing around the table, his cane tracing silent arcs upon the carpet. His silence bore a more oppressive weight than any inquiry. The hand of Colette. The child had moved more swiftly and ruthlessly than he had anticipated, quickly turning his ambitions towards the family's vassals. A flicker of discontent coursed through Lucius. The legacy of Merlin, still precarious in its foundation, was something he himself was still navigating. It was unwise to be so ostentatious. Yet, upon reflection, if it were to be fed to these most loyal hounds, perhaps it would not be remiss, provided they could extract a sufficient price. Your son visited this afternoon. Lucius finally spoke, his tone as flat as a discussion about the weather, yet it rendered both men drenched in cold sweat. They had encountered Draco's new companion. Master Draco is a prodigious talent. He rightly deserves this honor. Old Crab interjected, eager to curry favor. Indeed, the young master is destined for greatness. Old Goyle quickly concurred. Greatness? Lucius let out a chilling laugh that sent a jolt through both men. Do you think that as a pet one can casually procure from the street? He halted, towering over them, his gray eyes radiating a near-divine coldness. That is the legacy left by Merlin, a selection of bloodlines and destinies. Merlin, the very mention of the name, thundered in their minds. They instantly comprehended why Draco's companion was so extraordinary, and in that moment, they grasped the terrifying secrets held by the Malfoy family. Lord Lucius, Old Goyle's voice trembled, a maelstrom of greed and fear swirling in his eyes. Do our children have a chance? Lucius turned away, leaving them with a solitary, haughty silhouette. A chance is never free. His voice deepened, laden with seduction, as if he were reciting a devil's contract. The seeds of Merlin are not mere cabbages from a field. They are exceedingly rare. According to ancient law, one may only appear approximately once a month. He had lied. Colette had informed him of a weekly occurrence. But he understood the principle of rarity. Moreover, not every seed could yield a dragon. Some might merely produce useless ornamental plants. He emphasized his words. Can your family bear the risks involved? Risks? Crab and Goyle exchanged glances, seeing the same madness reflected in each other's eyes. In the face of Merlin's legacy, any risk was, in fact, an opportunity. Even if it were merely an ornamental plant, it would bear the mark of Merlin, sufficient to elevate their family within the pure blood circles. We are willing to bear it. They nearly shouted, fearful that a moment's hesitation would allow the opportunity to slip away. Excellent. Lucius was pleased with their response, slowly turning, a victorious smile gracing his face, one that only a conqueror could wear. In light of your family's generations of loyalty, I shall grant you a chance. Next month, the newly emerged seeds will be allocated through an internal auction. Only the most loyal allies of the Malfoy family will be permitted to attend. An auction. The two words caused Crab and Goyle's hearts to nearly leap from their throats. They comprehended that loyalty could be quantified. Loyalty equated to gold galleons. Of course, Lucius added, each word was meticulously considered. To avoid drawing the attention of the fools at the Ministry of Magic, and to facilitate the children in forging bonds with their new companions. This opportunity was exclusively available to the next generation. His intention was not to act as a merchant, but rather to be the sovereign who establishes the rules. By controlling these future heirs of noble families, he would indirectly tighten his grip around the throats of the entire pure-blood aristocracy. We understand. We shall comply with your arrangements. Master Lucius, Crab and Goyle exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they could already envision their sons commanding respect at Hogwarts, thus elevating their family status. Then, these two bags of coins. Lucius cast a disinterested glance at the money bags on the table. Consider it your prepayment for your son's admission. He pronounced it lightly, as if it were not 200 galleons, but merely 20 nuts. Thank you, Master Lucius. The two, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, bowed deeply once more and then cautiously retreated from the drawing room. The chamber returned to silence. Lucius approached the coffee table and lifted the two heavy bags of coins. 200 galleons, merely for an ethereal qualification. Truly, a pack of foolish and greedy wolves. Yet, He relished the sensation of manipulating everyone at his fingertips. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a figure. Colette had quietly emerged from the shadows of the drawing room. Like an elegant statue, his sea-blue eyes shining astonishingly in the dim light. "Father, I heard Dobby mention that we have guests," he inquired, his tone as innocent as a curious child utterly oblivious to the ways of the world. "Crabbe and Goyle," Lucius replied, his expression unchanged. "They came to discuss investments in family businesses." "Oh, investments?" Colette stepped forth from the shadows, approaching his father with his signature merchant-like smile. "That is commendable. After all, monopolizing a new industry necessitates substantial initial capital investment." He paused, extending a finger to lightly dust off non-existent specks of dust from his father's robes. Of course, as the exclusive supplier of all this, he raised his gaze, his sea-blue eyes brimming with unmasked shrewdness. "I believe it is entirely reasonable for me to charge a modest intermediary fee, along with corresponding supply handling charges, is it not, Father?" Chapter 9. The Merchant's Pact. The atmosphere in the drawing room became utterly still, rendered immobile by Colette's nonchalant words. Lucius Malfoy slowly turned around, a silent storm brewing within his gray pupils. For the first time, he scrutinized his eldest son with utmost seriousness. On that handsome face, inherited from the finest bloodlines of the Malfoys and Blacks, rested a smile that belied his mere 10 years. It was neither the innocence of childhood nor the hesitance of youth, but rather a composure belonging to an adult merchant who deftly manipulates all the rules. He was not making a request. He was engaging in an irresistible business negotiation with the utmost elegance. A supplier of exclusive goods, having witnessed his general agent, his own father, secure 2 lucrative contracts, approached to demand a rightful share of profits dictated by the tenets of commerce. The logic was impeccable. Lucius remained silent for an extended period, long enough for the magical flames on the hearth to seem subdued by the oppressive atmosphere, their flickering tongues retreating into a low, rumbling hum. For the first time, his mind, filled for decades with the glory of pure blood lineage and familial power, was compelled to allocate a central position to the mundane yet piercing terms of profit distribution. This was no longer a paternal gift to a son, nor a head of the family nurturing an heir. It was an equal dialogue transpiring between business partners. Acknowledging this reality was, for Lucius Malfoy, more humiliating than the prospect of failure. Yet it was intermingled with a clandestine pride at witnessing the heir he had raised reveal his fangs. The successor, raised by his own hand, was challenging the order he had meticulously established through the familiar means of power and profit. Ultimately, Lucius uttered not another word. The taut lines of his sculpted visage softened momentarily in the firelight. He turned away, deliberately avoiding the sight of the 2 bags of galleons, tokens of allegiance, resting on the mahogany tea table. For that money would sully the sanctity of the impending transaction between him and Colette. From the pocket of his finely tailored wizarding robe, Lucius produced a sheet of parchment, its edges embossed with intricate golden patterns. It was a blank check from Gringotts, possessing the highest level of cashing authority bestowed upon the Malfoy family. He raised his serpent-headed wand, its tip gliding over the parchment as emerald-green magical runes flowed like living entities, ultimately coalescing into a distinct figure, 100 galleons. Lucius's voice bore little emotional inflection as he placed the check upon the table, gently pushing it towards Colette with a slender finger. "This is what you are entitled to, Mr. Supplier," he intoned evenly, yet the word supplier carried a touch of Malfoy's signature grandeur. "The 50% share from Crabbe and Goyle's entry fees. I believe this proportion adequately reflects the Malfoy family's respect for exclusive suppliers. 100 galleons. Not a handful of coins plucked at random, but a documented, verifiable check from Gringotts. This was not an act of charity, nor was it merely a contract. It was a validation of entitlement. From the moment Lucius inscribed his name, Colette Malfoy transcended the role of mere heir. He acquired the authority to independently access family funds, becoming a cog within the vast Malfoy commercial machine capable of generating and sharing profits. Colette picked up the still warm check, admiring the flowing magical runes in the firelight before elegantly folding it and placing it securely within the inner pocket of his robe, as if it were not a substantial sum, but rather an ordinary ticket to a show. "Of course, Father." He lifted his head, the cerulean depths of his eyes reflecting the flickering flames, his smile genuine and devoid of any pretense. A delightful collaboration. He straightened his posture and gazed at his father. Lucius scrutinized him intently, his complex gaze revealing a mixture of assessment, approval, and even a hint of expectation. After this night, the balance of power within Malfoy Manor had subtly shifted, and this was merely the beginning. The news of Lucius Malfoy hosting an internal auction for a mysterious magical artifact known as the Merlin legacy, spread like a drop of poison ink into clear water, at a velocity surpassing that of a raging tempest. Through the clandestine whispers of house elves, encrypted magical correspondence, and the private fireplace communication network among the aristocracy, it infiltrated the upper echelons of the pure-blood social circle across Britain, silently yet fervently. In a knocked manner, where sunlight scarcely penetrated, a study filled with the scent of musty tomes held old Nate, a gaunt man whose skeletal frame suggested he was little more than bones. His deep-set eyes glimmering with a disturbing avarice as he gripped his only son Theodore's shoulder tightly. Did Lucius himself say one seed would only be revealed in a month? His voice rasped like two rusted iron sheets scraping against one another, each word dripping with unmasked desire. Yes, father. Theodore Nate respectfully bowed his head, his 10-year-old face exhibiting a rare steadiness and somberness among his peers. Furthermore, Uncle Lucius emphasized that to forge stronger bonds, this opportunity is currently exclusive to our generation. Only to the next generation. Old Nate quietly mulled over this statement, his bony fingers nervously drumming against the armrest, producing a staccato sound. Well done, Lucius. What a cunning Lucius. He intends to tether the future of our entire family with one single rope. His breath suddenly grew labored, the greedy flame in his eyes threatening to erupt from his murky orbs, consuming his frail rationality. One seed signifies that a family's next generation will possess an overwhelming advantage at Hogwarts. Theodore, this means you will hold an unrivaled status in Slytherin, even throughout the entire school. This is our only hope for the revival of the Nate family. He shook his son's shoulders with such fervor that Theodore furrowed his brow slightly, though he adeptly concealed it. We must secure it. Theodore, immediately. Utilize every resource our family possesses. Contact our relatives in the country. Tell them I'm willing to use that collection of ancient magical manuscripts, preserved for half a century, as collateral, at any cost. Meanwhile, within the opulent drawing room of the Parkinson family, the atmosphere was equally tense. One entry ticket costs 100 galleons. Lucius has lost his mind. He is not selling items. He is committing robbery. He bellowed, the flesh on his face quivering violently with anger. But father, Pansy, adorned in a pink lace princess dress, timidly interjected, her demeanor unlike that of other girls who would fear their father's wrath. Instead, her eyes sparkled with an unusual excitement. Draco discreetly informed me that Colette mentioned this companion is capable of evolution. Evolution. The word struck like a thunderbolt, causing Mr. Parkinson to halt abruptly in his tracks. His corpulent body froze, and the fury on his face dissipated within mere seconds, replaced by an extreme exuberance akin to that of a merchant who scents blood. The glimmer of calculated greed in his small, fat-squeezed eyes was almost palpable. A creature that can grow, possess potential, and wield great power? This transcended the realm of a mere pet or guardian. This was a living family asset, one that could be inherited and continuously appreciate in value. Robbery? No. This is an investment. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for investment. He suddenly waved his large hand like a fan, issuing commands. Go. Immediately contact Gringotts and Mortgage all our shops in Nocturne Alley. What we seek is not that ludicrous admission ticket. Pansy, my precious daughter. What we desire is ultimate victory. The unique seed. That night, the Bulstrode, Flint, and Abbott families, all of whom were among the sacred 28 purebloods closely associated with the Malfoy family, succumbed to the same frenzy. This was not merely an auction. This was a gamble that would determine the familial status for the next decade, 2 decades, or even longer. An opportunity to elevate their children to the status of kings among their peers. A trump card that would position their family above others. They must acquire that expensive admission ticket, and they must seize the singular auction item. Chapter 10. The Overlord Pokémon. The tempest outside had no bearing on the facade of tranquility within the Malfoy Manor. For the ensuing week, Colette lived with the precision of a finely crafted clock forged by fairies, ticking away without a second's deviation. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the heavy velvet curtains, casting golden patches upon the carpet, he promptly accessed the system shop. The goods offered as part of the daily limited supply were mostly unremarkable. Ordinary healing potions, energy cubes of various flavors, and occasionally a notable item, such as an evolution stone or universal potion would refresh the stock. But their steep price tags and triple digits quelled any desire to redeem them for the time being. He refrained from utilizing that substantial sum, quietly cataloging these high-value items in his mind, expanding his ever-growing list of future luxury customizations. These would serve as his tools for precisely reaping the rewards from the elite wealthy. After concluding his morning rounds, it was time for his exclusive training session with Charmeleon. The vast forest behind the manor became their perfect private training ground. It was sufficiently secluded and spacious enough to allow Charmeleon to unleash its full potential. Charmeleon, focus. Colette's voice resonated calm and clear, imbued with a soothing power. Do you see the curled leaf at the tip of the third branch on the left on that white birch 30 meters away? With a spark this time. Compress the power to its utmost. Envision it as a needle rather than a ball of cotton. Upon hearing this, the little fire dragon crouched slightly, adopting a posture brimming with explosive potential. No longer eager to unleash flames as it once was, it took a deep breath, its golden pupils reflecting the distant target with clarity. It began to learn the art of contemplation and control. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide. A cluster of fire, no longer diffused but highly condensed, shot forth like a bullet, accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the air. The ember carved a strikingly precise orange-red line through the atmosphere, devoid of any curvature, as if measured by an invisible ruler, instantaneously piercing through the air and accurately incinerating the leaves that hovered several meters above the ground into nothingness. Even the surrounding foliage remained untouched by the heat wave. Such exquisite control. Ding! The little fire dragon's mastery of the skill spark has increased proficiency level 3. Intimacy with its partner, 1. The growth of the experience bar remained sluggish, but Colette paid it no mind. He reveled in the sensation. Akin to a master craftsman meticulously chiseling a raw gemstone from the very beginning, refining it bit by bit until it radiated the most dazzling brilliance, transforming into the sharpest, deadliest weapon at his disposal. The little fire dragon seemed to sense his dedication and anticipation, training with exceptional fervor. During breaks, it would eagerly approach, gently nudging its now hardening forehead against his calf. The flame at the tip of its tail danced joyfully in sync with Colette's emotions, contracting and expanding as if it were a barometer of his feelings. This unadulterated trust and bond, devoid of any ulterior motives, provided warmth that Colette had never experienced in both his lifetimes. Until the evening of the 7th day. After training, Colette retrieved the magical ruler that automatically measured data of magical creatures, preparing to document the little fire dragon's weekly growth. These figures would serve as the most direct and striking advertisement for future merchandise. However, as the golden number gradually materialized on the magical ruler, he froze, even his breath halting for a moment. 1.4 meters. Colette confirmed it 3 times, even comparing it to his own height. Indeed, this little creature, yet to evolve, stood almost level with his 10-year-old frame. Memories raced through his mind. According to the system database, the standard height for a little fire dragon was 0.6 meters. An evolved fire dinosaur averaged only 1.1 meters. Yet this unevolved little fire dragon before him had completely transcended the bounds of reason. It stood there, its form no longer that of a pudgy juvenile, but rather a lean, muscular silhouette, its limbs more robust than its peers and its claws sharper. It was no longer a creature that could be defined as a cute little lizard, but rather a burgeoning young predator, exuding an aura of dominance. Colette gently placed down the enchanted ruler and circled around the small dragon, her azure eyes swirling with the tempest within. In the realm of Archives from a previous life, there existed a unique entity far mightier, more commanding, and grander than its kin. They were the sovereigns of their clans, born leaders, and harbingers of calamity. The inhabitants of the lush regions revered them with a sense of awe, referring to them as the overlords. Colette extended her hand, delicately caressing the small dragon's warm, rough skin, distinctly sensing the formidable power that lay beneath its scales, far surpassing that of an ordinary creature. Her heart began to race, not merely from elation, but from a deeper, more fervent flame of ambition blazing within her chest, nearly consuming her reason. Her first companion was indeed a Pokémon of dominion. This was not mere fortune. It was the system's unequivocal declaration that she was destined to stand atop all others. Very well, Colette murmured softly, a tremor in her voice that even she was unaware of, gazing at the small dragon, as if beholding the future monarch. A week swiftly passed amidst the rustling of the golden leaves and the whispers of the ambitious. The day of the auction had arrived. Before the grand, intricately wrought iron gates of Malfoy Manor, an array of splendid magical carriages had already gathered, shrouded in the morning mist that had yet to disperse. Crab, Goyle, not Parkinson, Bulstrode, and Flint, heads of pure-blood families capable of causing a minor tremor in the magical world with their mere presence, arrived one after another, accompanied by their promising heirs. Their expressions bore no traces of the ease typically found at a banquet. Instead, they were laden with the gravity and vigilance befitting a battlefield. Each one regarded the others with eyes full of testing, calculation, and unmasked hostility. Just yesterday, they may have been sharing a table, savoring elven-crafted wine while discussing the latest developments within the Ministry of Magic. But today, they were sworn adversaries vying for the future. Draco stood at the entrance, adorned in a freshly tailored emerald green velvet robe, personally selected by his mother, Narcissa. His platinum hair was slicked back with gel, gleaming meticulously. He strained to puff out his small chest, attempting to emulate his father Lucius's demeanor, welcoming those relatives he would usually regard with deference with an air of superiority. Yet his meager presence was as fragile as a damp parchment before these cunning old foxes steeped in the intrigues of power for decades. No one truly paid him heed. The heads of families merely nodded at him in a perfunctory manner, their gazes swiftly darting past him into the depths of the manor, seeking the true master and the source of today's grand gamble. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the doors to the banquet hall of the manor slowly swung open, propelled by silent magic. Unlike the opulent galas of yore, today's hall was arranged to resemble a stark, merciless coliseum. Rows of chairs draped in deep purple velvet were neatly aligned, and at the forefront stood a platform, elevated by magic, adorned with heavy black silk. There were no flowers, no music, only an oppressive silence. The heads of families, accompanied by their children, sat down in silence. In the vast hall, the only sounds were the rustling of fabric and the heavy breaths of the attendees. The air was thick with the acrid scent of galleons, mingling with the sourness of ambition and the heady aroma of expensive perfumes, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the room fell silent. A figure emerged on the podium, as if a deity had stepped out from the shadows. Lucius Malfoy, clad in a perfectly tailored black robe. His platinum hair cascaded neatly over his shoulders, and his cold gray eyes swept over the crowd like a general surveying his troops. He spoke not a word, merely striking the ground with his serpent-headed cane. The sound reverberated, and all whispers ceased instantly. Lucius surveyed the eager, greedy, and frenzied eyes before him, a cold smirk gracing his lips, a smile belonging to a victor. Gentlemen, his voice, though not loud, resonated through the magical air, carrying an undeniable authority. Welcome to he paused, relishing the power he wielded over the assembly, before articulating the phrase that would send them into a frenzy. The place where the future is decided. Chapter 11. The King's Theater in the Beast's Arena. Lucius Malfoy's voice fell like the gavel of a judge in the hushed banquet hall. The place where the future is decided. This declaration splashed into the atmosphere like a drop of hot oil into icy water, shattering the concoction of galleons, ambition, and fear that hung in the air. The hearts of every pure-blood patriarch present burned with the fervor of a fire named future. Lucius reveled in this effect. He spoke no further, merely raising his hand to deliver an elegant snap. With a flash of light, the house elf Dobby appeared as if conjured from thin air. Clad in a filthy pillowcase, his small frame trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. Yet his scarred hands held aloft a soft cushion crafted from deep purple velvet with a near-sacred grace. At the center of the cushion lay an egg, entirely azure and as smooth as a polished mirror, as if sculpted from a single block of the purest sapphire. Silvery veins coursed over its surface like a miniature galaxy sealed within amber. Most peculiar was the palpable surge of pure and immense magical energy that radiated forth upon its appearance. The flickering candle flames stilled, the temperature plummeted several degrees, and tiny ice crystals formed in the air, landing upon the guests' robes, bringing with them a biting chill. In an instant, all breath ceased. Eyes were riveted upon the cerulean egg, unmasked greed and desire reflected in their depths, akin to a pack of wolves starved for centuries finally catching the scent of flesh. Starting bid. Lucius's cold voice resonated once more, delineating the rules for the impending bloody contest. 500 galleons. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 50. No sooner had he spoken than a voice cried out, 600. In the corner, the head of the Flint family sprang into action, his voice tinged with an urgent pitch. His son, Marcus Flint, was poised to become Slytherin's Seeker next year, and if he were to secure this advantage, his reputation within Slytherin would undoubtedly soar once more. The honor and influence that lay behind this opportunity were worth far more than a mere few hundred galleons. 700. Mr. Parkinson nearly shouted, his corpulent form tightly encased in formal attire, trembling violently, with small eyes glinting with the frenzied gleam of a merchant beholding a rare treasure. He had calculated that, if managed correctly, This acquisition could yield return for the family at least tenfold. 850. A grim voice interjected. Old Knot's skeletal visage, with sunken eye sockets, seemed to ignite with two flickering green flames. Money? He was indifferent. What mattered to him was power, the failures of his master. The fall of the Knot family. He attributed all these misfortunes to a lack of strength. He sought to use this miracle to cleanse his family of all disgrace. He wished for his son, Theodore, to become Hogwarts' most radiant star next year, compelling everyone to remember the weight of the Knot name. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500. The numbers surged uncontrollably, like a wild incantation, echoing through the banquet hall. The dignified individuals who could easily displace a few department heads at the Ministry of Magic had now completely shed their masks of elegance and restraint. They were no longer aristocrats, but rather a pack of beasts, frantically clawing at each other in a gladiatorial arena for the sole sustenance of victory. The cries of bidding grew increasingly hoarse and frenzied. These figures were no longer mere galleons. They represented the roar of family honor and future aspirations. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the banquet hall, behind a one-way enchanted glass, Colette Malfoy lounged comfortably in a Lewis XIV-style armchair, delicately holding a cup of perfectly brewed tea delivered by a house elf. The cacophony of frantic shouts below was to him the most delightful symphony in the world. He could clearly see old Knot's face, contorted with excitement, and Mr. Parkinson's neck swelling to a deep hue of liver as he reacted to each increase from his rival. He could even observe the second-rate pure-blood patriarchs, their expressions shifting from hope to struggle, ultimately descending into a desolate silence amidst the bidding frenzy. These old foxes understood better than anyone what being first truly meant. One step ahead, every step ahead. Whoever could seize this first miraculous seed, which he had aptly named Merlin, would grant their heir an unassailable advantage at Hogwarts. Apart from the Malfoy lineage, this was not merely a powerful magical companion. It symbolized a new identity, an embryonic form of power that transcended all traditional wizards. While your classmates reveled in mastering a clumsy levitation charm, you would already be accompanied by a miracle capable of spewing flames and summoning vine whips. Colette once described this scene to his father, Lucius, with a nonchalant remark. The disparity was so profound that any proud pure-blood heir would willingly bow in submission, rallying under the banner of the powerful. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Colette gently swirled the red tea in his cup, his azure eyes reflecting the grotesque spectacle below. Remaining unfazed, the door behind him was abruptly thrust open, and Draco rushed in like a whirlwind, his platinum hair tousled. He scanned the chaotic scene downstairs, his small face a mix of shock and a sense of pride, but it quickly transformed into disdain. A bunch of unsophisticated fools. Draco tilted his chin and settled into the chair beside his brother, his legs swinging playfully. Is it really worth all this fuss for a blue egg? My vine snake is the epitome of elegance and nobility. It can wield its tendrils and even fly with its razor leaves. Colette cast him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Oh, can your vine snake help father earn 3,000 galleons? Draco's expression fell instantly, and he mumbled, well, it's still small. Cool me. Sit properly, Colette chuckled softly, beckoning him over. Pay close attention. This is far more valuable than anything you might learn in any defense against the dark arts class. Learning to see through people's hearts is more important than mastering 100 spells. Although Draco protested verbally, he obediently leaned in, his eyes fixed intently on the scene below. Look at that knot, Colette said, gesturing with his chin. He is not bidding with money. He is gambling with his family's honor. He can afford to lose money, but he cannot afford to lose dignity. A gambler, a businessman. Who do you think will prevail? Draco nodded, though somewhat perplexed. He felt his brother knew everything, even more than their father. Observing the uncharacteristic behavior of the usually esteemed uncles below, a peculiar sense of superiority welled within him. So that egg is really more powerful than my vine snake? He couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with disbelief and curiosity. It may not hold value now, but its future is priceless, Colette replied, taking a sip of his tea leisurely. What I am selling to them is not merely an egg, Draco. It is a promise that will elevate their child to greatness. For that, they are willing to sacrifice everything. At that moment, the bidding downstairs surged to a new height. 2,500 galleons. Old Knot's voice was hoarse, akin to a winded beast cornered in desperation. Fixated on the blue egg on the platform. 2,600. Mr. Parkinson was not to be outdone, rising to his feet, his corpulent frame trembling with rage. Draco clenched his fists tightly, a wave of tension washing over him. Yet, Colette set down his teacup, leaning back in his chair, and spoke calmly. The Knott family is destined to win. Why? Draco asked, puzzled. Uncle Parkinson is still bidding. Because. In Colette's azure eyes flickered a cold insight that seemed to pierce through all veils of deceit. Mr. Parkinson held his affection for the galleons above that for his own daughter. As for old Knott, he was ready to sacrifice his last galleon for the future of his son. No sooner had the words left his lips than a final roar of desperation erupted from below. 3,000 galleons. The banquet hall fell into an immediate silence, as if the very essence of life had been extinguished, resonating with a finality and madness that echoed in every ear. Chapter 12. The Game of the Trump Card and the New King. 3,000 galleons. This figure struck the assembly like a powerful spell of stupor, sending the room into a profound stillness. Even the sound of breathing ceased. Mr. Parkinson opened his mouth, producing only a series of strangled sounds from his throat, ultimately unable to articulate a single word. He slumped into his chair, as lifeless as a butchered pig, his face ashen. Beside him, Pansy Parkinson, whose countenance usually radiated arrogance, now bore the marks of disappointment and resentment. 3,000 galleons. This amount exceeded the limits of his liquid assets. Beyond this, he would have to liquidate the family's ordinary enterprises, a move that would undermine the very foundation of the Parkinson legacy. To gamble the certainty of the present for an uncertain future was an unthinkable risk for a businessman like him. Lucius's icy gaze swept across the room, lingering for 2 seconds on Parkinson's pallid visage. 3,000 galleons once. His voice was clear and steady. 3,000 galleons twice. Slowly, he raised his serpent-headed cane, preparing to strike. All eyes converged upon the tip of the staff, as though it were not merely an ornament, but a guillotine poised to herald the dawn of a new era. 3,000. Sold. The cane fell heavily, the tip striking the marble floor with a dull finality that pronounced a verdict. Thud! At the sound, old Knott seemed to be stripped of all his bones. Collapsing limply into his chair, he gasped for air, sweat soaking through his opulent robe, his expression a grotesque blend of exhaustion and madness. He had won, at any cost. He had secured the first trump card for the Knott family's future. Lucius paid no heed to his discomposure, merely nodding slightly in his direction, his voice devoid of any emotion. Mr. Knott, please allow your heir to step forward and claim his future. The brooding boy, Theodore Knott, who had remained quietly seated beside his father, as if detached from the world around him, slowly rose. Under the envious, jealous, and even resentful gazes of his peers, he ascended the podium step by step. His face betrayed no hint of joy, nor an ounce of excitement. He simply extended his hand, adopting an almost indifferent demeanor, cradling the blue egg valued at 3,000 galleons as if it were not a priceless marvel, but rather something that had long been destined to be his. Or perhaps, a burden too heavy for him to bear. After the conclusion of the auction, the atmosphere in the banquet hall did not dissipate. Rather, it grew more intricate. The defeated gathered in small clusters, muttering curses against Knott's madness or lamenting their own indecision. Meanwhile, some astute individuals began to discreetly approach Lucius. Lucius, my dear friend, Mr. Parkinson, who moments ago wore a pallid visage, now approached with a genial smile, wine glass in hand. What a magnificent performance! The Malfoy family's endeavors never cease to astonish. I wonder when the next Merlin-esque seed will be cultivated? You know, the Parkinson family has always been the most loyal friends of the Malfoys. Lucius merely nodded with a reserved demeanor, neither affirming nor denying. Colette descended from the second floor with Draco, immediately becoming the center of attention. Colette, a voice, crisp and melodic, laced with just the right amount of admiration, called out. Colette turned to see a golden-haired girl clad in a pale gold gown gracefully approaching him. She appeared to be of similar age to Colette, her features refined like a porcelain doll displayed in a shop window, particularly her sky-blue eyes, clear as the thawing ice of early spring, brimming with gentle warmth. Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28 and his nominal fiancée. Daphne, Colette nodded slightly, adorned with an impeccable aristocratic smile. The scene earlier was truly astonishing. Daphne stood beside him, her tone filled with wonder. Mr. Knott nearly wagered his entire family for that egg. Colette, you are remarkable. Was all of this your idea? Her eyes sparkled with admiration for strength and unreserved trust, akin to a kitten wagging its tail upon seeing its master. Merely a child's game, Colette responded with a calm demeanor. Not a game at all. Daphne pouted slightly, appearing somewhat endearing. I just saw Mrs. Parkinson go pale with anger. It seemed Mr. Parkinson had to temporarily pawn her ring. It almost led to a brawl. She paused, inching closer, and lowered her voice to a whisper that only they could hear. By the way, Colette, Father said that next time there's such an entertaining event, the Greengrass family must be included. He mentioned that even the finest seeds require fertile soil to grow swiftly, and our family possesses ample soil. After speaking, she blinked, as if merely relaying a trivial remark, then stepped back, resuming her gentle demeanor with a sweet smile. A smirk of feline amusement crept onto Colette's lips. How intriguing. This fiancé, far from the naive facade she projected, conveyed the most precise business signals in the most innocent tone. The Greengrass family wished to invest. Colette maintained her unflappable smile. I shall consider it. Indeed, Daphne smiled sweetly, as if she had received a grand promise. Contentedly retreating to the side to continue embodying her perfect, pure-blooded lady persona, while secretly exhaling in relief, knowing her task had been accomplished. Lucius had long instructed the house elf to place a hefty pouch made of dragon hide upon his desk. Inside were 3,000 gleaming galleons. Colette did not bother to count. He merely sat down, conjuring in his mind the interface that only he could perceive. Pokémon Shop. Current galleon balance, 3,000. Current host points, 68. His gaze fell upon another tab of the shop interface. Daily specials, galleon spending zone. Today's offerings. 1 Moo Milk X12. Price, 5 galleons per bottle. Description, a gift from the Great Milk Vat, nutritious and healthy. Capable of restoring a small amount of stamina and improving mood. 2 Vitality Roots X3. Price, 20 galleons per root. Description, a very bitter herbal root. Capable of restoring a substantial amount of stamina, though your Pokémon may come to despise you. 3 Strength Enhancer, small, X1, price, 100 galleons. Description, a nutrient product infused with mysterious powers, able to enhance base attack values. A bit pricey, but truly worth the investment. 4 TM Fragment, Spark X1, price, 300 galleons. Description, collect 3 pieces to synthesize the TM Spark. Why not sell the finished product directly? Because the feeling of installment payments is simply delightful, is it not? System notification. By spending in a galleon shop or utilizing items produced by the shop to train Pokémon, wealth can be converted into host points. The conversion ratio depends on spending efficiency and training outcomes. This was his true gameplay, using the wizard's money to purchase items from his shop, feeding his Pokémon, transforming wealth into his own strength and points. The points could then be used in another exclusive point shop to exchange for truly extraordinary items. Point Redemption Shop, host exclusive. TM, Dragon Dance, price 1,000 points. Ability Capsule, price 300 points. Rare Candy, price 100 points. Colette gazed at the predominantly gray redemption list, smiling silently. 3,000 galleons. System. Purchase 12 bottles of Moo Milk, 3 Vitality Roots, 1 Strength Enhancer, and 1 TM Fragment. Ding. Spent 520 galleons. Balance, 2,480 galleons. A collection of bottles, jars, and a chip-like fragment materialized on the desk. Colette picked up the small bottle of Strength Enhancer and retrieved the Pokeball containing his dominant Charmeleon from his pocket. With a flash of light, Charmeleon appeared on the carpet, curiously surveying its surroundings. Hey, come here, Charmeleon, give this a try. Colette crouched down, unscrewing the cap of the enhancer. A peculiar aroma wafted out, causing Charmeleon's nose to twitch as it eagerly approached, extending its tongue to taste. In the next instant, its eyes suddenly gleamed, and it consumed every last drop of the liquid from the bottle. A warm current surged through the little fire dragon, eliciting a satisfied cry. And the flames on its tail erupted, soaring half a foot higher. Ding! The little fire dragon has consumed a power enhancer, small, increasing its base attack value by 1. Ding! The host has completed a highly efficient investment in cultivation, gaining a conversion of points. 52 points. Current host points, 120. Colette observed the fluctuation of his point balance, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed the king's game, using the enemy's resources to forge his own crown. He understood that from this day forth, he had personally ushered in a brand new era. He would be the sole sovereign of this new age. Chapter 13, The Miracle of a Father. He unfastened the silver, serpent-shaped clasp at his collar, his movements tinged with impatience. Pouring himself a generous glass of fiery whiskey, he opted against ice, allowing the amber liquid to swirl within the crystal glass, reflecting his face, which appeared slightly pallid due to intense concentration. While it was delightful to manipulate fools like Nort and opportunists like Parkinson at will, the mental toll of directing this entire drama was far greater than he had anticipated. The heads of those pure-blood families resembled carrion birds. Keenly sensing the scent of blood, he had to remain perpetually vigilant, ensuring he was the sole hunter, rather than the prey to be devoured. At present, he required a definitive outcome, one that would validate his decision to relinquish the dignity of the Malfoy patriarch, to tacitly endorse his eldest son's unorthodox ventures, and even to establish a precarious balance of power with him. His gaze instinctively crossed the vast desk, ensconced in Norwegian black dragon hide, fixating on the quietly operational incubator. A gentle magical aura enveloped the ominous purple sprite egg, everything remaining tranquil as before. Lucius felt no disappointment. Rather, he silently exhaled in relief. Ancient miracles were rightfully entitled to their reserve. He lifted his glass, the sharp aroma of the whiskey lingering at his nostrils, preparing to savor the elusive aftertaste of this hard-won victory, rewarding his weary nerves. Just then a low, powerful hum resonated without warning from the incubator, a sound not a mechanical vibration, but akin to the first murmurs of a slumbering, colossal beast stirring within. The status indicator atop the incubator shifted from a steady cerulean to a frantic flickering, pulsating with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a racing heartbeat. Lucius's hand, holding the glass, froze mid-air, the liquid rippling within the cup due to his rigid wrist. In the next moment, he slammed the glass onto the desk, amber liquid splattering. Yet he remained indifferent. The ingrained composure and elegance that typically defined him had vanished. He nearly rushed to the desk, leaning forward, his gray eyes fixated intently on the scene within the incubator. The strange black markings on the surface of the eggshell seemed to have come alive, flowing like ink. The color, so deep it appeared as though it might drip black fluid. The air within the study seemed to have solidified, the flame of the candle bending to one side under an invisible current. Lucius could even sense that the dark magical artifacts he had gathered in his secret chamber were emitting faint yet excited mournful cries, resonating with the impending aura about to break free. A soft crack echoed, delicate yet clear, like a gentle tap upon the eardrum. A lightning-like fissure erupted at the apex of the shell. Lucius instinctively held his breath, his heartbeat drumming like a war march. This was an emotion he had not experienced in a long time, unrelated to political maneuvers or matters of life and death, merely an exquisite anticipation for an unknown miracle. It was even more exhilarating than the first time he raised his wand or cast an unforgivable curse. The crackling intensified, no longer a quiet spread, but a violent tearing, akin to a spider's web, rapidly covering the entire shell in mere seconds. The gentle magical glow was supplanted by a deeper violet radiance seeping through the fissures. At last, accompanied by a crisp pop, reminiscent of champagne cork, the upper half of the shell was forcefully thrust aside by a gentle power, tumbling to the ground. A small, entirely deep purple head cautiously emerged from the shattered shell. It was a snake, a beautiful and deadly serpent, unlike any he had encountered in any magical bestiary. It was hardly longer than a brand new wand, its slender body brimming with strength. Each scale was as finely polished as amethyst, capable of absorbing the candlelight, only reflecting a faint purple glow at the edges. It swayed its rounded little head, its large golden eyes, shaped like sharp vertical slits, filled with naive curiosity, surveying this cold and opulent new world. Then it beheld Lucius. Their eyes met. Hiss! It opened its small mouth, emitting a tender yet piercing hiss. A bright red forked tongue darted out like a tiny lightning bolt, quivering in the air as it gathered information. An indistinct energy wave, imbued with a peculiar sweet and metallic scent, radiated from its center, spreading assertively. The dark magical power within Lucius surged in an instant. They transformed from reluctant minions in need of his control to jubilant devotees, eagerly resonating with that wave of energy, producing a faint yet ecstatic rhythm. It was poison. At that moment, Lucius's heart, swollen with the triumph of the auction, was truly filled with a primal and pure ecstasy known as possession. This was his miracle, a true embodiment of the Slytherin spirit, a lethal companion in harmony with the Malfoy lineage, the embodiment of power. He slowly extended a finger, his movements unprecedentedly cautious, attempting to touch this newly emerged little being. The small snake's golden slit pupils suddenly narrowed, warily arching its back, raising its head. The bright yellow ring at the tip of its tail slightly curling up, like a dangerous warning filled to the brim with tension. A hissing low, threatening sound emanated from its throat. Lucius paused in his actions, not in anger, but rather with a soft chuckle that reverberated through his chest, evolving from a restrained sound into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha! A temper, splendid. This is the companion a Malfoy ought to possess. Not a whimpering pet, but an ally to be conquered. This laughter dispelled the fatigue and scheming of recent days, leaving only the purest joy. He realized that from this very night, he was no longer merely the master of the Malfoy estate or a director of the Ministry of Magic. He had acquired a captivating new identity, a possessor of a powerful creature. The acrid liquid burned his throat, yet it paled in comparison to the fervor igniting within him at that moment. Throughout the latter half of the night, Lucius did not close his eyes. He remained seated in his study, observing as the small serpent gradually adapted to its new surroundings. It slithered out of the incubator, its slender body gliding silently across the opulent Persian carpet. Curiously, it probed the carved serpentine patterns on the desk's legs with its tongue, coiling itself within the eye socket of a human skull, its golden eyes shimmering in the darkness like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Every movement it made exuded a lethal elegance. However, Lucius keenly noticed that its motions were becoming increasingly sluggish. It was hungry and weak. This realization tightened his heart. He could not allow his miracle to perish so prematurely. Instantly, he thought of his eldest son, Colette, who always managed to produce the most peculiar items. An idea began to take shape in his mind. This night was destined to be sleepless for the master of Malfoy Manor. Chapter 14. The first order from a major client. The following morning, as dawn broke, Colette was diligently engaged in his morning studies within his chamber. Before him lay not a mountain of spellbooks, but rather a vast expanse of parchment, intricately inscribed with a complex web diagram. At the center was the surname Malfoy, from which dozens of lines extended, connecting names of various pure-blood families such as Parkinson, Knott, and Greengrass. Beside each name, annotations in varying ink colors detailed asset assessments, familial vulnerabilities, and character analyses of heirs in a dense script. Colette gently tapped the name Greengrass with his fingertip, the innocent and radiant visage of Daphne flooding his mind. Even the finest seeds require fertile soil. What a clever girl she is. She was not merely relaying a message. She was reminding him that the value of the Greengrass family extended far beyond being mere bidders at an auction. Just then, a slight commotion interrupted his thoughts. A gentle nudge from the little dragon's head against his calf was accompanied by a discontented croak from its throat. All right, I am coming. Colette rolled up the parchment, the shrewdness of a businessman on his face instantly replaced by a warm smile. He retrieved a glass bottle adorned with an endearing cow motif from the storage space and poured the warm moo milk into an exquisitely crafted silver bowl, intricately engraved with vine patterns. The little fire dragon eagerly approached, extending its tongue to lap up the milk with a delightful fervor, its tail as flames dancing joyfully, casting a warm orange hue upon the carpet. Drink slowly. No dragon is competing with you. Colette gently rubbed its warm head, savoring the pure sense of dependence it exuded. Come in. The door swung open to reveal his father, Lucius Malfoy, which took Colette by surprise. At this hour, his father was typically occupied with signing documents using a rare white peacock feather quill or engaging in encrypted communications with some dark wizard from the European continent. Lucius's presence seemed to chill the air within the room. His gaze was immediately drawn to the harmonious scene of boy and dragon on the carpet. He observed the little fire dragon, now content and invigorated after drinking the milk, its tail flames seemingly more vibrant. A flicker of barely perceptible emotion passing through his gray eyes. Good morning, father. Colette stood, maintaining a respectful composure. Lucius nodded with restrained acknowledgement, his attention still fixated on the fire dragon. What are you feeding it? Moo milk, a remarkably effective nutritional supplement. It can restore energy in small quantities, elevate mood, and promote the growth of juvenile creatures. Pokémon adore it. Bring me several bottles. Lucius commanded in his authoritative tone. Of course. A flawless merchant's smile graced Colette's face. The price is 5 galleons per bottle. Lucius raised an eyebrow, clearly questioning this price. Yet upon recalling the ailing little snake in his study, he retrieved a heavy pouch of coins from within his robe. Counting out 25 golden galleons, he tossed them onto the table, the sound of clinking coins resonating pleasingly. Start with 5 bottles. Colette cheerfully accepted the coins, and with a wave of his hand, 5 identical bottles of milk appeared neatly on the table. Lucius picked up a bottle, but did not depart immediately. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, the pride in his demeanor making it difficult for him to inquire. Finally, he adopted a commanding tone and asked, "What is the name of your brother's red iron box that reveals their details?" The Pokédex, basic version. Colette's smile deepened. He knew he had hooked a significant client. The price is 50 galleons, which includes a user manual and my exclusive after-sales guidance. This time, Lucius did not even raise an eyebrow. He directly tore a signed check from his checkbook, nonchalantly flicking it over with 2 fingers, as though it were not 50 galleons, but 50 nuts. It's a deal. Colette accepted the check, admiring the signature before magically producing a brand new Pokédex and handing it to him. Pleasure doing business, father. As a token of appreciation for being my first major client, I offer you a friendly tip. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, the cerulean glint in his eyes hinting at mischief. Newly hatched Pokémon are remarkably fragile. They will remember the first person who nourished them. Lucius, clutching the Pokédex and a bottle of milk, cast a lingering glance at him before turning away, managing to squeeze out a single utterance from his throat. Understood. Mimicking Colette's manner, Lucius awkwardly twisted open a bottle of milk, pouring a small amount into the cap and clumsily nudging it towards the creature. The little serpent, cautious, sniffed the air. The sweet aroma evidently held an irresistible allure. After a moment's hesitation, it extended its bright red tongue, tentatively licking the milk. In the next instant, its golden eyes narrowed contentedly, and it began to drink voraciously. Witnessing this scene, Lucius felt a sense of fulfillment surpassing even the most lucrative business deal. He then picked up the red metal box, following the instructions to open it, directing it towards the milk-drinking serpent. The Pokédex emitted a beep, and a cool, alluring female voice resonated, starkly contrasting with the mechanical tone he had anticipated. Scan complete. Arbok, the Cobra Pokémon. Poison type. Description: it can intimidate foes by raising the upper half of its body. Once an adversary reveals a weakness out of fear, it ensnares them with its iron-like body and delivers a finishing bite infused with potent venom. Ability: intimidate. When it appears on a battlefield, its formidable aura unnerves opponents, diminishing their attack capabilities. Learn moves: glare, bind. Potential assessment: extremely high. This individual possesses a rare mutated lineage, with its toxins containing trace amounts of soul corrosive properties. Focus training is advised. Intimidate. Soul corrosion. Lucius mulled over these words, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. What could be more aligned with the Malfoy ethos than instilling fear before battle, winning without bloodshed? Satisfied, he closed the Pokédex. Just as Dobby appeared with a pop in the corner, his diminutive form trembling like a leaf in the wind. Master, Miss Granger sent a message, wishing to discuss with young Master Colette. Lucius was reminded of last night's events and promptly instructed Dobby to summon Colette. Shortly thereafter, Colette entered the study, immediately spotting the harmonious scene of one person and one serpent on the carpet. The Arbok had finished the milk and was affectionately nudging Lucius's fingers. Colette smiled, stating, "The Greengrass family wishes to join us." Lucius cut to the chase, gesturing towards the letter on the table. Daphne had hinted in her correspondence that they possessed ample resources. They certainly desired to be involved. Colette chuckled, her cerulean eyes sparkling with strategic brilliance. The auction slots were mere lottery tickets for ordinary allies, a form of grace. However, the Greengrass family was different. They would soon become our kin, our core allies. For such pivotal allies, we must naturally extend privileges. He paused, raising a finger as if grasping a scepter. I intend to grant them seed reservation services. Bypassing the auction, I secured a high-quality egg through direct negotiation. Naturally, the price for such privilege varies. 500 galleons for a reservation slot. This price does not merely reflect the egg's value, but embodies our earnestness towards our esteemed allies and the alignment with their noble status. Skipping the auction and directly finalizing the deal signifies genuine preferential treatment for our top allies, a true emblem of status. Lucius cast a penetrating glance at him. This eldest son has already begun to adeptly wield the power bestowed upon him to weave his own network of interests, more swiftly and ruthlessly than he had anticipated. Very well. Lucius waved his hand, displaying a hint of impatience, his attention captivated once more by a small snake on the carpet. Gently tugging at his finger with its tail, "You shall make these decisions. From now on, all investments from the vassal families will be under your complete authority." He fully delegated power, for he had acquired a unique plaything that belonged solely to him. Colette received the desired affirmation and was preparing to take his leave. "Wait." Lucius called it back. "The bald Draco has that can absorb partners." He paused, seemingly weighing his words to preserve his final semblance of dignity. "The one with the black and gold color scheme. I want one as well." Chapter 15. Tickets and Fractures 6 days later, in London, Nocturne Alley. If Diagon Alley is a fairy tale town infused with the scent of butterbeer, then this place reeks of moss and rust, resembling a sewer. The air is thick with the acrid stench of inferior potions, mingled with the foul odor of an unidentified creature, reminiscent of a pot of spoiled cauldron cakes having been upended. Yet, at the deepest recesses of Nocturne Alley, behind a wall obscured by a powerful confundus charm, lies another world, Mercury's bottle. Here, there are no signs, no public business. Only guests bearing silver invitations may push open that door. It serves as a clandestine haven for pure-blood families, a paradise for respectable individuals engaging in underground transactions. Colette pushed open the unmarked black ebony door, the hinges turning silently as if a ravenous beast were consuming the external clamor and filth. Inside, the dim light and the air were thick with the scent of fine tequila and the sharpness of premium cigars. A few floating fairy flame lamps cast a ghostly green glow, slicing through the shadows to reveal the guests' faces as indistinct silhouettes. Heavy velvet curtains hung from the ceiling, partitioning the space into independent nests, where any whispered conversation would be greedily absorbed by the deep purple fabric. A silent waiter appeared, bowing and gesturing for him to follow. Colette trailed behind, passing through several curtains until arriving at a reserved booth. The table, carved from a single slab of obsidian, was cold and smooth. On it rested a goblet of the same material, filled with a non-alcoholic drink named Fairy's Tear, its deep red liquid shimmering with specks of gold, like crushed stars. His prey, or rather, his future wife, had already arrived across from him. Daphne today eschewed intricate garments for a streamlined ensemble of black equestrian attire, lending her an air of maturity that surpassed her peers. Her resplendent golden locks were gathered into a high ponytail, reminiscent of an antique rapier, sharp and undeniably precious. Her pure sapphire blue eyes regarded Colette with a calm scrutiny as she endeavored to adopt the demeanor of an experienced appraiser. Yet, the strained tranquility and the occasional fidgeting of her fingers beneath the table betrayed her true emotions. Colette found it somewhat amusing. The girl before him resembled a kitten striving to masquerade as a lioness, adorably endearing in her earnestness. A silence stretched between them for several seconds, during which Colette leisurely lifted his cup, unhurried in his response. Ultimately, it was Daphne who succumbed to impatience first. The refreshments here remained as unpalatable as ever. She broke the silence, her voice ringing clear like the chime of ice crystals. Mimicking her father, she delicately pinched a dainty biscuit between her fingers, scrutinized it briefly, then disdainfully set it aside, her movements fluid, indicative of prior rehearsals at home. However, the secrets of this place always held a certain freshness. Colette took a shallow sip, the starlight in his cup fleetingly gracing his lips. Noticing his reticence, Daphne was compelled to address the matter directly. From her exquisite handbag, she produced a note from Gringotts, gently sliding it across the table with her fingertips. This represented a deposit of 250 galleons. She lowered her voice, seemingly to lend greater weight to her words. The Greengrass family seeks a spot. Colette cast a glance at the note without touching it. The invitation to the auction would be delivered to her residence next week. Colette, you know I'm not referring to that. Daphne leaned slightly forward, the black fabric of her attire glistening like silk in the dim green light. The proximity allowed him to catch a subtle fragrance emanating from her hair, reminiscent of laurel blossoms after the rain. I'm speaking of a predetermined position. My father believes that the Greengrass family possesses sufficient soil to nurture the finest seeds. She deliberately emphasized her family name, underscoring its uniqueness. Soil? Colette chuckled. That term is exquisitely apparent. The Greengrass lineage is renowned for cultivating potion ingredients and rare flora. They are indeed the finest gardeners in the magical realm. Yes, soil. Daphne's fingers tapped lightly on the smooth obsidian table, the sound echoing with her clumsy imitation of theatrics. We do not wish to compete for a lottery ticket that may become void at any moment with the unrefined and those of dubious lineage. The Greengrass family deserves better. Her words carried the innate arrogance of pure-blood nobility, yet Colette discerned a deeper yearning, a fervent desire to prove herself, to align with the right faction. 500 galleons. Colette raised a finger, its tip appearing particularly pale and elongated under the flickering fairy flames. This was not the price of a seed, nor even an entry ticket to the auction. This constituted the fee for a reserved seat exclusive to the Greengrass family. Daphne's gaze sharpened instantly, revealing her most genuine reaction. 500 galleons. Such a sum is sufficient to procure several ordinary establishments in Diagon Alley. Colette paid no heed to her astonishment and continued elucidating. With this sum, you would possess the primary right of selection among each batch of new seeds prior to the commencement of the auction. He paused momentarily, introducing a pivotal restrictive clause. Naturally, to ensure market stability and Malfoy's unequivocal dominance. The seeds eligible for selection through the reserve seeding would have their potential confined within a specific range. They would be notably exceptional, yet not of the unique caliber exhibited by Draco. Such singularity would solely belong to Malfoy. Daphne's breath hitched for a moment as the dual logic behind this pricing and limitation dawned upon her. The 500 galleons represented the threshold for discerning the financial capacity of allies. The subsequent restrictions were Colette's explicit delineation of factions. Gringotts could be a core ally, but Malfoy would eternally reign as the sole sovereign. This candid hegemony resonated far more with her than any hypocritical promise could. A sudden smile broke across her features, the previously cultivated aura of intensity dissipating instantaneously. The soft light flickering in her blue eyes resembled that of a girl receiving a cherished gift. Her father would appreciate this price, and, even more so, this stipulation. He often remarked that privileges attainable through money do not constitute true privilege. The genuine privilege lies in possessing the means to spend that money and understanding one's rightful place. It appears we have reached a consensus. The merchant's expression on Colette's face softened, infused with a warmth more befitting their age. This was the fiancé he desired, someone who could not only keep pace with him, but also assist in fortifying his empire. However, I have one more question. As far as I'm aware, the Pokémon Shop seems to be researching similar creatures. They have procured some magical beast corpses from the black market, resulting in grotesque, stitched monstrosities capable of performing basic spells. She paused momentarily, her words laden with implication. My father instructed me to convey that the existence of forgeries can sometimes disrupt the market's valuation of authentic goods. This served as both a reminder to him and a test of his capacity to maintain a monopoly. Daphne was taken aback. What was this? Refund the deposit. Colette smiled. The intelligence from the Greengrass family holds value far beyond this. This reserved seating is, in essence, a personal token of gratitude to my future father-in-law. Collaboration necessitates sincerity. By retreating to advance, one can use a sum of money to secure a more steadfast bond of loyalty. Daphne gazed at the promissory note and then at Colette's serene smile. This time, her heart skipped a beat, and a blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. She finally comprehended why her father had proclaimed that Colette Malfoy was 100 times more formidable than his father, who merely wielded money and power as weapons, and 100 times more captivating. No, she shook her head, her tone exceptionally resolute. The Greengrass family never exploits their allies. 500 galleons, not a single less. This is our family's sincerity. She gazed at him, her azure eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, softly yet distinctly adding, moreover, I would prefer our relationship to be founded on an equal exchange rather than a one-sided gift. Colette observed the 2 promissory notes on the table and revealed a genuine smile for the first time during this negotiation. He tucked away the notes, flicking his fingers lightly across their surface. A pleasant collaboration, Daphne, he modified his address. A pleasant collaboration, Colette, Daphne replied, lifting her goblet of the fairy's tear, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. The 2 did not clink their glasses but merely gestured across the space, a sign of profound respect within the pure-blood etiquette. As the negotiations concluded, the atmosphere relaxed, and Daphne's voice returned to the soft, sweet timbre of a young girl. Her eyes glimmered with a touch of shyness as she inquired, will I see it again on the Hogwarts Express next year? Draco's vine snake. Will it truly greet us with leaves? This time, her tone was devoid of any mercantile sharpness, embodying the purest curiosity and anticipation of an 11-year-old girl. Colette beheld her demeanor with unprecedented delight. Of course, he assured her, and you shall possess your own miracle as well. Chapter 16. The Queen's rough gem. The estate was eerily silent. House elves tiptoed about, even their breaths deliberately stifled. A hapless creature accidentally shattered a dish, the crisp sound echoing through the stillness like thunder, causing it to panic and bash its head against the wall until Colette raised a hand to halt the chaos. On the lawn, the once imperious white peacocks now paced anxiously in place, refraining from uttering a single call. The air was thick with the oppressive foreboding of an impending storm. In the drawing room, his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, sat rigidly upon the sofa. Draped in a flowing black velvet robe, her platinum hair was meticulously arranged. However, the proud curve of her face was shadowed, resembling the somber winter skies of London. Before her, a fine-boned china teacup held a cup of Darjeeling tea that had grown completely cold, a thin film of bitterness forming on its surface. Mother, Colette approached, inclining his body slightly. Narcissa did not meet his gaze, but merely tilted her chin toward the dining room, her demeanor rife with offended disdain and icy fury. Following her direction, he immediately discerned the source of the tension. At the long mahogany dining table sat but one individual, his father, Lucius Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family, who should have been in his study attending to ministry documents, now resembled a clumsy father caring for an infant. Awkwardly seated alone at the empty table. Before him lay no documents, no food, only a polished silver plate. Perched atop, it was a small snake. Deep purple with an enigmatic pattern. Lucius held a custom silver spoon, inlaid with emeralds, and carefully, spoonful by spoonful, he fed the mixture of animal liver and rare herbs to the mouth of the adder. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure, and the expression of concentration tinged with a hint of obsession on his face was something that neither Colette nor Draco, the twin sons, had ever witnessed. "Your father has lost his mind." Narcissa's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind from the Siberian tundra, each word sharp as ice. He now insisted on bringing it to meals, to meetings at the Ministry of Magic, and even before bedtime. He would personally check that the serpent's nest was adorned with the finest Egyptian silk. Yesterday, Draco had wished to show him a newly learned cleaning charm. "And do you know what your father said?" Colette raised an eyebrow, waiting for the continuation. Narcissa mimicked Lucius's operatic tone, her voice brimming with scorn. "Draco, be silent. Can't you see Arbogast is digesting dinner? Any sudden surge of magic will affect its mood." A serpent's mood. Narcissa could no longer restrain herself, slamming her now-cold teacup onto the table with a resounding crash. "I feel my status in this household has been relegated to that of that slimy purple worm." Colette observed his mother's trembling shoulders, yet inside, he was elated. A perfect market opportunity, born from familial rivalry and jealousy. "Mother," he approached and sat beside Narcissa, his voice soft and imbued with just the right amount of concern. "You merely lack a companion worthy of your same dedication. A partner who is truly elegant, noble, and entirely yours." Narcissa's movements halted, Colette's words acting as a key that fit precisely into the lock of her heart. "Just right?" He lowered his voice further, filled with temptation. "Among today's newly refreshed seeds in the shop, there is one that is practically tailored for you." Finally, Narcissa turned her head, her beautiful blue eyes reflecting a complex interplay of doubt, curiosity, and a yearning for something more. Colette did not rush to promote. Dealing with a client of his mother's caliber required an adequate sense of ritual. He gracefully extended his hand, palm up. A thread of silvery light spilled from his fingertips, intertwining and swirling in the air between them, ultimately forming a translucent magical screen that emanated a soft glow. This was not a cold interface provided by the system, but rather a projection effect that Colette had conjured using his own magic, akin to a meditative basin. He understood that for pure-blood aristocrats, form outweighed content. In the center of the luminous screen, an unremarkable brown egg floated quietly. This week's rare refresh, an EV egg. Attributes, normal. Potential assessment, extremely high. This individual possesses a rare adaptability trait, with multiple evolutionary paths and immense potential. Note, this egg is the first special egg to be refreshed since the opening of this shop, priced at 20 galleons. Colette's mind flashed with system information, but the projection he displayed to Narcissa revealed only the simplest details. "What is this?" Narcissa frowned, her tone laced with disdain. "Colette, do you truly believe such a thing is worthy of me?" "Mother, allow me to build some suspense," Colette said with a mysterious smile, gently swiping her finger across the light screen. The egg vanished, replaced by 8 distinct silhouettes encircling a central figure, resembling a magnificent crown. This was EV, an exceptionally unique evolutionary Pokémon. Its wondrous nature lies in its uncertain future, akin to a raw gem awaiting refinement. Colette's voice was laced with allure as she pointed to several of the silhouettes. Depending on the trainer's nurturing methods and the guiding elements employed, it could evolve into entirely different forms. You may choose to have it transform into the graceful water fairy, Vaporeon, the valiant wielder of lightning, Jolteon, the noble master of flames, Flareon, the queen commanding ice and snow, Glaceon, even the nocturnal traveler bathed in moonlight, Lunatone, or the prophetic seer basking in sunlight, Espion. Its form would ultimately hinge upon your preferences and taste. Narcissa's gaze shifted. Choice. The decision lay with her. This was no longer about acquiring a mere pet. It was about crafting a masterpiece. Moreover, Colette lowered her voice, revealing the ultimate trump card. Legend spoke of even rarer, evolutionary forms of EV, ones that could not be triggered by any guiding element. They transformed solely in response to an unwavering resonance of the owner's boundless love and emotion. When it senses the purest of bonds, it evolves into a figure akin to a fairy queen, possessing unparalleled beauty and grace, Sylvian. "Its beauty will be bestowed by me," Narcissa murmured, her eyes igniting with fervor. This was no simple pet. It was an opportunity to showcase her taste and charm, a living work of art that could utterly eclipse Lucius's serpentine creature, which only knew how to flick its tongue. Indeed, Colette capitalized on the moment. This egg cost me 20 gold galleons. Yet, as you can see, its potential is remarkable. Therefore, the selling price is 100 gold galleons. No problem. Narcissa replied without hesitation. To ensure it hatches and grows in the most perfect state, I recommend acquiring a specialized hatching and nurturing package. As Colette spoke, she displayed the corresponding magical imagery on the screen. First, the Moonlight Cradle Incubator. Buy. Next, the Premium Energy Cube, crafted from morning dew nectar and ground biological powder, essential for igniting its vitality. Buy. And finally, a personal Pokédex to monitor its status and needs at any time. Colette presented a beautifully crafted item, its cover adorned with sapphires and resembling a lady's compact mirror. It was far more elegant than her father's red iron box, embellished with a star insignia that only her magic could activate. It was not merely a tool, but a private diary for emotional exchanges between her and the creature. 50 gold galleons. Buy. Lastly, Colette, with a flourish, produced a tangible item from her robe. It was a sphere of pure silver, seemingly forged from moonlight, adorned at its center with a single black pearl and embellished on either side with exquisite family motifs. This splendid pokeball was custom-made for you, inspired by the family's antiques. To match it with your noble demeanor, the price is precisely 100 galleons. All of it, please. Narcissa waved her hand with the grandiosity of a queen preparing for battle. Ding. Transaction complete. Total expenditure, 100 galleons. 100 galleons converted to 10 system points. Current total points, 150. Colette listened to the system's notification echo in her mind, tears welling as she recalled the arduous labor that earned her the 400 galleons. She laid out a complete set of brand-new equipment, exquisitely packaged as if they were luxury goods, before her mother, offering service that left even the most esteemed Diagon Alley clerks feeling inadequate. Narcissa lovingly caressed the custom catalog, the clouds of jealousy that once shadowed her face dissipating, replaced by the composed and content smile befitting the mistress of Malfoy Manor. She had obtained what she desired, and even more. Colette rose, prepared to withdraw gracefully. Wait, Colette. Narcissa called out to him. She lifted her gaze, and in her beautiful blue eyes, the earlier shadows of envy had vanished completely, supplanted by a sharp, renewed brilliance. Your father, what does he understand? Narcissa lifted the cup of tea that had long since gone cold, sipping leisurely while relishing the sensation of regaining control. He only knows how to employ poison and intimidation in such a crude manner. Yet I shall demonstrate to him, and to the entire wizarding world, what true nobility derived from bloodline and taste truly is. She set down her teacup, her voice imbued with undeniable resolve. Lucius has his Arbok, and I shall have my queen. I will personally nurture it, transforming it into the most resplendent jewel of Malfoy Manor and, indeed, the entire English magical community. A subtle smile curved Narcissa's lips as she gazed toward her husband, who remained lost in his own world, her eyes brimming with a sense of declaration. He would soon comprehend that a slimy worm could never rival a true queen. Chapter 17. The Pact of Thorns and Soil. The words spoken moments earlier by his mother, Narcissa, echoed in his mind, a near declaration of war. He would soon realize that a slimy worm could never rival a true queen. An arms race, ignited by jealousy, had commenced within Malfoy Manor. Father Lucius had his Arbok, while mother would possess her queen, Espion. Colette welcomed this internal competition, believing it would only foster a more fervent desire to indulge. His Pokémon shop would serve as the sole supplier of arms in this contest, reaping the rewards. Yet this was insufficient. Solely relying on the internal demand of the Malfoy family could not sustain a commercial empire. He required a stable external ally, capable of voicing his interests within pure blood circles, one endowed with both financial resources and a steadfast position. Someone who could shield him from open and covert conflicts when necessary. In the entirety of the magical realm of England, the families that meet the criteria are few and far between. The Knot family is excessively radical, entangled too deeply with the Dark Lord, rendering them a veritable hot potato. The Parkinson family possesses a simplistic mindset, fit only to serve as mere flag wavers. As for the other families, either they lack sufficient financial resources or exhibit indecisiveness, making them poor choices. Only the Greengrass family stands out. They are exceedingly wealthy, wielding control over the lifeblood of potion ingredients. Their stance is neutral, and they enjoy a stellar reputation within the community. Most crucially, they have Daphne. Colette cast a glance at the silent two-way mirror on the table, which served as his exclusive means of communication with Daphne. He wondered how the old Greengrass, renowned for his neutrality and foresight, would perceive the proposal laden with shackles that he had laid before him. This was not merely a simple transaction, but a declaration of allegiance. To accept would mean irrevocably binding the future of the Greengrass family to his uncertain vessel. At the Greengrass estate, in the greenhouse study, the atmosphere was brighter than any room in Malfoy Manor. A towering glass dome fractured the sunlight, casting it down in a mosaic of brilliance, while the air was imbued with the unique fragrance of soil mingled with herbs. Rows of rare magical plants unfurled their leaves within their ecological boxes, creating a vibrant miniature world of wonder. Daphne's father, Siren Greengrass, was scrutinizing a weeping mandrake seedling suspended within a glass dome. Using an ivory magnifying glass intricately carved with vine motifs, dressed in a meticulously pressed dark green scholar's robe, he exuded an air of elegance, resembling more a herbology professor from Hogwarts than the patriarch of a vast commercial empire. "Speak," he said, without lifting his gaze, his tone calm, as if inquiring about the growth of a plant. Daphne approached the desk and stood firm. She refrained from embellishing the narrative or revealing any personal sentiments, instead relaying, with an almost clinical detachment, the entirety of her dialogue with Colette from the mercury bottle. She recounted everything, from Colette's initial act of returning half the deposit to the first priority status, which would forever come with the harsh stipulation of never securing the best terms. Upon finishing, Siren Greengrass finally set down the magnifying glass. He did not direct his gaze toward any object, but rather focused his scrutinizing eyes upon his daughter. He returned 250 galleons? Yes, father. He stated it was to demonstrate sincerity. Sincerity? Siren scoffed lightly, rising from his seat and pacing slowly around the desk with his hands clasped behind his back. To purchase a deeper level of trust from our Greengrass family with 250 galleons? Daphne, do you believe our trust is worth so little? Certainly not. Thus, this is not a transaction. It is a gesture. He aims to convey that what he values is not this paltry sum, but rather a long-term collaboration. Precisely. Siren nodded, pausing in his stride, softly reiterating the core stipulation. First priority selection rights, yet never to obtain the best terms. How intriguing. He approached a pod of drowsy beans, gently brushing its leaves, causing the pods to lazily turn over. He was not peddling wares. He was delineating social strata by dangling an unattainable ideal as bait before everyone. He ensnared his chosen inner circle with a more accessible alternative. And we, the Greengrasses, were the first to be selected. Siren turned around, gazing intently at his daughter, his expression unusually grave. This child was far more formidable than his father, who wielded power and wealth as weapons. Lucius Malfoy was a proud peacock, ever eager to display his resplendent feathers. Yet his son silently wove a vast web of rules, one that ensnared all pure-blood families, compelling them to serve him willingly. A suboptimal choice, always on the verge of replacement, was traded for the unwavering support of our family. This transaction sounded less than advantageous. Daphne, I wish to hear your thoughts. This concerns not merely a business deal, but your engagement and the future of Greengrass. This was a test for her. Daphne inhaled deeply, meeting her father's scrutiny without fear. Father, have you forgotten? Our family motto is in solo fides, trust in the soil. We do not chase the brightest blooms. We select the seeds with the greatest potential and provide them with the richest soil. Her voice was clear and resolute. Colette is that seed. The Merlin seed he created is the crop that will maximize the value of Greengrass. We are not wagering on that suboptimal choice. We are betting on Colette Malfoy, on how vast and sturdy he can weave this web. A genuine smile finally broke across Siren Greengrass's face. A thrill of encountering a worthy opponent and a sense of pride in his daughter's growth. Well said, my daughter. It appears that entrusting you with this matter was a wise decision. He shifted his tone. But what are the costs? To be the first means becoming the primary shield against risks. When this web touches the Ministry of Magic, or Dumbledore, or even that name we dare not utter, Greengrass will bear the brunt. Daphne fell silent for a moment, then smiled brightly. Father, risk and reward are always intertwined. In this stagnant chessboard dominated by the Ministry and those old families, we have not witnessed such an intriguing player in far too long. Rather than being slowly boiled in lukewarm water, it is better to leap into scalding oil and gamble for something substantial. Moreover, I have faith in my judgment and in Colette. A bold gamble indeed. Siren burst into laughter, retrieving a pristine banknote from his drawer, signing his name with a quill, and sliding it across to Daphne. We have no other choice, do we? Inform him that the Greengrass family accepts this honor, albeit with shackles. From this day forth, we shall be his most dependable foundation. He paused briefly, adding, furthermore, please deliver this promissory note for 250 gold galleons to him. What we are acquiring is not mere inexpensive trust, but rather an investment in the future. Gringotts never engages in unprofitable ventures. I comprehend, Father. Daphne bowed respectfully, stowing the note away before turning to depart. As she closed the study door, she could still hear her father's voice, tinged with both nostalgia and anticipation. Lucius, that old peacock, is likely unaware that he has birthed a dragon intent on devouring the entire sky. Moments later, the dual-sided mirror on Colette's desk illuminated. The reflection revealed Daphne's smiling visage. He has consented, and furthermore, Father instructed me to present this to you as well. She raised the pristine promissory note for 250 gold galleons before the mirror. He mentioned that Gringotts never partakes in unprofitable dealings. Our investment is in your future, not discounted trust. Colette chuckled. Dealing with astute individuals is indeed a relief. Please extend my regards to Mr. Gringotts. He shall hear it. Daphne winked, her tone growing buoyant. So, my chief partner, may I now anticipate the exclusive seeds from Gringotts? Certainly, the finest soil deserves the utmost care in irrigation. After concluding the call, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Securing Gringotts signifies the establishment of the first solid cornerstone of his commercial empire. He languidly reclined in his chair, conjuring the familiar interface of the shop in his mind. His daily inspections had become an unwavering habit, akin to a king surveying his treasury. Daily limited offer, gold galleon consumption zone. Today's merchandise. Colette's breath caught sharply. His gaze was fixed intently on the third item, the Firestone, priced at 800 gold galleons, a sum exorbitant enough to bankrupt an ordinary wizarding family. Chapter 18, The Fire of Kings. System, purchase the Firestone. Colette's voice held no trace of hesitation. Ding. Spent 800 gold galleons. Remaining balance 2,180 gold galleons. 800 gold galleons converted into 80 system points. Current total points, 230. A stone of vibrant crimson, seemingly infused with slowly flowing magma, materialized in the palm of his hand. The stone felt warm to the touch, akin to cradling the heart of a living creature, pure and resplendent with the ceaseless energy of the fire element. He refrained from conducting this significant act in his own room. Although Malfoy Manor's defensive magic was formidable, such a violent surge of energy could easily disturb the entire estate. He wished to keep his greatest secret hidden from his parents. Colette silently exited the main building, traversing the neatly trimmed courtyard, until he stood before an unassuming stone cottage nestled deep within the estate. This is the silent chamber utilized by the Malfoy family for the handling of perilous magical materials and conducting high-risk alchemical experiments. The walls and floor are inscribed with top-tier soundproofing spells and energy-absorbing runes, sufficient to isolate a minor explosion. Upon pushing open the heavy oak door, a chilling breeze, mingled with the sense of potions, metal, and dust, envelopes him. He strides to the center of the room, retrieving a pokeball belonging to the little dragon from his pocket. A flash of red light illuminates the space, revealing a dominant little dragon, towering far above its kin. Now, standing on the frigid stone floor. Upon spotting Colette, it affectionately calls out and approaches with measured steps, nudging its head against his pant leg, while the flames at the tip of its tail flicker joyfully. Ready, partner? Colette inquires, raising his gaze to meet the creature's, then extending his palm to present the Firestone before it. Take a look at this. The moment the Firestone appears, the life force flickering at the end of the little dragon's tail surges dramatically, its color shifting from orange-yellow to a dazzling crimson. Its golden pupils constrict sharply, reflecting the stone's silhouette with clarity. An intrinsic yearning for a higher echelon of existence, rooted deep within its being, causes its scales to quiver ever so slightly. Rather than leaping forward immediately, it bows its head, gazing at Colette with eyes brimming with intelligence, as if seeking the king's permission. Go ahead. Colette encourages with a warm smile and a nod. Granted permission, the little dragon emits a suppressed roar of excitement, extending its tongue to reverently lick the Firestone. In the next instant, an extraordinary transformation occurs. The Firestone appears to ignite like an alchemical bomb, instantly melting into a viscous, sun-like mass of scarlet energy, which violently courses down its tongue, forcefully flooding into its body. A roar, interlaced with the extremes of agony and ecstasy, erupts from the depths of its throat. The blinding white light ceases to be a gentle halo, transforming instead into countless sharp energy blades that burst forth from every inch of its skin, illuminating the entire silent chamber as brightly as day. Colette instinctively squints, his formidable mental prowess enabling him to penetrate the radiance and gaze into the heart of the evolution. At the epicenter of the brilliance, The little dragon's form is being forcibly elongated, torn apart, and reshaped. Its bones emit the sound of unbearable strain, while muscle fibers oscillate between rupture and regeneration in a frenzied cycle. In that very moment, a torrent of magical power, far greater than before, suddenly surges from the void, akin to a river breaching its banks, and, through an unseen bond, violently floods into Colette's body, the core of magical energy within him, the wellspring of his wizardly strength, expands instantaneously by more than double. The magical essence, once flowing like a gentle stream, now roars like a tumultuous river, coursing through his veins. Ugh, Colette grunts, kneeling on one knee, feeling the dichotomy of tearing and fulfillment brought forth by this newfound power. He does not resist. Instead, he willingly opens his mind and body, embracing this transformative baptism alongside his companion. He could distinctly feel everything that the Charmeleon was experiencing, the pain, the ecstasy, transmitted through their bond unaltered. Ding! The Charmeleon has leveled up to LV-16, successfully evolving into a Charizard. Host level synchronously raised to LV-16. Magic capacity significantly increased. As the radiance faded, Colette gasped for breath and stood upright, gazing ahead. No longer before him was the somewhat clumsy little lizard, but rather a towering figure, over 2 meters tall. A deep crimson beast, its muscular form exuding explosive beauty. The Charizard. Its silhouette had become more elongated, agile, brimming with aerodynamic potency. On its rounded head, a sharp, bony horn cruelly pierced through the skin, growing wildly with streaks of blood, pointing defiantly towards the heavens. Its claws elongated and sharpened, gleaming with an obsidian-like cold light. The flames on its tail transformed from a gentle flicker into a roaring conflagration, a fiery whirlwind almost licking the ceiling of the stone chamber. The temperature in the room surged dramatically, the air warped by the heat, and the runes on the walls flickered erratically, fervently absorbing the dissipating energy. The Charizard shook its head, seemingly unaccustomed to this powerful new form. It lowered its gaze to its sharp claws, then turned to face Colette, its burning golden slit eyes fixed intently upon him. There was no wildness, no challenge, only a pure joy eager to be shared. It opened its mouth, a low growl emanating from its throat, and an uncontrollable torrent of scorching breath erupted forth. A concentrated flame, as tangible as an arrow released from a bow, whistled towards the wall. Stop! Colette's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of weakness from the surge of magic. The flame, poised to strike the wall, disintegrated a mere centimeter from the surface, scattering into a shower of embers that quietly extinguished. The excitement in the Charizard's eyes intensified as it strode confidently towards Colette, carefully lowering its fearsome head, and with its newly grown sharp horn, gently nudged Colette's palm in an almost affectionate manner, as if to say, "Look, my newfound power. Do you like it? Well done." Colette smiled, extending his hand to rest upon the Charizard's head, covered in resilient scales, feeling the surging power that resonated with his own. "From this day forth, you shall be my flame, my blade." He spoke softly, a declaration of intimacy, a pact between a king and his knight. The Charizard contentedly squinted its eyes, letting out a satisfied, low growl. This was true power, not born from conquest, but from the bond they shared, a strength that belonged solely to the two of them. A week later, only 2 weeks remained until the monthly auction. The entire pure blood circle of England had descended into a morbid frenzy. Gold flowed to Gringotts at an unprecedented rate, streaming from the vaults of various families, and then from Gringotts to those channels wherein it could be liquidated. Everyone is frantically gathering their ammunition for the impending grand gamble. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Colette, leisurely sits in his chamber, testing the surge of his newfound magical prowess. He raises a finger and murmurs, Wingardium Leviosa. The heavy mahogany desk rises effortlessly, as if it were but a feather. He can even sense that he has expended less than 10% of his magical energy. With a casual flick of his wrist, a tongue of flame bursts forth from the tip of his wand. The fire blazes fiercely, no longer a mere flicker, but a vivid serpent of flames, coiling and dancing at his fingertips, radiating an astonishing heat. At that moment, the system notification chimes in his mind. Ding! This week's rare items have been refreshed. Colette opens the shop interface. This time, it reveals yet another egg. Random Sprite Egg X1. Appearance: earthy yellow with irregular brown spots. Price: 20 galleons. Another blind box. According to his original plan, this egg was intended to be a prelude for next month's auction. to be sold to a second-rate pure-blood family to extract its final vestiges of value. However, a thought flashed through his mind. Why allow those fickle opportunists to profit when I could deepen my bond with core allies? This serves both as an investment and a test. He retrieves the double-sided mirror designated for communication with Daphne. The surface quickly illuminates, reflecting Daphne's exquisite visage. She appears to be in her greenhouse, surrounded by a vibrant array of magical plants. Colette, upon seeing him, her eyes instantly brighten, brimming with uncontainable excitement. I have good news and a not-so-bad piece of news. Colette reclines in his chair, lazily prompting her, do tell. The good news is that new seeds have emerged. The not-so-bad news is that I cannot ascertain their potential. They may be quite ordinary. Colette candidly relays the information about the egg. He watches the girl in the mirror with poised anticipation, leaving the decision in her hands. I could save it for the auction, potentially fetching a considerable price. However, I wonder if my chief partner might be inclined to take a small gamble for this priority? Daphne, on the other end, falls silent for a moment, then suddenly smiles, radiating confidence and brightness like a laurel flower blooming in the morning light. I'll buy it. There is no hesitation in her voice. Colette, have you forgotten what my family specializes in? She turns, directing the view toward the toxic tendril sunflower slowly unfolding its petals. This once unremarkable plant, under her care, is more vibrant than depicted in any guidebook. Even the most ordinary seeds, when nurtured in the finest soil by the most devoted gardener, can blossom into flowers unattainable by others. Her voice resonates with the pride befitting an heir of the green grass lineage. For 6 long months, I meticulously concocted a nutrient solution using dragon dung and unicorn tears, ultimately coaxing forth a 7-colored violet, a bloom spoken of solely in legends. She leaned closer to the mirror, her sapphire eyes reflecting Colette's figure, seemingly filled with mischievous starlight. Therefore, fret not about its rocky exterior. The greenhouse of Gringotts never allows a promising seed to be disappointed. She paused momentarily, her voice softening with playful intrigue, particularly from you. On the day Daphne came to collect the goods, the atmosphere at Malfoy Manor felt distinctly different. The house elves whispered among themselves, their hoarse murmurs conveying the news. The young lady from the Gringotts family had arrived, the future mistress, here to meet their eldest son. The flames in the hearth suddenly transformed from a vibrant orange to a lush green, and amidst the rising emerald tongues of fire, a figure emerged. Daphne was adorned in a practical dark green velvet robe, impeccably tailored, with a subtle pattern of thorny roses embroidered in silver thread along the hem, which danced into view with her every movement. Her radiant golden hair was loosely gathered at the back, secured by an ebony hairpin, while a few strands framed her face, adding a touch of the gardener's competence and elegance to her noble presence. The poise and confidence stemming from her ancient lineage bestowed upon her a gravitas surpassing that of her peers. Colette had long awaited her arrival in the parlor. Upon her entrance, his merchant's smile softened into a more genuine expression. Good afternoon, my chief partner. Daphne's blue eyes sparkled, the sharpness of an air momentarily fading as she briskly approached him, presenting a crystal flower pot safeguarded by a magical temperature charm as if offering a treasure. Good afternoon, Colette. Look, I have cultivated a new variety, the shimmering moss, which glows like moonstone at night and possesses calming properties. This is for you. I adore it, thank you. Colette accepted the flower pot, his fingertips brushing against the smooth crystal. Your vision and skill are always to be trusted. He pushed a finely crafted dragonhide suitcase towards her, adorned solely with an intricate M crest at the clasp, a standard configuration for transporting high-value items. Your seeds, he smiled, 250 galleons. A pleasant collaboration. Daphne's movements were decisive. She did not immediately reach for the ochre egg, but instead slid a Gringotts banknote across the table. Curiously, she then picked up 3 crystal bottles of varying colors beside the suitcase, removing the stopper from the bottle marked for the germination stage. She did not inhale, but allowed a droplet of the crystalline liquid to fall onto her fingertip, sensing it with her magic. What exquisite life energy, even mingled with a hint of earthy essence. She lifted her gaze, her astonishment barely concealed. Colette, your nutrient solutions are truly masterpieces. I can sense that they will seamlessly integrate with the magical factors in the soil, far surpassing the efficacy of my own concoction of dragon dung and unicorn tears. As a prodigy in the field of herbalism, she may struggle to identify unfamiliar components. Yet she possesses the remarkable ability to discern the profound effects this substance may have on magical flora or, indeed, on creatures that draw their strength from the earth. When it comes to my most significant partner, cost is never a concern. Colette approached her, leaning in closer, his warm breath nearly grazing her ear. Furthermore, I would not wish for my future wife to return to me due to poorly developing seeds. Daphne's ears instantly flushed a delicate shade of crimson. She cast a quick glance at him, closing her briefcase with a gentler motion. I trust your judgment, as I trust my own horticultural skills, she murmured, her words imbued with unwavering faith. However, what if it hatches and refuses to consume these? The calmness in her voice was subtly unraveling, replaced by an unmistakable tension and anticipation. Before them lay a tome, its cover crafted from an unknown silvery metal, shimmering with a brilliance akin to stars under the glow of the magical lights in the living room. Your personal after-sales consultant is at your service. Available 24 hours a day. Colette pressed the tome into her hands. Should you encounter any issues, contact me through this. Or, if you simply wish to engage in conversation, that is welcome too. The warmth of his touch sent Daphne's heart racing. She clutched the cool, opulent tome tightly, lifting her gaze to meet Colette's face, which was so near, and offered a smile radiant enough to dim the glow of all the magical lights in the estate. In that smile, there was no commercial flattery, no noble pretense, only heartfelt and unadulterated joy. Thank you, she whispered, her voice carrying a sweetness she had not even realized. She embraced the briefcase as though it contained the most treasured of treasures and turned to step back into the emerald flames of the fireplace. Colette watched as the flames settled into tranquility, raising his cup of red tea, feeling an unprecedented delight. With a 20-galleon mystery box, he had not only solidified his alliance with the Greengrass family, but also received an authentic smile from his fiancée. This investment, by all accounts, was bound to yield great returns. However, this good mood did not last until he finished his cup. Colette, a shrill voice, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, shattered the afternoon tranquility of the estate like thunder. The signature platinum short hair was now a disheveled mess, and the expensive silk robe was crumpled, devoid of its usual noble elegance. The purple nutrient food from father's study is gone. Mother said she would take that snake. Draco's words abruptly halted, as if an invisible hand had clasped around his throat. His gaze darted past Colette, fixated on the carpet in the corner of the living room. There lay a fearsome creature, entirely crimson and towering over 2 meters, languidly dozing. A fire dragon. It rested there in silence, each breath exuding visible waves of scorching heat, slightly warping the surrounding air. The blazing inferno at the tip of the tail resembled a perpetually radiant miniature sun, casting a perilous orange-red halo over the exquisite Persian carpet. A faint scent of sulfur wafted through the air, intertwined with a palpable sense of oppressive power. This was a primal intimidation that no sorcery could replicate, emanating from the essence of life itself. Draco's face, which usually bore an expression of arrogance and disdain, turned ashen, devoid of any color. His mouth agape, his gray eyes reflected shock, followed by confusion, and ultimately a profound sense of bewilderment and humiliation, as though he had been utterly crushed. He recalled his beloved vine snake, a cherished companion of noble lineage, now merely the height of his calf. Its greatest talent was to playfully coil its slender vine-like tail around his fingers, seeking the exquisite confections airlifted from France by their mother. Meanwhile, his brother's companion had evolved into a creature he now needed to look up to, reminiscent of a monstrous being from ancient mythology. Draco's voice quivered, as if a stone lodged in his throat prevented him from uttering a complete word. Hacha! The fire dragon, disturbed by the sharp sound, opened its eyes, revealing a cold, golden slit typical of reptiles. Boom! An invisible pressure, characteristic of a top predator, crashed upon him like a tangible wall. Draco flinched, instinctively retreating a half-step, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Do not be alarmed. Draco, Colette's unhurried voice emerged, acting as an invisible barrier that shielded him from that oppressive force. It has merely eaten its fill and feels a bit drowsy. Upon seeing Colette, the dragon's earlier indifference and impatience vanished in an instant. It rose, moving with a deceptively heavy yet remarkably steady gait, cautiously lowering its fierce head to affectionately nuzzle Colette's arm with its newly grown, sharp horn, emitting a contented purr akin to a cat. This scene pierced Draco's heart like a glowing iron needle, igniting a conflagration of jealousy, mingled with resentment and the fury of betrayal by someone he held dear, which exploded within his chest. Unfair. Draco finally erupted, his eyes red-rimmed, resembling a young beast deprived of its cherished toy, recklessly rushing toward Colette with a hysterical roar. This is unjust. You must have given it some delightful treat. What did you procure that? I want it too. My vine snake is the noblest. It cannot be inferior to yours. Absolutely not. Colette, observing Draco's utterly broken demeanor, teetering on the brink of madness, felt no anger, but rather amusement. What a perfect impulse to consume. Indeed, I have just received a new high-grade nutrient specifically for plant types. Colette languidly swirled a cup of red tea in his hand, his voice laced with a devilish allure. There exists a royal concoction, a specially crafted cultivation plan that can significantly enhance growth and unleash potential, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. I will buy it. Draco dismissed the latter part of the statement, consumed by a singular desire to triumph, to render his vine snake stronger than that fire-breathing beast at once. I want all. Provide me with the very best. Is 1,000 galleons sufficient? Considering you are my brother, Colette set down his teacup, revealing a smile that was all too familiar to Draco. I shall offer you a discount. 1,000 galleons will include an entire year's worth of evolution sprint packages, along with my exclusive training guidance. Deal. Deal. Draco managed to utter through clenched teeth, eager for his insufferable brother to cease speaking and hand over the goods immediately. Half an hour later, as Colette observed the 1,000 galleons added to his account, he happily bid farewell to Draco, his dear brother, cradling an array of beautifully packaged vials and jars, with a bewildered vine snake trailing behind, charged towards the mansion's backyard with fervor. Listen, vine snake, Draco's voice echoed, brimming with determination. From this day forth, no more desserts, no afternoon naps, only training, relentless training, until you can snap that large lizard's tail. Do you understand? The vine snake, confused, gazed up at its infuriated master, and then at its slender vine whips. It seemed to comprehend something, igniting a flicker of indomitable spirit within its eyes. It resolutely nodded. Vine. It too yearned to grow stronger. Colette shook his head, taking a delicate sip of red tea. Naive. Evolution is not merely a matter of throwing money around and shouting slogans. The 1,000 galleons package cost a mere 100 to produce, yielding substantial profits. As for the results, certainly, these herbaceous supplements combined with intense training would indeed enhance the vine snake's physique beyond that of its peers. However, to catch up with the Charizard, that was akin to chasing phantoms. Yet, he relished this naivete, especially when such innocence could be reliably transformed into galleons. After all, sometimes hope is far more valuable than any elixir. Chapter 20. The Dragon in the Soil and the Beating Heart. 2 days later, Draco's grueling training regimen was still in full swing. Colette gazed out of the study window, catching sight of a corner of the backyard. The precious lawn, meticulously tended by house elves and often scolded by their mother for even a single footfall, had been left ragged by the vine snake's whips, the earth scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, Draco, clutching a hefty training manual, shouted at the panting vine snake, urging it to execute the next maneuver. The vine snake's gaze had transformed from initial bewilderment to one mirroring its master, filled with a fierce desire for battle and unyielding tenacity. Colette remained non-committal about this transformation. The Greengrass family had sent the first batch of soil lists as a deposit for the priority purchasing rights of seeds. The contents of the list brought him immense satisfaction. The weeping mandrake root powder, the venomous tentacle sunflower juice, and the pus of the baboon tuber. All these rare alchemical ingredients were nearly impossible to procure on the open market, enough to exchange for a considerable fortune in gold galore. To further enhance his fire dinosaur, Saren Greengrass, his future father-in-law, proved to be a shrewd individual indeed. He had bartered these substances for priority in purchasing seeds from Colette, an arrangement that benefited both parties. At that moment, his personal red compendium erupted with a blinding light, pulsating with a rhythm akin to a racing heartbeat. Colette activated the communication, and a magical image of Daphne was projected from above the compendium. Her face, a blend of sheer panic and unrestrained joy, abruptly materialized. Her golden hair disheveled against her cheeks, speckled with dirt. Colette, her voice, high-pitched and frantic, lost all semblance of the usual grace she possessed. Resembling a cat that had its tail stepped on, it hatched. This is wonderful news. Colette set aside the list, calmly lifting his teacup, ready to savor this rare display of his fiancée's emotional upheaval. No, it's good news, but it's a monster. I adore it, but it truly is a monster. Daphne's voice quivered with tears, yet was laced with an uncontrollable, peculiar excitement. The moment it broke free from the shell, it started gnawing on my father's prized, singing weeping mandrake as if it were a mere carrot. Now it's chasing our household sprite. Try to nip at its toes. The image wobbled violently, and Colette could hear the distinct sound of wood splintering in the background, accompanied by the sprite's shrill cries. No, young master, that is the master's favorite table. On my foot. Calm down, Daphne. What does it look like? Colette furrowed his brow, intrigued as the situation seemed far more entertaining than he had anticipated. It's blue, entirely blue, with an enormous mouth, and it has two engine-like appendages on its head. It runs like a land shark with legs. A land shark? Colette's mind raced. A water-type Pokémon? No, the egg was earth-colored, typical traits of ground or rock types. Never mind that. Use the silver compendium I gave you to scan it, quickly, he commanded with calm authority. Okay. The image on the compendium flickered out, and the communication was severed. Colette held his teacup, waiting in silence. Moments later, a message arrived from the silver compendium he had given to Daphne, which also served as his compendium's owner terminal. With a mere thought, a voice, cool and refined, echoed in his mind. Beep. Scanning complete. Round land shark. Land shark Pokemon. Dragon and ground attributes. Potential assessment, extremely high. This individual possesses the rare characteristic of rough skin. It is recommended for core training. Just as Colette was about to lift his cup of red tea, his hand froze in midair. His face bore a merchant's shrewd smile, seemingly petrified at the corners, as if cast under Dumbledore's own petrification spell. Dragon type? Roundland Shark. A name he had only glimpsed in the highest echelons of the Point Redemption store. In the realm of Pokemon, it represented the pinnacle of glory as a quasi-deity. Colette, are you listening? It has begun to gnaw on the carpet. What should I do? This carpet was a wedding gift from the Persian royal family to my grandmother. Stay calm. Colette's voice echoed with an eerie tranquility, unnaturally serene. Feed it something, raw meat, the more the better. I will promptly arrange its exclusive nurturing plan and send it to you. He ended the communication, and the light of the Pokédex dimmed. The study sank into a profound silence. Colette slowly, frame by frame, set down the teacup, the bottom colliding with the saucer, producing a faint yet jarring sound. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the clear sky outside, while his mind was a void, buzzing incessantly. In his mind, he summoned the system store interface, visible only to him with trembling thoughts. At the pinnacle of the Point Redemption store, a product card he had previously overlooked due to insufficient points, now glowed with a piercing and mocking brilliance. Roundland Shark Egg, price, 20,000 points. 20,000 points. A Firestone costs only 800 galleons, equating to 80 points. Yet, he had sold this egg, worth 20,000 points, enough to assemble a legion of Gyarados, as a blind box for a mere 250 galleons. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, sending waves of physical pain coursing through him. No, this cannot be right. He forced himself to regain composure, employing his most prized merchant mentality to analyze the situation. The nurturing cycle for a quasi-deity is extraordinarily lengthy, consuming resources at least tenfold compared to ordinary Pokemon. For Daphne to raise, it would mean the Greengrass family would need to continuously procure exorbitantly priced nutrients, training items, and evolution plans from him for generations. This represented an immensely profitable and sustainable long-term venture. Moreover, Daphne was one of his own, the future Mrs. Malfoy. Her strength would directly correlate to the strength of the Malfoy family. In the long run, this investment was undoubtedly a lucrative one. Yes, extraordinarily profitable. He repeated this to himself over and over. Yet goodness, that is a quasi-deity, a future land shark, a terrestrial overlord capable of instilling fear in the Hungarian horntail merely by its presence. He could have retained it for himself, assembling a devastating dragon legion that would make the entire magical world tremble beneath his draconic might. Or he could have showcased it at the next auction, extracting the last galleon from the pure blood circles of England. He could vividly envision the moment he declared it a quasi-deity when old Knott and Mr. Parkinson would draw their wands, engaging in a relentless duel over it. And now, this illustrious future, worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, has merely yielded 250 gold galleons and a few carts of potion materials. Colette halted abruptly, spun around fiercely, and struck the heavy rosewood desk beside him with a powerful fist. The resounding thud echoed through the room. The ink bottle on the desk leaped violently, its cork flying off, spilling dark ink that sullied a meticulously compiled list of valuable herbs, resembling the bloodied state of his heart at that moment. The sharp pain in his fist brought him a fleeting moment of clarity. That night, Colette Malfoy experienced insomnia for the very first time in his life. He lay on a luxuriously soft velvet bed, so sumptuous that even a king would sink into its depths, staring blankly at the ceiling where a magical simulation of a dazzling starry sky reflected in his azure eyes, yet stirred not a single ripple within him. I am truly a once-in-a-century business prodigy. I am, quite frankly, a complete fool. Chapter 21. The most expensive little Lotta in history. Colette endured 2 full days of sleeplessness. No, it cannot be termed insomnia. More accurately, he was wide awake, enduring torment in hell for 48 hours. That 2,000-point round land shark egg was like a poisoned barb piercing his very soul, each breath delivering a physical sting. 2,000 points. Whenever Colette closed his eyes, the interface of the system shop would unfurl in his mind. This figure was enough for him to redeem 40% of any item from the system shop. Yet, he had treated it as a blind box costing only 20 gold galleons, selling it for a mere 250 gold galleons to his future wife. A blood profit. For the future mistress, an indisputable long-term investment. The strength of Daphne equated to the strength of the Malfoys. He lay on the soft velvet bed, expressionless, staring at the magically simulated starry sky on the ceiling, mechanically repeating these self-soothing phrases. Yet, each time he neared self-persuasion, the thought of being a fool would crash into his mind like a drunken giant, wildly swinging a club and shattering the logical tower he had painstakingly constructed. This was not an investment. It was feeding a hawk with his most succulent piece of flesh, dipped in soy sauce and mustard, personally offering it to the beak of the bird. Bang! The headboard emitted a dull thud. Colette abruptly sat up, striking the ebony cabinet beside his bed with a fist, causing a glass of clear water atop it to tremble violently, splashing water onto the luxurious Egyptian cotton sheets. The pain in his fist granted him a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos of his thoughts. A gambler possesses 2 hearts, one driven by greed and the other by unwillingness to accept defeat. He, Colette, prided himself on being the ultimate dealer, a victor who always wore a smile at the card table. Yet, in the most crucial game, due to a moment of carelessness and hubris, he had lost himself. No, he could not swallow this humiliation. The shame of losing control over the situation, the helplessness of watching the grand prize lottery slip through his fingers, was more tormenting than directly losing 2,000 points. Not merely the allure of gold, but also the intoxicating sensation of wielding power and manipulating all around him. He craved a resounding victory to cleanse the stain of disgrace and reaffirm his status as the unrivaled dealer. With a sudden flourish, he threw aside the covers and felt the cold, unyielding marble floor beneath his bare feet. The chill surged through him, igniting a frenzied fire in his eyes rather than calming his tumultuous spirit. His thoughts delved deep into his mind. The countdown for the weekly free random egg refresh had just reached 0. There lay an egg, entirely jade green, as if sculpted from the purest emerald, quietly resting within the confines of the system space. Its surface shimmered with a visible green halo, radiating an exuberant vitality. Colette's heart tightened. Grass type? Instantly, a series of formidable figures flashed through his mind. The lightning-fast Lizard King wielding leaf blades, the elegant yet lethal Roseraid, and even the legendary Shaman, capable of transforming wastelands into gardens. Each possessed immense potential to become top-tier combatants. To retain this, the thoughts surged wildly like rampant weeds. If he held on to it, enduring hardships, it wouldn't be long before he possessed a second powerful trump card, one that could rival the mighty Charizard. Yet, soon another, more intense thought pierced through his reason like a searing iron. It was the frenzied desperation of a gambler, his eyes red with loss, yearning for an immediate victory to wash away his humiliation. He did not require a long-term investment that demanded patience. He craved cash, an instant thrill of seeing chips piled high before him. He needed a new revelry, one orchestrated by his own hand to demonstrate to everyone and to himself that he, Colette Malfoy, remained the dealer capable of stirring the winds of fate. He wagered, with clenched teeth and bloodshot eyes. His focus swept frantically across the exchange list in the system store, ultimately fixating on the very last option. Egg of the Small Rattata, price, 5 points. In the Pokémon realm, it was as common as dirt, its points as cheap as a gift. In the game, it was the most frequent experience pack found at the entrance of the novice village. Yet, in the wizarding world, it still represented the unheard-of seed of Merlin. Colette's face broke into a smug smile characteristic of the Malfoys. What he aimed to achieve was not to shatter the rules, but rather to execute the most exquisite deception within their confines. He intended to exploit this cheapest of eggs to extract every last galleon from the newcomers at the upcoming January auction. A day later, at Malfoy Manor, in the grand banquet hall, spacious enough to accommodate all members of Wizarding Society, voices buzzed with excitement, every seat filled. The soaring dome overhead was adorned with a magical crystal chandelier, casting a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the vast tapestries that depicted the illustrious history of the Malfoy family. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of fine cigars, exquisite perfumes, and the luxurious delicacies served by house elves. "Colette, you seem preoccupied these days," Daphne remarked, her sapphire eyes betraying a hint of concern. "Is it because of shark? It consumes an astonishing amount. Does it not trouble you?" "How could it? Its veracity only signifies its immense potential. Remember, you are its sole master. Your strength is my glory." This remark caused a faint blush to grace Daphne's cheeks as she leaned her head against his shoulder, murmuring softly, "It devoured the roots of a century-old dragon root plant in our greenhouse yesterday, and father was so enraged he nearly drew his wand." Colette chuckled and tousled her hair. Downstairs, the atmosphere was starkly different from the first auction. The air no longer reeked of the ravenous frenzy akin to wolves fighting over a carcass. Instead, it was filled with an unspoken caution and calculation. Those who had returned empty-handed last time, including Parkinson and Flint, appeared considerably more composed. Their legs crossed as they assumed the demeanor of discerning merchants appraising their wares. In a corner, the patriarch of a small family whispered to his companions, "Have you heard? The egg from the Greengrass family is the one that Miss Daphne hatched. It appears no different from an ordinary stone, yet who would have guessed it contained dragon lineage? I have heard as well. The blue egg from the Knot family also hatches a creature capable of withstanding spells from fully grown wizards." The rumors that Colette had quietly disseminated through various channels over the past day were now circulating. Lucius Malfoy ascended the podium once more. This time, he could scarcely be bothered to utter an opening line. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A house elf appeared from thin air, its diminutive frame trembling with anxiety as it strained to hold aloft a velvet cushion. Upon this cushion rested a dull gray egg. Its surface was rough and speckled, resembling something carelessly picked up from a riverbank. Silence enveloped the room. Lucius's cold, terse voice resonated throughout the hall, enhanced by magic. "According to the rules, a Merlin seed is auctioned once a month." He surveyed the crowd, relishing their rapt attention. "This is the item for this month's auction." His introduction was even more succinct than the last, devoid of any complimentary adjectives. This act immediately ignited a fervor among the audience. The heads of the smaller families in the back exchanged glances, both excited and anxious. Meanwhile, Parkinson in the front row furrowed his brow, tapping the armrest with the tip of his wand, betraying his unmasked disappointment and disdain. "Is this it? This drab thing? It appears even more ordinary than the blue egg the Knot family purchased last time. Has the Malfoy family exhausted their finest offerings?" The starting bid was set at 300 galleons. Lucius's voice remained unwavering. Any subsequent bids must exceed 50 galleons. No sooner had he finished speaking than the calls for bids erupted from the back. 350, 400, I bid 500. From the Selwyn family, bids surged forth in a cacophony, yet the ascent of the price was painfully sluggish, revealing a clear lack of enthusiasm among the bidders. The esteemed families in the front row sat comfortably. Flint's father even had a house elf serve him a cup of red tea, observing the bidding war that he deemed a farce with a cold gaze. Just as the price stagnated at 700 galleons and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the scene, a previously hesitant patriarch suddenly recalled something, standing up with fervor, his face flushed. 800 galleons. I've heard that the more ordinary the egg, the more astonishing its potential may be. This statement struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of the second and third tier family heads. Indeed, the dragon breed from the Greengrass family, the formidable guardian from the Knot family, what they sought was not the strongest, but rather the opportunity to participate, the honor of linking their surnames to Merlin's legacy. 1,000. The Wood family, do not compete with me. I bid 1,500. This is our family's last chance. 2,000. We, the Avery family, shall have it. The atmosphere ignited in an instant. The previous calm and calculated demeanor was utterly shattered, replaced by reckless madness. The expressions of Parkinson and others darkened considerably as they finally grasped the Malfoy father and son's underlying scheme. This was not merely an auction. It was a means of filtering clientele, a subtle manipulation of their old allies. They dangled such trivial goods before the newcomers while simultaneously warning their seasoned comrades. There are plenty of good things, but they are not for you. If you desire them, you must demonstrate greater sincerity. Ultimately, this small ratata egg, valued at a mere 5 points within the Colette system, was auctioned off for an astounding 3,100 galleons after several rounds of frenzied bidding. Sold to a head of the Pewet family from Wales. This price even surpassed the transaction price of the Squirtle egg previously acquired by the Knot family. The head of the family trembled with excitement, cradling the dull egg in his hands as if it were a king's scepter. raising it high above his head amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Colette, observing this scene from above, felt his earlier agitation and dissatisfaction washed away, replaced by an exhilarating sense of control over everything. This was indeed the most expensive rattata in history. Days later, 2 letters, crafted from heavy parchment and adorned with a Hogwarts crest, were precisely delivered to the Malfoy dining table by a gray owl. One landed beside Draco's buttered bread, while the other settled near Colette's cup of red tea. "Ah, my acceptance letter," Draco exclaimed dramatically, snatching the letter and reading it aloud in a melodious tone. From the upper floors of Malfoy Manor, to the esteemed Mr. Draco Malfoy. Narcissa's blue eyes shimmered with a gentle light, a mix of pride and reluctance. Lucius paused his slicing of bacon, surveying his 2 sons, and finally nodding in satisfaction. Colette calmly opened his letter, revealing, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Sir Merlin's first-level Grand Sorcerer, Chief Sorcerer of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Colette Malfoy, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The contents of the letter mirrored his memories perfectly, accompanied by an extensive list. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms. First-year students are required to ensure that all clothing bears name tags. Textbooks. All students must procure the following texts. Standard Spellbook, Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration for Beginners, by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philidospore. Magical Potions and Elixirs, by Anise Gig. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment, a wand, a cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. A gentle reminder to parents. First-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. He set the letter down and picked up his cup of red tea. The temperature just right. A new era was about to begin. Hogwarts would be his greatest potential market, a grand business blueprint poised to unfold. Chapter 22. The Deal with Dumbledore. His good mood did not last long. The day after receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter, the sky darkened. The leaden clouds hung low, enveloping the entire Malfoy Manor in a suffocating atmosphere. Even the once proud white peacocks in the courtyard appeared listless, as if sensing an impending change. He had just inscribed a proposal for enhancing the power of flame bursts with dragon blood ink on expensive parchment when an insistent and almost rude knock reverberated throughout the floor. Master Colette. It was the voice of the butler, whose typically composed tone now betrayed a palpable sense of urgency and fear. Professor Dumbledore has arrived. The tip of Colette's quill halted on the parchment, leaving a spreading ink blot, reminiscent of an ominous portent. Dumbledore. The name was like a rusty key, instantly unlocking the most perilous and unwelcome door in his mind. Traditionally, Hogwarts teachers only visited those muggle-born young wizards who were completely unaware of the magical world. Yet Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century, had come personally to visit a family of pure blood lineage with a legacy spanning a millennium, and his intentions were unmistakable. He was not there for Draco, nor for himself as a new student. He had come for his Pokémon. As Colette entered the parlor, it felt as though he had stepped into a soundless barrier, cursed by a multitude of spells. The air hung heavy as if laden with lead, rendering even the flames in the hearth motionless. His father, Lucius, sat upright in the main seat, his body taut like a violin string on the verge of snapping. Beside him, his mother, Narcissa, anxiously twisted a handkerchief, her complexion as pale as parchment. Opposite them, the fabled man lounged with an air of leisure, Albus Dumbledore, clad in a deep blue robe reminiscent of the cosmos, adorned with twinkling silver stars. He paid no heed to the host's unease. With curious delight, he plucked a piece of lemon sorbet, freshly delivered by Dobby from the table, savoring it with a satisfied squint behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Ah, the craftsmanship of the Honeydukes is as splendid as ever. Lucius, Narcissa, there is no need for such tension. Dumbledore's voice, gentle and cheerful, caused the Malfoy couple's shoulders to stiffen simultaneously. I am here today merely as a headmaster, conducting a routine and formal visit. Headmaster Dumbledore, Lucius replied, his voice dry as sandpaper. The Malfoy household welcomes your presence. However, as far as I am aware, you do not typically visit pureblood students. His tone sought to maintain noble decorum, yet the tremor at the end betrayed his inner turmoil. There are always exceptions, are there not? Dumbledore's gaze drifted past Lucius to rest upon Colette, who had just entered. In that moment, Colette felt a gentle yet irresistible force wash over him. Not merely a magical probing, but rather an examination on a fundamental level. As if his very soul's data was being scrutinized. He wore a merchant's standard smile on the surface, yet his heart raced, and his shirt was almost instantly drenched in cold sweat. "Ah, you must be Mr. Colette Malfoy," Dumbledore remarked, rising with an air of perfectly calibrated surprise. "A remarkably vibrant young man." "Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore." What extraordinary magical fluctuations, he mused softly, as if speaking to himself yet addressing everyone present. Filled with fiery vitality, intense, pure, yet bearing a mark I have never encountered. This statement reverberated like thunder in the silent parlor. Lucius and Narcissa's faces turned ashen, and Colette's heart plummeted. He was not merely probing. He was declaring a truth. He knew everything. "Headmaster," Colette stepped forward, subtly placing himself between his parents and Dumbledore, obstructing the latter's seemingly penetrating gaze. "Perhaps you're interested in my recent studies of ancient magical alchemy? Indeed, it can produce some peculiar energy reactions." "Oh, alchemy?" Dumbledore's smile widened, a knowing glimmer flickering in his blue eyes. "However, what piques my interest today is a wholly new branch of magical biology." He paused, articulating each word with precision. A seed capable of hatching wondrous creatures never before seen. The revelation was laid bare. "Father, mother." Colette suddenly turned around, offering a reassuring smile to the immobilized Lucius and Narcissa, his composure starkly contrasting with his parents' panic. "The headmaster appeared genuinely intrigued by my extracurricular studies and wished to provide me with individual academic guidance. Might I trouble you to instruct Dobby to prepare the headmaster's favorite hot tea with honey?" Lucius gazed at his eldest son in astonishment, but he quickly grasped Colette's intention to clear the room and cede the stage to him. He cast a deep glance at Colette, from whose azure eyes he discerned neither fear nor trepidation, only calmness and determination. Rising to his feet, he offered a stiff bow to Dumbledore and departed the sitting room with the equally bewildered Narcissa. As the door closed, only Colette and Dumbledore remained in the room. "A child who understands how to seize the initiative better than your father," Dumbledore remarked as he resumed his seat, his tone imbued with admiration. "In the face of absolute power, all initiative appears trivial, does it not, Headmaster?" Colette pulled out a chair and sat down gracefully opposite Dumbledore, meeting his gaze on equal footing. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, his gentle demeanor suddenly sharpening like the unsheathed sword of Gryffindor. "Let us discuss matters of substance, Mr. Malfoy. Recently, there have been whispers in the pure blood circles regarding the seeds of Merlin, which purportedly can hatch creatures possessing powers rivaling those of fully grown magical beings, even forging a profound bond with a wizard's soul, enabling mutual growth." He interlaced his fingers and rested them on his lap. Such a phenomenon, capable of overturning the existing balance of power in the magical realm, lacks any documented origin. Therefore, Mr. Malfoy, would you be willing to satisfy an old headmaster's curiosity and reveal the source of these seeds? An oppressive silence enveloped the sitting room, punctuated only by the faint crackling of seemingly frozen firewood in the hearth. Colette recognized that this was the most significant crisis he had faced since his arrival, as well as the greatest opportunity. Fear and excitement entwined within his veins. "Of course, Headmaster." Colette inhaled deeply, a confident and sincere smile re-emerging on his face. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "A transaction? Mr. Malfoy, you seem to have misunderstood one crucial point. At this moment, I am the one asking you, and you possess little room for negotiation." "No, I do." Colette leaned forward, locking eyes with the all-seeing blue gaze. "Your personal visit today, rather than sending an official from the Ministry of Magic, indicates that your stance towards these seeds is not merely one of prohibition, but rather one of curiosity and inquiry. You wish to understand what they are, where they originate, and whether they can be controlled." He paused, laying his cards on the table. "And I am the only individual in this world capable of answering those questions for you and demonstrating that this newfound power can indeed be directed toward benevolence." "Benevolence?" Dumbledore mused over the word, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "A Malfoy discussing benevolence with me? The distinction between good and evil lies within the heart of the wielder, rather than in the tool itself, does it not?" Colette retorted. "A wand may be employed to cast a healing spell or invoke a curse of death. The creatures I refer to as Pokémon are similarly versatile." He spread his hands, his demeanor earnest. "My proposal is quite straightforward, Headmaster. I shall unveil to you the world of Pokémon without reservation, encompassing their habits, potential, and the means to properly harness their powers. I could even offer Hogwarts an egg of the most gentle nature, ideally suited for academic research. As an object of your observation, Colette paused, articulating his conditions with clarity and conviction. In exchange, I require you, or rather Hogwarts, to grant my enterprise an official legal status, a permit for the study and training of this new breed of magical creatures. Let it emerge from the shadows of the pure-blood underground trades into a discipline recognized by Hogwarts, basking in the light of day. He gazed intently at Dumbledore, his eyes ablaze. You obtain the control and understanding you desire, while I gain the market and legitimacy I seek. This is my proposition. Dumbledore fell silent. The drawing room was so quiet that one could hear the rhythm of their breathing. After a prolonged pause, he slowly spoke, his tone laced with inquiry. An intriguing proposal, Mr. Malfoy. But how can you demonstrate to me that your notion of guidance will not devolve into another form of control? How can you assure me that, should this power spiral out of control, you possess the capacity to bear its consequences? The elder's questions were akin to a precise scalpel, penetrating the very core of the transaction's inherent risks. Colette chuckled, exuding confidence. This leads us to the second part of our transaction, Headmaster. Chapter 23. The Gamble of Everything. The flames in the hearth were subdued by an invisible pressure, their flickering slowed to a languid rhythm. The air in the drawing room seemed to solidify into amber, encasing the figures of Colette and Dumbledore within. This leads us to the second part of our transaction, Headmaster. Colette's voice shattered the silence, lacking the clarity of youth. It bore a gravitas that belied his years, each word meticulously calculated, delicately placed upon the scales of negotiation. Dumbledore's blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped lenses, resembled ancient lakes disturbed by pebbles, ripples radiating outward from the center. He remained silent, merely observing the boy before him, the weight of his scrutiny more formidable than any question. Colette leaned slightly forward under that gaze, which seemed capable of piercing through to his very marrow. Fingers intertwined upon the table, adopting a posture of negotiation. I cannot guarantee the moral compass of every buyer, he admitted candidly, as if stating an undeniable truth. A wand itself possesses no inherent right or wrong, does it, Mr. Ollivander would not refuse to sell a wand to a young wizard merely because he might one day become a dark sorcerer. The significance of a tool is contingent upon the intentions of its wielder. He paused momentarily, allowing Dumbledore a moment for contemplation, then shifted the conversation, presenting an unexpected example. A person with a fearsome exterior may possess a tender heart. I believe that the keeper of keys at Hogwarts, Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, embodies this notion perfectly. A soft thud echoed. Dumbledore's hand, which held the teacup, inadvertently brushed against the saucer. For the first time, his gaze behind the lenses betrayed genuine astonishment. This child, he was not merely providing an example. He was making a statement. He had astutely captured his own defense of Hagrid and wielded it as a shield, cleverly countering his own concerns about the morality of the wielder. He employed Dumbledore's own behavioral logic to validate his theory. This transcended mere eloquence. It was a formidable insight that struck at the very heart of the matter. Lucius's superficial aristocratic rhetoric seemed like childish babbling in the presence of his son. Dumbledore's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He had witnessed Tom Riddle, the handsome, humble, and exceptionally talented head boy, articulate his innocence and thirst for knowledge with the most impeccable words. He had also encountered Gellert Grindelwald, his radiant and charismatic friend, who expounded upon grand ideals for greater benefits in an attempt to persuade him. The young Colette Malfoy appeared to embody shadows of both. He possessed Tom's precise calculations and Gellert's extraordinary confidence. Thus, to minimize this uncontrollable risk, my current clientele is limited to children of my own age. Their nature may be mischievous, but it hardly borders on malevolence. I firmly believe that, under the education and guidance of Hogwarts, the bonds they forge with these creatures known as Pokémon will become their most treasured assets in their growth, rather than a breeding ground for ambition. A carefully crafted discourse. Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore finally spoke, setting down his teacup. His tone remained gentle, yet the weight of his scrutiny intensified, akin to a mountain collapsing. The old man's voice was soft, yet carried a certain enchantment that seemed to lower the temperature of the room. This was the final ultimatum. No more circling around the issue. Colette took a deep breath, aware that the moment of truth had arrived. He stood up from his chair and walked to the center of the sitting room, fully exposing himself to Dumbledore's gaze, without any barriers. You may examine me personally. This statement caused Dumbledore's eyebrows to arch sharply. Immediately following, Colette uttered a phrase that would send shockwaves through the entire magical community. You may use the Cruciatus curse on me, Headmaster. The sitting room fell into a suffocating silence. The flames in the fireplace seemed to freeze completely, producing not even the slightest sound. Dumbledore's warmth and scrutiny vanished in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He could scarcely believe he had heard correctly. A Malfoy. A Malfoy, proudly inheriting the legacy of the art of mind closing, extends an invitation to the most formidable wizard of this century, allowing him entry into the most intimate recesses of his thoughts. This act is either the pinnacle of folly or the zenith of self-assurance. Colette, seemingly dissatisfied with the already explosive nature of this revelation, added with a voice that was soft yet laden with significance. I shall not employ any form of mind closing to resist. I will present to you the most genuine answer. Dumbledore's expression froze. He gazed upon the 11-year-old boy before him, whose strikingly handsome features bore the hallmark of the Malfoy lineage, with cerulean eyes that were clear and devoid of any guile or evasion. It was a raw honesty, akin to laying bare one's heart before another, a candor he had never before encountered, bordering on the divine. Upon his arrival, Dumbledore's greatest concern had been the repetition of history. He feared witnessing the emergence of another Gellert, brilliant and charismatic, cloaking world-altering ambitions in the grand narrative of greater good. Gellert would never stoop to deceive him outright, yet he would wrap one lethal lie in 9 truths, his arrogance leading him to believe he could master all. Dumbledore also dreaded the prospect of another Tom, born of humble origins, ambitious and cloaking base desires to divide the world under the guise of pure blood ideology. Tom was a natural performer, his thoughts ensconced in layers of deception, and even under the scrutiny of legitimacy, what one would perceive was merely a meticulously rehearsed performance. Dumbledore had erred twice before. He could not, nor would he, permit himself a third misstep. He feared that 7 years hence, this boy, sharing the Malfoy name, would graduate from Hogwarts, raising a banner proclaiming the supremacy of purebloods, or something even more dreadful. Yet now, this boy laid bare his most vulnerable and essential secret. Unguarded before him, this was not Gellert's arrogance. It was a complete relinquishment of judgment to the other, nor was it Tom's masquerade. For under the probing gaze of legitimacy, the deepest memories and emotions could not be fabricated. At least, Dumbledore did not believe anyone could deceive him in this regard. This was a form of engagement he had never witnessed before, wielding absolute honesty as a weapon and staking absolute trust as a wager. You shall see. Colette's voice carried an unusual conviction. This power indeed stemmed from Merlin. Was he not afraid? He was terrified. His heart raced within his chest, almost shattering his ribs. Cold sweat had long since soaked the back of his shirt, yet he forced himself to stand tall, compelling his voice to remain steady. This was the greatest gamble he had ever undertaken since his arrival in this realm, with the stakes being nothing less than his very essence. The identity woven for him by the system as a legacy of Merlin was flawless, akin to an emperor's new clothes crafted from the finest materials and ancient magic, known only to him to be utterly empty within. The examination of his father's proficiency in dark magic barely grazed the edges of this new garment, leaving him only daunted by its ancient aura. Yet, Albus Dumbledore was different. He was a living legend. Colette was wagering that the Elder's inner light surpassed the shadows within. He was betting on Dumbledore's yearning for a brighter world to outweigh his vigilance against a potential threat. He believed that Dumbledore would choose to trust in what he wished to believe. Dumbledore slowly rose, uttering Colette's name for the first time, rather than addressing him as Mr. Malfoy. This alteration in nomenclature itself served as a signal. Do you comprehend what you are asking for? The elderly man's voice was deep and gravelly. The art of legitimacy was not a mere perusal of books. It was an invasion. I shall witness your joys, your fears, your secrets, every hidden corner of your life. I understand, Colette nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. But I believe that for a truth capable of altering the future of the magical realm, this small price is worth paying. He deftly intertwined his sacrifice with a grand aspiration. Dumbledore gazed at him in silence for a long while. Within those blue eyes, tumultuous waves surged, a fierce battle raging between reason and emotion. Ultimately, he released a long, drawn-out sigh, as if shedding an immense burden. As you wish. He withdrew his wand from the folds of his robe, the legendary Elder Wand. As the wand's tip was directed at Colette, the very magical elements of the room seemed to bow in reverence. Colette felt akin to a solitary vessel poised to confront the fury of the vast ocean. He shut his eyes. The outcome rested on this singular moment. Chapter 24. The Greatest Deception. Without the incantation of a spell, an almost imperceptible thread of invisible magic unfurled from the wand's tip. It was neither swift nor aggressive, but rather gentle. Yet it bore an overwhelming will that brooked no form of resistance. At the instant that this magic brushed against Colette's forehead, an irresistible force yanked his consciousness from his body. The world spun around him, a kaleidoscope of colors merging into an unceasing torrent. Countless fragments of memories surged forth. His first cries upon meeting Draco, Narcissa's tender embrace, Lucius's stern teachings. The exhilaration of exchanging for a pokeball for the very first time, whirling past him like debris in a raging current. He offered no resistance, even willingly relinquishing control over his thoughts, like a drowning man surrendering to the depths, allowing himself to plunge into the sea of consciousness. He fully surrendered the stage to the system. In Dumbledore's perception, however, the scene was starkly different. His magic acted as the most intricate key, effortlessly unlocking the door to the boy's mind. He braced himself, prepared to encounter the potential dark corners characteristic of the Malfoy family or meticulously disguised false memories. Yet, he encountered nothing. No resistance, no traps, no mists. The essence of youth is akin to an unguarded sanctuary, its doors wide open, inviting exploration. Dumbledore cautiously ventured within, his gaze first drawn to Colette's initial impressions of Pokémon. He beheld an expansive, untamed world. Beneath the cerulean sky, a flock of resplendent Pidgeys soared freely, their melodious calls resonating in the air, tracing arcs of joy across the firmament. On the verdant grasslands, several lethargic Mareeps dozed lazily, their fluffy wool glistening in the sunlight, reminiscent of fragments of clouds. By a crystal-clear stream, a few Psyducks tilted their heads, grooming their feathers with an adorably clumsy demeanor. This was a realm teeming with vitality. Dumbledore's spirit stirred. He began to seek deeper truths. He wished to understand the relationship between these creatures and humanity. The scene shifted abruptly. He found himself in a bustling modern metropolis, where streets teemed with vehicles and muggles hurried along. Suddenly, a window of a tall building erupted in flames, billowing smoke into the air. Cries of alarm filled the atmosphere. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the skies. A massive, fire-colored Arcanine, regal in its bearing, charged toward the inferno, carrying a young man clad in what resembled aura robes. The Arcanine's eyes betrayed no ferocity. Instead, they radiated an intelligent urgency and unwavering loyalty. It leapt expertly onto a low platform, allowing its rider to swiftly conjure spells to extinguish the fire while it plunged into the smoke. Moments later, it emerged, clutching the collar of an unconscious Muggle girl, and gently placed her beside the rescue personnel. The surrounding Muggles did not scream in terror at the sight of a monster. Rather, they erupted in cheers of survival. Upon regaining consciousness, the rescued girl immediately rushed to embrace the Arcanine's furry leg, sobbing uncontrollably. The majestic creature merely lowered its head, tenderly licking the girl's cheek with its warm tongue, as if to console its own child. Dumbledore felt a gentle stirring in his heart. He witnessed companionship, a bond that transcended species and even the boundaries of magic and non-magic. The vision shifted once more. This place resembled a more advanced and luminous St. Mungo S. hospital for magical maladies and injuries. A young witch in a nurse's uniform wept inconsolably, freshly bereaved from a recent mission. Beside her around, pink Pokemon cradled a smooth egg, gently leaning against the witch, emitting a soothing murmur imbued with a peculiar, calming power. Gradually, the witch's sobs subsided as she buried her head into the resilient body of the Blissey, seeking solace like a child. Dumbledore sensed a profound healing energy within this scene. Not merely the physical restoration of potions or spells, but a deeper solace for the wounds of the soul. He then gazed upon a vast expanse of farmland. A herd of gentle dairy cows grazed leisurely, while several ordinary farmers, clad in simple attire, skillfully employed specialized tools to milk them. The milk shimmered healthily under the sun. One farmer affectionately patted a cow's back, and the creature nuzzled against his arm in return. The joy of harvest radiated from every face present. In this world, wizards and muggles were not isolated. They could collaborate for a common purpose. Magical beings transcended mere creatures of wonder, evolving into companions, family, comrades, and even sources of spiritual solace. Here, there existed no dichotomy between purebloods and muggles. No superiority of wizards over the marginalized mudbloods. The measure of a person was no longer their lineage, but the depth of their bond with their companions. As the scene faded like the retreating tide, Dumbledore found himself standing atop a mist-shrouded mountain. Before him stood an elderly figure draped in a robe adorned with stars, a long white beard cascading down. The silhouette mirrored the portrait hanging in the Slytherin common room, Merlin. Merlin gazed down at the vibrant world below, where humans and Pokémon coexisted harmoniously, his expression a blend of satisfaction and an ineffable sense of regret. A gust of wind whispered through the air, as if transcending time and space, delivering a message to Dumbledore's ears. The moment had not yet arrived. The vision abruptly ceased. He gasped for breath, as if having just emerged from a grueling duel. The sharpness, scrutiny, and vigilance in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming shock, a profound sense of relief, and a deep emotional resonance born from immense joy. Was it truly so? Was Merlin's aspiration not for wizards to dominate the world, but for them and muggles to coexist peacefully, allowing all life to discover its worth? He had always believed that Merlin's legacy comprised powerful ancient spells and enigmatic prophecies, only to realize that the true inheritance lay in the vision of a better world, a definitive answer to the fundamental conflict between wizards and muggles. The seeds that Colette referred to as Pokémon were, indeed, the key to realizing this vision. Unbeknownst to Colette, Dumbledore had undergone a monumental self-discovery within mere seconds. Had he known, he might have awarded the system an Oscar for best editing on the spot. Unexpectedly, this century's greatest white wizard had imbued this promotional piece with a grandeur that perfectly aligned with his lifelong pursuit of ideals. I apologize for my previous skepticism. Dumbledore resumed his seat, his voice tinged with a weariness he had not previously recognized, accompanied by a newfound lightness, as if shedding a heavy burden. His gaze towards Colette had transformed entirely. It was no longer the scrutiny of an elder towards a younger, nor the interrogation of a strong over the weak, but rather a mutual recognition between kindred spirits. I concur with your proposal, Dumbledore stated succinctly. Hogwarts shall formally grant you a research topic for your ongoing studies. You may establish a society dedicated to the study of ancient magical creatures under my personal endorsement. He gazed at Colette, his blue eyes reflecting an unmasked admiration and anticipation for the first time. I eagerly await your contributions at Hogwarts, Colette. Pleasure to collaborate, Headmaster. A victorious smile finally illuminated Colette's face. He knew he had triumphed. Dumbledore rose, preparing to depart through the Floo network. As he approached the fireplace, he paused abruptly, turning back for one last, penetrating glance at Colette. Your flame is pure, Colette. But remember, dear child, even the purest flame can reduce the world to ashes. The green flames surged upward, engulfing Dumbledore's figure. The common room returned to silence. Colette stood alone, his smile gradually fading. He understood that this was not merely a warning. It was a weighty expectation from a legend directed toward another legend on the brink of emergence. He bore the greatest lie he had conjured from thin air. Chapter 25. Maternal Love and Moonlight. As Dumbledore's figure vanished into the green flames of the fireplace, the imposing magical force that had dominated the space dissipated. The flames in the hearth leapt high, crackling joyfully as if a person throttled by circumstance could finally breathe freely. Air began to flow once more, yet the stillness remained unbroken, morphing into a heavier, suffocating silence. Colette stood quietly until the flames resumed their normal orange hue. Almost simultaneously, the door to the common room was thrust open with a force that nearly shattered it. Colette, Narcissa rushed in, her face, usually impeccably maintained and exuding aristocratic restraint, now stripped of embellishment, revealing a pallor of terror. She disregarded her customary decorum, the luxurious hem of her robe trailing in disarray as she sprinted forward. She reached her eldest son in an instant, gripping his shoulders tightly, her blue eyes bloodshot, her voice sharp and hoarse with fear. Did he do anything to you? The mind-reading spell. Let me see, quickly, let me see. Her words tumbled out in disarray, her trembling fingers brushing against Colette's forehead as if seeking visible traces of the unseen magical intrusion. Mother, I am unharmed. Colette grasped Narcissa's icy, trembling hands with a steadiness beyond his years, enveloping her quivering fingertips within his own. He did not flinch, allowing her anxious examination while soothing her gently. Do not worry. It is all over. Headmaster Dumbledore merely paid a benevolent visit. Benevolent? Narcissa's voice rose an octave, verging on hysteria. Using the mind-reading spell on an 11-year-old child. This is the benevolence of your so-called greatest white wizard. She abruptly turned to her husband, tears of anger and fear finally spilling forth. Lucius, this is the Malfoy you take such pride in. We cannot even protect our own son. Lucius was struck to his core, and he finally took a heavy step towards Colette, his voice as dry as sandpaper. Did you truly allow him to probe your thoughts? You did not resist? Yes, father. Colette replied calmly, meeting Lucius's gaze. At times, the most profound honesty serves as the strongest defense. I revealed to him the future that Pokémon could bring to the wizarding world, a future even Dumbledore could not refuse. Future? Lucius mulled over the word. Observing his eerily composed eldest son, a tumult of pride and deeper fear swirling within him. He could not comprehend it, yet the trust born of blood compelled him to suppress all questions. He inhaled deeply, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. He believed it? He will. Colette stated with conviction. The sitting room fell into silence once more, with only Narcissa's intermittent, suppressed sobs breaking the stillness. She spoke no further, merely holding Colette tightly, as if to meld him into her body, seeking to feel her son's warmth to dispel the chilling dread that had seeped into her bones. Colette gently patted his mother's back, and after a long while, he softly spoke. Mother, I have prepared a gift for you. Perhaps it will lift your spirits. He guided the dazed Narcissa toward a corner of the sitting room. There, the moonlight cradle incubator, specially designed for the EV egg, had inexplicably ceased its soft, lullaby-like hum. The gentle, moonlit glow that had enveloped the incubator transformed abruptly into a blinding white light, illuminating the dim corner as if it were noon. Narcissa's attention was finally captured. It sensed your emotions. Mother, Colette's voice carried a hint of coaxing. It wishes to come out to comfort you. As if to affirm his words, the carefully tended brown eggshell began to show spiderweb-like cracks under the gaze of the three. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. A fluffy, chestnut-colored paw emerged from the top of the shell, followed swiftly by another. The two tiny paws gripped the edges of the shell, pushing forcefully, and a fuzzy little head broke through the opening. It was an EV. It was more beautiful than any Colette had ever seen in the system's Pokédex. Its pure chestnut fur was plush and soft, as if woven from the finest clouds. The creamy fur around its neck resembled a queen's white ermine collar, regal and elegant. Most striking were its eyes, a pair of unblemished black orbs, large and bright, akin to two perfectly polished black crystals. It tilted its head, surveying the three towering humans before it, devoid of any timidity typical of a newborn, instead exuding an innate, discerning poise. Evie emitted a soft, melodious cry, gracefully emerging from the shattered eggshell, stretching its petite form. Narcissa gazed at this fragile life. The heart-wrenching panic she had just experienced seemed to be quietly soothed by this embodiment of pure vitality. She slowly crouched down, extending her hand, her movements as gentle as if she were caressing the most delicate porcelain. Evie glanced at her outstretched hand, then lifted its gaze to her tear-streaked face. Unlike other younglings that would immediately rush over to seek affection, it elegantly circled around Narcissa's fingers, taking a gentle sniff with its tiny nose, as if to confirm and assess. Ultimately, it appeared to have made a decision. Evie nuzzled its small head against Narcissa's fingertips, emitting a soothing purr from its throat. In that moment, Narcissa's breath caught in her throat. She carefully cradled Evie in her arms. The soft warmth and unreserved intimacy felt like a warm current, instantly melting the hardest layers of ice within her heart. She buried her face in Evie's fluffy fur, her tense shoulders finally relaxing completely, and the tears that had been suppressed for so long slipped silently down her cheeks. But this time, they were not born of fear, but rather from a profound sense of solace regained. "My little queen," she murmured. Lucius watched from his side, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Narcissa lifted her head, her tear-stained visage now adorned with a victorious arc befitting the mistress of Malfoy. "Lucius, come and see." Her voice brimmed with undeniable pride. This is a true companion worthy of the Malfoy name. A silent familial conflict seemed poised to unfold anew in a different form. Chapter 26. The Pride of Ivy and the Might of Dragons. Just as Lucius furrowed his brow, preparing to counter his wife's provocation, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a soaring green light that burst forth from the manor's backyard. Boom! Lucius's expression shifted, instinctively drawing his wand to shield his wife and child behind him. Colette! Draco's voice echoed with sheer shock and elation, swiftly followed by his entrance into the living room, like a gust of wind, accompanied by the stout figures of Crabbe and Goyle. But this time, Draco's face bore no trace of the jealousy and discontent that typically marked his demeanor. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented pride, akin to that of a newly crowned king. "Look," he exclaimed, pointing excitedly behind him, his voice trembling with exhilaration. A brand new figure appeared at the doorway of the living room. No longer was it the diminutive, attention-seeking vine snake. In its stead was a long, elegantly shaped, azure, serpentine creature. The ivy snake. Its body was predominantly green, with a cream-colored belly. The yellow structure adorning its upper body resembled a regal mantle, bestowing upon it an air of unparalleled nobility. Its head was slightly raised, and its elongated eyes were half closed. The expression on its face, a perfect replication of Draco's haughty demeanor, one of disdainful arrogance, a cold smirk that seemed to look down upon all. It had evolved. Draco approached Colette, for the first time regarding his brother with a gaze that conveyed equality, even a hint of challenge. My vine snake is the most noble, is 100 times more elegant than your ugly lizard that can only breathe fire. Crab and Goyle nodded vigorously behind him, like two loyal, echoing insects, gazing adoringly at the proud vine snake. Is that so? Colette arched an eyebrow, too lazy to stand, merely lifting the cup of red tea on the table and taking a delicate sip. The fire dinosaur, napping in the corner, seemed disturbed by the unabashed provocation emanating from the vine snake and impatiently opened its golden, flame-like slit pupils. It stood up, its massive form towering over 2 meters, instantly casting a large shadow that enveloped the newly evolved vine snake, a pressure belonging to a top predator, infused with the scent of sulfur and flames. Crashed down like a tangible wave. Crab and Goyle's faces turned pale, instinctively taking half a step back. Yet, the vine snake performed an unexpected action. Instead of retreating, it let out a sharp hiss. Vine! Up, vine snake! Show it some colors! Draco was thoroughly provoked by his brother's disdain, shouting furiously. Use vine whip! The vine snake's body lowered sharply, its limbs propelling it forward like a green flash of lightning, swiftly maneuvering behind the fire dinosaur. 2 slender vine whips sprang forth from its shoulders, resembling 2 venomous green whips, slicing through the air as they struck fiercely at the fire dinosaur's thick ankles. The fire dinosaur seemed taken aback by the audacity of the small creature's attack, momentarily slow to react. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The vine whips landed solidly against the fire dinosaur's armored legs, failing to inflict substantial harm, but the fiery sting ignited the fury within the young Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The fire dinosaur unleashed a deafening roar, spinning around, true anger igniting in its golden slit pupils. Well done! Draco clenched his fists in excitement. Keep going, use leaf blade. The vine snake hissed again, the 2 leaves on its back shimmering with a radiant green light as numerous sharp leaf blades whirled forth, aimed straight at the fire dinosaur's face. Colette finally set down his teacup and spoke coolly. Enough, let recognize reality. No specific move names are needed. A mere thought is sufficient. The fire dinosaur opened its wide mouth, not gathering a fireball, but instead unleashing a torrent of thick, orange-red flames akin to a dragon's breath. Flamethrower! The searing torrent instantly consumed all the flying leaves, relentlessly roaring toward the vine snake. The vine snake was taken aback, attempting to evade, only to find its body rendered immobile under the weight of overwhelming power. Draco's face drained a color in an instant, screaming, "Get out of the way!" The flames abruptly ceased within half a meter of the ivy serpent, transforming into a searing wave of heat that sent it tumbling away, rolling several times across the ground before coming to a halt, covered in dust and appearing utterly disheveled. The fire dinosaur emitted a low, reluctant growl from its throat, yet obediently retracted its aggressive stance, glaring down from its elevated position with its golden slit pupils at the oblivious ivy serpent, as if it were merely observing a minuscule insect. The entire living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Draco stared blankly at his trembling companion, who could no longer maintain its haughty demeanor, then glanced at the fire dinosaur, which hadn't even warmed up yet, and finally, his gaze settled on his brother who had remained seated throughout, not even shifting his posture. A profound sense of helplessness and humiliation extinguished the flickering embers of his earlier resolve. Do you see this, Draco? Colette's voice was devoid of emotion. Elegance is rendered worthless in the face of absolute power. Your serpent is commendable for its courage to challenge the strong, but you are still far from sufficient. Draco's lips quivered, rendered speechless. At that moment, the house elf Dobby materialized, screaming in a tone of panic, "Master! Miss Greengrass has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than the flames in the fireplace transformed into a vibrant green. Daphne Greengrass emerged from within. She immediately discerned the tense atmosphere in the living room, and the 2 Pokémon locked in confrontation, a flicker of understanding passing through her sapphire-like eyes. Ignoring everyone else, she approached Colette, naturally linking her arm with his, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "It seems I've interrupted your family gathering?" "No, your timing is impeccable. What brings you here, my esteemed partner?" "Our acceptance letters have arrived." Daphne tilted her face upwards, her smile radiant. "Father says we should go to Diagon Alley together to procure the necessary supplies for the new term." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. The humiliation on Draco's face instantly solidified as he observed the intimate stance of Colette and Daphne, then glanced at his own disheveled ivy serpent and the two subordinates who dared not make sound. The recently extinguished resolve was doused anew with a chilling deluge of icy water. Colette surveyed the scene before him, a father, grim-faced yet resigned to reality, a brother completely crushed, devoid of spirit alongside his ivy serpent, and a beautiful, intelligent, and loyal fiancée, representing the Greengrass family behind her. A power landscape centered around Pokémon, belonging to him, was quietly forming before the commencement of the Hogwarts term. He glanced out the window. The clouds over London had dispersed, and the long-awaited sunlight broke through, casting its glow upon the Malfoy Manor lawn. Very well, he spoke, his voice quiet yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Let us go together. Chapter 27. The Nobility in the Alley. The weathered wooden door of the broken cauldron was gently pushed open by a hand clad in dragon-hide gloves. The door hinges emitted a disconcerting creak, akin to the signal of a stage curtain being drawn. In an instant, the cacophony of boastful chatter, profanities, and the sour scent of inferior ale was abruptly silenced, as if the very sound had been choked. The entire tavern fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear the faintest whisper of dust descending. Bartender Old Tom was mechanically polishing a glass that bore the marks of half a century's use with a rag whose original color was indiscernible. Before the bar, several middle-aged wizards, their faces flushed from animated tales of escaping the flames of a Norwegian ridgeback, froze in place, as if petrified by a collective spell, their boastful postures now rendered motionless. In a corner, a hooded wizard attempting to sell lucky rabbits' feet hastily concealed his wares within the folds of his robe, his previously greedy countenance swiftly replaced by a mask of vigilance and fear, resembling a startled raven. The bright light pouring through the entrance cleaved the dim bar in two, casting an outline of several figures that seemed foreign to this establishment. At the forefront stood Lucius Malfoy, clad in a pure black wizarding robe adorned with the serpent emblem of the Malfoy family, intricately embroidered in silver thread, exuding a chilling luminosity in the shadows. The silver serpent-headed cane he wielded tapped rhythmically against the greasy wooden floor, each sound echoing like the ticking of death's clock, precisely resonating within the hearts of all present. Behind him, Colette and Daphne stood side by side. Colette, in a well-tailored, deep blue robe, boasted platinum hair that shone brighter than the sunlight outside. He wore a gentle smile, his sea-blue eyes casting a tranquil gaze that compelled those who met his stare to avert their eyes, as if pricked by needles. Daphne, beside him, donned a gown of moonlit white, resembling a laurel blossom flourishing amidst mud. Naturally, she looped her arm through Colette's, her chin held high, embodying the pride and poise characteristic of the Greengrass family, perfectly balanced in her demeanor to neither intimidate nor obscure the boundaries of her presence. Draco trailed behind, striving to mimic his father's posture, puffing out his small chest, yet his gray eyes darted restlessly, reveling in the mixed glances of fear and reverence from the surrounding wizards, a sickly satisfaction creeping onto his pale face. However, when his gaze fell upon the intimate silhouette of his brother and Daphne ahead, that pride quickly transformed into a palpable sense of discontent that he could not suppress. He could not comprehend why his brother always seemed so effortlessly at ease, while he felt like nothing more than an imitator. Crab and Goyle flanked him like two silent mountains of flesh, steadfastly guarding his sides. Goyle's attention was captured by a plate of half-eaten sausages on the bar, his throat involuntarily bobbing, while Crab dutifully upheld his role as protector, his massive frame and blank expression exuding an air of unassailable authority. She did not cast a glance around her, merely furrowing her brow slightly as she withdrew a silk handkerchief embroidered with daffodils from her sleeve, delicately covering her mouth and nose, as if the very air here were foul, making every moment spent in her gown, crafted from the finest French silks, a torment. Her Evie appeared to sense her disdain, restlessly flicking its tail. At the very rear of the group, a house elf named Dobby clutched a scroll of parchment, barefoot and humbly curling himself into a ball, wishing he could slip into the crevices of the floor to evade the scornful gazes. Oh, Merlin's red underpants. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, the young Malfoys, and Miss Greengrass. He nodded and bowed, attempting to wipe a seemingly clean table with his robe. What noble breeze has brought you all here? Do you require something? Elf brewed wine. Or, good day, Mr. Tom. Colette smiled and nodded, her politeness somehow more imposing than Lucius's arrogance. We are preparing to visit Diagon Alley. We would be grateful for your assistance. Of course. Certainly. This way, please. Old Tom, as if granted a reprieve, hurried to the brick wall at the backyard, rubbing his hands in a sycophantic manner. Yet, he did not produce his wand. It is common knowledge among the wizarding community how to enter Diagon Alley, but few are aware that there is more than one route. Lucius approached the wall, gently resting the tip of his serpent-headed cane against a nondescript brick in the center. Serpens aprio, he murmured, uttering the incantation. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light flashed from the ruby eyes of the serpent-headed cane. The entire brick wall made no sound, silently parting like melting chocolate, revealing an archway far more spacious and stable than the usual passage. The stones at the arch's edge shimmered with a faint silver glow, isolating the raucous noise and odors of the leaky cauldron. This was a privileged passage reserved for high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic and certain ancient families, swift, dignified, and free from the throngs of ordinary wizards. Draco, remember that privilege is not for ostentation, but rather to delineate the boundary between you and the commoners. The Malfoys always lead the way. Yes, father, Draco replied promptly, stealing a glance at his brother's calm profile, etching those words firmly in his mind. As the Malfoy family's figures vanished beyond the archway, the stifled air of the pub resumed its flow, and the oppressive murmurs erupted instantly. It's the Malfoys. They've all come out. Did you see that passage? It's completely different from ours. A young wizard excitedly exclaimed to his companion. The boy at the front must be Colette Malfoy, right? I heard from a friend at the ministry that he recently stirred the entire Pure Blood Circle with 2 auctions. I saw it. He and the eldest daughter of House Greengrass. My heavens, their presence was like that of a king and queen on parade. Keep your voice down. Do you want to have your tongue severed by their house elf? Through the archway, a vibrant magical world unfolded before them, Diagon Alley. The air was infused with the scent of fresh ink from newly published books, mingling with the metallic tang of cauldrons and the peculiar fragrance of various potion ingredients. Father, shall we head directly to Gringotts? Colette inquired. No rush, Lucius replied, pausing as his gaze fell upon a nearby shop adorned with an exquisite sign. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. My custom robe should have arrived. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I want a new one too. I want a set just like father's. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent, which tacitly granted approval. The family entered the shop, where 2 attendants promptly set aside their tasks and approached to assist them. Just then, the shop bell chimed again as another family walked in. The newcomer was a gaunt man, resembling a walking skeleton, with a haggard visage and deeply sunken eyes. His finely tailored wizarding robes appeared somewhat oversized. Following closely was a boy, strikingly similar in appearance, yet displaying a somber demeanor while maintaining a posture that conveyed an unexpected composure for his age. It was the Knots. Ah, Lucius, what a coincidence, drawled old Knot with a mirthless grin, his voice husky and grating. Bringing your son to purchase school supplies? Indeed, old Knot nudged his son beside him. Theodore, greet him. The boy named Theodore raised his head, his deep black eyes calmly surveying Lucius before resting on Colette and Draco, offering a slight nod. Mr. Malfoy, Colette, Draco. His voice was soft yet clear, devoid of any timidity. Hello, Theodore. Draco, in contrast, haughtily lifted his chin and scoffed. He held a disdain for Theodore Knot, finding him gloomy and not representative of a true Slytherin. Old Knot's gaze lingered on Colette, his murky eyes glinting with a blend of greed and curiosity, his words laden with implications. Lucius, you truly have 2 fine sons, especially Colette, who has been quite the star lately. I hear even Minister Fudge has praised your auction. Just a small business, Lucius replied, stroking his serpent-headed cane, his tone unruffled. The children must learn to earn a bit of pocket money. This remark caused old Knot's expression to stiffen. What family has pocket money could set the entire pureblood community's galleons in motion? This was not mere boasting. It was a blatant assertion of superiority. Colette, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension, turned to Theodore, speaking gently. Theodore, congratulations. I heard that, mister. Knot secured the first batch of Merlin seeds for you. How is your Squirtle? Theodore, not abruptly, lifted his head, astonishment etched on his face. He hadn't anticipated Colette would mention this. He nodded vigorously, choosing his words sparingly. Very well. That's splendid, Colette replied with an unwavering smile, smoothly shifting the conversation. However, I suspect it has recently grown somewhat finicky regarding food, or perhaps the potency of its water gun technique has become a tad unstable. Old Knot's expression shifted, as he warily scrutinized Colette. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, Mr. Knot, Colette replied calmly, producing a delicate crystal vial from his robe, filled with a liquid as luminous as moonlight. This is Moon S nectar, a blend of the essence of moonflower and rootless water. brewed by house elves for 12 hours on the night of the full moon. It serves as an exceptional nutritional supplement for water-type Pokémon, effectively enhancing their energy purity. Consider it a small token of our Malfoy family's appreciation for our esteemed first customers. He extended the crystal vial towards Theodore. Instinctively, Theodore cast a glance at his father. Old Knot's eyes flickered with a ghostly fire, seemingly weighing the value of the vial against the hidden schemes it may harbor. Yet ultimately, the thirst for power overshadowed his caution, and he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Only then did Theodore reach out with his slender hand to accept the moon-s nectar, murmuring his gratitude. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Colette replied, his smile tinged with sincerity. "After all, you are among the first to believe in Merlin. I eagerly anticipate seeing the mightiest Squirtle in the Slytherin common room once the term begins. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out for a discussion." Beside him, Draco smirked, feeling a surge of discontent. Here we go again. His brother always had a knack for drawing everyone's attention with seemingly mundane gestures. While he sought to empower his own ivy serpent, Colette generously lavished gifts upon others. Following this brief exchange, Lucius collected the custom robe and departed the shop with his family, leaving the Knot father and son in a state of fluctuating color. As they stepped out of the store, Lucius leaned towards Colette and murmured, "Though the Knot family has declined, Theodore is a moldable talent. A useful vassal is far more valuable than 10 inept flatterers." Colette nodded with a smile, fully understanding. He had never sought mere servants, but rather pieces that could create value for him. And the piece that was Theodore Knot had already been placed on the board ahead of time. Chapter 28. The Breath of Gold and the Key to the Future. Gringotts. The towering edifice constructed of pure white marble shimmered at the end of the street, resembling a fortress built from wealth and arrogance. Before the bronze doors, a fairy guard clad in scarlet and gold scrutinized the arrivals with its astute black eyes. When its gaze fell upon the end of the line, where the barefoot Dobby stood, its expression turned frigid, the corners of its mouth curling into a silent, disdainful arc. To the fairies, house elves were a blemish upon their racial history, remnants branded with the mark of slavery after the war's defeat. Dobby felt the weight of that gaze, trembling like a leaf in the wind, wishing fervently to bash his head against the unforgiving wall. Lucius sensed the fleeting pause and brought his serpent-headed wand down heavily. Thud! The staff collided with a marble floor, producing a crisp and commanding sound. "Lead the way," Lucius uttered succinctly. The fairies parted the heavy silver doors for them. As they passed, the inscriptions upon the door seemed to dim. "Enter, strangers, but heed this warning. Insatiable greed may lead to dire consequences." Beyond the silver gates lay a grand hall of marble, where hundreds of fairies sat behind towering counters. The clattering of abacuses intertwining with the jingling of gold coins to create a symphony of avarice. An elderly fairy, whose ears resembled daggers, emerged from behind the counter, guiding them deeper within. "Mr. Malfoy," the old fairy rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper, "your family's recent financial transactions have been excessively frequent." Gringotts frowns upon such regular large withdrawals. Just as Lucius was about to respond, Colette interjected with a smile, ringing, "I believe you have misconstrued the matter. We are not withdrawing. We are investing. Those gold coins are merely temporarily departing the vault to proliferate elsewhere. Is this not a more lucrative venture for you? More depositors, increased circulation, and, consequently, greater fees." Without further ado, he led them into a creaking minecart. "Hold on tight." The cart surged forth like a wild hound, racing through the narrow tunnels. Draco let out an excited shriek, gripping the handrail firmly, while Daphne shut her eyes tight, clinging desperately to Colette's arm. Colette, however, remained unfazed, his mind racing as he compared the labyrinthine tunnel structure with memories of defensive fortifications from his past life. The defenses here appeared impregnable, yet to him, they were not without their vulnerabilities. At last, the minecart halted before a massive circular metal door. "Malfoy Vault, number 711. Ringing tapped a peculiar rhythm upon the door with his slender fingers, synchronizing with Lucius as he inserted the vault key into the lock. Soon, accompanied by a series of intricate mechanical clicks, the heavy metal door slowly opened inward. In the next moment, a golden light burst forth, akin to a solidified star, instantly engulfing their vision. Colette's breath caught in his throat. He had seen galleons and possessed thousands of them, yet the sight before him utterly redefined his understanding of wealth. It was not mere piles of coins, it was a mountain. A golden range formed from galleons, sickles, and nuts, undulating majestically. Countless precious magical jewels, ancient alchemical instruments, and crowns adorned with dragon tears lay scattered like pebbles at the foot of the golden hill, reflecting a dazzling light. The air was suffused with the unique, cold sweetness of gold and power. Even the faint hum of coins under magical influence could be heard, the breath of gold. In the depths of his pupils, endless gold was mirrored. System alert. Detection of extremely high concentrations of magical energy aggregates, wealth form. Convertible points, 94,750,000 points. Permission upgrade. Your shop privileges have been elevated to legendary status. You may now unlock the mythic item catalog. Current redeemable core items. 1. Diamond Orb, exclusive to Dialga. Enhances the power of steel and dragon type moves by 20 for the holder. Redemption price, 90,000,000 points. 2. White Orb, exclusive to Palkia. Enhances the power of water and dragon type moves by 20 for the holder. Redemption price, 90,000,000 points. 3. Origin Orb, exclusive to Kyogre. Allows the holder to activate the Primordial Sea ability at will. Redemption price, 85,000,000 points. 4. Crimson Orb, exclusive to Groudon. Allows the holder to activate the Desolate Land ability at will. Redemption price, 85,000,000 points. Colette instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. A primal urge, one that seemed to trample the entire world beneath its feet, roared wildly through his veins. If he could channel everything here into the system, he would directly redeem an item of divine caliber, capable of altering the weather and mastering the essence of attributes. Gradually, he relaxed his grip, a calm smile returning to his face. There was no rush. He was still young. Everything here would eventually belong to him. Moreover, he would ensure that this wealth appreciated 100-fold, 1,000-fold. By then, he would desire not merely a divine item, but the qualification to make divine beasts his companions. He would possess true divine power. With poise, he strolled in the vault, casually snatching several large bags of galleons and tossing them to Dobby behind him. His demeanor resembled that of someone who had merely plucked a few ripe fruits from their garden. Draco, like a little mouse that had fallen into a grain bin, excitedly rolled in the pile of gold coins, tossing handfuls into the air and emitting joyful shrieks. Lucius and Narcissa had long since grown accustomed to this. Lucius observed his eldest son's unhurried and even contemplative silhouette, a flicker of awe, one he was unaware of himself, shimmering in his icy gray eyes. He realized that his son's ambitions had far surpassed the confines of the Malfoy name. Standing atop the lofty white steps of Gringotts, he gazed down upon the bustling crowd below, much like a monarch surveying his domain. His gaze traversed various wizarding families, eventually settling on a rather comical duo. A giant of an individual, excessively robust, was leading a diminutive boy who awkwardly maneuvered through the throng. The boy, with his unruly black hair and a pair of round glasses held together with tape, wore clothes that were absurdly oversized. His face bore an expression of bewilderment and novelty, starkly contrasting with those around him. Sunlight pierced through the enchanted ceiling of Diagon Alley, illuminating the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Harry Potter. Colette gazed upon the frail boy, observing the pure longing for the magical world etched upon his face, a flicker of mercantile eagerness shimmering in his azure eyes. A savior? The hope of the world? No. To him, this was an untapped vast market of potential. He was bound to the ancient treasury of the Potter family, the heirlooms of the Peveril lineage, and the countless hopes and aspirations poured into him by Dumbledore. Securing his friendship would equate to strategically placing a crucial piece in the intricate game with Dumbledore in the bygone era. How intriguing. A slight smile graced his lips. So, from where should one begin to seek the key that would unlock future treasures? His gaze shifted from Harry to the oversized oaf beside him, Rubius Hagrid, whose boundless enthusiasm for all magical creatures made him a perfect entry point. Chapter 29. The Father's Strategy, the Merchant's Game. Colette, look! Draco's voice dropped to an excited whisper, akin to a firecracker with its fuse lit yet its mouth covered, reddening his face in anticipation. He seized Colette's robe sleeve, his other hand pointing almost uncontrollably toward the crowd below the steps of Gringotts. Harry Potter. It's really him, the boy who lived, growing up with tales of the Savior. Draco, upon witnessing the living legend, was nearly consumed by curiosity and exhilaration that seemed ready to burst forth from his gray eyes. He puffed up his small chest, his feet poised to dash down like a proud little peacock, eager to engage in what he fancied would be a moment worthy of the history books. Draco. A gentle hand pressed upon his shoulder, halting his exuberance. Draco froze at once. Daphne had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere, her sapphire-like eyes not on Draco, but peering past him towards Colette, who appeared to be in a world of his own. Her voice was soft yet carried an unmistakable authority. Your brother is in thought. A proper pureblood ought to remain silent during such moments, rather than act like a startled fluffball. Big Sister Draco felt his fervor extinguished in an instant. He stared blankly at the profound silhouette of his elder brother, then at the delicate yet unassailable smile gracing the face of his future sister-in-law, his own countenance falling. He was acutely aware of what would transpire if he rushed down now. Greeting in a Malfoy fashion would likely begin with a jibe directed at the oaf, followed by an arrogant proclamation of friendship, ultimately leading to a complete debacle. With a reluctant pout, he acquiesced, shutting his mouth and retreating to Daphne's side, resembling a chastened little beast. This subtle yet effective interaction did not escape Lucius's discerning eye. He cast a measured glance at his future daughter-in-law. The girl from the Greengrass family was more perceptive than he had anticipated and possessed a greater understanding of how to navigate Draco. This pleased him. His gaze then followed the direction of Colette. Upon discerning the diminutive boy clad in tattered muggle attire, Lucius's ice-gray eyes narrowed ever so slightly. The expression he wore was not one of mere contempt, but rather a more intricate sentiment, akin to a politician evaluating a pawn or a merchant appraising goods. A cold and precise scrutiny, a most fascinating juxtaposition. Lucius's voice was a low murmur, blending seamlessly with the faint rustle of the serpent-headed cane as it twirled in his palm. Dumbledore's key-keeper and his chosen savior. Colette, what occupies your thoughts? He was acutely aware that his eldest son never indulged in purposeless gazes. Each prolonged silence signified a new strategy unfurling within his mind. An investment, father. An investment in the future. The future? Lucius emitted a barely audible scoff, tinged with mockery. The fate of the Potter family had, 11 years prior, been buried alongside that foolish couple. This boy was merely a symbol in Dumbledore's grasp, a living legend and a hot potato. Lucius had certainly contemplated the allure of the savior. Undoubtedly, it would deliver a resounding blow to Dumbledore, a political victory capable of shaming the entire Order of the Phoenix. But how to entice him? By the Malfoy method? Intimidation? Coercion? Such tactics would only drive the boy closer into Dumbledore's embrace. The risks were too great, the execution too complex, and the returns far from certain. Symbols held the utmost value. At length, Colette turned to face his father, his cerulean eyes steady and calm. Father, have you forgotten that the Potter family is among the purebloods? Although their fortune stems from selling hair potions, their coffers may well surpass those of the Malfoys and most lesser nobles. He paused, lowering his voice further, imbued with a persuasive strength. This title of savior is a trump card capable of swaying the entirety of the magical community's opinion. Presently, it is held by Dumbledore, yet his grip is not secure. Narcissa quietly listened to the exchange between father and son, gently pulling her still defiant Draco closer, signaling him with her eyes to maintain silence. She gazed upon her eldest, her beautiful blue eyes filled with unwavering pride and trust. Lucius fell silent. He was well aware of Potter's worth, yet he understood the intricacies of the maneuver. To approach Potter would be tantamount to declaring to the magical world that the Malfoy family stood with Dumbledore, which would be akin to betraying the very principles they had long revered. Especially in the shadow of that formidable figure, it presented an exceedingly perilous political gamble. A symbol is a double-edged sword. Colette, Lucius finally spoke, his tone laced with challenge. It can bestow prestige or invite ruin. Dumbledore wields it against the Dark Lord Shadow, and should we draw near, we would be deliberately positioning ourselves against that very shadow. The Malfoys never consort with fools and failures. That half-giant is an irredeemable fool, and Potter, at present, resembles nothing more than a fallen failure. Thus, we must become the first to extend the torch when everyone deems him a failure. Colette's smile bore an unexpected sharpness, incongruent with his age. What I seek is not his allegiance, father, but his friendship. Friendship? Lucius furrowed his brow. The utterance of such a word from a Malfoy struck him as absurd. Among pure-blood aristocrats, there exists only self-interest, devoid of camaraderie. Indeed, friendship. Colette emphasized the term, as if declaring a commercial theorem. It is the most inexpensive, yet also the most costly investment in this world. What it can procure is not fleeting loyalty, but a long-term future, a steadfast ally, a trump card to be played at will. Harry Potter is the key to that gold mine, along with that oaf beside him. Colette's gaze fell upon Hagrid, as if scrutinizing an intriguing commodity. It is the keyhole. He paused momentarily to ensure his father was fully grasping his thoughts before unveiling his plan. I have an extracurricular project concerning the conservation and training of magical creatures. I believe Dumbledore and his keykeeper would find this quite intriguing. Lucius's breath hitched for a moment. He understood. His eldest son intended not a crude political gambit, but rather a meticulously orchestrated commercial infiltration. He sought to unlock that tightly shut door with a fervor for the unknown creature, wielding the most irresistible of offerings. He would not directly engage the sensitive political symbol that is Potter, but rather approach from a seemingly innocuous academic angle. This was an almost flawless stratagem. Should he fail, it could easily be dismissed as an immature academic endeavor by a student, allowing the Malfoy family to distance themselves with ease. Lucius. Narcissa's gentle hand rested lightly upon her husband's taut arm, her voice as soft as a feather. Let Colette proceed. I trust our son. Lucius's tense jawline finally relaxed. He fixed his gaze upon Colette, his icy gray eyes swirling with complex emotions, shock, approval, and predominantly, a scrutiny of being surpassed by the next generation. Ultimately, he managed to utter a cautionary note from his throat. Do not forget your surname, Colette. Should you bring shame upon the Malfoys, I shall only elevate the Malfoy name to glory itself. Colette left behind a light yet weighty promise, stepping forward to descend the lofty white steps of Gringotts alone. His silhouette stood tall and composed, akin to a king approaching his chessboard, heading towards the clamor of the mundane below. Daphne gracefully approached Lucius and whispered, Uncle, you should feel proud. Colette is no longer content with merely inheriting the Malfoy legacy. He seeks to forge an era of his own. Lucius remained silent, observing his eldest son as he moved toward his prey, his eyes harboring the depths of a storm before its arrival. Chapter 30. The Savior's Doubt. The ambition of the Keeper of the Hunt. Colette traversed the crowd, each step deliberate and unhurried. He halted before the colossal figure. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagrid. His voice was gentle, imbued with just the right amount of politeness, akin to a soft breeze on a summer afternoon, leaving no room for criticism. Hagrid was awkwardly attempting to extract his purse from the countless pockets of his moleskin coat when he suddenly heard this voice, causing his mountain-like frame to jolt, scattering a few coins across the ground. As he lifted his gaze and beheld the dazzling platinum blonde hair and the excessively handsome face belonging to the Malfoy family, the friendly, foolish grin on his face instantly froze, replaced by an instinctual wariness and hostility. Malfoy. He mumbled the name with a throat full of gravel, like a bear whose territory has been encroached upon, instinctively stepping aside to shield the slight boy behind him with his massive form. Harry peeked out from beneath Hagrid's elbow, curiously surveying the boy before him. The well-tailored deep blue robe he wore was clearly of considerable value, adorned with intricate silver embroidery. His demeanor was so composed. It seemed as if he were strolling through his own garden rather than standing in the bustle of a street. This contrast left Harry, clad in Dudley's oversized old clothes, feeling a wave of discomfort and a desire to retreat further into the shadows. Yet within those sea-blue eyes, he found not a trace of disdain or mockery. Instead, they sparkled with a gentle, equal warmth. Hello, Harry Potter. Colette disregarded Hagrid's imposing posture, addressing Harry directly, his voice clear and solemn, as if uttering a sacred name. Harry was taken aback, his cheeks flushing a bright crimson. HLO. This was the first time in his life that a peer had so earnestly and formally called him by his full name. Within the Dursley household, he was merely that boy. At school, he was the unwanted oddity. No one had ever pronounced his name with such gravitas before. My name is Colette Malfoy. Colette smiled, extending a hand clad in exquisite dragon-hide gloves, which glimmered softly in the sunlight. Harry looked at that hand, then down at his own, damp with nervous perspiration, hesitatingly and awkwardly wiping it on his oversized trousers before reaching out. Their hands met gently. Even through the gloves, he could feel the warmth and dryness of Colette's palm. I am Harry. He uttered his name in a voice as faint as a whisper of a mosquito. I know. Colette released his hand, his smile deepening. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can become friends at Hogwarts. Friends. The word echoed like thunder, resonating through Harry's barren world of 11 years. He froze, abruptly lifting his head, his emerald green eyes shimmering with disbelief, a tumultuous blend of joy and insecurity. He even questioned if he had misheard. You want to be my friend? Why not? Colette countered, his smile flawless. True friendship is never contingent upon surnames, is it? This statement, akin to a gentle needle, precisely pierced the softest and most painful part of Harry's heart. Stay away from him, Harry. A booming voice interrupted them. Hagrid's robust arms, like iron bands, pressed down on Harry's shoulders, pulling him back slightly. His beetle-like black eyes were fixed fiercely on Colette, as if ready to unleash flames. Do not heed his nonsense. There is not a good soul among the Malfoys. Hagrid's loud voice drew the attention of several nearby wizards, who began to whisper and point at them. Colette's smile remained intact, yet his tone grew markedly colder. Mr. Hagrid, it is not the way of Hogwarts to judge others by a mere surname. I believe that Headmaster Dumbledore would prefer you to teach Harry how to discern good from evil, rather than to inherit prejudice. The mention of Dumbledore's name seemed to act like a binding spell, causing Hagrid's imposing presence to diminish considerably. Moreover, Colette leisurely tossed out a bombshell. Just yesterday, Headmaster Dumbledore paid a visit to Malfoy Manor. What? Hagrid's mouth fell open in shock, his thick beard quivering. He went to your home? Indeed, Colette said, casting a subtle glance at the captivated Harry, leaning slightly forward and speaking in a tone filled with the allure of sharing a secret. The headmaster is quite interested in an extracurricular topic I am researching, a subject concerning the conservation and training of new magical creatures. New magical creatures? Those words acted as a precise key, instantly unlocking the door to Hagrid's heart. The hostility on his face visibly dissipated, replaced by an insatiable curiosity. The headmaster has specifically authorized me to establish a related research club at Hogwarts. Colette, observing his expression, cast out a tantalizing bait. I came to formally extend an invitation to you, Mr. Hagrid. An invitation for me? Hagrid pointed incredulously at himself, his face a portrait of disbelief. In his lifetime, he had only been invited to brawl, never for anything else. Indeed, Colette, exuding sincerity, slightly inclined his body in a gesture of refined nobility. I wish to invite you to serve as the honorary advisor for our Ancient Magical Creatures Research Society. After all, in the entire magical community of England, one could hardly find anyone more knowledgeable and passionate about magical creatures than you. Honorary advisor? Hagrid felt as if his mind had turned into a boiling cauldron. A Malfoy inviting him to be an advisor? This was more absurd than a Norwegian ridgeback laying eggs in his cottage. He could even feel his heart racing wildly in his chest. I believe you will also come to adore Pokémon. Colette gazed at Hagrid's eyes, wide with excitement and confusion, and revealed a knowing smile. It is a completely new species filled with the wonders of life that you have never encountered before. Hagrid was utterly flabbergasted. After a long pause, he finally managed to mumble a vague response. I must consult Dumbledore. Of course, Colette's purpose has been fulfilled. He gracefully stepped back, slightly bowed his head, and then redirected his gaze towards Harry. Well then, I shall see you at the start of term, Harry. And Hagrid as well. He turned to depart, his platinum short hair glinting in the sunlight as it traced an elegant arc, leaving behind the tall figure and the small one, along with the tumultuous emotions swirling within them. It was only when Colette's silhouette merged with the opulently dressed Malfoy entourage in the distance that Hagrid seemed to be jolted from a spell, shaking violently. We must hurry. Harry, it's time to purchase your wand. He nearly dragged Harry along, as if fleeing from something. Hagrid, are all the Malfoys bad people? Hagrid's pace slowed, a heavy sigh escaping him, his voice deep and thunderous. They're very old, very wealthy, but they look down upon half-bloods like me, and scorn wizards of muggle descent like your mother. In any case, steer clear of them in the future. But Harry halted, tilting his head upwards, a flicker of confusion and stubbornness in his vibrant green eyes. I believe he has a point. One should not judge another solely by their surname. At the Dursleys, everyone thought I was a freak just because my last name is Potter. Hagrid's heart felt as if it had been struck by something profound. Indeed, was he not also regarded as a monster due to his half-giant lineage? Yet he was a Malfoy. Harry, that makes it different. Hagrid's voice dwindled. Even he found his defense feeble. He didn't mock me. Harry's voice, though soft, was resolute. He wants to be my friend. Hagrid, no one has ever wanted to be my friend. The final statement hung in the air like a silent incantation, rendering Hagrid utterly speechless. Brother. Draco rushed over like a firecracker, his face brimming with uncontainable curiosity. What did you say to Potter? Was he excited? And that big oaf. Didn't he do anything to you, did he? Colette paid no heed to his brother's exuberance, instead directing his gaze at Lucius. The latter's expression remained frosty, yet the scrutiny in his eyes deepened, becoming more intricate. I have invited Hagrid to serve as the honorary advisor for my forthcoming Ancient Magical Creatures Research Society. Colette reported calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Draco exclaimed. That big oaf? As an advisor? Colette, you must be feverish. He can't even articulate a complete spell. Silence. Draco, Lucius coldly reprimanded, his gaze fixed on Colette as if reassessing his eldest son. Will Dumbledore agree? He shall. Colette replied with a confident smile. No one understands the power of unity better than Dumbledore. He will allow Hagrid to come because he wishes to observe what I intend to do. He desires to keep this piece on his chessboard under his watchful eye. And Colette turned to Daphne, who intuitively handed over a small, weighty bag of galleons, eager to share the moment. Colette accepted the pouch and placed it into Draco's hands, playfully tousling his meticulously styled platinum hair. All right, no need for theatrics. Head to Madame Malkin's robe shop and, aside from your school uniform, select 2 of the most splendid robes for yourself. The remainder is your pocket money. Draco's eyes instantly sparkled, his earlier confusion dissipating like mist. He weighed the pouch in his hands and let out a cheer, rushing off to the robe shop with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Purchasing loyalty with money is the most cost-effective and efficient approach. Colette observed his brother's retreating figure and addressed Lucius. This was both an explanation and a declaration. Lucius snorted dismissively, non-committal. And what of buying loyalty with friendship? He retorted, his tone laced with genuine skepticism. What is acquired through friendship is not loyalty, but the promise of the future. Colette gazed in the direction where Harry and Hagrid had disappeared into the throng, a slight smile gracing his lips. Harry Potter is the key, and Hagrid the lock. Now I have inserted the key and turn it gently. Father, Mother, Daphne. He turned with a radiant smile. Come, our shopping has only just begun. A magnificent commercial empire requires a worthy beginning. Chapter 31, Platinum Gold. Diagon Alley is perpetually bustling. Yet at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robe shop, passers-by instinctively veer aside, creating an invisible void. The Malfoy family stood at the center of this vacuum. Lucius Malfoy, wielding his serpent-headed staff, with platinum locks cascading over his shoulders, resembled solidified moonlight. His expression was impassive, akin to a cold statue surveying his estate. The intricately carved serpent scales of his staff gripped tightly in his hand, the silver serpent's head seemingly poised to spring to life, ready to unleash its lethal venom. Narcissa stood elegantly by his side, appearing calm, yet her lovely blue eyes frequently darted toward the shop's interior, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her concern for their youngest son. After all, this was Draco's first independent selection of his robes. In contrast to their parents' stoicism, Colette appeared much more relaxed. He had shifted his focus away from the shop, leaning towards Daphne and whispering something to her. Just then, the shop doors swung open with vigor. Colette, Draco burst forth like a peacock eager to flaunt its new feathers. Accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, he completely disregarded his father's icy glare, rushing to Colette, his youthful face flushed with excitement. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to boast loudly, but abruptly recalled his brother's admonition, stifling his volume into an excited yet awkward exclamation, wary of being overheard by the Muggle-borns around them. The pouch you gave me, Madame Malkin said the galleons inside are enough to make me the finest robes, with dragon hide and velvet. She said, I am the most generous young master she has ever encountered. He recalled the amiable conversation his brother had just had with Potter, even extending an invitation to that Hagrid as some sort of advisor, and a wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. He found it perplexing, however. The allure of the pocket money his brother generously provided was simply too enticing, causing his handsome visage to flush an amusing shade of crimson. He did not genuinely wish to oppose Potter. Rather, he merely desired for that illustrious savior to cast a glance of envy in his direction. Since his brother deemed it beneath him to assert dominance through status, he resolved to outshine Potter through wealth. This was the true essence of being a Malfoy. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle immediately echoed their agreement with grunts, natural-born supporters and masters of atmosphere. Indeed, young Master Draco ought to don the finest attire, Crabbe proclaimed in a rumbling voice, as if this were the singular truth of the universe. Potter-esque garments, I dare say, resemble hand-me-downs from the Weasley family, passed down for 7 generations. There are patches on them, Goyle scoffed, having observed the details just moments prior. These words struck a chord with Draco, who puffed out his chest with pride, his earlier complex feelings swiftly supplanted by vanity. Colette withdrew his arm from Daphne's grasp and meticulously adjusted Draco's collar, which he had carelessly disheveled, executing the motion with calm deliberation. Draco, remember, the grandeur of the Malfoys is etched in our very bones, not merely spoken. His voice, though soft, bore the weight of a chilling command. Instantly, Draco reined in all his fidgeting, instinctively straightening his back as if an invisible string had lifted him. Moreover, when dealing with potential high-profile clients, one must maintain the utmost courtesy. Colette added, his words laden with implication. Draco felt more bewildered. Clients? Potter? He yearned to retort, but dared not, instead puffing out his cheeks in indignation, resembling a beleaguered pufferfish. The robes are a wizard's foremost calling card, particularly at Hogwarts. At this juncture, Daphne spoke gently, stepping forward to nonchalantly brush off non-existent dust from Colette's shoulder, seamlessly integrating herself into the dialogue of the two brothers. The interplay of platinum and bright gold, the two most noble of hair colors, shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a flowing masterpiece. We must assist you in making a judicious election, ensuring that those foolish Gryffindor lions are bested even before they set foot in the hall. She adroitly elevated Draco's personal rivalry to a matter of house honor. Subsequently, she turned to Draco, whose face had turned a deeper shade of red, and winked at him, her tone affectionate as that of an elder sister. Draco was taken aback. Why? Daphne's lips curled into an elegant, yet disdainful smile. I am concerned it may compromise your aesthetic judgment in selecting robes. The Parkinson family robes are forever reminiscent of a poorly coordinated cake, overly sweet and garish. In just a few words, she deftly chastised Pansy while elevating Draco's status, simultaneously declaring her closeness to Colette and her absolute authority in the conversation. Draco gazed at his admired brother and this formidable future sister-in-law, the remnants of his small pride dissipating into a childlike awkwardness. He stammered a response, his face growing even warmer. Suddenly, he perceived that Pansy was indeed rather loud. Lucius's cold, gray gaze swept over the duo of Colette and Daphne, and within the depths of that ancient, unyielding ice, there flickered a glimmer of almost imperceptible satisfaction. The young lady of the Greengrass family possessed not only beauty, but also intellect and acumen to match. She was acutely aware of when to compliment and when to take the lead, skillfully amplifying the prestige of both families. Inside Madame Malkin's robe shop, the scent of lavender mingled with the distinctive aroma of new fabric. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. Madame Malkin personally emerged from the VIP reception room, her face adorned with the most professional smile, exuding warmth that was perfectly balanced. You are here to have school uniforms tailored for the young gentleman and lady, I presume? Draco was ushered to the fitting mirror, instantly transforming into a proud little peacock, chest puffed and head held high, allowing the measuring tape to dance around him. I want the finest fabric. Draco cleared his throat, striving to imitate his father's tone. The most impressive style? Madame Malkin's smile remained unwavering. Of course, young sir. We have the finest Peruvian imported cashmere, along with 3 sets of casual robes suitable for the Slytherin common room. Colette interjected, issuing direct orders. His voice not loud, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Trimmed with Welsh green dragon hide for the borders and cuffs, and lined with Scottish waterproof cashmere. The lake bottom is damp. I do not wish for my brother to catch rheumatism within the first week of school. He paused, adding, additionally, a formal evening robe, crafted from the best velvet, with the neckline and cuffs embroidered with the Malfoy family crest. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. Dragonhide trim, embroidered with the family crest. This was 100 times more luxurious and cool than he could have imagined. He gazed at Colette, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Absolutely, absolutely. Rest assured, it will be of the highest specification. Madame Malkin's smile nearly overflowed. This was an order that could secure her an early vacation. She immediately turned to Colette. And what about you, young Master Colette? Do you require the same specifications? Colette remained silent, merely glancing at Daphne beside him. Understanding instantly, she stepped forward, her grace and composure silencing the entire VIP area. Colette's school uniform would be crafted from the finest silk and cashmere blend, ensuring both drape and comfort while providing a degree of protection. She retrieved a roll of exquisite parchment from her petite handbag and handed it to Madame Malkin. We have brought the design for the casual robes ourselves. The focus is on this. She paused, seemingly weighing her words before revealing a perfect smile. A club uniform. Madame Malkin carefully unfolded the design, her expression shifting from that of an enthusiastic merchant to that of a dedicated artisan. The design on the parchment was simple yet striking, imbued with a sense of power. The high collar, cinched waist, and sharp lines coupled with the reinforced shoulders and elbows starkly contrast with the traditional loose style of wizard robes. It resembles a military uniform of an elite force. What a bold design, murmured Madame Malkin, her fingers delicately gliding over the blueprint, sensing the ambition embedded within the design. Lucius and Narcissa approached. A mere glance from Lucius caused his pupils to narrow slightly. This was not merely an article of clothing. It was a manifestation of will. Father, Colette turned to Lucius, her voice calm, yet resonant enough for all present to hear. An organization requires a symbol. When the members of my Ancient Magical Creatures Research Society don this uniform, they will no longer be merely students of a certain academy. He surveyed the room, his gaze unflinching and inclusive, even towards Madame Malkin. They will possess a singular identity, our people. He intended for this message to disperse like dandelion seeds through the mouths of these elite suppliers, reaching the ears of every pureblood family in Diagon Alley. The design philosophy of this uniform embodies order and power. Daphne interjected at the opportune moment, her voice gentle yet resolute. "It is not merely clothing, it is a declaration. My father has consented that all raw materials for the uniforms will be exclusively supplied through the Greengrass family, ensuring the highest quality." She lifted her gaze to meet Lucius's scrutinizing stare, continuing with a demeanor that was both assertive and respectful. "This signifies that members joining this society will be under the joint protection of the Malfoys and Greengrasses. This is not solely Colette's society. It is the first step taken collectively by our two families." She adeptly transformed a child's game into a strategic alliance between two prominent families, seamlessly incorporating the Greengrass family into this declaration, turning it into a shared intention. The frost in Lucius's eyes began to crack. He looked at Colette, awaiting the final key. A society? An alliance? These notions feel too abstract. He required something tangible. The essence of pureblood families lies in their nature as closed commercial groups. "I merely clad this group in a more modern guise, infusing it with new blood and ambition," Colette stated, fixing her gaze upon her father's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. "Moreover, I have provided you with a more secure investment direction." Though she did not explicitly name the madman, the pureblood aristocrats present understood implicitly. Rather than gambling the family's fate on a ghost long past its prime, this statement struck like thunder in Lucius's mind. He stared intently at Colette, as if attempting to pierce her soul. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice akin to ice clinking. Yet it was in the context of finalizing that order. "The uniform fabric shall be made from the skin of sea monsters tanned by Norwegian whalers, interwoven with the silk of eight-eyed giant spiders. It must be waterproof, fireproof, and capable of withstanding most curses. The expenses will be charged to the Malfoy account. This is not indulgence, it is investment." As a group of individuals exited the robe shop, Crabbe and Goyle were burdened with numerous packages that nearly obscured their vision. In stark contrast, Colette stood empty-handed, having successfully sold his most prized possession to his enigmatic father. "Let us proceed," Lucius commanded, tapping the ground with the tip of his serpent-headed cane, his voice imbued with a subtle complexity. "To Ollivanders, to select the sharpest weapons for the impending empire." Chapter 32. The Serpent Wood, Dragon Heartstring, and the Master. Ollivander's wand shop appeared as dilapidated and silent as ever. A solitary bell jingled as they entered, heralding a soft voice emerging from the unfathomable shadows behind the shelves. "Good afternoon." Garrick Ollivander glided forth like a specter, his eyes glimmering in the dim light like two pale moons, exuding an unsettling luminosity. "Ah, the Malfoy family and Miss Greengrass." His gaze lingered briefly on Lucius and the elm wand in his hand, sweeping past Narcissa, and finally resting upon the group of new students poised to embark on their academic journey. The selection of wands is always one of the most exhilarating moments before the commencement of the school year. Draco nervously clutched the hem of his robe, the earlier bravado evaporating in the presence of the elder who seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of one's soul. Ollivander turned his attention to him first. "Which hand is your dominant one?" "The right." A silver measuring tape sprang to life, darting around Draco like a serpent, swiftly taking his measurements. After a flurry of activity, he tried nearly 10 wands, each failure deepening the flush on his cheeks, until at last, when he grasped the 10-inch hawthorn wand and it emitted a burst of gold and crimson sparks, he was nearly overcome with joy. Next, Ollivander directed his focus to Daphne, his demeanor noticeably more solemn. "Miss Greengrass, it is your turn." Daphne elegantly extended her right hand. She exhibited neither Draco's anxiety nor Colette's tranquility, but rather a perfectly balanced anticipation. She tested 3 wands. The first, a willow wood with unicorn hair, showed no reaction in her grasp. The second, an apple wood with a dragon heartstring core, released a wisp of green smoke, fragrant with the scent of apple blossoms, yet Daphne merely shook her head politely. Then, "Let's try this." Ollivander presented the third wand, laurel wood, 12 inches, with a unicorn hair core. It possesses great power, but does not suffer indolent masters. As Daphne held it, a warm and proud energy emanated from her palm, and the tip radiated a gentle silver aura, reminiscent of moonlight. "This is the one." She beamed with a perfect smile, content in her selection. The selection process for Crabbe and Goyle was markedly more straightforward. Ollivander casually procured 2 sturdy wands for them, and as long as they did not explode in their hands, it was deemed a success. Finally, Ollivander's gaze shifted to Colette, his silver eyes shimmering with an almost fervent light, akin to a sculptor who had uncovered a rare and exquisite gem. "Now, it is your turn, Mr. Colette Malfoy. I can discern that you will be a discerning young wizard." The measuring tape transformed into a silver whirlwind, completing its task. Colette remained utterly still, sensing that Mr. Ollivander's gaze was not upon a mere customer, but rather scrutinizing a rare material. Ollivander emitted a contented sigh, akin to savoring the finest aged vintage. Curious, exceedingly curious. He carefully retrieved the first wand, made of birch, featuring a unicorn hair core, measuring 13 inches. It chooses those who are brave, fearless, and possess a spirit of self-sacrifice. Colette grasped it, but the wand seemed to die in his hand, devoid of any warmth. It was a visceral rejection from the depths of his being. He released his grip. Ollivander chuckled softly, his voice gravelly. It appears you regard such noble qualities with indifference. He proffered the second wand, its shaft adorned with exquisite red patterns. Crafted from red oak with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11.5 inches. Designed for natural duelists, it responds swiftly and seeks victory. Colette took hold, and the wand instantly became scorching hot. A blinding white light erupted from its tip, shooting towards the ceiling, and a fierce, combative will surged into his mind, yearning for battle, conquest, and blood. Lucius instinctively tightened his grip on his serpent-headed cane. Yet Colette frowned and released it once more. It was too loud. It craved conflict, while you merely wished to command. Ollivander articulated, excitedly rubbing his hands together, then retrieved the third wand, made of blackthorn, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 11 inches. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a dark secret. For warriors or prisoners, it requires experiencing danger alongside its master to truly find its home. Colette accepted it. The wand trembled violently in his palm, emitting a reluctant hum, and a fierce, bloodthirsty aura enveloped him. Narcissa's breath caught, instinctively drawing closer to Lucius. Colette, expressionless, absorbed the raw violence, and then, for the third time, released his grip. It seems it does not favor me. No, it is quite fond of you. Ollivander's voice carried a morbid excitement. It is your ambition that it cannot bear. You find its violence too crude, its fervor too noisy, and you regard noble character with disdain. You disdain powerful force as brutish, pure combativeness as bothersome, and noble character as inconsequential. What, I wonder, does your soul truly desire? He abruptly turned, venturing deep into the shop's darkest recesses for an extended period. So long that Draco began to fidget, and concern etched itself upon Narcissa's face. When Ollivander finally re-emerged, he solemnly cradled a long box made of ebony, unmarked by any insignia. The box was ancient, adorned with fine scratches, yet meticulously polished to a pristine sheen. He placed it upon the counter, his silver eyes gazing intently at Colette. I seldom err, Mr. Malfoy. Yet, in your presence, I detect an unprecedented scent. It is neither good nor evil. Ollivander's voice was as soft as a whisper, embodying an unmasked, pure desire for control. He slowly lifted the lid of the box, revealing a wand that lay quietly upon the faded black velvet lining. Its surface was entirely obsidian, adorned with a natural pattern of fine serpentine scales that reflected a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Colette extended his hand, and the instant his fingertips brushed against the wand, a surge of icy magic coursed through his body like a lightning bolt. He felt no rejection, only a profound sense of completeness, as if a missing piece of his soul had finally been found. He grasped it firmly. The air within the shop instantly became thick and still. On the shelves, thousands of wands nestled within their paper boxes emitted a low, subservient hum in unison. Shadows in the corners began to twist and writhe, eagerly converging towards the wand in Colette's hand, dimming the light in that area. A thin layer of frost silently formed on the glass windows of the shop. You would, Ollivander's voice quivered with excitement. The wand of Salazar, Slytherin himself, is crafted from this very material. It only selects those who possess immense ambition and an unyielding desire for control. He paused, savoring the historical weight of the moment. The core is a dragon's heartstring, specifically from an iron belly, a breed long extinct on the Ukrainian plains. It is powerful, easily directed towards deeper magic, and he gazed at Colette. It is absolutely loyal to the victor. 11.75 inches. Rigid, unyielding. Ollivander regarded Colette, his pale eyes reflecting the image of the young man holding the wand, as if witnessing the dawn of a new era. I am curious, Mr. Malfoy. What kind of world you intend to create with it? Colette did not even need to wave the wand. He simply held it quietly. The frigid power of absolute obedience flowed through his palm, as if it were a part of him by birthright. The mere existence of this wand was testament to that. He turned to face Lucius, who remained in a state of shock, his sea blue eyes eerily calm. Father, pay the fee. Chapter 33, The Parade, the Chessboard, and the Iron Jungle. September 1st, morning. In the study of Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was as heavy as a tomb. I shall say it again, no. Lucius Malfoy's voice was laced with ice, his silver hair glowing like a chilling flame in the flickering firelight. He slammed the serpent-headed wand staff down upon the expensive carpet, producing a dull thud. The heir of the Malfoys is to sit in a muggle tin can, parading through London. Colette, do you wish to make a mockery of our family before the entire wizarding world? Across from him, Colette stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, idly toying with a gold galleon. Outside, a white peacock, meticulously cared for by magic, strutted across the lawn, its splendid tail feathers trailing behind, blissfully unaware of the tension that permeated the study. Father, are you aware of the engine used in the night bus? His voice was calm, as if he were merely discussing the weather. Lucius was momentarily taken aback, the creases on his brow deepening. It is powered by a Leland Titan diesel engine, Colette continued, disregarding his father's astonishment. Modified by the Ministry of Magic, yet fundamentally a product of Muggles. The Ministry does not prohibit it. In fact, it actively promotes its use because it is convenient, efficient, and profitable. It is quite intriguing that we disdain Muggles while unwittingly utilizing their inventions, is it not? Colette's azure eyes locked onto Lucius's, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned politician rather than an 11-year-old child. You often assert that the shadow of war never dissipates. Then I must inquire, where will the battlefield of the future lie? It will not be confined to the wizarding hamlet of Godric's Hollow or the desolate wilderness. Father, look outside. The true battlefield is the steel jungle of London, teeming with millions of Muggles. That is the grandest chessboard of the new era. His tone was unflinching, imbued with an undeniable weight, each word penetrating Lucius's established beliefs like a nail. Our journey today is not for leisure, but for a display of strength. Colette's voice lowered slightly, laced with persuasion. A general must personally survey the enemy's positions before battle. We must memorize every street, every bridge. We must witness how its arteries pulse with the lifeblood of the nation. We must comprehend its rhythm. Enough. Lucius interjected sharply, yet his tone betrayed an unrecognized wavering. Muggles are filthy, inferior. They are resources. Colette interrupted him, enunciating each word. Resources that we can exploit, vast enough to engulf the entire wizarding world. We can no longer be content to hide within our estates, erecting a facade of superiority through wealth and lineage. We must seek to understand our enemies, even our pawns. Only by grasping their nature can we learn to manipulate them or, when necessary, crush them entirely. Silence enveloped the study. Lucius's gray eyes fixated intently on his eldest son. This unheard-of theory of military inspection pierced his innermost anxieties regarding the family's future like a venomous thorn. He yearned to counter, yet found Colette's reasoning impeccable, even disturbingly alluring. He thought of the fallen Dark Lord, of the precarious position of the Malfoy family in the aftermath of war, and of those lurking in the shadows, eager to witness their downfall. Ultimately, he issued a cold snort from his throat, conceding tacitly. Perhaps the future of the Malfoys truly required something different. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the wrought iron gates of Malfoy Manor slid open silently. Two elegantly modified, pitch-black Daimler DS 420 luxury sedans glided forth like slumbering beasts. Once serving the British royal family, these vehicles boasted retro yet imposing lines. Enchanted, the roar of the engines was subdued to a mere resonant hum, brimming with latent power. The convoy eschewed the Flun network, seamlessly merging into the flow of the Muggle world. Inside the rear compartment, the space was as expansive as a quaint parlor, filled with the mingling aromas of fine leather and subtle wood. Draco pressed his nose against the thick, bulletproof glass. The rapidly retreating red brick buildings and hurried Muggles, evoking a visceral disdain within him. Yet, the thrill of the unfamiliar clawed at his heart with an insistent curiosity. Clad in a pristine Hogwarts uniform, the craftsmanship of Madame Malkin lent a sheen of galleons to every fold of his robe. His platinum hair was meticulously styled, rendering him akin to a finely polished young prince. Colette, he finally burst out, turning to complain, how much longer must we endure this clunker? Wouldn't flue powder be swifter? The stench of gasoline is nearly making me vomit. Colette sat beside Daphne, not bothering to glance outside. Instead, he leisurely polished his entirely black snakewood wand with a silk handkerchief embroidered with the Greengrass family crest. The wand rested in his hand like a piece of art, devoid of the menacing aura it had possessed in Ollivander's shop. To look, Colette said without lifting his gaze. Look at those grotesque square boxes and the ant-like people. Draco. Colette lifted his gaze, his azure eyes betraying no emotion. You must learn to endure, even to comprehend the vulgarity you perceive. Once you rise high enough, you may choose to either exploit it or crush it. But before that, you must at least understand what it is you intend to trample. Draco, only partially grasping his brother's complex wisdom, pouted slightly. He couldn't quite fathom the lofty philosophies, yet instinctively understood that listening to his brother was invariably prudent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crab and Goyle appeared utterly bewildered by the world outside. They sat as two immobile masses, their only purpose to occupy space. Goyle's attention was captured by the colorful sign of a candy store, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Crab, striving to mimic Draco's proud demeanor, resembled a turtle awkwardly attempting to elongate its neck due to his short stature. Beautifully put, Daphne suddenly chuckled, her radiant golden hair shimmering in the dim light of the car, akin to molten gold. She turned her gaze toward Colette, a glint of mischief sparkling in her sapphire-like eyes. Yet, I still find these buildings less attractive than the greenhouse of the Greengrass estate. Indeed, Colette replied, casting her a sidelong glance, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. For every plant in that greenhouse is clearly labeled, worth a fortune. And what are these people? Daphne's gaze swept across the thronging sidewalk outside. What are they worth? At present, not a penny. Colette's voice was soft. Yet in the future, they would become votes, labor, soldiers, and even the very foundation of faith. Each of these can be assigned a price, and we shall be the ones to determine that price. Daphne's blue eyes curved into crescent shapes as she naturally linked her arm with Colette's, resting her head gently on his shoulder, falling into a comfortable silence. Their unspoken understanding required no words. Her fiancé possessed the unique ability to perceive what others could not. All she needed to do was to pave the way for him once he discerned the direction. In the front car, Lucius rested with closed eyes. Merely gazing at the muggle world felt like a defilement of his pure blood lineage. Narcissa tenderly stroked the fluffy head of her beloved creature, who purred contentedly in her embrace. Occasionally, she glanced through the rearview mirror at her two sons, one deep as the ocean, the other sharp and radiant, filling her with both pride and concern, especially Colette, whose rapid growth left her feeling a tinge of unfamiliarity. King's Cross Station had arrived, as the two imposing black Daimlers came to a halt at the entrance. The surrounding bustling crowd seemed to be silenced by an invisible hand. Travelers with luggage instinctively parted to make way, and the air was thick with a complex blend of curiosity, awe, and envy. They did not recognize the Malfoy name, but they could discern the aura cultivated by wealth and power. Were they filming a movie? Or perhaps a hidden European aristocratic family had come to experience life. Whispers floated from afar. Lucius was the first to alight. His serpent-headed cane tapped lightly on the marble floor, producing a crisp sound that acted as an invisible barrier, shielding him from the tainted air of muggles. Narcissa followed closely behind, her demeanor as graceful as one descending from a throne. Colette and Daphne emerged side by side, their platinum and bright gold hair shimmering beneath the dim dome of the station like two suns that had strayed into the mundane world. Daphne, with her arm entwined with Colette's, wore a poised yet distant smile, her presence as the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family eclipsing all else around them. Draco led Crab and Goyle, striving to mimic his father's posture, proudly lifting his chin. A silent, unassuming wizard servant dressed in a chauffeur's uniform stepped out, demonstrating an efficiency surpassing the ordinary as he deftly stacked the silver-embellished trunks bearing their family crest onto two trolleys with nearly imperceptible levitation spells. To muggles, he appeared merely as an astonishingly strong mover. It was hard to believe that we must share the same air with these creatures, Draco muttered in a low voice, his face contorted in disgust. Between platforms 9 and 10, Lucius dismissed his son's complaints with indifference, eager to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. The group maneuvered their luggage trolleys through the crowd as if parting the sea. At that moment, Colette's steps faltered slightly. Not far away, a cluster of striking red hair stood out vividly amidst the drab crowd. The Weasley family. The boy named Ron was engaged in a heated argument with his mother, his face flushed and his robes conspicuously short, revealing his faded ankles. Standing between them was a slender, black-haired boy clad in an oversized old t-shirt. Harry Potter. He gazed at the solid brick wall with a look of confusion, his face etched with helplessness and self-doubt. "I'll look who it is." Draco had also spotted him, and an unmistakable Malfoy smirk spread across his face. He was about to approach, ready to deliver the greeting he had failed to complete in Diagon Alley. "Draco!" The voice of Colette was not loud, but acted like an invisible tether, halting Draco's steps instantly. Colette did not look at him, merely observing Harry from distance. akin to a chess player contemplating a yet-to-be-played but crucial piece. Only a starving wild dog would rush toward its prey, he said nonchalantly. A hunter chooses the most opportune moment to strike. Draco felt a flush of embarrassment, reluctantly huffed, yet obediently fell silent. A glance at Crabbe and Goyle revealed they too were nervously watching Colette, intensifying his sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley was urging her children, "Hurry up, Percy. You go first." The older boy, with a serious expression, dashed toward the barrier, vanishing into thin air. Harry's mouth fell slightly agape. Following him, the Weasley twins scampered forward, playfully winking at Harry. Soon, only Mrs. Weasley, her young daughter Ginny, and the boy who was both forgotten by the world and its center of attention, Harry Potter, remained on the platform. Just as Harry took a deep breath, summoning courage for his first leap of faith, the Malfoy family approached with the elegance of predators. Unhurried, yet deliberate. Upon seeing Lucius's indifferent face, Mrs. Weasley's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a protective vigilance akin to that of a hen guarding her chicks. "Malfoy," she spat out coldly, uttering the surname. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at her, his gaze ultimately settling on Harry, as if appraising an intriguing commodity. Lingering finally on the lightning scar. By Merlin's beard, it is the infamous Harry Potter. Draco immediately seized the opportunity to perform. Circling Harry's shabby luggage trolley and exaggeratedly pointing at the snowy owl perched atop it. "Is this all your belongings?" I expected the savior to be a tad more dignified. "Draco." Narcissa's voice carried a tinge of stern admonition. "To insult an orphan is beneath our standing." The exhilaration of stepping into a new world was shattered by that cutting remark. At that moment, Colette moved. He approached Harry, offering a slight nod and a gentle smile. "Hello, Harry. It's good to see you again." His voice was soft, like a summer night-esque breeze, a stark contrast to Draco-esque sharpness. Harry was taken aback. He gazed at the platinum-haired boy before him, who stood slightly taller than Draco. In the cerulean depths of his eyes, there was no trace of mockery, only an enigmatic calmness and seriousness. "Greetings," he said. "Allow me to formally introduce myself once more. I am Colette Malfoy." Colette extended his hand, adding, "This is my fiancée, Daphne Greengrass." Daphne offered Harry a polite, yet distant smile, her elegance leaving Ginny momentarily spellbound. Harry hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out, gently shaking hands with Colette. The latter's grasp was warm and firm. "It seems you have encountered some trouble," Colette remarked, glancing at the wall and then at the solitary Harry. "No need for the Malfoy family to concern themselves," Mrs. Weasley interjected, shielding Harry behind her. Colette remained unfazed, turning to his father. "Father, Mother, let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep the Hogwarts Express waiting." Lucius let out a dismissive grunt, casting one last icy glance at Harry. Reminiscent of the chill from the Dementors of Azkaban, he pushed the luggage trolley forward, sauntering towards the wall with the grace of ink dissolving into water, silently vanishing from sight. Narcissa, cradling Ebb, followed suit with equal elegance. Draco, with a smirk, made a face at Ron before plunging into the wall as well. Colette was the last to depart. "If you require assistance at Hogwarts, you may seek me out," he remarked before disappearing into the wall alongside Daphne. Harry stood there, lost in thought. Mrs. Weasley whispered something in his ear, but he absorbed none of it. In that fleeting moment, ripples of emotion spread through his heart, lingering long after. Chapter 34. Slytherin, Investments, and Openings. As he passed through the wall, the cacophony of voices, the hissing of steam, and the cooing of owls blended into a symphony unique to the magical realm. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express loomed like a colossal iron dragon, quietly docked at the platform, exhaling plumes of white steam. The Malfoy family stood apart on the platform, a stark contrast to the surrounding throng of students dragging their luggage and exchanging heartfelt farewells. Before a reserved first-class carriage, Crabbe and Goyle stood like sentinels, their imposing figures barring the way of any inquisitive students. Their expressions were stoic, yet the menace in their gazes was sufficient to deter any curious onlookers. Lucius and Narcissa were engaged in their final farewells. "Draco," Lucius admonished his younger son, his gaze stern. "Remember your lineage. Do not mingle with those mudbloods and blood traitors." His attention then shifted to Colette, his expression complex, transitioning from mere command to one laden with scrutiny and expectation. "Colette, the parade you mentioned, I shall remember it. At Hogwarts, I need you to observe closely. Discern who stands as a friend, who as an enemy, and who may serve as a pawn. Let all know that the Malfoy legacy will be upheld by you, in a manner anew, for the honor of the family." Colette slightly bowed, her words succinct yet more powerful than any promise. Narcissa embraced each of them in turn, pressing a gentle kiss to Draco's forehead while admonishing him not to stir up trouble. She adjusted Colette's collar, her eyes brimming with an almost overwhelming sense of reluctance. Take care of yourself and your brother. Remember to write every week. Mother, Colette interjected softly. No one can bully a Malfoy. Only we decide who stand beside us. Narcissa paused, then smiled with a sense of pride as she realized her eldest son had surpassed his father's stature. Soon, Harry and Ron appeared on the platform. Harry spotted Colette standing by the carriage door. Instinctively, he tried to avoid him, but Colette merely raised a hand in greeting over the crowd before turning to board the train. His demeanor suggested that the earlier confrontation on the platform had been an inconsequential encounter. Stay away from them, Harry, Ron whispered beside him. The Malfoys are all bad news. My dad said Lucius Malfoy used to be a key henchman for the Dark Lord, with the dark mark on his arm. He spent a fortune to clear his name after the war, claiming he was under duress. Their whole family are snakes. I know, Harry replied, though his thoughts were in turmoil. Everything Ron said seemed so credible, aligning with Hagrid's warnings. Yet he couldn't forget how that boy named Colette had treated him with courtesy in Diagon Alley. Nor could he dismiss how he had come to his aid in a moment of embarrassment. Would a villain act that way? Harry felt confused. Perhaps things were not as simple as Ron suggested. Inside the carriage, it was an entirely different world. Deep green velvet seats, polished mahogany tables, and the air filled with the scent of expensive wood and a hint of tea, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a noble-esque private study. Draco was animatedly boasting about his Slytherin house to Pansy, who gazed at him with rapt attention, as if every word he uttered were gospel. In another corner sat a slender boy alone, silently polishing a smooth blue orb with a piece of deer hide. Theodore not could sense the faint, affectionate mental waves emanating from the creature within the orb, named Squirtle. This burgeoning power fascinated him, yet also weighed heavily upon him. His father had wagered the family's entire fortune for this miracle. Colette took a seat by the window, and Daphne naturally poured him a cup of Darjeeling tea. Everything go well? Daphne inquired softly, trust shining in her blue eyes. A promising start, Colette replied, lifting his teacup as his gaze fell upon Theodore. The Knott family seed had begun to sprout. He would become our finest living advertisement, a walking billboard. Once, I had anticipated that you would allow Draco to teach that Weasley boy a lesson, as was our customary approach. To instill fear in the Weasleys? Colette chuckled softly, lifting her teacup. Daphne, anger and mockery are the weapons of the feeble. To dismiss such trivial noise is the greatest form of contempt. As for Potter, regarding valuable assets, we need only to demonstrate our goodwill and worth when he is most in need. He took a sip of tea and continued, an orphan tormented in the Muggle world. Suddenly learning he is the savior. What does he lack? Not wealth, nor renown, but a sense of belonging and security. The Weasleys offer him cheap friendship. Dumbledore provides illusory protection. While I shall present him a third option, a shortcut to power and reality. A shortcut? Colette's fingers gently caressed the smooth surface of the teacup. When he discovers that kindness and friendship cannot resolve every dilemma, when he realizes that Dumbledore's protection is not omnipotent, he will remember today. He will recall that at King's Cross Station, a person named Colette Malfoy extended a hand to him. He will seek me out. Daphne nodded thoughtfully. Her fiancé was orchestrating a grand strategy capable of upheaving the entire magical realm, and she was the only one able to stand beside him in this intricate game. The train emitted a long whistle and began to move slowly. Outside, the figures of Lucius and Narcissa receded. Narcissa waved, while Lucius stood quietly, like a cold statue, watching the future of their family embark towards an uncertain battlefield. He lifted his teacup, gazing through the swirling steam at the dark-haired boy outside, who had finally found an empty compartment, a look of relief spreading across his face. The savior, Harry Potter? No. In his eyes, he was not a person, but a superlative asset coded as HP001, the most radiant and central figure in the entire magical capital market. A 7-year long-term investment. Now, it was officially open for business. Chapter 35. The Black Lake, the Castle, and the Shadow Council. Inside the compartment, the rich aroma of ebony would intertwine with the fragrance of Darjeeling tea, isolating the outside clamor into another realm. Draco was animatedly performing something for Pansy, his spirit alight. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a girl with tousled brown hair poked her head in, her expression as grave as that of a ministry official on a surprise inspection. Excuse me, she spoke rapidly, her urgency unmistakable. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost it. Its name is Trevor. Draco's performance came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head, a smirk of trademark Malfoy disdain creeping onto his pale face, about to speak. We don't harbor those slimy, disgusting creatures here. Have you come to the wrong place? You. The sound was soft, yet it struck like an invisible spell, abruptly silencing Draco's final insult in his throat. The girl at the door was momentarily taken aback. She had prepared a myriad of rebuttals, yet realized they would serve no purpose. Colette then lifted his gaze, a flawless smile gracing his features. I apologize. We did not see. Your friend seems quite anxious. Yes, the girl stammered under his scrutiny. Leaf is very important to him. We'll keep an eye out. Colette nodded, as if filing away the information regarding Navi and Leaf into some mental cabinet. Oh, thank you. The girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her mind swirling with questions and a peculiar sensation, before she exited, closing the door behind her. The carriage returned to silence, though the atmosphere felt subtly charged. Colette. Draco finally could no longer contain himself, lowering his voice to complain. Why waste words on such a person? Because she's a good hound, Draco, Colette replied, lifting his teacup without even glancing at him, his attention fixed on the swirling tea. Your recent behavior resembled that of a guard dog, barking aimlessly at passersby. Learn to discern the value of tools. This shall be your first lesson of the year. Draco's face instantly flushed from red to a deep shade akin to liver. His mouth opened, but no retort emerged. His brother's words were always like this, devoid of profanity, yet more cutting than any curse. In the corner, Theodore, who had been silently polishing a pokeball, momentarily paused. He lifted his deep black eyes, for the first time regarding Colette directly, his gaze assessing. Daphne leaned closer to Colette, lowering her voice, a hint of confusion flickering in her sapphire eyes. A student likely of Muggle origins, your so-called hound? Colette. Dumbledore favors such diligent and eager learners. Keeping her in our sights would prematurely expose us to the headmaster's scrutiny. This does not align with our principle of discreet development. Fire can provide warmth, yet can also consume or fuse. A blade wielded by Dumbledore can equally serve our purposes. Colette took a sip of his red tea, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. We do not require her as an ally. We merely need her to, at a critical moment, direct that blade towards those we wish her target. He paused to add, for instance, when the Savior Potter finds himself embroiled in some ethical or disciplinary quandary. A diligent and utterly upright witness from Gryffindor, her testimony would prove more valuable than 100 Slytherins combined. Daphne's breath hitched slightly, then realization dawned upon her. She regarded Colette's profile, recognizing that this boy always perceived the 10th step that others could not see. He was not merely walking, he was strategizing. As for you, Colette finally turned his gaze towards Theodore. How fares your Squirtle? Theodore ceased his polishing, his voice dry yet concise. The mental link is stable, and its magical energy is slowly increasing. It is quite hungry. Then feed it, Colette instructed. Utilize your knowledge of potions, as well as your ambition. And do not forget the most crucial element, the energy cubes of water-type Pokémon. This is vital. The future of a Nate family lies within that small orb. Do not let me down. As dusk fell, the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The damp, chilly air enveloped me, mingled with the crisp scent of pine and earth. First-year students, come this way. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a mountain, bellowed on the platform while holding a lantern, its light flickering amidst his disheveled beard. It was Hagrid. Draco grimaced in distaste, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet Colette boldly approached while behind him, Crabbe and Goyle moved like two cumbersome walls of flesh, clumsily yet effectively clearing a path. Colette navigated through the chaotic crowd and, under the astonished gaze of all the newcomers, halted before Hagrid. Good day, Mr. Hagrid. Hagrid looked down, and upon recognizing the visitor, his expression instantly shifted to one of wariness. Malfoy, regarding the position of honorary consultant for magical creatures. Colette's voice, though soft, cut through the evening breeze with clarity. I have already written to Professor Dumbledore. I trust the appointment will be forthcoming. Hagrid froze, his beetle-like eyes widening, his mouth forming a comical lobe beneath his beard. Merlin's beard. I thought you were jesting. I never make frivolous jokes, Mr. Hagrid. Colette replied with a slight smile. Your knowledge of magical creatures merits this honor. I look forward to our collaboration at Hogwarts. A wave of immense joy surged through the half-giant. He excitedly rubbed his enormous hands together, repeating, "Oh my Dumbledore." Not far off, Harry halted, fixated on this scene. I told you, Harry. They are frauds. You must be deceiving Hagrid, Ron exclaimed, agitatedly bouncing on his feet. But Hagrid looked genuinely pleased. He isn't deceiving him. Harry's voice was soft yet resolute. Ron, there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? They are Malfoys. So what? Harry raised his voice, for the first time shouting at this new friend. You cannot judge a person based solely on their surname. My father's surname is Potter, yet my aunt and uncle call me a freak. Ron was left speechless, face flushed, unable to comprehend why Harry would defend a Malfoy. The path to the Black Lake was muddy and slick, under the night sky. The vast surface of the lake resembled a sheet of pitch-black satin, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. In the distance, the Hogwarts castle atop the cliff glowed with thousands of lights, reflecting in the lake like shattered stars. Occasionally, enormous shadows would glide beneath the surface, the legendary giant squid patrolling its territory. For students per boat, the students began to form groups in a chaotic manner. Colette paused at the water's edge, turned, and her gaze traversed the crowd until it landed on a sullen, slender figure in the corner. Theodore not. Colette gave a subtle nod, a silent summons. Theodore pressed his lips together, but after a moment, stepped through the throng and stood beside Colette. Daphne had already gracefully positioned herself on the opposite side. Draco. Colette spoke lightly. Here I am, Colette. Draco immediately pushed aside a small wizard obstructing their path and swiftly boarded a small boat. Colette, Daphne, and Theodore followed suit, making a total of 4, neither more nor less. The boat glided silently across the inky surface of the lake. However, Colette did not issue the command to set sail right away. His calm gaze swept over the shore, landing on Crabbe and Goyle, who stood there like 2 bewildered statues, paralyzed by confusion and the terror of abandonment. Other students around them pointed and snickered. Brother, ignore them. They are merely a pair of fools, Draco urged impatiently. They are not fools, Draco. Colette's tone grew colder. They embody the loyalty of the Crabbe and Goyle families to Malfoy. You may disdain them, but you must honor that loyalty. For one day, you will need someone to shield you from the malevolent curses aimed at your back, rather than mere sycophants groveling before you. With that, Colette turned towards the shore, his voice low yet loud enough for the 2 hulks to hear. Crabbe, Goyle, find a boat and follow us. Instantly invigorated, their eyes sparkled with elation as they roughly pushed through the crowd, seizing an adjacent empty boat, like 2 loyal mastiffs, closely trailing behind Colette's vessel. The surrounding laughter fell abruptly silent. On board, Draco's face fluctuated between red and white. For the first time, he sensed an almost paternal authority emanating from his brother. Daphne regarded Colette's profile, her blue eyes shimmering with intricate emotions in the night. Theodore lowered his gaze to the pokeball cradled in his hands, the corners of his mouth curving into an unnoticed smile. This is the one I have chosen to follow, Colette thought, as he gazed upon the magnificent castle perched upon the cliff, its countless twinkling windows resembling the eyes of a colossal beast. You just spoke of loyalty? Daphne softly inquired, breaking the silence. What about us? Colette turned to face the 3 on the boat. His younger brother Draco, the future blade of the family. His fiancée, Daphne, the future helmswoman of commerce and society. His ally, Theodore, the future sharpest shadow. You? He pondered. You're not loyalty. You're my first covenant. The small boat navigated through a curtain draped in ivy, docking at the underground harbor below the castle. Hagrid, lantern in hand, led a chattering group of first years through the passage between the rocks, eventually stopping before a massive oak door. The door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall, her expression as stern as ever. After briefly introducing the 4 houses, she guided the newcomers through the entrance hall towards the dining hall. The grandeur of Hogwarts' Great Hall was indeed legendary. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the brilliant night sky outside, and thousands of candles floated mid-air, casting a warm glow upon the 4 house tables and the staff seating at the front. Colette's gaze functioned like a precise scanner, swiftly sweeping over the 4 long tables. The exuberance of Gryffindor, the amiable sincerity of Hufflepuff, the tranquil erudition of Ravenclaw, and the stark delineation of Slytherin. At the Slytherin table, the upperclassmen formed small cliques, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor, akin to a gathering of elegant serpents poised to strike. The younger students huddled at the end, awaiting their fate as servants or objects of amusement for the older students. This was not the camaraderie he desired. It was an internal decay of rot. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first years, atop which sat a tattered, grimy wizard's hat. The hall fell into an expectant silence. Then the hat stirred. A fissure along its brim opened like a mouth and began to sing. You might think me unremarkable, but do not judge by appearances alone. Should you find a hat more clever than I would gladly consume myself. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within. You might belong to Hufflepuff, where the folk are steadfast and true. Perhaps you shall join the wise old Ravenclaw, home to the learned and insightful. Or maybe Slytherin, where you could forge genuine friendships. Come, dummy, fear not. Do not be alarmed, for I'm a thinking hat, As the song concluded, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. When your name is called, Professor McGonagall announced, "You shall wear the hat, take your seat, and await your house assignment." Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward. The moment the hat touched her hair, it exclaimed, "Hufflepuff!" Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Next was the girl who had searched for a toad on the train. Hermione Granger. She nearly sprinted to the stool, nervously placing the hat upon her head. Time ticked away as the hat deliberated for nearly a minute, seemingly torn between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, before finally declaring, "Gryffindor." Ron groaned, while Harry clapped with a sigh of relief. Then came the Malfoy family. Draco Malfoy. Draco strode confidently forward, and the hat barely grazed his meticulously styled platinum hair before shouting, "Slytherin." He strutted toward the Slytherin table, naturally seeking a prominent spot near the center. Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. Theodore Nott. Slytherin. Crabbe and Goyle were unsurprisingly sorted in a Slytherin as well. Then, the hall fell into an abrupt silence. Harry Potter. All eyes turned to the slight boy with black hair. Whispers swelled like a tide. After a prolonged suspense, the sorting hat finally proclaimed the name that would change everything. Gryffindor. A chorus of jeers erupted from the Slytherin table, and Draco's expression darkened noticeably. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall uttered the name, Colette Malfoy. Colette strode forward with poise. As the tattered hat was placed upon his head, an ancient and weary voice resonated within his mind. "Ah, another Malfoy, is it? No. What do I perceive within your mind? Ambition, grander and more cunning than any Slytherin I have encountered, enough to garner Salazar's admiration. But is there also a touch of Ravenclaw's wisdom? Even Hufflepuff's loyalty? No, this is not loyalty. It is a meticulous assessment and preservation of assets unlike anything I've witnessed. A fusion of ancient ambition and novel logic in your very essence. What are you? I am the future." The sorting hat fell silent, sensing an unyielding and undeniable will. Moments later, it summoned all its strength and declared to the entire hall the singular answer, "Slytherin." Colette removed the hat and proceeded towards the Slytherin table. Everyone assumed he would gravitate towards his brother, positioning himself at the center of the table. Instead, he walked straight to the far end, the traditional spot reserved for the most overlooked first years, and seated himself gracefully. This act left the assembly in stunned silence. Daphne was the first to recover. Without hesitation, she lifted her gown and elegantly situated herself at Colette's left. Theodore silently followed suit, taking his place on the right. Draco Malfoy stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He glanced at the mocking gazes of the upperclassmen in the center, and then at his brother's serene profile. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled Pansy along with Crabbe and Goyle, seating themselves at the table's end, thereby forming a small enclave beneath Colette. A peculiar tableau emerged at the Slytherin table, a group centered around a first year, deliberately isolating themselves at the far end, drawing a clear line of distinction from the others. Marcus Flint, a third year, exchanged a scornful glance with a few upperclassmen, evidently regarding this as a childish game played by first years. After Dumbledore's opening address concluded, a sumptuous feast materialized before them. At that moment, a second-year Slytherin, perhaps eager to impress the newly arrived senior, wobbled over with a plate to the first year's territory and intentionally tripped a seemingly half-blood Slytherin girl with his foot. "Oh, my apologies, unobservant first year," the second year snickered, eliciting chuckles from several upperclassmen nearby. The girl who had been tripped turned pale, unable to voice her indignation. Colette did not even cast a glance at the second year. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the now hushed end of the table. "Millicent Bulstrode," he stated, recalling the name of the girl who had stumbled. "I remember your father is a clerk at the Ministry of Magic, always hoping to transfer to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, yet struggling to find a pathway. Next week, my father is set to enjoy tea with Minister Fudge. Perhaps a mention could be made." Millicent lifted her head in terror. Colette then turned to another trembling first-year student. "Blaise Zabini, your mother is renowned for her beauty and numerous ex-husbands. Maintaining such beauty surely comes at a steep price?" He cast a glance at Daphne beside him, understanding his intent. Daphne flashed a commercial smile at Blaise. "The Gringotts Herbology Group has recently produced an astonishing restorative potion, available exclusively internally. If your mother is interested, I could make an introduction." Finally, he directed his gaze towards the offending second-year student, a flawless smile still adorning his face. "Terrence Higgs, aspiring to be a seeker. Yet your Clean Sweep 7 truly seems outdated. The Malfoy family happens to be a priority client for this year's Firebolt 2000. Of course, slots are scarce. Loyalty is an exceedingly costly commodity, Mr. Higgs. The second year named Higgs felt his smile falter. Colette uttered not another word. Instead, he picked up a silver dinner knife and leisurely sliced through a piece of steak on his plate. A threat? No, this is merely a demonstration of value. He need not challenge authority like a brute. He simply must prove to everyone that following him guarantees sustenance. At the far end of the long table, an eerie silence descended. The first-year students, who had previously hesitated and trembled with fear, began to alter their gazes. They regarded Colette as one with a glimmering treasure trove. Millicent Bulstrode was the first to rise, moving to stand behind Colette and awkwardly bowing. Following her was Blaise Zabini. One by one, nearly all the first-year Slytherins silently lifted their plates, vacated their original seats, and gathered at the end of the long table, forming an impenetrable circle around Colette. They cast their votes through action. The mockery on the upperclassmen's faces vanished, replaced by shock and gravity. Marcus Flint stared intently at the boy seated at the end, who seemed to occupy a throne. For the first time, he felt a chilling dread. A power center centered around a first-year student had formed within the first hour of the sorting feast. Colette cut a small piece of steak, savoring it thoughtfully. He leaned toward Daphne and Theodore, speaking softly as though stating an established fact. Slytherin has a tradition of electing a shadow prefect to balance the power of the official prefect. However, we do not require balance. He paused, allowing a smile to grace his lips. From this day forth, we shall be the Shadow Council of Slytherin. First, the shadows, and soon, only my voice shall remain within the council. Across the distant staff table, Albus Dumbledore set down his goblet, a flicker of profound interest passing through his blue eyes. Concealed behind crescent-shaped lenses, unnoticed by anyone, he cast a glance at Snape beside him, only to find the latter gazing at the eldest scion of the Malfoy family with an unprecedentedly intricate expression. It seemed that this year, Hogwarts had welcomed an extraordinary young lad. Chapter 36, Whispers of the Serpent's Lair. Colette elegantly sliced the last piece of his gravy-soaked steak with his dining knife, delicately dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin. The silent power shift occurring at the end of the long table appeared to him as nothing more than a trivial appetizer before the meal. The first-year students' area was as quiet as a still pond, this profound silence separated from the distant jubilations resonating from the Gryffindor table by an invisible wall. The newly initiated Slytherin freshmen, who had just pledged their allegiance through action, sat stiffly, deliberately minimizing the sound of their cutlery clinking against their plates. They dare not converse, merely stealing furtive glances of awe and trepidation towards the platinum-haired boy seated at the end of the table. Although he occupied the most inconspicuous spot, he had become the unacknowledged focal point of the entire Slytherin long table. An intriguing little rascal. Beside him, the fourth-year prefect, Gemma Farley, spoke softly, her long fingers toying with the stem of her silver goblet, her gaze playful, as if she were watching an enthralling play unfold. Ambitious to unite the first years on the very first day. Quite the aspiration. Ambition? Flint squeezed out a sound through clenched teeth, laced with crude mockery. Merely a child's game. He does not understand the rules here, Gemma. He shall pay dearly for it. He will learn. Gemma's gaze drifted past Flint, landing on the older student circle, where the true power core of Slytherin resided. Several upperclassmen were engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally casting glances in this direction, their eyes reflecting the indifference and scrutiny of adults observing children's frolics. But it is not our place to teach. Watch closely, Marcus. There are many within the house eager to impart the meaning of respect for tradition. Colette did not catch the entirety of their whispers, nor did he need to. The fiery glare from Flint and the detached expression of amusement on Farley's face sufficed. An enraged bull, too, intimidated a charge, and a self-proclaimed chess player observing from the sidelines. Ridiculous and utterly futile. Just then, Dumbledore rose to his feet. The venerable headmaster, with his white beard, cheerfully lifted his goblet, clearing his throat. Ahem, before our bellies are entirely claimed by pudding, I have a few small reminders. His warm and resonant voice instantly enveloped the entire hall. First, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, wishes me to remind everyone that this year, the corridor on the right side of the third floor will be off-limits to all. Anyone wishing to experience a painful demise is welcome to try. The headmaster winked playfully, a mischievous glimmer sparkling in his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. Colette's gaze deftly swept over the Gryffindor table. Harry instinctively leaned forward, his eyes shining with an almost overflowing brilliance. Beside him, Ron gaped with excitement, animatedly gesturing towards the staff table, his words spilling forth in a fervent discussion with Harry. A clumsy yet effective bait, Colette mused inwardly. For the exuberant young lions of Gryffindor, the very notion of prohibition served as the most resounding invitation. Dumbledore, akin to a masterful marketing director, had precisely identified his target audience. Furthermore, the Forbidden Forest remained, as ever, a no-go zone for all students. Dumbledore continued, "Lastly, before bedtime, I wish to impart a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist." The hall fell into a state of bewilderment. Draco muttered under his breath, "What nonsense is Dumbledore rambling on about? He is relaying a private message to his chosen one, Draco. He cares little for the opinions of us clever folk. All he requires is that hero willing to act upon a mere whimsical utterance." The third-floor restricted area serves as the arena for the hero's trial leading to the Philosopher's Stone, and the caretaker, Filch, that mute sentry patrolling the corridors. Draco sneered, lowering his voice, laced with unabashed disdain. It is laughable that a mute is allowed to serve as the administrator of Hogwarts. Yet sometimes, a mute can be more effective than 100 wizards. Colette lightly scraped the sauce along the edge of his plate with his dining knife, his tone unremarkable. "Draco, remember, a person's desires and jealousies, when deftly wielded, become the sharpest weapons and the most unbreakable chains. Mr. Filch yearns for what he lacks more than anyone else, and envies those who possess it. Thus, he will become the most loyal and stringent hound in any fairy tale. Guarding Hogwarts, and I happen to possess a fine bone." Draco, though somewhat confused, habitually took his brother's words to heart. He sensed that what his brother taught him starkly contrasted with their father's teachings, yet seemed to strike closer to the core. "All right, first-year Slytherins. Follow me." The head of house, Gemma Farley, rose, her tall figure exuding authority in the candlelight, yet her tone betrayed a hint of impatience, as if leading the newcomers was merely a bothersome obligation. At her call, Colette stood. Behind him, Draco, Daphne, Theodore, Blaise, and all the first-year Slytherins rose almost in unison. Their movements were synchronized, resembling a silent battalion. This unspoken discipline once again altered the expressions of the upperclassmen at the Slytherin table. Flint's gaze grew colder, reminiscent of a beast whose territory had been encroached upon. Meanwhile, several upperclassmen in the distance finally cast aside their indifference, one raising an eyebrow with keen interest. The stone steps leading to the dungeons were cold and lengthy. Torches cast flickering shadows on the damp walls, and the air was thick with the chilling essence of ancient stone mingled with lake water, akin to the breath of a slumbering giant. It felt like a tomb. Draco disdainfully tugged at the hem of his brand-new robes, grumbling softly. Although he endeavored to maintain the demeanor of a Malfoy, the pallor of his complexion betrayed him. Colette, however, reveled in this sensation. This chill, dark, and isolated atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of power itself, lonely yet intoxicating. He could even perceive the faint traces of magic that had lingered in the air for centuries, a scent born from countless ambitions and conspiracies. The password, pure blood. Gemma Farley paused before a stark stone wall, whispering the words. A fleeting smirk graced her face at the utterance. The stone wall silently parted, a wash of eerie green light spilling forth, illuminating the astonished faces of the newcomers. Before them unfolded a vast common room, seemingly constructed at the bottom of the black lake of Hogwarts. There were no windows. Instead, immense panes of enchanted glass replaced them. Beyond, the waters glimmered with a flowing green luminescence. A colossal squid's tentacle, resembling a mountain, languidly glided past the glass, casting a suffocatingly massive shadow that elicited suppressed gasps from several first years. In the center of the room, a fireplace blazed with an everlasting green flame. The dark green velvet sofas and intricately carved black marble tables exuded an aura of cold luxury. Numerous portraits of renowned Slytherins adorned the walls. Their depicted figures, regardless of age or gender, regarded the new bloodline with scrutinizing, critical, even disdainful gazes. "Congratulations. Welcome to Slytherin." Colette paid no heed to the platitudes. His gaze functioned like a precise scanner, swiftly deconstructing the space. The entrance was concealed, the passage one way, easily defensible. The ambience was dim. The light filtered through the lake water, naturally conducive to scheming. The vast floor-to-ceiling glass served both as a picturesque view and the optimal vantage point for monitoring the external world, particularly any movements by the lake. A perfect breeding ground for power, a nest born for predators. We Slytherins care only for our own. We are brothers and sisters, a unified whole. Gemma's voice carried a hint of formulaic pride. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Colette's lips. Brothers and sisters? No. Here, there were only masters and tools, along with opportunists teetering between the two. The so-called unity was merely a temporary alliance forged for mutual benefit in the face of external threats. The password changes every fortnight. Remember it well, and never bring anyone from other houses here. That is about all. Gemma finally concluded her lengthy exposition, gesturing towards the corridors on either side. The boys' dormitory is to the right, and the girls' dormitory is to the left. Your luggage has already been delivered. I wish you a good night's sleep. With that, she turned to join a circle of upperclassmen, where Flint awaited her, clearly uninterested in wasting another moment on the first years. The newcomers surged towards the corridor entrance, scanning the parchment list for their names. Bro, we're in the same one, and so are Not and Zabini, Draco exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he could hardly contain his eagerness to explore his new domain. Colette inclined his head slightly, yet his gaze fell upon the shadows in the corner. Terrence Higgs, the second-year seeker whom he had reprimanded during the banquet, was leaning against the wall with two other upperclassmen, casting malevolent glances at the freshmen, a mocking smile adorning their lips. A spectacle was about to unfold. Theodore had somehow positioned himself beside Colette, his voice low, as if stating a chilling fact. Naturally, with the ascension of a new king, it is customary for a few dim-witted old courtiers to offer sacrifices to polish the throne. He took a measured step toward the boys' dormitory, where a foreseen tempest was set to erupt within those modest quarters. Chapter 37. The Dominator's Debut. The Slytherin dormitory was both dim and opulent, for grand four-poster beds draped with green and silver silken curtains stood proudly, while medieval tapestries on the walls silently narrated tales of ancient Slytherin adventures and conquests. At the center of the room was a circular window that revealed the wonders of the lake's depths, where curious toothy fish bumped against the glass. The house elf had neatly arranged their luggage at the foot of each bed. Wow! Draco exclaimed in admiration, immediately darting to the bed closest to the circular window, rolling around upon it. This spot is mine. The view is the best. Colette chose the bed nearest to the door, providing a broad perspective to swiftly address any unexpected events. For a merchant, distancing oneself from one's team and sources of information was folly. This four-person dormitory would serve as his first office. Theodore and Blaze silently selected the remaining beds. Just as they settled in, the heavy wooden door of the dormitory was rudely thrust open. Three imposing figures blocked the entrance, led by a third-year student, whom Colette had seen beside Flint, his visage brutish and his demeanor hostile. Behind them, Terrence Higgs briefly flickered past, unable to meet Colette's gaze, his face betraying humiliation and fear for being compelled to approach. "Is there something you need, upperclassman?" Colette asked, not even glancing at them, leisurely opening his trunk to retrieve a robe. Crabbe and Goyle, drawn by the commotion, instinctively stepped forward, forming a solid wall at the doorway. "Get out of the way, you two lardises." The leading third-year rudely shoved Crabbe, who remained unmoved, merely glaring back with a frigid stare. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. According to Slytherin tradition, freshmen must show respect to the upperclassmen on their first night. This was a rule established by Prefect Flint, intended to facilitate their quicker integration into our grand family. He emphasized Flint's name, as if boasting of his connection. Another third-year stepped forward, speaking in a coarse voice. "Hand over something valuable from your luggage, or, alternatively, prepare our potions homework for the upcoming week. Choose one, little ones." This was a blatant act of extortion and oppression. Blaze's face paled instantly, instinctively recoiling. Theodore stood expressionless, his gaze darkening. Draco's face flushed crimson. On the very first day at Hogwarts, after his brother had just established his dominance, how dare anyone so brazenly provoke him? This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the Malfoy family. "You filthy." Before Draco could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a mere glance from Colette. Colette's voice was calm and unwavering. "Engaging in futile conversation with those who cannot comprehend human speech is merely a waste of time." He turned to the group of provocateurs, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Flint sent you, didn't he? It appears he is even more dim-witted than I had anticipated. How dare you utter Flint's name so casually?" shouted the head of the third-year students, drawing his wand. "Oh." At this, Draco's anger dissipated, replaced by a chilling arrogance. He let out a scoff, producing a luxurious sphere adorned with ruby lines from the inner pocket of his wizarding robe. "A lavish ball. A group of fools who wouldn't even recognize Merlin's seed. Dare to act with impunity in Slytherin? Your lineage, much like your intellect, is lamentably mixed." The faces of the upperclassmen turned a deep shade of crimson. They were indeed half-bloods, entirely ignorant of the recent terminology circulating within pure-blood circles. To deal with trash, one must employ a more direct approach. Draco pressed the button at the center of the sphere and flicked his wrist, sending the lavish ball soaring into the air. Come forth, Ivy Serpent. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and a slender, elegant serpentine creature materialized before them. Its body gleamed emerald green, adorned with a striking yellow mantle, and its narrow red eyes were half-lidded, haughtily lifting its head. What is this? Some kind of magical pet? A third year hesitantly inquired. Who cares what it is? The leader of the third-year students retorted, furious and embarrassed. What can a pet do? Attack it. Knock it out. 3 beams of red light shot towards the Ivy Serpent simultaneously. Too slow. Draco scoffed disdainfully. Ivy Serpent, evade. The serpent's form instantly transformed into a green blur, darting with a speed beyond ordinary comprehension within the cramped dormitory, evading the spells that struck the walls, leaving behind charred imprints. What? The provocateurs were aghast. Such speed was beyond that of a magical creature. It is over. Colette's voice rang out once more, flat yet imbued with a sense of finality. Draco, do not soil the carpet. As he spoke, he too produced an identical lavish sphere from his pocket. Brother? Colette rose, walking calmly to the center of the room, observing the trio, now glistening with sweat on their foreheads. Upperclassmen, I recall that Slytherin's tradition is one of value exchange, not the crude plunder characteristic of Gryffindor. Your actions are beneath us. He paused, lightly tossing the lavish sphere in his hand. However, since you prefer to communicate through power, I am more than willing to oblige. Charizard, he whispered, as if calling the name of an old friend. Come out and breathe the air. No sooner had the words left his lips than he gently tossed the luxurious poke ball upwards. A burst of crimson light erupted, in contrast to Draco's grand entrance. What followed was a terrifying wave of heat seemingly emanating from the depths of a volcano, instantly engulfing the entire dormitory. The air crackled with the sound of scorching, and the edges of the wall tapestry began to curl ever so slightly. A colossal figure materialized before the onlookers, nearly grazing the ceiling. It was a giant beast, standing over 2 meters tall, its musculature radiating explosive strength. Atop its head, a long, sharp, bony horn grew savagely, glinting with a sinister light. The end of its thick tail was ablaze with a firestorm towering half a man's height, casting flickering shadows that danced wildly on the walls. The dominant Charizard. It slowly lowered its head, its golden vertical pupils coldly locking onto the 3 individuals, a deep rumble echoing from its throat akin to molten lava rolling. A third-year student emitted a fearful gulp, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor, a suspicious puddle rapidly spreading beneath him. The leading third-year student turned ashen, his wand clattering to the ground, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He could feel the terrifying heat radiating from the beast, almost igniting his eyebrows. Is this truly the Malfoy family's ace in the hole? Is this the confidence that Colette Malfoy possesses to challenge the rules on the very first day? Now, Colette's voice pierced the silence of the room, akin to the whisper of a devil. Shall we have a proper discussion, senior? He strode towards the man, bending down to retrieve the fallen wand, and under his terrified gaze, he snapped it effortlessly. Crack! As I mentioned earlier, dealing with trash does not require such fine instruments. Colette casually discarded the broken wand onto the ground, a merchant's smile gracing his face. If you wish to play, I'm always ready. But next time, it won't be as simple as breaking a wand. He did not even glance at the 3 who scrambled away, but fixed his gaze upon the trembling Terrence Higgs, who had remained outside, nearly in tears. Come in and close the door. Colette's voice was devoid of emotion. Higgs shivered, stiffly stepping into the room and shutting the door behind him. Colette produced a gold galleon from his pocket, flicking it with his finger so that it traced an accurate arc through the air, landing squarely in Higgs' breast pocket. An investment from Malfoy. Colette's voice carried a hint of seduction. You, Sir Flint, merely to secure a position on the Quidditch team. But what future can one have following a bull with nothing but muscles in his head? He paused, his smile taking on a significant meaning as he gestured towards the silent giant behind him. Accept this and become my business partner. From tomorrow onward, you shall be my eyes and ears among the upperclassmen. I must know everything that Marcus Flint and Gemma Farley say and do, even down to how many sheets of toilet paper they use. If you perform admirably, the priority order for the Light Wheel 2000 shall be yours. That coin seared into Higgs like a red-hot brand, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He gazed into Colette's calm, azure eyes, then glanced at the fiery behemoth that could be reduced to ashes with a mere breath. Dignity? In the face of absolute power and tangible benefits, dignity holds no value. After struggling for less than 3 seconds, Slytherin's instincts ultimately prevailed. He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. It's a deal. Excellent. You may leave now. The moment the door closed, Draco leaped up in excitement. Colette, you are incredible. The fire dragon is magnificent. I did not merely dismiss them, Draco. I have tamed it. From a weapon in another's hand, it has become our own hound. This is the most cost-effective solution. He turned to the 3 remaining individuals in the dormitory. Now, let us convene briefly. His tone brooked no argument. Draco immediately reined in his excitement and straightened his posture. Theodore and Blaze instinctively stood taller as well. From this day forth, our Malfoy Information Consulting Company is informally established. Colette declared, each of you present is a founding partner. He first looked at his brother. Draco, you shall serve as the Director of Internal Oversight. You're responsible for monitoring the dynamics of our entire first-year Slytherin cohort. I need you to be my eyes. I must be informed at the first sign of any disturbance. Understood, Colette. Draco nodded vigorously, exhilarated by the weight of his new responsibilities. Theodore. Colette turned to the brooding boy. You are our Chief Technical Officer. Your Squirtle is one of our most important product prototypes for the future. Your task is development. Study it, document all its changes, abilities, dietary habits, and growth cycles. I require a flawless product description, one that will drive all pureblood families into a frenzy. The revival of the Knot family begins with this document. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Theodore's eyes as he instinctively touched the Pokeball containing Squirtle in his pocket, his lips moving as he ultimately uttered a single word. Good. Blaze. Colette's voice softened slightly. You are the Director of Marketing. Your task is to gather intelligence. I want to know all valuable rumors from the other 3 houses, especially Gryffindor. Who is friends with who is at odds, who comes from wealth, and who is in dire need of money. Information is currency. Zabini, go unearth the treasure for me. Blaze Zabini suddenly raised his head, his eyes alight with fervor. He finally comprehended that this was not merely a division of labor. It was an interview, a pledge of allegiance that would determine his future standing. He bowed deeply. I am at your service, Mr. Malfoy. At last, Colette's gaze fell upon Crabbe and Goyle, who were peering curiously from outside the door. Crabbe, Goyle. You are the security department. Your task is the simplest yet most vital. You are the visage and strength of Malfoy Information Consulting. Your might constitutes the first line of defense for our company. Just as you did moments ago, excellent work. A flicker of fervent belonging sparkled in their eyes as they vigorously nodded, mumbling their agreement. Understood, sir. In mere minutes, the blueprint of a miniature business empire quietly took shape within this dormitory, which had just witnessed absolute power. Colette waved his hand. Very well, you may all rest now. He leaned against the headboard, gazing out at the profound lake, where a colossal octopus tentacle glided slowly past, casting a vast shadow. The flames of the fire dragon reflected in the depths of his azure eyes, flickering with a cold yet searing light. On the first day at Hogwarts, his board was formally established amidst flames and awe, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 38. The Dragoness Breath in the Serpent's Lair and the Old King. The heavy stone door of the Slytherin common room creaked open, expelling 3 figures who nearly tumbled onto the frigid floor. Bang! The stone door slammed shut, severing them from the outside world and their last vestiges of dignity. The eerie green glow of the hearth was the sole source of light in the common room. The flickering flames stretching and distorting the shadows of the trio, casting them upon the damp stone walls like specters of despair. The entire space was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The sounds of cards, conversations, and the rustle of quills on parchment ceased abruptly with the doors opening. Dozens of icy stares from upperclassmen converged upon the trio of shameful intruders like cold searchlights. They were hounds dispatched by Marcus Flint to impose order upon an audacious first-year student. At this moment, the 3 hounds trembled as if thrown into an icy lake. The leading boy's face was as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The third-year student beside him had completely crumbled, collapsing onto the floor, a foul liquid swiftly spreading from his pant leg, glistening sickeningly in the green light. Useless. A voice, suppressing extreme fury, erupted like thunder in the dead silence of the common room. Marcus Flint, a youth as robust as a bull, suddenly rose from the depths of the most comfortable shadowed sofa in the common room. He crumpled the parchment in his hand and slammed it onto the table. The quill, symbolizing the authority of the team captain, snapping in response. Heavy footsteps thudded, echoing in the hearts of all present. He seized the collar of the leading third-year student, brutally lifting him off the ground, their faces almost touching, spittle flying onto the unfortunate's face. The student was left red-faced, his eyes filled with an unshakable, primal fear. He instinctively reached for the empty wand pocket at his waist, a motion that sent a shiver down his spine, finally forcing a discordant scream from his throat. My wand! He broke my wand with his hands. The stifled gasps echoed throughout the common room. Breaking a wizard's wand is an unforgivable humiliation, a direct provocation more severe than any malevolent curse. Not us, the useless. That man finally broke down, crying out, his face smeared with tears and snot. It was that insufferable Draco Malfoy. He is not human. He has raised a monster. A monster? Flint scoffed derisively. Yet his grip on the other boy's collar instinctively tightened. A colossal beast, ablaze with fury. Another third year, slightly more coherent, gestured incoherently, attempting to convey the unspeakable horror. It's taller than you. Truly, its tail is on fire, like a whirlwind. We couldn't even utter the incantation. His entire dormitory was ablaze. A fiery beast? His movements froze. He recalled not merely hearsay, but an event he had witnessed firsthand, just before the start of term. At that secret auction hosted by Lucius Malfoy at his estate, attended only by core pureblood families. His father, Old Flint, had taken him to sit at a long table far from the center. He had seen Lucius Malfoy, an elegant devil, display those eggs he referred to as the seeds of Merlin, emanating an extraordinary magical aura. At that time, the Flint family had also participated in the bidding. His father's target was the egg that appeared the most aggressive, adorned with rocky patterns. Their bid escalated from 800 galleons to 3,500, the limit of the family's liquid assets. Yet an obscure family, the Bulstrodes, casually declared 3,600 galleons, causing his father to slump in defeat. His face ashen. After the auction concluded, his father downed an entire bottle of fire whiskey, speaking in a hoarse voice tinged with a mix of extreme jealousy and feigned disdain. Marcus, remember, that is the dark path. It is a scheme by Lucius Malfoy to undermine families like ours. We, the Flint family, must rely on true strength and tradition, not on such speculative alchemical pets. Though he spoke of a scam, the fire of desire in his father's bloodshot eyes nearly consumed him. At that moment, Marcus had also believed it to be a mere gimmick, a novel method for the Malfoys to amass wealth. But now the fiery beast was taller than him. A clear, cold, and utterly absurd chain of clues thundered into formation in his mind. It was not a gimmick. It was undeniably real. His father's jealousy, not madness. The Bulstrode's determination all stemmed from those seeds capable of hatching truly magical creatures of terrifying power. And now, that first-year dandy, whom he had always looked down upon, was wielding a successful miracle of hatching in his hands, brazenly bringing it to Hogwarts. How could Dumbledore allow such a dangerous creature, comparable to a acromantula or basilisk, to exist within the castle walls? In Professor Sprout's greenhouse, those deadly plants are far safer than this. Bang! He abruptly released his grip, allowing the third-year student to collapse to the ground like a puddle of mud. A chilling sensation surged from Flint's feet to the crown of his head, rendering his once-prized brute strength a mere jest. He had thought he had dispatched 3 hunting hounds to discipline a mere fledgling fox, only to discover that the fox's den was guarded by a legendary fire-breathing dragon. His hounds, deprived even of a proper wail, were singed by the dragon's breath and terrified into a state of utter submission. He grasped the ebony wand, thicker than the usual ones, a weapon that had brought him countless victories and glory. Yet at this moment, it provided not an ounce of comfort. For the first time, he realized that the rules he had proudly established on the foundation of brute force and experience were as fragile as a sheet of paper soaked in water when confronted with such unprecedented absolute power. In the common room, the older students, who had initially awaited the spectacle, now bore expressions devoid of amusement, replaced by unmistakable shock and trepidation. Gemma Farley, a fourth-year student known for her calculating gaze, exhibited for the first time a profound seriousness. She finally comprehended that young Malfoy, from the moment he stepped into this den of serpents, was not engaging in juvenile power games. He was, in a simple and brutal manner, declaring his dominion in a way they could not contend with. That night, the Slytherin lair remained restless for the first time, haunted by the presence of a first-year student. The shadows cast by the fireplace danced upon the walls, resembling the swaying form of a colossal beast, shrouding every heart in a heavy gloom. The old order of kingship, under the silent shadow of the flames, was perilously close to collapse. Chapter 39. The Crown of Wisdom and the New Order. The morning sun filtered through the lake's waters, casting shimmering emerald ripples upon the ceiling of the Slytherin common room. As the students gradually emerged from their dormitories, the atmosphere of the entire academy had transformed dramatically. In a single night, an invisible order had been reshaped. Draco strode confidently beside Colette, his face adorned with unabashed pride and satisfaction. Theodore silently followed on the other side, hands buried in his pockets, his fingers unconsciously grazing the cool surface of a magical orb, a deep and inscrutable light flickering in his dark eyes as if assessing something. At the far end of the corridor, Marcus Flint approached with his entourage. His expression was as dark as a storm cloud, the shadows beneath his eyes betraying a night devoid of sleep. His gaze, sharp as a poison dagger, was fixed firmly on the platinum-haired figure at the center of the crowd. The terrifying specter of the fire beast from the previous night surged to the forefront of his mind, evoking a heat potent enough to melt steel. A palpable sense of oppression, raw and pure violence. He awkwardly diverted his gaze, swallowing hard, ultimately feigning interest in a tapestry depicting a basilisk on the adjacent wall. He dared not act. The terror of the previous night lingered, chilling his every nerve like the frigid waters of a lake. As the two groups were on the verge of intersecting, Colette's footsteps faltered imperceptibly. His gaze traversed Flint's broad shoulders, landing upon a pale-faced second-year student, Terrence Higgs. Positioned behind him, a barely noticeable smile graced Colette's lips as he offered a subtle nod, akin to a monarch signaling to a subject. Higgs's body instantly stiffened like stone, as if stung by an invisible scorpion, his heart racing violently, almost leaping from his throat. He quickly bowed his head, summoning all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing to the ground. The gold galleon, buried deep within his pocket and seemingly still warm, burned against his skin. Throughout the encounter, he had not received a single direct glance. That utter disregard stung with a humiliation more seething than any overt provocation. He felt akin to a clumsy bear blocking a path, only to be circumvented by a passing caravan. "Marcus?" his companion whispered, laced with a hint of resentment. "Let us go," Flint spat out, his voice strained with pent-up anger and frustration, striding purposefully toward the great hall. Behind them, Colette murmured something to Blaze, his voice barely audible to the two. "Our new friend appears quite anxious. Go offer him some comfort. Additionally, keep an eye on whom Flint seeks out and what actions he might take following this setback." A glimmer of predatory excitement flickered in Blaze's eyes as he elegantly bowed and stealthily departed the group to carry out his new directive. "Blimey, Harry, that was brilliant." Ron Weasley gasped, leaning on his knees, he and Harry hurriedly arriving at the classroom door just after the bell rang. Peering inside, Ron noticed that aside from the students, there lay only a tabby cat sprawled across the lectern. "We're not late. Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet." Harry exhaled in relief, adjusting his round glasses that had slipped down his nose. They had mistakenly miscalculated the moving staircase, enduring an additional 10 minutes of unnecessary wandering in the labyrinthine castle. "Oomph. The Gryffindor fools can never seem to tell direction." A languid voice dripped with sarcasm from the left side of the classroom, belonging to the Slytherin section. Draco Malfoy lounged with one leg crossed over the other, casting a disdainful gaze at the two disheveled figures at the entrance with that signature Malfoy air of superiority. "Weasley." Draco's words struck like venomous arrows, aimed precisely at the target he found most distasteful. With his red hair, freckled face, and a slightly faded hand-me-down robe, it was unmistakable that he belonged to the Weasley clan. "I hear even the ghoul in your attic is wealthier than you. Did you spend your family's galleons for new textbooks on lice treatment for your rat? Oh, I forgot, the Weasleys might not even have the funds for that." "What did you say, Malfoy?" Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "I said you're a pauper, Weasley." Draco provocatively lifted his chin, his voice low yet loud enough for half the classroom to hear. "The threshold of Hogwarts has indeed become alarmingly low, allowing individuals such as yourselves to enter, thus tarnishing the very air of this esteemed institution." "You wretched scoundrel!" Ron bellowed, ready to lunge forward, only to be held back by Harry. At that moment, the tabby cat on the podium elegantly leaped down. In midair, its form underwent a remarkable transformation. The outline of the feline elongated, its fur morphing into a deep green robe, ultimately revealing a witch with square glasses and an expression of utmost severity, Professor McGonagall. The expressions of Ron and Harry instantly froze, as if struck by a silent, petrifying curse. "Well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall's voice was as chilling as a December gale. "Perhaps you might enlighten me as to why you believe that the absence of the professor at the podium implies that you are not tardy?" Her stern gaze swept over the two. "Or should I transform one of you into a Hogwarts map so that you might accurately navigate your way next time? Forgive us, Professor, we lost our way," Harry murmured, mortified to the point of wishing to vanish into the ground. "Sit down," Professor McGonagall commanded sharply. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, for your foolish tardiness on the first day of term, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Ron and Harry, crestfallen, sought out empty seats in the right section of Gryffindor. Poor fool's Colette seemed oblivious to the entire exchange. To him, the immature squabbles between Draco and Ron resembled two puppies barking at each other, utterly meaningless. He calmly opened his textbook, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous magic you will encounter in your studies at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's voice commanded immediate silence in the classroom. Now, we shall commence with the fundamentals. She distributed a matchstick to each student. Your task today is to transform this matchstick into a needle. Focus your mind. Conjure a clear image of the needle in your thoughts, and then recite the incantation. Instantly, the classroom was filled with a cacophony of indistinct incantations. Most matchsticks remained unchanged. Ron, overzealous, caused his matchstick's tip to emit a plume of black smoke, provoking a chorus of low laughter from a Slytherin table. Only Hermione, after several concentrated attempts, successfully transformed her matchstick into a silver needle. Though the point was slightly dull and the eye somewhat crooked, it was enough to flush her cheeks with excitement. Well done. Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall rarely displayed a hint of a smile. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione straightened with pride, surveying her peers, eager for their admiration, only to find that no one was paying her any heed. All eyes were curiously fixed on the opposite side of the classroom at the Slytherin table. Professor McGonagall's gaze followed suit, and then her expression of sternness was replaced by pure astonishment. Before Colette lay a needle, a flawless needle. The needle shimmered with the unique, icy brilliance of magical silver, its elongated body perfectly straight, and its tip so sharp it seemed capable of piercing through the very air. The smooth circular hole at its base bore no trace of imperfection. It resembled not the work of a first-year student, but rather a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by a fairy artisan. Professor McGonagall approached slowly, delicately pinching the needle between her fingers and examining it closely. For the first time, her stern eyes revealed an unguarded astonishment. What formidable mental strength this required, along with an astute understanding of the essence of objects and an almost flawless mastery of one's own magical abilities. This was far beyond the capabilities of an 11-year-old child. Mr. Malfoy, she began, her voice tinged with a seriousness she had not quite realized. How did you accomplish this? Just luck, Professor. I did not attempt to alter it. I merely persuaded it. I made this match believe that becoming a needle was its nobler and more perfect destiny. To put it simply, my imagination is quite extraordinary. The essence of transfiguration lies in imagination. Most students were left bewildered by this statement, yet Professor McGonagall understood. A truly remarkable insight, she remarked, her voice brimming with suppressed admiration. Excellent work, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin. Before she could complete her sentence, Colette drew forth his serpentwood wand and gently tapped the silver needle held delicately between McGonagall's fingers. A barely perceptible ripple of magical energy coursed through the air. Under the astonished gaze of all present, the tip of the flawless silver needle began to flow and reshape like molten metal. In mere seconds, an intricately complex and exquisite pattern quietly took form on the almost invisible tip. Professor McGonagall instinctively brought the needle closer to her eyes. Her breath momentarily halted. This was no longer mere transfiguration. This was a shaping magic that rivaled the finest craftsmanship of the fairies. It represented the ultimate fusion of magic and art. Hermione gazed at the breathtaking masterpiece, then glanced at her own crooked needle on the desk. The pride on her face was instantly drowned by a wave of something known as defeat. For the first time, she grasped the true meaning of the disparity between greatness and mediocrity. Merlin's beard, Professor McGonagall murmured. After decades of teaching, she had never encountered such an exceptionally talented first-year student. This child's understanding of magic transcended mere technique, reaching a profound spiritual level. Slytherin, she inhaled deeply, her voice resonating with unprecedented clarity. 20 points. A suppressed yet exhilarating cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Draco waved his fist in excitement, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Colette. When the class bell rang and the students streamed out, Colette lingered at the back. He observed Draco still making faces at Ron and remarked casually, "Draco, do not waste your time with a mere yapping dog. It will lower the Malfoy standard." Draco immediately concealed all traces of childishness. Though somewhat reluctant, he respectfully followed in Colette's wake. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the sunlight outside cast mottled shadows upon the floor. Colette's board members trailed closely behind, forming an unbreakable collective. Last night, he exhibited a power potent enough to shatter conventions. Today, he showcased wisdom that transcended mere genius. With both brawn and intellect, he possessed all the attributes requisite for a new Slytherin king. All of this was merely to lay the firmest foundation for his burgeoning commercial empire. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, during dinner, the atmosphere resembled a cauldron under a boiling charm, filled with the aromas of delectable food, the buzzing conversations of countless students, and the crisp clatter of cutlery, all merging into a cacophonous wave of sound. However, in one corner of the Slytherin table, the ambience felt as though it had been frozen by the chill of a cellar. Marcus Flint was savagely attacking the food on his plate with a force capable of sparking flames from a stake. His already brutish visage twisted with anger. Cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding 2 nuts. Each chew emanated a muffled sound of frustration. No one dared approach him. Earlier that morning, news had swept through all of Hogwarts. The new Malfoy heir, Colette Malfoy, had, in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, obliterated everyone's expectations in a manner almost miraculous. Indeed, I heard that his needle was more perfect than those crafted by the goblins, exclaimed a Ravenclaw girl to her companion. I heard even more astonishing was his theory, persuading the matchstick rather than forcing it to transform. Our house prefects, Penelope Clearwater and Roger Davies, nearly came to blows over whether this theory belonged to the realm of will extension or the animistic branch. Veins bulged on the back of Flint's hands as he clenched his knife and fork. What nonsense was this? Transfiguration class? Persuading matchsticks? A bunch of bookworms with their brains eaten away by tomes. What concerned him more was the gaze of his own housemates. Those who once trailed behind him, sycophantically calling him boss, now distanced themselves as if fleeing from a plague, their occasional glances mixed with fear, curiosity, and a hint of the pity he loathed most. His gaze pierced through the throng, precisely locking onto the opposite end of the Slytherin table. There, Colette was elegantly twirling a small portion of spaghetti with a silver fork, his demeanor as composed as if dining in the private dining room of Malfoy Manor. His twin brother, Draco, sat beside him, chattering animatedly, his face openly displaying admiration. Crabbe and Goyle, the 2 hulking figures, stood sentinel like loyal stone gargoyles. Most unsettling for Flint was the presence of that brooding lad from the Knott family, along with the girl from the Greengrass clan, both encircling Colette, forming an embryonic circle of pure blood exclusivity. They didn't even cast a glance in Flint's direction. The sensation of being utterly disregarded struck him like a resounding slap, far more jarring than any provocative words. This marked the most profound and humiliating defeat he had endured in 3 years of ruling the Slytherin common room. He, Marcus Flint, once the formidable sovereign who built his dominion through fists and intimidation, was publicly stripped of his dignity by a mere first-year student, who had been enrolled for only 2 days in a manner he could not fathom. Clang! Flint could no longer contain himself. He slammed his cutlery against the plate, producing a piercing noise. He abruptly rose, sending the bench behind him sliding back by half a meter. The cacophony of the hall fell into an eerie silence as countless gazes turned toward him. Yet, he was indifferent to their scrutiny. He glared fiercely in Colette's direction, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Colette merely leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin before raising his head and offering a commercial smile that spanned across most of the hall. That smile bore no mockery, no provocation, only a sense of detached superiority, as if regarding a trivial object. A wave of bitterness surged in Flint's throat. He pivoted and charged out of the hall like an enraged bull. The cellar was cold and damp, with a greenish light from the lake filtering through the glass, casting an eerie hue upon everything. Flint rushed to the fireplace, seized a silver goblet adorned with serpent engravings, a tribute from a lower-year student last year, and with all his might, hurled it into the hearth. Bang! The goblet bounced in the flickering flames, emitting a dull thud, quickly turning red-hot and twisted, much like his tumultuous heart. A lion that can only vent its fury on inanimate objects cannot intimidate a hyena. Marcus, a languorous voice, tinged with mockery, emerged from the deeper shadows behind him. Gemma Farley approached, holding 2 cups of warm coffee, moving with an air of leisurely grace, as if strolling through her own garden. She gently set one of the cups down on the low table beside Flint, the base colliding with the surface, producing a crisp sound that seemed to remind him of the presence of others. Go away, Farley. I have no desire to watch you flaunt yourself. I thought you might need an audience who can understand your troubles. Gemma entirely disregarded his fury, elegantly leaning against the armrest of a nearby armchair, her posture reminiscent of a predatory panther surveying a fallen lion. That thing is a monstrosity, a creation of dark magic. How could a first year possess such a thing? This is cheating. It's against the rules. Dumbledore would never allow it. But it is right here, isn't it? Gemma interjected nonchalantly, taking a leisurely sip of her coffee. And its owner, the charming little Colette Malfoy, utilized it. No, he didn't even need to wield it himself, to turn the rules that took you 3 years to establish into a laughingstock for the entire school. This remark pierced Flint's heart like a dagger tempered in ice. He roared in fury. He is but a mere pretty boy, relying on his family's ill-gotten wealth in the guise of a monstrous facade. Just wait until he is alone, until the Quidditch tryouts commence. I shall make him aware of who truly holds the power in Slytherin. With what? Those fists of yours that can barely triumph over a mute? A smirk of unabashed scorn curled at the corners of Gemma's lips as she extended her slender fingers to tap lightly on the broken wand, belonging to some unfortunate soul. That lay upon the table. Or shall you rely on your inept followers who cannot even gain entrance to the first-year dormitory? Marcus, do not indulge in fantasies. The times have changed. You must have heard the news, have you not? Setting her coffee down, Gemma sauntered to the long table at the center of the common room. A few of Flint's former lackeys were seated there, and upon noticing Gemma's approach, they awkwardly averted their gazes, feigning interest in the cracks of the ceiling. Seemingly oblivious to their furtive gestures, Gemma's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. This morning in Transfiguration class, our Lord Malfoy transformed a mere matchstick into a flawless silver needle before the eyes of all, and in doing so, he garnered 20 points for Slytherin. A barely audible gasp rippled through the common room. This was no ordinary feat of transfiguration. A hint of reverence crept into Gemma's tone, one that even she did not recognize. This was a masterful display of micro-shaping magic. I took the liberty of inquiring with our 5th-year shaping prodigy, who confessed that even with the most advanced incantations, he could only manage a semblance of such a transformation. Yet Malfoy, a mere first year, accomplished this on his very first lesson. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the fidgeting upperclassmen, and continued. What is even more intriguing is that his theory of persuading the match rather than coercing it has taken the Ravenclaw upperclassmen by storm. It is said that 2 Ravenclaw prefects nearly came to blows in the common room over the validity of his theory. Even Professor Flitwick personally engaged in their academic debate. Flint's breath hitched. A Slytherin, on merely the 2nd day of term, has become an academic idol to those self-important, lofty Ravenclaw upperclassmen. All thanks to a dreadfully mundane transfiguration class? This is 1,000 times more absurd than a fire-breathing monster. Do you not comprehend yet, Marcus? Gemma's voice turned icy, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling light that left Flint feeling uneasy. Against you, and us Slytherins who recognize only strength, he employs the most primal form of violence. He does not even deign to lift a finger himself. He merely lets his pet display its claws, and your followers scatter in fear. This is a demonstration of power, a proclamation of who reigns atop the food chain. Yet, to the bookish Ravenclaws, he wields their most cherished and proud asset, intellect and theory. This is a showcase of intellect. He is akin to the most astute merchant, presenting each potential client with the goods they find most irresistible or fearsome. Violence, intellect, wealth. He can always offer you that which you most desire or dread. She extended her finger, pointing towards several individuals seated at the far end of a long table. Those very same people who had trailed behind you yesterday, hailing you as their leader. Yet, I have heard whispers that this afternoon they have been inquiring everywhere, hoping to purchase the latest batch of Merliness seeds at a premium from Malfoy. I trust you grasp the implications of this. The countenances of those upperclassmen turned ashen in an instant. One of them even knocked over the inkpot in fright. A chill, far deeper and more piercing than the terror imposed by the creature last night, surged through Flint, igniting from his coccyx and racing to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. What had been shattered was not merely his ludicrous dignity. It was his dominion, a minuscule realm sustained on violence and intimidation, that now began to rot and crumble from its very foundations. He was but 11 years old, yet he had come to regard the entirety of Hogwarts as his hunting ground. And you, my dear Marcus, you are neither the hunter nor even a worthy quarry. She bent down, her warm breath brushing against Flint's ear as she uttered the most cruel verdict in the softest tone. You are merely the first filthy and bothersome stone that he casually removed while delineating the boundaries of his hunting grounds. Upon finishing, Gemma farly straightened up, casting Flint not a single glance more, and turned to ascend the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. Her swaying figure, in Flint's dazed gaze, transformed into a venomous serpent, poised to devour a new master, heedlessly discarding her former ally in search of a more powerful sovereign who knew how to nourish her. The fire at last extinguished with a faint crackle. Marcus Flint stood alone, completely engulfed by the boundless darkness and cold. The tolling bell that belonged to him had already sounded. Chapter 41. The Player and the Board. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was as warm as spring. Dumbledore cheerfully drizzled a glimmering fairy honey over his bowl of lemon sorbet with a slender silver spoon. His phoenix, Fawkes, perched upon a gilded perch, preened its resplendent tail feathers, occasionally emitting a clear and melodious call, as if providing a soundtrack to this sweet scene. On the walls, the portraits of former headmasters mostly dozed, save for Phineas Nigellus Black, the notoriously acerbic former Slytherin head, who was complaining in his aristocratic, critical tone to the portrait of the fat lady about something. A Malfoy, making a name for himself through the trivial cleverness of transfiguration, was an utter disgrace to our Slytherin tradition of speaking through curses. In years past, his words were abruptly interrupted. With a loud bang, green flames erupted from the fireplace, and a dark figure, enveloped in the bone-chilling air of the dungeons, strode forth, resembling a moving storm cloud that instantly dispelled much of the room's warmth. Severus Snape's expression was grimmer than his perpetually dark robes. His thin lips pressed into a bitter line, greasy black hair slicked against his scalp, each step threatening to crack the floor beneath him. Dumbledore. His voice was akin to shards of ice laced with venom, causing every sentient and inanimate entity in the office to shudder. The portrait of Phineas immediately closed its mouth, feigning intense concentration on the intricate patterns of its own fingernails. "Good evening, Severus," Dumbledore remarked, raising his gaze, the azure light behind his half-moon spectacles sparkling with understanding. "Would you care for some snowberry? Sweetened with syrup, it possesses a unique flavor. I have no inclination to discuss your cloyingly sweet confectionery." Snape surged to the desk, his hands slamming against the polished oak surface, his body leaning forward, dark eyes swirling with a tempest of suppressed fury, as if two cauldrons were on the verge of exploding. "Colette Malfoy, are you even aware of what that boy is doing?" Dumbledore leisurely set down his silver spoon, intertwining his fingers before him with a serene demeanor. His smile remained unchanged, yet the ease in his gaze had subtly faded, replaced by his customary profundity. "I believe I have some understanding. A young man exhibiting remarkable talent in his studies, is he not?" "Talent?" Snape emitted a short, sharp, mirthless laugh, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous jest of the century. "You dare call that talent? Dumbledore, has your mind, corroded by sweets, dulled your most basic vigilance? Are you aware that on his first night at school, he manipulated the first-year Slytherins with promises and an unheard-of creature? He even had the families of that dim-witted pair, Crabbe and Goyle, pledging their allegiance to him as their future master. Do you know he incapacitated 3 upperclassmen sent by Flint with a fire beast I have never encountered in any tome, using them as a warning to completely undermine that imbecile prefect? Do you realize he has extended his reach toward all of Hogwarts? With a commodity named after Merlin. He is brazenly bribing those pure-blood heirs bound by familial interests, turning them into his eyes and agents across the houses. This afternoon, that little girl from the Greengrass family has already begun organizing his inaugural Hogwarts merchandise fair. Snape's words quickened, each syllable slicing through the heart of the matter like a precise scalpel, vividly unveiling a rapidly expanding underground network before Dumbledore. He is merely 11 years old, Albus. Yet the web of alliances and entangled interests he weaves is more sophisticated than the entire cadre of bloated bureaucrats at the Ministry. He is not playing house. He is establishing his own commercial empire within Slytherin, within your Hogwarts. The office fell into a profound silence, broken only by the incessant hiss of the silver instruments, expelling wisps of steam with a soft puff. "He is a Malfoy." Snape's voice finally lowered, imbued with a sense of fateful weariness and loathing. "He has mastered Lucius's machinations to perfection. No, he is far more formidable than Lucius. Lucius still relies on gold and blatant intimidation to achieve his ends. Yet he has learned to sway hearts with the ethereal concepts of hope, power, and the future. We have encountered such individuals, Dumbledore." He abruptly halted, turning to face Dumbledore, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him, each word pronounced with deliberate emphasis, his voice quivering ever so slightly. "The exceptionally gifted, charming, noble-born, and ambitiously driven Slytherin, we all know where that path leads." He inhaled deeply, uttering the word that rendered the air in the office palpable. "He possesses all the potential to become the next Dark Lord." The smile on Dumbledore's face finally vanished entirely. He regarded Snape quietly, his blue eyes profound like a starless night sky. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly, his tone calm and unwavering. "I have attempted to glimpse into his thoughts, Severus. They are remarkably pristine, as pure as a field blanketed in fresh snow. That is mere disguise. Snape retorted immediately, his emotions stirred. How could Malfoy, the son of a scoundrel, possess such untainted thoughts? Surely, he has constructed some labyrinthine closure of the mind with methods unknown to us, tailored specifically for you. You have grown old, Dumbledore. Your judgment is not what it once was. Perhaps. Dumbledore nodded noncommittally. He lifted his wand, giving it a gentle flick, causing a box filled with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to float gracefully towards him. He plucked a bean and tossed it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, his brows slightly raised. Earwax flavor. It seems my luck today is rather poor. He pushed the box towards Snape, who turned his head in distaste, as if it were a vial of deadly potion. But you're his head of house, Severus. Dumbledore shifted the conversation, his voice regaining its gentle yet commanding tone. You're still his godfather. Before the school year commenced, Lucius personally penned a letter imploring you to look after his eldest son while at school. You cannot simply forget this obligation born of mutual interest, can you? Snape's expression darkened instantly. What he loathed most was being shackled by responsibility and commitment, especially when the party in question was Lucius Malfoy. That old bee always finds the most precise shackles. This is your school, he bellowed. It is our responsibility, Severus. Dumbledore rose, slowly making his way to the window, gazing out at the silent, undulating silhouette of the forbidden forest beneath the night sky. I need you to keep an eye on him. Manage him as you would oversee the entirety of Slytherin House, as you would handle a potent and dangerous magical artifact still taking form. Dumbledore's voice became distant and gentle, as though he were stating an established fact. And do not forget, Harry is also in this school. An overly powerful and ambitious Slytherin is certainly not in that boy's best interest. Ensuring Harry's safety is the most crucial pact between us. Watch over that perilous Malfoy. It is an indispensable element of the plan to protect Harry. Harry Potter. This name struck Severus Snape like a silent incantation, penetrating his vulnerabilities. All his anger, rebuttals, and resentment dissolved into a profound sense of familiar helplessness before this name. Once again, he found himself ensnared by this old bee in his singular, fatal weakness to protect Lily's son. This was the unbreakable vow he had made to himself. Dumbledore's subtext could not have been clearer. The eldest scion of the Malfoy family had become one of the most significant threats to Harry Potter. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Snape forced these words through clenched teeth, each syllable exhausting every ounce of his strength. He turned sharply, uttering no further words, his black robes trailing behind him like a shadow of anger and defiance as he resolutely stepped into the headmaster's office. The sound of the door opening and closing faded swiftly, restoring silence to the room. Dumbledore's gentle, weary expression receded like the tide. The blue of his eyes sparkled once again with a starry complexity, glimmering with an excitement that no one could comprehend. It was an application for the establishment of a club. The corners of the parchment were adorned with intricately drawn ancient magical runes, glowing faintly in the candlelight, exuding an air of splendor. The name of the society was penned in elegant emerald ink, Hogwarts Society for the Study and Protection of Ancient Magical Creatures. In the applicant section, the signature flowed with a flourish, radiating a confidence and flamboyance beyond its years. Scorpius Malfoy. Dumbledore picked up the application, his long fingers gently brushing over that name. The next Dark Lord, perhaps? He murmured softly, his tone betraying neither concern nor anticipation. Severus. What you perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg he wishes for you to see. A sly smile played at the corners of the old man's lips, one that no one could decipher. What he desired was never to become the king upon this ancient chessboard. He took up the quill from his desk, solemnly signing his name at the bottom of the application, and with a gentle tap of his elder wand, caused the signature to shimmer with golden light, rendering it official. He intended to create a new chessboard with his own hands. Chapter 42, The Hogwarts License. In the morning hall, the magical ceiling was tinged with a delicate hue of egg yolk. A torrent of owls arrived punctually, their wings flapping and various calls merging into a cacophony of symphonic noise. However, this raucous symphony was abruptly interrupted by a sound as clear as shattering ice crystals. A blazing trajectory cut across the hall from the entrance. It was a bird entirely engulfed in crimson flames, trailing an exaggeratedly magnificent tail as it glided gracefully. Wherever it flew, the air became warm and fragrant, as if spring had been forcibly injected into the deep autumn castle. It was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. What had brought it here? In the grand hall, thousands of students sat in rapt attention, forks and knives suspended in midair, pumpkin juice forgotten mid-swallow, all necks craning at the same angle. The vibrant reds of Gryffindor, the deep greens of Slytherin, the cerulean blues of Ravenclaw, and the sunny yellows of Hufflepuff converged, transforming the assembly into a field of sunflowers gazing up at the same sun. Fawkes, undeterred by the multitude of eyes upon him, focused on a singular, startling target. He soared gracefully above the Slytherin table, his obsidian eyes surveying the room, ultimately locking onto a first year with platinum hair. Amidst a myriad of astonished, envious, and awestruck gazes, Fawkes folded his wings, his movements as delicate as a leaf enveloped in flames, gently placing a parchment scroll tied with a golden ribbon beside Colette's plate. He even tilted his noble head, affectionately brushing his burning beak against Colette's fingers. Then, with a powerful flap, he dissolved into a flash of fire and vanished. Silence engulfed the hall. It was so profound that one could discern the heartbeat of the students seated nearby. If prior to this moment, Colette Malfoy was merely the enigmatic eldest son of the Malfoy family whispered about within Slytherin, he now stood as the undeniable focal point of all Hogwarts. The Phoenix of Dumbledore, the private messenger of the greatest white wizard of the century, delivering a letter to a first year? This was more absurd than rumors of the Minister of Magic announcing a marriage to a troll. Is this the highest secret from the headmaster's office? He used the utmost confidential means for you? The surrounding Slytherins were nearly breathless. Their gazes towards Colette had morphed from initial reverence to an almost fervent adoration. In the power hierarchy of Hogwarts, what could symbolize authority more than the personal endorsement of the venerable figure at the pinnacle? At the Gryffindor table, Harry adjusted his glasses, a look of confusion on his face. Ron, does Colette have a close relationship with Dumbledore? Who knows? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of sausage. Maybe the Malfoys donated another vault to the school? That old fox, Dumbledore, can be quite peculiar at times. Meanwhile, Colette remained unperturbed by the tumultuous gazes surrounding him. He leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, as if this were merely an ordinary morning correspondence. With a gentle flick of his slender fingers, the golden ribbon unraveled, and the scorching parchment scroll unfurled before him. The content was astonishingly succinct. The application for the establishment of the Hogwarts Association for the Study and Protection of Ancient Magical Creatures has been approved. At the bottom of the application, Dumbledore's name was inscribed in golden magical ink, the signature seemingly alive, radiating warmth and authority. He actually agreed? Draco's head suddenly leaned in, his platinum hair nearly touching Colette's scrambled eggs. A club founded by a first year? Merlin's lace underpants. This hasn't happened at Hogwarts in a century. Quiet, Draco. Colette's voice, though soft, possessed a captivating power that instantly calmed those around him. He meticulously rolled up the scroll and tucked it into the inner pocket of his wizarding robe, his movements as smooth as if he were securing a priceless treasure map. He lifted his gaze, his sea-blue eyes calmly surveying the attentive Slytherins surrounding him. It's nothing of great significance, he remarked nonchalantly, his voice quiet yet resonant throughout the long table. It is merely a business license issued by Dumbledore. It grants us the legal authority to conduct research within this castle. Beside him, Daphne gently set down her small silver spoon. An unmistakable pride and admiration illuminated her face, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling as if to declare to the world, "Look, this is my man." He raised his head, and within the depths of his dark eyes flickered a mixture of astonishment and fervor. A business license. The term struck Theodore's heart with precision. He understood better than anyone the significance of this document. This was no trivial club activity. It was a legitimate certification that permitted goods from another world to appear openly at Hogwarts, to be studied and showcased. Colette Malfoy had firmly established his business within the ancient castle in a manner beyond reproach. Satisfied with the diverse reactions of his companions, he rose from the table. "Cool, mate. Let us inspect our domain." Accompanied by Daphne and Theodore, followed closely by Draco, who wore an expression that proclaimed his core membership, along with Crabbe and Goyle. Their bulky shields, they traversed the bustling corridor towards an abandoned passage on the northern side of the third floor, rarely frequented by others. At the end of the corridor, a dusty wooden door bore a brand-new parchment notice affixed to it, inscribed in magical ink. Hogwarts Ancient Magical Creatures Research and Conservation Society, Activity Room. Is this our territory? Draco pushed open the door, and a musty odor of dust and old would envelop them. This space had once served as a storage area for discarded armor and broken teaching tools. Although spacious, it was marred by cobwebs and thick layers of dust, with several dismembered suits of armor leaning awkwardly against the walls like silent corpses. "Better than I imagined," Colette observed, surveying the surroundings with the satisfaction of a merchant discovering untapped potential. "It's spacious, secluded, and ripe for transformation. Leave it to me." Daphne elegantly drew her wand and with a gentle flick proclaimed, "Refresh." A gentle wave of magic swept through the room, the dust vanishing as if brushed away by an invisible hand, revealing a well-crafted stone floor, albeit marred by scratches. The Greengrass family excelled at transforming barren land into a flourishing garden. Yet what we required was not a garden, but an exhibition hall, a display room that could evoke desire. Excitement sparkled in her blue eyes as she began to envision the possibilities. A cozy fireplace, velvet sofas, and a wall lined with bookshelves. These were the essentials. But more importantly, it was the ambience that mattered. I aspire to transform this place into the most coveted destination within all of Hogwarts. She cast a sly glance at Colette, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I am aware of your thoughts. It is infeasible to simply invite our mothers and their companions. Hogwarts is not Diagon Alley. Colette raised an eyebrow in intrigue, urging her to continue. However, Daphne pivoted her discourse. We can adopt a two-pronged approach. The first step is to establish an impeccable reputation and allure among the students. The second step involves petitioning the headmaster to host a showcase of our association's achievements at the end of the term, inviting notable figures who have contributed to the conservation of magical creatures as special patrons. Attendance will be limited by invitation only. Just imagine the wives of ministry officials, those ennui-ridden aristocrats. Who could possibly refuse an invitation endorsed by Dumbledore himself, granting access to an exclusive event within the very walls of Hogwarts? It would be the most coveted social capital for them throughout the entire quarter. Colette nodded in approval, recognizing that Daphne always grasped his unspoken intentions and identified the most pragmatic path forward. He turned to the silent Theodore. Theodore, your role is paramount. Theodore lifted his gaze, his dark eyes brimming with focus, akin to a lone wolf awaiting a command. Your Squirtle is our first living advertisement, the genesis of all our data. Colette's voice resonated with persuasion. I comprehend. And you, Draco? Colette turned to his brother. Speak, Colette. I am ready for any task. Draco proclaimed eagerly, puffing out his chest. Colette smiled faintly, conjuring from his robe a beautifully crafted temperature-regulating magical box. He opened the box to reveal a single egg, as large as an ostrich egg. The shell, a warm ivory hue, was adorned with flame-like crimson speckles, and a soft luminescence seemed to flow across its surface, pulsating as if imbued with life. Is this the seed of Merlin? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, acutely aware of the remarkable warmth and vitality emanating from the egg. You may refer to it as the crimson egg. When the time is right, I shall entrust it to you. You will wield it to attract individuals. But remember, we are not a charitable organization. We are a club. I require two types of individuals. First, potential clients who can afford our products, whose forebears hold positions in the ministry or Wisingamoth. Second, those possessing exceptional talents in specific fields. For instance, a Ravenclaw proficient in ancient runes or a Hufflepuff adept at painting. We need someone to create exquisite illustrations for our merchandise. He gestured towards the egg. Inform them that this is a welcoming gift from our association to the first special technical member. The honor of our association far outweighs the value of galleons. Let them understand that we can afford to offer them an irresistible price. Draco's eyes sparkled like two galleons. This task seems tailor-made for him. Rest assured, brother. I shall ensure its completion. Observing the nascent team, each fulfilling their roles, Colette nodded in satisfaction. He approached the window, withdrew a piece of parchment, and with a quill, swiftly inscribed several lines before summoning an owl from the academy to deliver it to Rubius Hagrid in the hunting grounds. He secured the letter to the owl's leg, and it took flight. The nascent form of a commercial empire had quietly taken shape. Chapter 43, Venom and Glory. The corridor leading to the third-floor potions classroom was perpetually filled with an unsettling amalgamation of sulfur, the scent of snail slime, and an array of withered herbs. So pungent it seemed to permeate the very essence of one's soul. The classroom windows were set high, revealing only a sliver of a gray, overcast sky, which rendered the entire room particularly oppressive. Slytherin and Gryffindor were starkly divided, akin to oil and water, occupying opposite sides of the classroom. Colette, accompanied by Daphne and Theodore, confidently claimed the center seat of the front row. Draco, on the other hand, dragged Crabbe and Goyle to the opposite aisle, ostentatiously posturing as he directed a scornful look at Ron, emitting a derisive snort from his nostrils. Bang! The classroom door swung open as if struck by an invisible force. Severus Snape, draped in robes that absorbed all light, stormed in. He moved with such haste that the hem of his robe billowed behind him, creating a chilling gust that caused the unlit flames in the cauldrons to flicker. He ascended the podium, his obsidian eyes sweeping menacingly across the classroom, silencing all murmurs in an instant. The temperature seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. You are here, Snape intoned, his voice low and slithering like a serpent across cold stone, to study the precise science and strict artistry of potion brewing. His gaze lingered on the Gryffindor section for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a frosty sneer. There is no room for foolish wand-waving here. I do not expect you to appreciate the subtle beauty of a gently simmering cauldron or how the liquids coursing through veins can evoke profound emotions. He paused, his voice imbued with a beguiling rasp. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. His piercing stare, like a poisoned dart, settled squarely on Harry, provided you are not the hopeless fools I often encounter. A shiver raced down Harry's spine, causing the hairs at the nape of his neck to bristle. Snape opened the roster, deliberately pausing for an extended moment when he reached the name Harry Potter. "Ah, yes," he said lightly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." A suppressed snicker erupted from Draco's side. Snape closed the roster and leaned forward over the podium, his hands pressed down, directing all the pressure towards a frail boy. "Potter," he suddenly snapped, his voice sharp and frigid. "What would be the result of combining powdered daffodil root with an infusion of mugwort?" Harry's mind buzzed, blank as a canvas. I don't know, sir," he stammered. His face flushed. Snape's lips contorted into a more acerbic shape. "Ah, it seems fame does not render one all-knowing." Beside him, Hermione's hand was raised straight, her wrist trembling, her entire being on the verge of springing from her seat in desperation. Yet Snape, as if blind, swept his gaze past her without the slightest pause, treating her presence as though it were merely a wisp of air. "Try again, Potter. I require you to procure a piece of bezoar. Where should you seek it?" "I don't know, sir," Harry repeated in despair. "Have you not perused a single book before attending school, Potter?" Snape's tone dripped with unabashed disdain. He once more completely disregarded the nearly bouncing Hermione. "Then, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane?" "I don't know, sir." "What a pity." Snape straightened with a cold smirk. "It seems the folly of Gryffindor is a hereditary affliction. That's unfair." Ron could no longer contain himself and shouted, "This material is nowhere in the textbooks. You are deliberately making it difficult." Snape's gaze snapped like a whip towards him. "Mr. Weasley, are you questioning my teaching methods?" Ron's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. "Very well. Due to Mr. Potter's ignorance and Mr. Weasley's insolence, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Snape's voice was laced with vindictive pleasure. Just then, a calm voice interjected. "Professor." Colette stood, wearing the signature smirk of the Malfoy family. Snape's dark eyes shifted to him, the look akin to two ice-cold surgical blades. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, it appears you possess some insight." He emphasized the sarcasm in the word insight. "I wouldn't call it insight, Professor," Colette replied, his voice soft, yet resonant like a stone cast into still waters. "Merely a rather superficial understanding of your query." He did not meet Snape's gaze, instead directing his attention to the flustered Harry. "The primary components of the draft of living death are daffodil roots and wormwood infusion, a potent sedative." Upon uttering the word regret, Snape's fingers tightened around the edge of the lectern, nails scraping against the wood, producing a faint sound. For the first time, a flicker of unbiased astonishment glimmered in his black eyes. How could he know? Lily and I? No, it must be a mere coincidence. Yes, that must be it. Colette appeared oblivious to Snape's change, continuing, "Bezoar is a stone extracted from a cow's stomach, capable of counteracting most plant-based toxins. However, the appendix of the 7th edition of Advanced Potion Making mentions that the potion's master Linfred Potter, an ancestor of Harry Potter, demonstrated that bezoar is ineffective against magical poisons mixed with animal venom." He turned to Harry, offering a slight smile. "Thus, the blood of the Potter family inherently flows with a profound understanding of potion making, albeit it remains dormant for the time being." Harry stared at Colette, astonished. Was he defending him? Moreover, was he referencing ancestors of whom he had never heard? In recent days, Ron had incessantly whispered disparaging remarks about the Malfoy family into his ear, labeling them as Death Eaters and scoundrels. He was almost persuaded to believe it. Yet now, the eldest son of the Malfoy lineage, Colette, stood in defense of him before Snape. A tumult of emotions, gratitude intertwined with guilt, surged within him, causing his cheeks to flush. As for the aconite and wolfsbane, Colette ultimately directed his gaze at Snape. His tone is neutral, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. They are the same species of plant, yet their alkaloid toxicity undergoes subtle transformations under varying soil pH conditions. Their material and effects are nearly identical, belonging to the same botanical family, both being aconite. Having said this, he slightly inclined his body and resumed his seat. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Hermione sat in a daze. She was aware of the standard answers. Yet Colette's insights had transcended the textbook and even surpassed the scope of most reference materials. This was genuine knowledge. Snape remained silent, a complex expression emerging upon his perpetually frozen visage, a blend of shock, scrutiny, and a simmering irritation at having his esteemed domain invaded by a first-year student. Even tinged with an excitement he scarcely wished to acknowledge, akin to encountering a worthy adversary. This young Malfoy was not merely reciting. He was articulating a knowledge system that had seeped into his very bones. He posed a hundredfold greater danger than Lucius. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally managed to utter a few words from his throat. Excellent. Very comprehensive. Slytherin, plus 20 points. A triumphant cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Draco arched his chin skyward, nearly parallel to the ceiling, casting a scornful glance at the crimson-faced Ron with the demeanor of a victor. Snape turned to assign today's task, the brewing of a simple potion to treat scabies. He traversed the classroom with his signature stride. As he passed by Colette, his footsteps imperceptibly paused for half a second. He did not glance at Colette, but in his frigid, emotionless tone, he quietly remarked, barely audible to the two of them. Talent, Mr. Malfoy, is a most perilous ingredient. It can brew glory. He paused, his obsidian eyes finally locking onto Colette's, a depth that seemed unfathomable. And it can also concoct a poison potent enough to consume the very brewer. Colette's smile remained unchanged as he picked up the silver knife, commencing the preparation of the dried nettles on the table. Professor, perhaps you have forgotten. The most skilled brewers always opt for the most toxic fruits. He raised his gaze, his sea blue eyes meeting Snape's abyssal black ones, the curve of his lips widening slightly, tinged with a near-sadistic mirth. To brew the finest wine. Snape's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 44. Aftershocks and Pawns. Snape still stood at the lectern, the afternoon sun streaming in through the door, illuminating his waxen face, rendering it akin to a parched piece of ancient parchment. He fell silent, casting one last glance at Colette with those dark, brooding eyes. The expression was intricate, no longer merely one of anger or disdain, but akin to an alchemist scrutinizing a volatile philosopher's stone, filled with both greed and trepidation. His retreating figure was resolute, almost frantic, as if proclaiming that a delicate equilibrium he had maintained for a decade had been shattered by a mere first-year student. It was not until that shadow vanished completely from sight that the oppressive silence of the classroom was shattered by a sharp gasp. Merlin's pink stockings. Ron slumped in his chair, his complexion paler than a weeping myrtle. I swear, I thought he was going to extract our intestines through our noses and tie them in a bow. Harry remained silent, instinctively rubbing the back of his stiff neck, where the hairs stood on end, resembling a field of wheat swayed by a chilling breeze. His gaze drifted uncontrollably to the Slytherin table. The remnants of dry nettles clinging to the blade were meticulously wiped away, the action as graceful as that of an artist tending to a recently completed masterpiece. Sunlight streamed through the Gothic windows, casting a soft halo upon his platinum locks, rendering him almost ethereal, as if he had stepped forth from an ancient oil painting. A youthful duke. He seems different from what you described, Ron. Harry's voice was soft, almost introspective. The blood of the Potter lineage coursed with a profound understanding of potions, akin to a stone cast into the lake of his heart, creating ripples of warmth that continued to resonate. This was the first time he had heard a positive evaluation of his family from another's lips, beyond the tragedy of Voldemort's wrath. And remarkably, the one offering this commendation was a Malfoy, that very family Ron had incessantly painted as the epitome of evil, the Death Eater lineage. Have you lost your mind, Harry? Ron sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice rising sharply. Yes, a Malfoy, a pure-blood Slytherin. Didn't you hear? He did that just to flaunt it, to humiliate us before everyone. Do you not remember that Slytherin gained 20 points because of him, while we were docked 20 points? He nearly shouted the last sentence, his crimson ears giving him the appearance of a teapot on the verge of boiling over. He pointed to his own chest, then to Harry, his face a canvas of betrayal and indignation. 20 points, Harry. Do you comprehend what that means? It signifies that for the next month, we shall endure the disdainful glares of our fellow Gryffindors. He tossed his head in the direction of Slytherin, his anger palpable. And they will bask in glory. Harry, overwhelmed by Ron's outburst, felt a mix of gratitude and guilt flush his cheeks. He opened his mouth, uncertain of how to counter. But he truly helped me out of a predicament. That was only because he wanted to show off at your expense. Ron hissed, his frustration palpable. You are just too kind-hearted, Harry. To Slytherin, one must not harbor even the slightest sympathy. Harry's heart was embroiled in a fierce struggle, the events in Diagon Alley, on the platform, and those that had just transpired left him utterly convinced that Colette was indeed a good person. Yet, The incessant rumors from Gryffindor and the daily admonitions from Ron and his roommates only deepened his confusion. What is truth? What is falsehood? I cannot discern. I truly cannot tell. Just as Harry found himself ensnared in a whirlpool of complex emotions, Colette rose to his feet. Yes, brother. Draco immediately sprang up like a victorious little rooster, puffing out his chest as he stood proudly beside his brother. His deliberately straightened small frame and the suppressed yet unmistakably contemptuous glance cast towards Ron proclaimed his triumph and delight. The other first-year students hastily stood up, their movements a flurry of anxious synchronization. Instinctively, they clustered around Colette, as if he were a rock capable of withstanding any storm. This cohort, with Colette as their unequivocal nucleus, strode out of the classroom, heads held high, under the watchful gaze of the perplexed Gryffindors, leaving behind an atmosphere steeped in both failure and victory. Upon exiting the classroom, the warm sunlight and the cacophony of voices in the corridor enveloped them, starkly contrasting the stifling ambience within. Upperclassmen ambled towards the great hall in small groups, casting curious glances at this uniquely charismatic first-year Slytherin ensemble. Colette, where are we headed now? Draco leaned in, lowering his voice, his cheeks flushed with excitement. To the common room? Colette's stride remained unbroken, a playful smile curving his lips. That damp, cold place reeking of trolls? That is where prisoners dwell, not victors. He cast a glance back at the throng of first-years trailing behind him, their faces a mix of admiration and bewilderment. He understood that it was time to establish new rules for these followers who had just begun to taste success. It was time to display true strength. Remember, from this day forth, you are no longer ordinary first-year Slytherins. Colette's voice, though not loud, rang clearly in the bustling corridor. You are the prospective members of the ancient society for the study and protection of magical creatures. The glory you enjoy stems from the society, from me, and not from Slytherin's moldy dungeon. Leading a group of bewildered first-years, he did not head toward the cellar, but instead took a winding path to the end of an abandoned corridor on the north side of the third floor. There stood the same dust-laden wooden door, the corners still adorned with cobwebs. Parkinson wrinkled her nose in disgust, instinctively taking half a step back. Draco and Theodore exchanged glances, both perplexed. They recalled their visit here that morning when Colette had shown them what was merely a storeroom cluttered with rubbish. Could it be? Click! The door creaked open with a gentle sound. A wave of warmth, dryness, infused with a faint scent of tea and some exotic wood smoke, wafted through the crack, instantly dispelling the chill of the corridor. It appears that the efficiency of the house elves is rather impressive. The arrangements have just been completed. Daphne whispered contentedly behind Colette. Draco and Theodore were the first to peek inside, and in the next moment, they stood frozen, their mouths slightly agape, momentarily forgetting to maintain their characteristic haughty expressions. Merlin's beard, Draco stammered, his gray eyes filled with disbelief. Is this still the rubbish heap from this morning? A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed Theodore's usually gloomy eyes. He vividly recalled that the space had been cluttered with rusted armor and broken teaching supplies, the air thick with mildew. But now, it was as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The freshmen following behind them also halted in unison upon entering the room, their faces mirroring identical shock. The room was astonishingly spacious, nearly larger than the entire Slytherin common room. Heavy emerald green velvet curtains insulated the interior from the outside world, while a massive obsidian fireplace burned with a blue magical flame devoid of smoke, casting a warm glow throughout the chamber. The floor was adorned with deep green dragonhide carpets that made almost no sound when stepped upon. In the center of the room stood an exquisite blackwood long table accompanied by a dozen intricately carved leather armchairs, all seemingly worth a fortune. In one corner, a pure silver tea set, which poured itself automatically, emitted gentle wisps of steam, surrounded by an array of delicate pastries they had never encountered before. The walls were not adorned with portraits of snoring headmasters, but rather with moving magical landscape paintings, erupting volcanoes, deep ocean trenches, and serene elven forests. Each picture resembled a window to another world, emanating faint yet ancient waves of magical energy. This space felt less like a student club and more akin to a private parlor of an ancient pureblood family, imbued with the essence of power, wealth, and mystery. Can we truly be here? Parkinson stuttered, instinctively touching the leather back of one armchair, its softness surpassing that of her father's ministerial sofa in the Ministry of Magic. Certainly. Daphne's voice was cool and melodious as she stepped out from behind Colette, addressing the astonished freshman, her gaze sweeping over each individual with a hint of measured scrutiny. This is private property of the association. As the first core members to pass the assessment, you possess the privilege of unrestricted access. She paused, her tone shifting to embody the authority of the green grass heir. However, this is contingent upon your ability to provide sufficient value to the association. There are 3 rules. First, absolute obedience to the president's directives. Second, the disclosure of any secrets of the association, including this place, is strictly forbidden. Third, utilize your intellect and abilities to obtain everything you desire. We do not accommodate the inept here. Her words fell like a perfectly timed splash of cold water, instantly awakening the freshmen still reeling from their astonishment. They gazed upon their peer, radiating an undeniable aura and possessing an exquisite beauty, then glanced at Colette, who had gracefully taken her seat at the head of the long table. The sense of superiority born from privilege was swiftly supplanted by a more palpable reverence. They understood that this was no amusement park, but rather an elite club where entry was contingent upon one's merit. Colette surveyed the scene with satisfaction. She sought not a cadre of indulgent ne'er-do-wells, but rather a cohort of competent pawns who grasped the principle of equivalent exchange. "Draco," she called. "Yes, sister." Draco instantly stood at attention like a soldier under inspection, his face brimming with excitement and adoration. Colette retrieved a temperature-regulated magical box from her pocket and placed it before him. "Your first task has arrived." Chapter 45, The Art of Versailles and the Allies of the Hunting Grounds. Draco's breath hitched as he reverently opened the temperature-controlled magical box, revealing a milky white egg adorned with fiery speckles, resting peacefully upon a velvet cushion. A palpable wave of heat emanated from the shell, warping the air around it, while deep red streaks, resembling flowing lava, seemed to pulse with incredible warmth and vibrant life. "The crimson egg," Colette stated in an unwavering tone. "The time has come, Draco. After lunch, take it and stroll to the most crowded area of the castle." Her gaze turned to her brother, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her azure eyes. "Remember, your task is not to flaunt it. That is the folly of the foolish." Her fingers tapped lightly against the smooth black wood of the table. "Do you recall what I spoke of this morning, Draco?" "Of course, sister. I remember everything. You need not worry." Draco vowed earnestly. "Excellent. Do not disappoint me, Draco." In the afternoon at Hogwarts, a storm was quietly brewing. The time belonging to Colette Malfoy had officially commenced. The confrontation in potions class reverberated like a deep-water bomb, its explosive aftermath spreading with an unimaginable velocity throughout the castle. The speed at which rumors circulated was always faster than the apparitions of house elves. "Have you heard?" Snape was confronted by a first-year student in potions class. He turned green. A rotund Hufflepuff student exclaimed, stuffing his face with chicken leg while winking at his companion. It was more than just a confrontation. His companion, an informed Ravenclaw, whispered conspiratorially, "My cousin was in that class." She said that the potion knowledge presented by that Malfoy was more profound than Snape's. Snape ended up storming out without even dismissing the class. If this was merely gossip among the upper years, Draco's subsequent actions would ignite the curiosity and desires of all Hogwarts like a fierce blaze. Shortly after lunch, Draco appeared on the main pathway leading to the courtyard, cradling the exquisite temperature-controlled magical box as if it were a sacred chalice. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him, resembling 2 towering iron sentinels, dutifully clearing a path. Draco executed his brother's instructions flawlessly. He chose a sun-drenched bench, bustling with foot traffic, and, with a demeanor akin to that of sacred ritual, slowly opened the box. The appearance of the crimson egg instantly captivated the entire gathering. "Hey, Malfoy!" Fred Weasley whistled loudly, swaggering over. "Has your pet hen finally laid an egg? It looks a tad overcooked." His brother George followed closely, grinning mischievously. "Be careful not to hatch it into a roast chicken. I wager 5 nuts it's a roast chicken." Laughter erupted around them. Draco gradually raised his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at the Weasleys. "Weasley," he drawled, reciting verbatim the words scrawled on the note Colette had given him before his departure. "I forgive your ignorance. After all, your head stuffed with straw can only comprehend chickens and eggs." He cleared his throat, relishing the attention. "Allow me to introduce this crimson egg, a prized specimen of the Hogwarts Society for the Study and Protection of Ancient Magical Creatures." He deliberately emphasized the name of the society, a fitting pride gracing his features. "It harbors a fiery power capable of unsettling even an adult Norwegian ridgeback." He smirked, aware that for some, who had never even encountered a fire crab, this might be a touch beyond their grasp. His gaze pointedly swept over a few curious Gryffindors, ultimately landing on Ron, who instantly flushed a deeper shade than his hair. The sight of Draco's smug expression riled him, especially considering that Harry was actually defending someone from the Malfoy family, which only intensified his ire. Bragging. It's just a glowing stone egg, he growled, yet his eyes remained fixated on the egg, unable to look away. A dragon? Someone in the crowd gasped in hushed awe. What will it hatch into? A Ravenclaw girl could not help but inquire. Draco had anticipated this question and unveiled a smile he had practiced in private countless times, reserved yet haughty. This is indeed the subject of our society's current research. But one thing is certain. Once it hatches, it will possess unparalleled power and will be loyal solely to its first technical supervisor. He surveyed the crowd, preparing to drop his final bombshell. My brother, the president of our society, has decided to bestow this supreme honor upon the first invited technical member recruited by the society. He paused, his voice laced with intrigue. Whether you are well-versed in ancient runes or skilled in the care of magical creatures, as long as you possess an irreplaceable talent, you may have the opportunity to become its master. His words struck the crowd like a boulder, igniting the ambition, desire, and fantasies of everyone at Hogwarts, all fervently stoked by the magnificent promotional spectacle Draco had personally unveiled. In the association's activity room, the flames in the blue fireplace crackled softly. Blaze glided in like an elegant black cat, his handsome face alight with the thrill of a hunter. President, the fish had begun to spawn. He approached Colette, presenting a scroll of automatically recorded parchment. Draco's exhibition is remarkable. Over at Ravenclaw, at least 5 scholars have commenced perusing all available ancient texts regarding subspecies of fire dragons. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor even set up a betting pool, wagering whether the egg will hatch into a dragon or a chicken. Rumor has it, business is thriving. He paused, his tone turning serious. The focus is on Slytherin. Marcus Flynn has locked himself away in the dormitory and has not made an appearance all day. 3 of his associates have conveyed their willingness to collaborate through intermediaries. Excellent, Colette said, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Truly the son of a woman capable of ensuring her 7 husbands willingly bequeath vast fortunes. Blaze's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its natural state. It is my honor to serve you, President. He continued to observe Flint. Colette's fingers lightly tapped on the smooth black wooden surface. A provoked bull will either charge wildly or kneel to lick your boots. I need to ascertain which type he is. Just then, there was a resounding thud. Thud! Thud! The heavy wooden door reverberated as if struck by a battering ram. Who? Draco exclaimed, nervously drawing his wand. A booming voice echoed from outside. Colette. Mr. Malfoy. It's me. Hagrid. I received your letter. Open the door. Colette gestured for them to lower their wands and personally pulled the door open. A potent aroma, a blend of pine needles, earth, and wet dog, rushed forth. A colossal figure blocked the doorway, and Hagrid's furry visage bore an enormous grin that stretched from ear to ear. Oh, Merlin's beard. Mr. Colette. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, clutching the letter tightly. Honorary advisor. Oh, I can hardly believe it. This honor is well-deserved. Advisor Hagrid, Colette replied with a smile, sidestepping Hagrid's enthusiastic embrace. Please come in. Hagrid cautiously squeezed into the room, curiously surveying the luxurious space he had never envisioned, like a bear stumbling into a porcelain shop. Rubbing his large hands together, he eagerly inquired. The letter mentioned you discovered a new creature resembling a fire lizard. Is it true? Indeed, Colette responded, snapping his fingers. Fire Tyrannosaurus, come out and breathe. A burst of crimson light erupted. A wave of searing heat instantly engulfed the room, causing the blue flames in the fireplace to retreat. A deep crimson beast, towering over 2 meters, materialized before them with a thunderous presence. Its elongated, sharp, bony horn and the fiery whirl at the tip of its tail raised the temperature in the room by several degrees. Behold the sovereign Fire Tyrannosaurus. Hagrid emitted a tremendous gasp, imbued with both profound astonishment and unrestrained joy, causing his beard to quiver ever so slightly. By Merlin's bushy beard, what is this? It is simply exquisite, so powerful. The Charizard lowered its head slowly, its golden vertical pupils casting a cold glance at Hagrid, while a low rumble akin to molten lava rolled from its throat. Let my child come out to witness the world as well. Daphne smiled as she released her pokeball. With a flash of azure light, a land shark, half the height of a man, materialized on the ground. The moment it landed, it opened its mouth wide and bit down precisely on the leg of the nearest ebony chair. Crack! The leg, crafted from a millennium-old rosewood, snapped in response. Hey, you little rascal. Stop it! Draco exclaimed, his voice tinged with dismay. The Charizard, seemingly annoyed by the little creature, casually swept its fiery tail back. The round land shark was sent flying like a blue rubber ball, emitting a plaintive whimper as it crashed against the wall and slid down, stars swirling around its head. Oh, they are truly lively. Hagrid beamed with an even brighter smile at the unfolding scene. He reached out his large hand, intending to pet the Charizard's head. The Charizard, impatient, turned its head aside to evade him. Hagrid's hand grazed the sharp tip of its head, tearing a large gash in the sleeve of his sturdy moleskin coat. Oh, you certainly have quite the temper. I like it. Hagrid laughed heartily. He bent down again, curious about the flames on the Charizard's tail. With a flick of its tail, a spark ignited Hagrid's fluffy beard. Oh, it's on fire. It's on fire. Hagrid frantically patted at his beard. On another note, the Roundland shark, just recovering from its dizzy spell, seemed to perceive this fiery creature as a new toy and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Hagrid's pant leg and began to tug and shake vigorously. Ouch! Little one, you're quite strong. Stop it, or my pants will fall off. In an instant, the entire association headquarters transformed from an elegant reception room into a scene of chaotic disaster. Colette and her 3 companions silently retreated to a corner. Watching as Hagrid-esque clothing was torn, his beard singed, and his pants nearly ripped off, yet his face radiated an unrestrained smile of pure happiness. Colette cleared her throat, her voice cutting clearly through the tumult. Advisor Hagrid. Hagrid lifted his face, which bore patches of soot and singed hair. Colette wore a warm smile reminiscent of a merchant. Now, are you satisfied with the title of honorary advisor, along with the accompanying research specimens? As Hagrid extinguished the last flicker of flame from his beard, he grinned broadly, resembling a child who had just received a trove of sweets. Absolutely. Oh, Merlin, he bellowed from the depths of his being. I have never been this satisfied in my life. Chapter 46, The New King of Hogwarts. The following day, before the sun had the chance to bestow its golden light upon the highest spire of Hogwarts, a storm ignited by ambition and desire was already howling through every corner of the castle. A peculiar fervor permeated the air, even more pungent than the smoke from the latest contraption invented by the Weasley twins. If Draco's exhibition the previous day had merely cast a probing stone into the placid depths of the Black Lake, then, after a night of fermentation, that stone had stirred a tempestuous wave, engulfing the dreams of every young wizard. The Hogwarts Society for the Study and Protection of Ancient Magical Creatures, a tongue-twisting name, had spread through the castle with a swiftness surpassing even the latest eccentric remarks from Dumbledore at breakfast. It had become a new form of social currency, a measure of one's awareness of current happenings. To be unaware of the society was to be deemed a simpleton. Within the Gryffindor common room, the flickering flames of the fireplace could scarcely contain the almost boiling excitement. I swear it's true. A freckled first year was animatedly gesturing to a group of upperclassmen. Herbert, a fifth year, was the very lad who cherished his fat toad, Sick, more than his own life. He had stealthily cradled Sick before the poster at midnight, coaxing it to croak. And guess what? The egg depicted on the poster actually shimmered. The flames glowed even brighter. His cheeks flushed with exhilaration, as if he were the hero unveiling a century-old secret. Oh, spare me, freshman. A tall Quidditch beater next to him ruthlessly punctured his fantasy while polishing his beloved bat, scoffing, your brain capacity likely pales in comparison to that of your toad. My brother works at the Ministry of Magic, and he asserts that the egg's worth could purchase all of Diagon Alley and cover it in pure gold. Do you think the Malfoys would part with it so easily? Unless Snape starts awarding us Gryffindors points. Laughter erupted around them. The crux lies in irreplaceable talent. A beautiful girl of Indian descent, Parvati Patil, excitedly waved her wand, nearly singeing the leaves of Neville's cherished mimosa plant beside her. My transfiguration score was an O. If I could transform a beetle into a teapot that pours itself, wouldn't that be considered irreplaceable? Certainly. Her twin sister, Padma, rushed over from Ravenclaw, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, let us go. We could perform a synchronized transfiguration act, turning a mouse into a music box. In a corner of the common room, Fred and George had already caught wind of a business opportunity. They had fashioned a makeshift betting center from a rickety table, with a small blackboard scrawled in crooked chalk. Bet on the crimson egg. Bet on a dragon or a hen. 1 cent per wager. Once placed, it's final. Additionally, with the Society's interview approaching, feeling unwell, the latest product, instant skip class candy, works wonders. One will provide you with the perfect excuse to be absent. Gryffindor internal price, a discount of 20%. Their brother Ron, transforming his frustration into appetite, voraciously stuffed a buttered slice of toast into his mouth, mumbling incoherently to Harry. They ought to invite you, Harry. You are indeed the boy who has defied death, vanquishing the enigmatic adversary. What could be more irreplaceable than this? Harry merely shook his head, offering no response. His gaze traversed the bustling crowd, landing with precision at the far end of the Slytherin table. Colette was leisurely slicing his fried egg into perfect squares with a dining knife. His movements were graceful and composed, reminiscent of a sacred ritual. The surrounding cacophony, including the slightly twitching face of his overly excited brother Draco, seemed to unfold like a silent play, separated from him by an invisible barrier. There was an odd sense of disconnection about him. Harry pondered. He was undeniably at the center of this storm, yet remained more tranquil than anyone else. Perhaps the true eye of the storm is precisely like this. In the Ravenclaw Tower, the debate had escalated from friendly academic discourse to a near wand-drawing confrontation. A boy sporting thick-bottomed glasses pounded the table excitedly, spitting as he spoke. "Heresy! You are desecrating the authority of Newt Scamander." Another boy immediately retorted, clutching a hefty supplementary edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book clearly states that all oviparous magical creatures with a strong affinity for fire trace their ancient lineage back to the dragons of Gondwana. Your viewpoint deserves to be tied to a pyre and purified with flames. In the Hufflepuff common room, the atmosphere was considerably more harmonious, yet permeated by a palpable anxiety. A round-faced girl was deeply preoccupied, stabbing her plate of beans with a fork, mashing them into a pulp. "We only grow ordinary herbs, like cordyceps and bubble beans," she lamented to her friend Susan Bones, her brow furrowed with worry. "My talent is merely calming crying mandrakes. How does that compare to a fire-breathing dragon? They must think little of me." "Give it a try, Hannah," Susan reassured her. "That's quite impressive. I saw you hum a tune to that pot of screaming mandrake, and it quieted down. That is nothing short of miraculous." This tumult of desire, curiosity, and jealousy ultimately coalesced into sheets of parchment, each bearing a myriad of talents, surging like an unexpected avalanche towards the office of the now-renowned association. At the headquarters of the association, Draco stood at the center of the room, his spine erect like a ceremonial sword prepared for a royal inspection. His cheeks glowed with excitement. Even his platinum locks seemed to dance with joy. "Colette, look," he exclaimed, arms spread wide in an exaggerated gesture akin to a young king who has just seized half a kingdom. Before him lay a veritable mountain of parchment, white letters piled higher than he was, nearly engulfing the luxurious Persian carpet beneath his feet. "We have succeeded. We have become the kings of Hogwarts." Draco's voice wavered with exhilaration as he grabbed a sheet of parchment, reciting melodiously, "I could devour 10 chocolate frogs in one breath and mimic their croaks. Ha! How audacious of that fool to join the fray." He seized another sheet. "My father is a provisional member of the Wisingamot at the Ministry of Magic. Does a mere provisional member think to exploit backdoor privileges? He ought to recognize whose territory he is trespassing upon." With a flourish, he tossed the scrap paper into the air like confetti and strode towards the long table, his gray eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. "Colette, did you witness that? The entirety of Hogwarts is in a frenzy for us." Colette paid no heed to the mountain of paper. He was toying with a silver teaspoon, allowing it to dance gracefully between his slender fingers, akin to a silver butterfly. His gaze fell upon a thin report that Blaise had just presented. "Blaise?" Colette did not lift his head, his tone as nonchalant as if inquiring about the weather. "Focus on the essentials." "At your command, President." Blaise inclined slightly, not even casting a sidelong glance at the chaotic heap of papers, as though it were merely a mound of refuse awaiting disposal. He retrieved several neatly organized parchment sheets from his exquisitely crafted dragonhide folder and elegantly placed them before Colette. 372 applications. "I have already instructed the house elves to conduct a preliminary sorting and categorization." His voice flowed as smoothly as the finest silk. 70% are mere opportunists, their talents limited to good looks and the ability to perform a muggle dance known as Driving Test 3. They may be incinerated without a second thought. Draco's face twitched. Feeling the earlier excitement, now seemed somewhat foolish. Blaise appeared oblivious as he continued. "The remaining 20% consists of clever fools hoping to purchase an entry ticket with galleons. For instance, replacing the furniture that Miss Daphne's round shark incessantly gnaws on each week." In the corner, the very round shark, gnawing on a piece of dried dragon meat, belched innocently, producing a sound akin to kuwo. The final 10%. A trace of intrigue finally crept into Blaise's voice as he pointed to the first parchment. "These are our true target clients. Hannah Abbott, first-year Hufflepuff." Colette raised his eyes to Daphne, who immediately understood and elaborated. "The Abbott family, suppliers of essential herbs in the magical community. To put it succinctly, dear, if the Greengrass family provides the clover necessary for creating luck potions, then they supply the indispensable slug slime for brewing cold remedies." She paused, summing up with an even more precise analogy. "Or, In Muggle terms, we are the gemstones. While they represent the market, without a vast market foundation, even the most splendid jewels are merely stones locked away in a vault. Excellent. Colette nodded in satisfaction. We have established the cornerstone of wealth. Terry Boot, second-year Ravenclaw. Blaze pulled out the second parchment. A linguistic prodigy, fluent in goblin and merfolk languages, and even self-taught in the profanities of giant speech. Considering that our future products may originate from around the globe, a competent translator is essential. The technical barrier has been established. Anthony Goldstein, head of Ravenclaw, a quintessential academic prodigy in the realm of enchantments, is endeavoring to refine the armor protection spell, aspiring to achieve instantaneous activation and cumulative effects. Should he succeed, we could package his findings as the Malfoy shield and sell it at a premium to the timid bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic. The network of connections is thus established. Furthermore, there is this. Blaze extracted the final piece of parchment, a playful smile gracing his handsome visage. Cassandra Vole, a third-year Slytherin, of mixed heritage, yet possessing a remarkable talent for painting. She is attempting to magically alter a Muggle camera, enabling the photographs to animate, not merely to move, but to allow the subjects within the images to pose as she envisions. She refers to this as magical photo editing. Blaze paused, giving Colette a conspiratorial wink. President, imagine. In the future, our fire dinosaur could strike a perfect bodybuilding pose on the front page of the Daily Prophet. I've even conceived a title, The Embodiment of Power, the Key to Wealth. The voice of public opinion is also established. The embryonic form of a vast commercial empire is vividly emerging on these few thin sheets of parchment. Daphne Colette finally set down her teaspoon, turning her gaze toward her fiancé. My dear, I am ready. A glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in Daphne's blue eyes as she had already cross-referenced the information on the list with the client roster of the Greengrass family in her mind. You shall be responsible for the first round of screening and interviews. Colette's voice was calm and clear. Remember our principle. The association is not a charitable organization. We are a board of directors. What we seek are elite partners capable of creating value or angel investors who can yield substantial profits. Inform them that to receive anything from the association, they must first demonstrate what they can contribute. Value must be commensurate with sacrifice. Understood. A confident smile curved Daphne's lips. I will ensure they comprehend that mere enthusiasm and shouting are woefully inadequate to become stakeholders. She rose, her golden hair flowing like liquid sunlight, her innate aristocratic aura compelling Draco beside her to instinctively sit up straighter. The eldest daughter of the Greengrass family is poised to showcase to all of Hogwarts what true equitable exchange entails in her capacity as the chief interviewer of the association. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, cradling a cup of hot tea, walked along the corridor leading to the Transfiguration classroom. Her mood was notably brighter than usual, despite her reluctance to admit it. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a third-year Gryffindor and a second-year Slytherin. Instead of engaging in their customary exchange of curses from a distance of 3 meters, huddling closely together, fervently debating whether the magical properties of the flames produced by the hatching of the scarlet egg could be employed in the shaping process of advanced transfiguration. Their spirited discussion soon attracted the attention of a passing Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff carrying a flower pot. For students from different houses for the first time, engaged in an egalitarian and perhaps even fervent academic discourse not driven by Quidditch or the meager points of the House Cup, but rather by an insatiable curiosity for the unknown magical creatures. Professor McGonagall took a sip of tea, her lips unconsciously curling into a subtle arc that even she was unaware of. In her heart, there had never been a division of 4 houses. There was only Hogwarts. The bravery of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, and the ambition of Slytherin were meant to be the diverse cornerstones of this magnificent castle, not the high walls that divided them. The boy named Colette Malfoy made her brow furrow slightly. His manner of operation, that blatant exchange of self-interest, instinctively unsettled her as an old-fashioned witch. Yet, she could not deny that the association he had established seemed to be inadvertently dismantling the formidable barriers of the houses that had existed for millennia in a manner she could not comprehend, yet found remarkably efficient. Perhaps this was a good thing? She pondered as she pushed open the door to the Transfiguration classroom. The sight within compelled her to frown once more. At least 5 students were gathered around an advertisement page from the Daily Prophet, featuring that accursed red egg. It's open. It's open. I bet it will talk when it hatches. I wager it will grow as tall as a whomping willow. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she cleared her throat. Her voice, though not loud, pierced through the classroom's clamor like a chilling draft, instantly silencing the noise. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Finnegan, It seems your interest in magical creatures has surpassed your respect for transfiguration. Very well, after class. You may assist Hagrid in cleaning up the mess left by his new friend last night. I believe that dealing with actual magical creature droppings will provide you with a more profound understanding. The classroom fell into an uneasy silence. McGonagall's gaze swept across the room, and she let out a gentle sigh. Perhaps, in the end, this was merely a fleeting revelry belonging to the youth. Chapter 47. A Gaze in the Shadows. In stark contrast to the fervent clamor stirred by desire within Hogwarts, the depths of the castle's dungeons, in the private chamber of the defense against the dark arts professor, the air was so cold it seemed to seep into one's very marrow. There were no windows here. The stone walls oozed moisture, and the mingling scents of pungent garlic and a decaying odor formed an overwhelming stench. The sole living creature in the room trembled incessantly. Hood, hood, hood. Quirinus Quirrell. The professor of Hogwarts, at this moment resembled a house elf in a frenzy of self-punishment for a misdeed. He knelt on the frigid stone floor, repeatedly banging his forehead against the ground, producing a dull, desperate sound. His signature purple scarf lay discarded in the corner, revealing a face that should not belong to this world, devoid of nose, with skin stretched tightly over his skull, and eyes that resembled two blood-red serpentine slits. Useless. You worthless wretch. A hoarse and venomous voice did not resonate through the ears, but rather erupted from the very depths of Quirrell's tormented soul, howling in madness. Each reverberation gripped his insides, as if an invisible hand were mercilessly clenching, kneading, and tearing them apart. Great Master, please quell your wrath. I implore you, temper your fury. Quirrell, terrified to the core, dared not to strike his head against the ground, fearing that such noise might further provoke his supreme master. Instead, he pressed his face against the icy floor, tears streaming down as he incoherently pleaded. It is Quirrell's fault. The wretched Quirrell is inept. Quirrell deserves to perish 1,000 deaths. Quirrell is willing to accept any punishment. Temper my wrath? How can you expect me to do so? The voice suddenly escalated, infused with a neurotic frenzy. Quirrell, behold your pitiful, decaying vessel. You can barely sustain my existence, even with the blood of unicorns. And you, my loyal servant, cannot even locate that small stone. It was Dumbledore, that accursed old lunatic. Quirrell's voice quivered with despair as he exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself. His defenses are too formidable. His eyes are everywhere. The humble Quirrell dares not move. O Master, Quirrell fears causing you any inconvenience. Dumbledore. Voldemort enunciated the name with deliberate precision, the hatred in his voice seeming potent enough to ignite the very air of the chamber into a conflagration of green flames. Quirrell felt the skin on the back of his head turn searing hot, as though seared by a branding iron, and he shrieked, convulsing violently. One day, one fateful day, I shall personally crush his throat. I will stuff his absurd half-moon glasses piece by piece into his eye sockets. The frenzied roar abruptly ceased, as if the overwhelming excitement had drained too much energy. The chamber fell into an oppressive silence, leaving only Quirrell's heavy and fearful breaths. After what felt like an eternity, the voice resumed, now laced with a hint of weakness. Very well, let him live a few more days. The tone deepened. Quirrell felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He dared not conceal anything, recounting every detail of the recent happenings at Hogwarts, from the conflict in potions class to the sensational Crimson Egg exhibition that had captivated the entire school and the mysterious association, reporting every nuance with meticulous attention. To him, it merely seemed a group of young wizards engaged in a game of make-believe. However, upon finishing his account, the raspy voice fell into a suffocating silence. Quirrell did not dare to raise his eyes, sensing the temperature of that face behind him gradually rising. It was not the furious heat of before, but a chilling cold, akin to that of a venomous serpent locking onto its prey, its body temperature subtly shifting. Haha, quite intriguing. Lucius's son, the one named Colette. For the first time, Voldemort's voice bore a tone mingled with curiosity and amusement. Using unheard-of creatures as leverage, binding hearts with naked ambition, establishing order through absolute power. In just a few short days, he has turned Dumbledore's cherished unity within the castle into a boiling cauldron of desire. In that hoarse voice, there was an unexpected hint of admiration, akin to the delight of discovering a new toy. This sentence struck like a bolt of lightning in Quirrell's mind. He froze, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythmic beat. The master had bestowed such high praise upon a mere child, still wet behind the ears. Lucius is my loyal dog. Voldemort's voice resonated with an undeniable arrogance and possessiveness. His son, who carries the noble bloodline, shall also be mine. Individuals like him understand the value of power best and are most enamored with the sensation of control. A mere token of favor, a glimpse of genuine power he has never encountered, and he will, like his father, and as you do now, prostrate himself before me, eagerly vying to kiss the hem of my robe. Approach him, Quirrell. Quirrell trembled more violently than before. But master, he finally mustered the utmost courage of his life, trembling as he spoke. He is the son of Hogwarts. All eyes are upon him. Dumbledore is surely watching as well. If we recklessly approach now, will we not expose our grand scheme to seek the Philosopher's Stone? The humble Quirrell deemed this far too perilous. Foolish. Voldemort's voice turned icy and cutting. You, a sniveling worm with your head filled with rushes. You call this a risk? The hoarse voice brimmed with the coldness and cruelty of a strategist. Precisely because he is the son, we must hide in his shadow. Isn't he recruiting the elite? Doesn't he wish to transform all of Hogwarts in his playground? This is a stage tailor-made for us. A perfect cover that Dumbledore could never conceive. His influence can become ours. His connections can become ours. His wealth can be utilized for our gain. We need only to entwine ourselves like a parasitic vine around this resplendent tree, effortlessly allowing our roots to permeate every corner of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, that old fool Dumbledore will be entirely captivated by this dazzling genius. He will observe him, guard against him, study him, yet he shall never suspect that the true serpent lurks beneath the feet of this prodigy. Voldemort let out a disdainful sneer. Risk? Quirrell, remember, the greatest risk in this world is a coward like you, who dares not even venture forth. Your courage is smaller than a goblin's droppings. Quirrell, chastised to tears, began to strike his forehead against the ground once more, producing dull thuds. Go! Voldemort's voice once again became distant and beguiling, like a serpent hissing in one's ear. Approach him. Use your pitiful identity as a defense against the dark arts professor. Appreciate his talents. Point out his shortcomings. Make him believe you are a foolish yet somewhat useful teacher he can exploit. Upon that terrifying visage, the blood-red eyes glimmered with a greedy and exhilarating light, akin to two clusters of hellish will-o'-the-wisps. Go forth, my loyal servant. Seek out the deepest desires of this future king's heart. The voice paused, laced with a chilling mirth. Then, I shall personally bestow it upon him. Chapter 48. The Shadow of the Sun and the Cornerstone of the Empire. All right, everyone. Colette waved his hand of amusement. The little creature had evidently mistaken Hagrid's moleskin coat for a superb teething toy, emitting a series of crunching sounds, utterly captivated. Advisor Hagrid, Colette's voice rang clear, imbued with a peculiar magic that swiftly quelled the chaotic scene. As our honorary advisor, you are, of course, always welcome. However, it will be prudent to make an appointment via owl next time. He paused, his gaze lingering momentarily on Hagrid's sleeves, tattered by the claws of a fire dinosaur, and the scorched patches of his beard, before leisurely adding, moreover, for your safety, I strongly recommend you procure a bottle of high-efficiency fire repellent. And, naturally, if you wish to preserve your garments, you might need to practice the restoration spell a bit more. Oh, of course. Hagrid, awakening from stupor, looked down at his disheveled attire, and instead of displaying any displeasure, broke into a toothy grin that revealed his back molars, his eyes sparkling with childlike innocence. Goodness, they're indeed lively, far more exhilarating than the flobberworms I keep. I absolutely adore these little fellows. An appointment. I shall certainly do that. By Merlin's beard. I shall write a letter this very moment. The room gradually fell into silence. The Slytherin freshmen gazed at Colette with eyes that had transformed from mere admiration to a fervent, almost religious reverence. To them, their headmaster possessed not only the most extraordinary creatures unheard of, but could also effortlessly tame even Hogwarts' most unruly professors. Yet, Colette paid little heed to the fervent gazes of these sycophants. He simply stood still, closing his eyes. The entire world seemed to have been muted, save for a singular celestial melody that resonated deep within his mind. Ding! Daily Shop has sold out. Accumulated points, 11,501,000. Upgrade conditions met. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Pokémon Shop access elevated to level 2. Colette abruptly opened his eyes, and the faint blue luminescent screen, visible only to him, had undergone a metamorphosis. What once appeared as a rudimentary draft had now transformed into a sophisticated interface, imbued with a stark, futuristic aesthetic. Several new tabs, glimmering with enticing luster, unfurled like living entities before him. His fingertips glided through the void, imbued with a sense of impending inspection of his arsenal. As he activated the core icon, Level 2 Shop, in that instant, Colette felt as if his breath had momentarily halted. Random sprite egg, fire, water, grass, bug, flying types. Price, 20 gold galleons. 20 galleons. Colette could hardly suppress a laugh. This price was akin to the devil's whisper in one's ear, precise, malevolent, and brimming with lethal temptation. Yet for families with a modicum of savings, or for a wizard holding a respectable position within the Ministry of Magic, tightening their belts for a month or two would surely suffice. What does this signify? It signifies that he is no longer merely a purveyor of luxury goods for pure-blood aristocrats. He would metamorphose into the sole oligarch monopolizing the hopes and dreams of the entire magical realm. His gaze continued to descend, and the probabilities outlined in smaller print elicited a cold, capitalist smile at the corners of his mouth. Hatching probability. Common sprite, 7992. Rare sprite, 1598. Demigod sprite, 0026. The quintessential blind box, primal, and the most effective trap for gamblers. With a seemingly inexpensive ticket, it pries open the wildest gambling desires inherent in human nature. The overwhelming majority would likely end up with a nondescript ratata. Yet that ethereal 0026 is enough to entice countless individuals to willingly deplete their savings, all for the chance of that one-in-a-million miracle. How intriguing, how utterly captivating. Colette could not help but chuckle softly. He suppressed his excitement and continued to explore the other pristine tabs. A complete commercial loop, reeking of galleon copper, unfurled before him, as clear as a blueprint leading to a throne. Item shop, level 2. Pokeball, 10 galleons. Healing potion, 15 galleons per bottle. Energy cube, 5 basic flavors, 5 galleons per box. Basic incubator, 50 galleons. Basic nutrient solution, 80 galleons. Additionally, magical creature handbook, basic version, 50 galleons. Colette gazed at this clear price list, a vortex named ambition swirling in his azure eyes. The plan had crystallized. Selling eggs? Only a fool would think he was merely selling eggs. The egg is merely a pretext, a ticket to sift through the first batch of gamblers. Want an egg that could alter your fate? Certainly, 20 galleons, fair and square. But one must know what precisely hatches from their precious egg. No? What potential does it hold? How should it be nurtured? Apologies, but to uncover such knowledge, the handbook must be purchased in tandem. 50 galleons. That is the true admission ticket to my amusement park. Wish for your cherished egg to hatch sooner and excel in the Little Wizard duels? Basic incubator, 50 galleons, grant you a chance to cut in line. Desire it to be inherently stronger than others? Basic nutrient solution, 80 galleons, an invaluable investment for your future. After laboriously hatching it, it deserves a home, does it not? Pokeball, 10 galleons. It must eat, after all. Energy cube, 5 galleons per box. What if it gets injured? Healing potion, 15 gold galleons per bottle. A lifeline in critical moments. This is a relentless assembly line, meticulously controlled by him, Colette Malfoy, from birth to death, from hope to despair. This has transcended mere commerce. It is the nascent form of an empire. Just then, at the center of the system interface, a lavish gift box icon, adorned with golden patterns, gradually materializes and opens automatically. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the second-level shop. Special system gift. Random attribute Sprite Egg X1. A unique Sprite egg rests quietly upon a virtual velvet cushion. Its entire surface gleams in a vibrant green, as if sculpted from the most translucent emerald. The shell is adorned with countless deep green, enigmatic patterns, exuding a potent aura of life. Colette instinctively reaches out his hand. However, just as his fingertips are about to touch the luminous screen, he abruptly halts. No, it is not merely the essence of life. His spirit, sharpened by the bond with the fire dinosaur's soul, distinctly perceives a faint yet exceedingly pure mental fluctuation emanating from within the egg, akin to a wisp of mist that can penetrate the depths of the human heart. Grass type or psychic type, Colette's pupils constrict suddenly. The first Pokemon bestowed upon him by the system is the dominant little fire dragon, and this extraordinary egg, directly gifted upon system upgrade, must possess an even higher quality. Is it a demigod or something else? Colette forcibly suppresses his heart, which beats like a war drum, takes a deep breath, and slowly closes the system interface. Now is not the time for blind box opening. He has more pressing matters to attend to. Blaze, Daphne, stay a moment. He turns and sits at the head of a long wooden table in the center of the room, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. He gazes at his curious younger brother and instructs, remember, power must be wielded with intellect. Otherwise, how are you different from a barking beast? I understand, Colette. Draco immediately stands tall, like a well-trained soldier, leading a group of equally curious yet hesitant newcomers out in a grand procession. The door to the activity room closes slowly, leaving only 3 individuals inside. Colette observes the man and woman before him, his future right and left arms in the realm of market intelligence and channel sales. He does not rush to speak. Instead, he leisurely retrieves a silver communication ring, engraved with the Malfoy family crest, from the inner pocket of his wizarding robe and gently places it upon the oak table. Using the tip of his wand, he lightly taps the ring. Father. He addresses the ring. It is I, Colette. I have a matter regarding the family's future that requires your counsel. A serpent's eye, embedded in the ring, flashes with an eerie green light, and in the next moment, Lucius Malfoy's pale and haughty visage is projected as a translucent apparition. He appears to be situated in the study of Malfoy Manor, with towering bookshelves and the flickering flames of a fireplace as the backdrop. Colette. The voice of Lucius resonated through the magical communication, imbued with a metallic resonance, yet the authority belonging to the head of the Malfoy family remained undiminished. Contacting me at this hour suggests that your enthusiast society at school has encountered some difficulties? His tone carried a hint of condescension, clearly perceiving the trivial pursuits of Colette as mere child's play. On the contrary, Father. Colette reclined comfortably against the back of his chair, his long fingers interlaced. Our child's play is on the brink of transforming into a golden tempest that will sweep across the entire magical realm. I merely wish to inform you, esteemed patriarch, to prepare sufficiently large pockets to accommodate the gold galleons that will soon inundate Malfoy Manor. Lucius's ethereal visage raised an eyebrow, a flicker of evident displeasure passing through his gray eyes. Spare me your Ravenclaw rhetoric, Colette. Get to the point. The point is that we have discovered a new gold mine. Colette smiled faintly, his expression devoid of warmth. A source channel with negligible costs has been established. Now, we can mass-produce a type of Merlin's seed, with a tentative external price of 20 galleons each. Lucius's apparition fell silent. He understood all too well what 20 galleons signified. What you mean is, Lucius's voice turned icy, laced with deep-seated disdain and contempt. We intend to sell these noble magical creatures to those who are not even worthy of possessing a second-hand wand? No, Father, you have not yet grasped the full extent. Colette shook his head, raising a finger, his smile transforming into a cold and sharp expression. We are not engaging in charity. On the contrary, we are erecting a new lineage barrier defined by us, the Malfoys. Blaise and Daphne held their breath. First, all elf eggs will be sold as blind boxes, publicly claimed to have been discovered by the Malfoy family in ancient ruins. What they are purchasing is merely an opportunity, and whether that opportunity materializes depends solely on their luck. He raised a second finger, his tone growing ever more foreboding. Second, and most crucially, anyone wishing to purchase elf eggs must also acquire a brand new product, the Magical Creatures Compendium. Publicly, its function is to identify creatures, but in reality, Colette paused, articulating his most sinister plan word for word. It serves as a back-end monitor. Any magical creature scanned via the compendium will have its type, potential, and every detail of its evolution data synchronized to me in real time and anonymously. Lucius's apparition visibly quaked. His perpetually cold and haughty gray eyes were overtaken by a sensation of horror. He stared intently at his 11-year-old son, as if gazing upon a devil risen from the depths of hell. This is weaving a web of intelligence that will cover the entire magical community of England. Colette will possess a database with a divine perspective, chronicling every potential rising star and the complete arsenal of every conceivable rival. The fortunes of those fortunate enough to give birth to formidable creatures, and the folly of those who squander their savings only to acquire a mere green caterpillar, will all be laid bare before this 11-year-old administrator. As if it were an open book, those fortunate enough to hatch powerful beings will become our primary focus for observation and development. Colette's voice echoed like a devil's whisper. We can invest superior resources in them, control them, and transform them into the far-reaching tendrils of the Malfoy family across various domains. Meanwhile, the contributions from the unfortunate will serve as capital for our empire's expansion. We will consume everything, Father, from top to bottom, inside and out. Lucius's breath became heavy. Greed, shock, and ecstasy waged a battle within his eyes. Yet ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a roaring flame, named pride. This is his son, the heir of Lucius Malfoy. Colette did not grant him a moment's respite, delivering the final bombshell. As for our original auction, it shall proceed, elevated to a more sophisticated level with higher thresholds. From now on, the auction will exclusively feature high-quality elves, personally vetted by me, starting at a minimum bid of 5,000 galleons, with no cap on the upper limit. We must make all pure-blooded aristocrats understand. To acquire certain and potent power, one must pay a 100-fold price. This is our dignity. Fancy a gamble? You may, but you shall queue with the mudbloods and the impoverished for a chance at 20 galleons worth of blind boxes. In a word, it is a heart-wrenching truth. The high-end market will harvest supreme wealth through certainty, preserving the glory of pure blood. The low-end market will exploit uncertainty to satisfy the masses' desires, facilitating the primitive accumulation of capital. Lucius's shadow fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his voice raspy like two rusted iron plates grinding together. Yet the excitement and pride within him could not be concealed. I understand. He gazed at Colette, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He endeavored to uphold the dignity of a father, yet found himself gasping for breath beneath his son's calm, oceanic gaze. The Malfoy Manor's vault, connections, and all available resources. He struggled to articulate, each word seemingly draining his very essence. I am at your service, my son. This declaration transcended a father's promise to his child. It marked the submission of an old-world aristocrat to a nascent ruler of a new era, offering the first token of allegiance. Once he spoke, Lucius's shadow seemed unable to sustain itself, dissolving into a streak of light that vanished into the ring. Chapter 49. The Legendary Egg and the Resonance of Souls. Communication concluded. In the room, Daphne and Blaise had long since held their breath, their faces slightly pale. For the first time, they witnessed with their own eyes how Colette gradually cornered the formidable head of the Malfoy family with bloodless rhetoric, ultimately compelling his complete submission. This was not merely a conversation between father and son. It was a chilling and ruthless transfer of power. He gazed at the two, who stood frozen in shock, and spoke with a nonchalance, as if he had just dealt with a trivial matter. Daphne, prepare the sales channel for the Greengrass family to welcome the influx of our first budget-friendly products. Remember, our motto is to provide every aspiring wizard with an opportunity to alter their fate. Let it resonate like a charitable address from Dumbledore. Blaise. He then turned his sharp gaze towards Zabini. I want you to disseminate the news of the Malfoy family's discovery of ancient relics containing a wealth of unknown Merlin seeds to every corner of Hogwarts, every restroom stall, with the utmost urgency. I need this information to spread faster than the latest invention of the Weasley twins. Yes, President. After they turned to leave, Colette remained alone in the empty activity room. From his system space, he retrieved a green sprite egg adorned with vine patterns and a brand new primary incubator that gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen. He carefully placed the sprite egg into the incubator and extravagantly exchanged for a primary nutrient solution worth 80 galleons, pouring it in without a hint of regret. As he pressed the activation button, the incubator emitted a faint hum, and a soft white light enveloped the entire green egg. The vine patterns on the eggshell seemed to come alive, beginning to float gently, and a vibrant life force, along with the faint psychic waves, intensified tenfold under the catalyst of the nutrient solution. Colette leaned back in his chair, quietly observing all of this. He knew that a new era was about to emerge from this small eggshell, and he would be its sole sovereign. At that moment, a crisp sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonated suddenly from the incubator. Colette's pupils constricted sharply. He saw the first faint cracks silently spreading across the eggshell enveloped in white light. Following that, the second and third cracks swiftly webbed across the entire shell, intermingling with dazzling hues of green and bright white, bursting forth from the crevices and illuminating the entire room as if a miracle had descended. Crack! In an instant of blinding brilliance, the eggshell shattered completely. As the light dissipated, a petite figure stood quietly at the center of the incubator. It possessed a pure white body, seemingly crafted from solidified milk, and a cascade of silky green hair that artfully concealed much of its face, revealing only a pair of bright, ruby-like eyes. Its hair was parted by two flat, red horns in the center, one slightly larger facing forward, the other smaller tucked behind its head. It tilted its head curiously, observing Colette before it. The Pokémon Pokédex has automatically scanned. Pokémon, Ralts, female. Type, Psychic Fairy. Classification, Emotion Pokémon. Ability, Synchronize, transfers its own status ailments to the opponent. Hidden ability, Telepathy, is not harmed by allies' attacks. Potential assessment, Legendary. Status, Joyful, filled with curiosity and affection towards you. As Colette gazed at the Pokédex, displaying the two gleaming golden characters, his breath hitched once more. In that moment of astonishment, a soft, clear, and childlike voice, imbued with a hint of curiosity, resonated directly within his mind. Are you my trainer? Telepathy. Colette sprang to his feet, his heart racing. Not only had he acquired a Pokémon of legendary potential, but more importantly, he had gained a direct means of communication with it. Yet, that was not all. At the instant Ralts employed telepathy, Colette felt as though his mind had connected to a new channel. The world around him transformed in an instant. He could hear the minuscule complaints of a spider scuttling in the corner of the room and sensed the lingering joy on a hair recently shed by Daphne. He had inherited Ralts' abilities, though Ralts was newly born and at a low level, limiting the range of his telepathic link and demanding considerable mental energy. The implications were monumental. The little white creature seemed to sense Colette's excitement, happily shaking its head, its form becoming a blur. In the next moment, it was perched on Colette's shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek with its soft green hair, emitting a satisfied hum akin to playful affection. Instantaneous movement, as Colette reveled in the near weightless sensation on his shoulder and the intimacy brushing against his cheek. A smile finally broke free upon his lips. At that moment, the door to the activity room creaked open, and Daphne peeked in, a bottle of pumpkin juice in hand. "Colette, I was worried you might be thirsty." Her words trailed off as her sapphire-like eyes were instantly captivated by the adorable creature on Colette's shoulder. "Ralts," Daphne gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. "What is this? It's just too adorable." Ralts, sensing Daphne's pure affection, waved its tiny hand at her and blinked out of sight for a brief moment. When it reappeared, it materialized snugly in Daphne's arms, settling into a comfortable position and affectionately nuzzling against her. Daphne was nearly overwhelmed by the cuteness, carefully cradling the seemingly fragile little Pokémon, her face radiating unprecedented tenderness and love. Colette watched this scene unfold, his smile growing ever softer. He approached and gently stroked Ralts' head, feeling the profound connection that resonated from the depths of his soul. Yet, just as he reveled in this fleeting moment of warmth, his perception, heightened by psychic resonance, suddenly detected an unsettling sense of scrutiny. With an air of nonchalance, he lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly wandering to the far end of the corridor. There, a figure cloaked in a heavy purple shawl, stooped and furtive, flickered and vanished around the corner. The mingled emotions of curiosity, greed, and unfathomable fear within that glance, though but a fleeting instant, were precisely captured by Colette. Queerness Chilo. Colette's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of icy coldness flashing within her cerulean depths. It appeared that he was not the only one lurking in the shadow of the sun. Some mice had already grown impatient, yearning to scurry from their hidden lairs. Chapter 50. The Golden Plague. Hogwarts has descended into madness. This is not an exaggerated metaphor, but rather a stark report. An invisible golden plague is sweeping through every corner of the castle at a speed 100 times swifter than the flu curse. Its pathogen is a potent toxin known as hope. Its vector, the fervent desires of youthful souls. The Olary has never been so overcrowded, resembling a cacophonous battlefield. Hundreds of owls jostle upon beams and windowsills, anxiously preening their feathers, the sound of flapping wings coalescing into a dull thunder. The air is thick with a peculiar amalgamation of feathers, bird droppings, parchment ink, and the perspiration of children, so potent it could provoke a sneeze even from the most jaded troll. Each young wizard, employing every ounce of their vocabulary, fervently scribes letters to distant parents, engaging in a legitimate extortion of their family coffers. "Dear Mom and Dad, I swear, in this life, the next, and the one beyond, I shall subsist solely on cabbage. I shall never again secretly smear boogers beneath the bed. Please, just 20 galleons. Buy me a seat of Merlin." Next door, Hannah has already secured her mother's promise. "If I fail to do so, I shall be ridiculed by the entire Hufflepuff house." A freckled Hufflepuff girl, in a state of desperation, watches as her tears plummet onto the parchment, smudging the ink into a vast blot. She hastily wipes her sleeve across it, leaving a dark streak of sorrow, and resumes her frantic writing. At the Ravenclaw table, a starkly different academic atmosphere prevails. To my esteemed father, a bespectacled boy, his hair meticulously combed, swiftly drafts a logically sound investment report with his quill, inscribing ancient runes. Based on current intelligence analysis, Merlin seeds possess remarkable growth potential and immeasurable value. This matter pertains not only to my personal future, but also to whether our family can seize the opportunity to reclaim our ancestors' glory in the forthcoming era. I earnestly request that you leverage your connections within the Ministry of Magic to ensure my inclusion in the first purchasing list. A detailed SWOT analysis is attached to this letter. The letters, akin to a snowball enchanted to unleash a barrage of missiles, erupted from the windows of the shed, obscuring the skies over the Scottish Highlands, and soared towards every wizarding household across Great Britain. Thus commenced a war ignited by desire, aimed squarely at the wallets of parents. At its epicenter, the Hogwarts Great Hall, the atmosphere had turned unervingly surreal. The once distinct boundaries of the four long tables had become blurred. The lions of Gryffindor and the serpents of Slytherin found themselves mingling, while the badgers of Hufflepuff and the eagles of Ravenclaw clasped shoulders. Conversations no longer revolved around Quidditch or the impending exams. Instead, clusters of students gathered, akin to a band of clandestine goblins, murmuring in hushed tones, exchanging exclusive tidbits that would make even the editor of the Daily Prophet blush with embarrassment at the thought of resigning. My uncle's neighbor's house elf had overheard Lucius Malfoy declare, "The first batch consists of only 100 eggs. Moreover, they're exclusively available at Diagon Alley. Arrive too late, and you won't even touch the eggshell. Your information is outdated. I've heard it's not an ancient creature at all. Rather, the Malfoys have discovered the fabled Philosopher's Stone, capable of transforming ordinary lizard eggs into mythical beasts." Even the ghosts were not exempt from the frenzy, joining in this explosion of information. Nearly headless Nick floated gracefully above the Gryffindor table, his characteristic dramatic tone resonating as he addressed a group of first-year students. "Oh, my dear friends, I would wager my precarious head that this matter is far more legendary than the time I was struck down by 44 axes and failed to behead." Bloodless Barrow, however, remained silent, hovering in the shadows of the Slytherin table, his hollow gaze fixed intently on the eye of the storm, the platinum-haired boy deftly slicing an egg on his plate. Colette Malfoy seemed blissfully oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Crabbe and Goyle sat like imposing sentinels at either side of him, their formidable figures and unwelcoming glares warding off any who dared approach. Draco carried himself like a proud rooster, chest puffed out, relishing the mixed glances of awe, jealousy, and fervor directed at his brother, as though those gazes were meant for him as well. Yet, this tranquility was swiftly shattered. A short, rotund man clad in a vibrant green robe, his face adorned with an obsequious smile, nimbly breached the defenses of several upperclassmen and puffed his way to the front of the Slytherin table. His teeth gleamed like dazzling pearls, and in his hand was a feather quill capable of automatic shorthand, buzzing like a fly drawn to the scent of blood as it hovered before Colette. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Colette Malfoy," he exclaimed, extending his plump hand, only to be subtly thwarted by Crabbe's robust arm. Undeterred, the man's smile only widened, revealing a set of teeth that could easily grace a toothpaste advertisement. "I am Barnabas Cuff, the chief reporter for the Daily Prophet. We have received no fewer than 500 letters from readers inquiring about you." His voice was sharp and resounding, instantly captivating the attention of nearly half the auditorium. Gouffet seemed to be born for the stage. He cleared his throat and spoke in a rhythmic, elevated tone. "We have received news that you, a mere 11-year-old first-year student, have discovered an ancient magical creature capable of transforming the entire landscape of the magical realm." This proclamation detonated among the eavesdropping students like a bomb dropped into boiling oil, stirring a wave of excitement akin to a tsunami. This was not merely an award for the best contribution of the school year. It was one of the highest honors in the magical community. A first-year student? For discovering a mere pet egg? At the Gryffindor long table, Harry gaped in astonishment, nearly spitting out his mouthful of pumpkin pasties. Ron's face turned a deep shade of liver, and the flames of jealousy nearly erupted from his blue eyes. Colette finally made a move. He leisurely placed his silver cutlery down, delicately wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Every gesture was executed with an elegance that seemed meticulously measured. He did not even rise. He merely lifted his head slightly, gazing with his calm, sea-blue eyes at the ostentatious reporter before him. His voice, though soft, cut through the cacophony like a drop of cold oil into boiling water, rendering the entire hall curiously silent for a moment. Meanwhile, I was more concerned with the future. A subtle, perfectly balanced smile graced Colette's face, blending the humility of genius with the aloofness of nobility. Daphne privately referred to this expression as Colette's arrogance. "I have no intention of changing the world, Mr. Gouffet," he continued, observing the reporter's quill, which seemed poised to dance across the page. "I merely wish to provide every aspiring wizard with a fair opportunity, regardless of whether they hail from an esteemed lineage or possess a bloodline so ordinary that one must sift through genealogies to find a distant relative." He paused, shifting the tone of his voice to one imbued with a touch of compassion, as if he were not discussing a commodity, but bestowing a blessing. "This world should not be a place where only a select few wield immense power. Talent should not be monopolized by lineage. The seeds of Merlin are the gifts of ancient magic bestowed upon us. They do not belong to Malfoy, but to every soul yearning to alter their fate. What I have done is merely to be the one who fortuitously opened the treasury doors at the right moment. His words flowed seamlessly, radiating the brilliance of political correctness, so noble that even the students of Gryffindor could find no fault. Goofy's quill danced fervently across the parchment, nearly igniting sparks. The way he looked at Colette had shifted. He was no longer merely observing a young genius who had discovered a new species, but was now gazing up at a rising young minister of magic, a future president of the Wizarding Association. That was exceptionally well said, Mr. Malfoy. Your magnanimity far surpasses that of Hogwarts Blacklake. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, leaning forward, lowering his voice to inquire about the question that weighed on everyone's mind. So, when and where will the first batch of Merlin seeds be available for purchase? The fervor of the crowd seems poised to ignite the vault of Gringotts. Colette lifted the goblet from the table, gently swirling the pumpkin juice within, as the orange-hued liquid traced elegant arcs along the crystal walls. My father, Lucius Malfoy, was addressing the matter at hand. He nonchalantly cast aside the issue, subtly showcasing the power of our lineage. The Malfoy family takes great pride in offering all necessary support for this monumental endeavor that is destined to be etched in history. Having said that, he averted his gaze from the nearly fainting reporter, his eyes casually sweeping across the assembly. He noticed Harry's complex expression at the Gryffindor table, the glimmer of inquiry and scrutiny in Hermione's eyes, and Ron's unabashed jealousy. His gaze lingered momentarily on the faculty table, where Dumbledore regarded him with a smile, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon glasses, as if he were enjoying an intriguing performance. Beside Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat ill at ease, swathed in a heavy purple turban, his pallor suggesting he was intimidated by the fervent atmosphere of the Great Hall, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Yet Colette's enhanced perception, augmented by the use of Rewritten, distinctly captured a thread of chilling scrutiny. It felt akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, flicking its tongue, coveting its prey, basking in the sunlight. A cold smile curved at the corners of Colette's lips. For the future, is it not? Gobert, startled, promptly conjured another goblet, filling it with pumpkin juice to clink with Colette's from afar. For the future, this scene was meticulously recorded by the quill of the scribe, destined for the front page of the Daily Prophet the following day, adorned with a provocative headline: The Platinum Prince and the Golden Future, the Dawn of a New Era. Chapter 51, The Gift of the New King. In the Slytherin common room, within a private head student suite. This space had been temporarily commandeered by Colette, serving as a conference room for his inner circle. The flames in the fireplace had been magically tinted a ghostly green, casting flickering shadows upon the silver tapestries depicting ancient sea monsters. The air was infused with the rich aroma of expensive incense and the scent of aged tomes. Draco was staring longingly at the temperature-controlled magical box at the center of the long table, murmuring under his breath, his tone laden with the reluctance of a child whose candy has been snatched away. Are we really going to give it away? This is the crimson egg. I've heard you say that what hatches from it could surpass Theodore's foolish turtle. Draco had been coveting that egg for several days. It was a vibrant crimson, its surface adorned with natural patterns resembling flickering flames, and even through the magical box, one could feel the searing vitality contained within. Colette paid no heed to his brother's complaints. His attention shifted to Blaise, who had just entered the room. Blaise remained as composed and graceful as ever. He first inclined his body slightly towards Colette, his stance impeccable, akin to a lesson from a textbook, before respectfully presenting a parchment report, densely annotated in various colored inks. Chairman, this is the latest intelligence up to lunchtime today. He had grown accustomed to addressing him in such a manner privately. Colette accepted the report and began to scrutinize it meticulously, his fingers gliding slowly over each line. Within the report, Blaise, utilizing his intricate network of intelligence, had provided a thorough assessment of the heirs from the prominent pure-blood families in Hogwarts. The Bulstrode family, financially robust, but their daughter, Millicent Bulstrode, exhibited a reckless temperament and showed little interest in nurturing seeds that require patience. Targeted marketing is advised. Purchase intent, moderate. The Zabini family. Colette's gaze lingered on this line, noting Blaise's astute analysis of his own family. The matriarch harbored an immense enthusiasm for anything that could elevate her social status and possessed astonishing disposable wealth. Purchase intent, exceedingly high. Potential risk. Your mother's next husband may face bankruptcy. Blaise's lips twitched at the final remark, yet he maintained his smile. You have done exceptionally well. Colette set down the report, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Very good. He extended his long fingers and gently pushed a temperature-controlled magical box containing a crimson egg towards Blaise. This is yours. In an instant, All sounds within the room ceased. Draco's complaint caught in his throat, his mouth forming a no wide enough to accommodate a complete golden snitch. Theodore Knott, seated in the corner polishing his wand, abruptly tightened his grip. For the first time, Blaze's handsome face, typically adorned with a serene smile as if effortlessly managing the world, displayed a crack. He was utterly taken aback. His dark eyes, usually glinting with sharp intelligence, now brimmed with disbelief. Chairman? A tremor, unnoticed by him, laced his voice. He thought he misheard or that this was merely a test from Colette. Information is your sharpest weapon, but it is insufficient. Colette's voice was calm and clear, each word akin to a small stone cast into the lake of Blaze's heart. A spy with only eyes and ears is vulnerable. I require my eyes and the means to protect myself. This egg is your well-deserved reward and my investment in you. As if conjuring a magic trick, he produced from his spatial ring a brand new primary incubator and a vial of softly glowing primary nutrient solution, pushing them forward as well. For my own, I'm never stingy. Blaze stared intently at the 3 items before him. The egg, the incubator, the nutrient solution. Their combined worth perhaps exceeded the entirety of his mother's inheritance from one of her late husbands, renowned for his beauty. Yet, this was not merely about money. Blaze understood this better than anyone. It was a form of recognition, a profound acknowledgement from the center of power regarding his personal worth. It represented an investment, one that irrevocably bound him to the future endeavors of the Malfoy family. Moreover, it was a weighty gift from a rising new sovereign. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently for a moment before slowly kneeling on one knee. The motion was fluid and precise, as if rehearsed in his heart countless times. Bowing his proud head, he extended his hands in a near pilgrimage gesture, receiving the box containing the crimson egg. My loyalty and wisdom shall forever serve you. He raised his gaze, the shrewdness and calculation in his eyes having faded, replaced by a fervor and conviction tempered by fire. My king, for the first time, he addressed Colette with this term. The reluctance and jealousy on Draco's face evaporated in an instant, supplanted by an indescribable pride. He observed Blaze kneeling and then glanced at his brother, who appeared nonchalant, as if casually tossing a piece of candy. His chest involuntarily puffed up higher. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended that his brother's actions transcended merely selling magical pet eggs. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew solemn and reverent, the door to the suite was rudely thrust open. Bang! A tall, imposing figure stormed in, accompanied by 2 equally robust lackeys. The intruder was Marcus Flint. He charged in like a rampaging bull, a malicious grin plastered on his coarse face, revealing uneven teeth. Oh, look what we have here. Our little King Malfoy and his diminutive courtiers having a tea party? Flint's voice was grating, laced with unabashed malice. His minions erupted in laughter. Draco immediately sprang up like a cat with its tail stepped on, brandishing his wand. Flint, do you dare show some respect? This is the head boy's suite. Head boy? Flint exaggeratedly cupped his ear. Am I not also a head boy? How was I unaware that a first-year brat could occupy this space? Colette Malfoy, I've heard you've been rather impressive lately, turning the whole school upside down. He took a few steps forward, his massive shadow enveloping the long table. His gaze greedily sweeping over the temperature-controlled box in Blaze's hands. Good things shouldn't be hoarded alone. That's the Slytherin way. I've heard you've acquired quite a treasure trove. Let's see it, so the upperclassmen can also have their eyes opened. In the future, we'll protect you within the house. This was nothing short of blatant extortion, a long-standing tradition within Slytherin, rooted in hierarchy and violence. Colette did not even bother to look up. He continued to leisurely peruse Blaze's information, as if Flint and his 3 companions were mere air. He spoke softly, yet his words chilled the room. It appears my expectations of you, Flint, were rather too high. I had hoped that these recent lessons would impart upon you a sense of decorum. However, your walnut-sized intellect appears incapable of grasping the concept of hierarchy. Theodore, who had remained silent until now, finally rose. He was slender, yet his frailty was accentuated by Flint's imposing presence. Nevertheless, there was no hint of fear in his dark eyes, only a chilling depth akin to an unfathomable abyss. Flint, Theodore's voice remained composed. Leave. Flint erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Huh, the whelp of the Nate family. Did your father not teach you how to show respect to your seniors? It seems I must take it upon myself to educate you. Before he could finish, he drew his wand with ferocity. Crucio, a crimson light shot towards Theodore. The audacity of using an unforgivable curse on a lower-year student in a common room was astounding. Although Flint's own magical prowess would diminish the curse's potency, the humiliation and intimidation it carried were unmistakable. Yet, the curse failed to reach its target. A formidable wall of water materialized, shielding Theodore, the red light dissipating into mere ripples upon contact. A robust, blue Pokémon, bearing a hard shell, had appeared before Theodore. It was a Wartortle, evolved from Squirtle. Its eyes mirrored the same coldness as its master. A large turtle? Flint was momentarily taken aback, only for his rage to swell further. You think relying on such a pet will? His words were abruptly interrupted. Colette finally set down the report he had been perusing. He lifted his gaze, his sea-blue eyes observing Flint with an unsettling calmness, absent of anger or fear, only a detached indifference, as though regarding an inanimate object. Flint, he spoke softly. Do you know? Anger is an emotion that the weak depend upon. It serves no purpose other than to render you more foolish. At that moment, an invisible, frigid pressure enveloped Flint. This was a psychic influence from Lalurus, transformed by Colette into a pure mental oppression. Flint could neither see nor comprehend it. He merely felt as if a cold hand had seized his mind, an overwhelming fear emanating from the depths of his soul, rendering him rigid. Cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He attempted to curse, only to find his throat constricted, unable to produce a sound. He sought to raise his wand, but his arm felt as heavy as lead. Suddenly, the Wartortle moved. Its speed was astonishing, transforming into a blue blur, delivering a powerful tail slap of water directly against Flint's knee. The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable. Flint emitted a cry that was far from human, his massive form collapsing to the ground, kneeling before Colette. The two lackeys he had brought with him turned pale with fear, oblivious to the wand that had fallen from their grasp, trembling uncontrollably. Colette stood tall, looking down upon the crumpled Flint, still wearing that elegant smile. Have you learned how to knock now, Senior Flint? He extended his hand, gently patting Flint's anguished cheek, his touch as tender as one might use to soothe a pet. From this day forth, I shall dictate the rules of Slytherin. Chapter 52, Venomous Fangs. The flickering flames in the hearth distorted the shadows of everyone present, resembling a silent, frenzied dance of phantoms upon the walls. Marcus Flint knelt at the center of this spectral gathering, his calf twisted at an unnatural angle, the excruciating pain causing his once proud, robust form to tremble like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Sweat mingled with tears, cascading down his tormented visage, yet he clenched his teeth, only managing to emit guttural sounds from his throat. He dared not scream, or rather, in the presence of Colette's frail silhouette, he felt unworthy of even that primal cry. His two lackeys, Bull and Derek, stood utterly bewildered. Bull's wand clattered to the ground, yet he remained as still as if petrified. Derek's face turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, gazing at Colette as if she were a serpent emerging from the abyss. Brother Draco stood behind Colette, his heart pounding like a drum, his voice a low murmur imbued with awe and a hint of fear he was unaware of. It dawned on Draco for the first time how the Malfoy name could be wielded, not through his father's influence, nor through countless galleons, but by the sheer force of will, crushing all obstacles in his path. Blaze had long since quelled his astonishment, cradling his temperature-controlled box like the most astute antiques dealer, calmly assessing the power transfer unfolding before him. In this oppressive silence, the heavy oak door of the headmaster's suite creaked ominously. The door opened. No knock, no warning. A slender, dark figure was silhouetted by the corridor's light, followed by a distinct aroma from the cellar, a mixture of herbs and the chill of decay, rudely filling the room. Severus Snape. He stood at the threshold, his black eyes akin to searchlights, slowly scanning the scene. His gaze lingered on Bull and Derek for less than half a second, making them tremble even more. He glanced at Draco, his brow momentarily furrowing. Then it fell upon Blaze and Theodore, before finally, his gaze, sharp as a scalpel, landed on Flint, kneeling at Colette's feet. He was well aware of Snape's impending arrival. Flint's words, piercing and bone-deep, even if uttered as a jest, were sufficient to trigger the magical alarm concerning the unforgivable curses in the headmaster's office. Yet this was no mere coincidence. It felt more like a meticulously orchestrated encounter. The ancient Serpent King, lurking in the cellar, had sensed the shifting tides of power within his domain. He was not there to administer justice, but to evaluate the new king of serpents, to ascertain if he was worthy of wreaking havoc upon his territory. It seems Snape finally spoke, his voice dripping with a slow, venomous cadence. Mr. Flint, it seems your knee does not bode well for the future of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco felt a chill course through his veins. The weight of Snape's authority was inscribed in the very marrow of every Slytherin. He instinctively moved forward, only to be obstructed by a slight sidestep from Colette. Colette remained turned away, even bending slightly to scrutinize Flint's twisted visage with keen interest. Good evening, Dean Snape, he intoned in a voice smooth yet icy, his wand aimed at Flint's shattered leg, a thread of gentle white light seeping into the injury. Flint's pained groan diminished significantly, shifting from a howl to a whimper. A diagnostic spell, Colette remarked as if delivering an academic presentation. The misalignment is thorough, yet it has not damaged any major arteries. I believe Madame Pomfrey's vial of bone regrowth potion will have him on his feet within 6 hours. If you urge her a bit, he could be soaring on his Nimbus 2000 to pursue the snitch in 4. He paused, finally turning to meet Snape's fathomless gaze, an impeccable smile gracing his lips. Thus, I do not foresee this minor incident affecting a match that takes place in the skies, do you, Dean? The air in the room seemed to be siphoned away by his words. Malfoy, Snape's voice lowered further, now imbued with a more perilous tone. In my house. Assaulting the Quidditch captain, especially before a pivotal match against Gryffindor, is a foolish act deserving of being hung upside down in the astronomy tower. I must correct your terminology. Dean, Colette replied, his smile unwavering. First, this was not an assault. It was discipline. Senior Flint neglected the most fundamental courtesy of knocking before entering another's domain. I believe that after tonight, this etiquette will be ingrained in his very bones. He gestured with a finger towards the still twitching Flint. Second, the foolishness lies not with me, but with those who attempt to uphold a false authority through outdated violence. Slytherin requires order, not a gang. I merely cleared away the refuse. Refuse? Snape's lips curled into a cold, mocking arc as he stepped forward, shadows enveloping Colette entirely. You are a novice first year, and I am an experienced beater. Your so-called order may very well lead us to lose the House Cup to that wretched Gryffindor. The last 4 words were nearly spat through clenched teeth. Glory is built upon strength and wisdom, not the antics of a beater whose mind is filled with nothing but chaff. Colette stood his ground, even lifting his chin slightly. Moreover, you seem to overlook a crucial matter, Dean Snape. Oh, Snape emitted a dangerous snort. I'm also a Slytherin. Colette's voice rang clear and strong. Furthermore, I bear the surname Malfoy. The glory I shall bring to this house will far exceed that of 100 Flints. My father, Lucius Malfoy, can assure you of this. He artfully elevated his own father, not in a plea for mercy, but as a reminder. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a serpent fixated on its prey, as he scrutinized the boy before him. This was not the venomous spider that Lucius would weave into the shadows. Rather, it bore the semblance of a young dragon, eager to unveil its fangs in thirst for blood. Well spoken, Malfoy. You possess both ambition and eloquence in abundance. His tone shifted unexpectedly. Since Flint's injury pertains to you, the vacancy for the Slytherin Seeker shall also be your responsibility to fill. Draco's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, ready to respond, only to be halted by a calm glance from Colette. Colette, observing Snape, swiftly grasped his intentions. This was not a reward. It was honey laced with poison. Entrusting a first-year student with the Quidditch team, this not only shattered tradition, but also thrust him directly onto the precipice of a volcano. Should they triumph, it would be taken for granted. Should they falter, he, the usurper, would bear the entire brunt of the blame, and the authority established tonight would crumble to dust. A cunning maneuver of retreat disguised as advance. Indeed, Colette smiled, calmly accepting this burning potato. I will manage it, Dean Snape. Before the match begins, you shall witness a revitalized and formidable Slytherin team. Rest assured, victory shall belong solely to Slytherin. Snape gazed deeply into him, seemingly searching for even a hint of reluctance in those azure eyes, but he failed. There resided only a tranquil confidence, chillingly unwavering. Very well. Snape uttered 2 words, refraining from further discourse, as his black robes billowed sharply before he turned to depart, merging into the encroaching darkness. Remember your promise, Malfoy. His voice echoed from beyond the door. Do not bring shame upon Slytherin. Once Snape had left, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Deal with him. Colette ignored the advancing Draco, tilting his chin towards the trembling Flint and his 2 minions. Bull and Derek, as if awakening from a dream, clumsily propped up their semi-conscious leader, dragging him away like a lifeless dog, scrambling to escape. The room finally fell silent. Bro, the team, Snape actually, Draco stammered in excitement. He is not rewarding us, Draco. Colette moved to the window, gazing into the obsidian waters of the lake outside. He is shackling us. He wishes to observe whether we can break free from the chains and strike back like venomous serpents, or whether we shall be choked to death by this very fetter. The risk assessment is exceedingly high. Blaze spoke softly, his analysis as precise as ever. The upperclassmen on the team, especially Flint's 2 old companions, Bull and Derek, would never submit to a first year. They will create troubles for us in various ways, outwardly complying while secretly undermining us, deliberately making mistakes, and even injuring our members during training, until we suffer a disheartening defeat against Gryffindor. Theodore, rarely speaking, voiced his thoughts in a dry tone. They will unite to ostracize any newcomers we recommend, making it nearly impossible to find a competent batsman to stabilize the situation. What shall we do? Draco's excitement had completely waned, and he restlessly paced the room. Colette approached the vast replica of the Hogwarts map, her fingers gliding slowly across its surface. Snape relished the prospect of our humiliation, eager to see us ensnared by the very rules he devised. He paused momentarily, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Then, let us overturn his chessboard. Chapter 53. Keys and Deals. We require a key, not a mere physical key to a room, but a master key to all the secrets of this castle. His gaze fell upon Blaise, as if issuing an undeniable command. Blaise, I need comprehensive intelligence on an individual. His habits, his character flaws, his deepest desires, and his greatest secret. I wish to know where, each night, he retreats to lick his woeful wounds in the shadows. Who? Blaise inquired, a hint of curiosity etched on his face. Argus Filch. Blaise's efficiency was astonishing. Within a mere day, a detailed report written on fine parchment was placed upon Colette's desk. Peeves proved to be an excellent source of information. A piece of chocolate smeared with filth could coax from him the color of Filch's undergarments. Blaise sat across from Colette, elegantly elucidating the source of his intelligence. In summary, it was simple. Filch, a mute, harbored a lifelong desire to become a true wizard. He secretly subscribed to a correspondence course titled Quick Spell, retreating each night to the caretaker's office to gesticulate with a model wand. This was his greatest secret and his deepest source of anguish. Furthermore, without fail, he visited the trophy room on the 4th floor each night between 11 and 11:30, tenderly polishing the trophies as one would caress a lover. According to Peeves, he held a particular fondness for the Special Contribution Award trophy named after John Foucault, perhaps drawn to the name's formidable resonance. At 11 that evening, in the corridor on the 4th floor, Argus Filch stood with his back to him, on tiptoe, meticulously polishing a golden trophy with a piece of velvet cloth. His cat, Mrs. Norris, crouched at the doorway, her bulbous yellow eyes scanning the darkness with vigilance. Upon spotting Colette, she immediately arched her back, emitting a hissing threat. Filch spun around abruptly, his wrinkled face contorting grotesquely, resembling a desiccated orange peel. Colette paid no heed to his roar, striding forward and directing her gaze to the trophy in his hand. Your polishing technique is remarkably professional, Mr. Filch. Colette's voice was gentle and sincere, devoid of any trace of arrogance. The patina on the vintage brass trophy was susceptible to scratches from conventional cleaning spells, which marred its magical surface. Only by employing a cloth imbued with the saliva of a gnome and rubbing it in a clockwise manner could one restore its luster without damaging the enchantment above. Your knowledge of the maintenance of magical artifacts surpasses that of any professor I have ever encountered. Filch's curses lodged in his throat. He stared at Colette, his murky eyes brimming with suspicion. For decades, no student, let alone a lofty Malfoy, had ever taken notice of his menial tasks, much less articulated such understanding. How do you know this? His voice was dry, as if scraped by sandpaper. Because I hold reverence for every form of power, Colette replied, stepping closer, his tone imbued with a peculiar soothing quality. Whether it be the potent magic wielded by a wand or the exquisite craftsmanship that restores an object as former glory. I believe the latter demands greater patience and wisdom. This remark washed over Filch like a warm tide, melting much of the hostility etched upon his face, though his wariness remained. What do you truly seek here? Don't think you can deceive me with sweet words. No Malfoy is worth their salt. I am here to propose a transaction, one that could alter your fate, Colette stated plainly, withdrawing a black magical thermos box from his pocket and setting it upon the display case with a soft thud. I have nothing to trade with you. Filch's voice was parched, yet his gaze involuntarily darted towards the exquisite black box. You do. Colette's voice dropped, imbued with an unusual enchantment. You possess the keys to all the passages in Hogwarts, do you not? Those forgotten corridors unmarked on the map. You are the true master of this castle, Mr. Filch. Filch stiffened, immediately on guard, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You wish to roam the night? Not a chance. I shall summon Dumbledore. No, my dear Mr. Filch, my ambitions are far grander than that. Colette shook his head, slowly unveiling the box. Nestled upon a velvet cushion lay an egg, as black as obsidian, adorned with countless mysterious dark purple patterns. I have heard that you have recently been delving into a particularly esoteric subject. Colette's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it struck Filch's heart like a hammer. A crash course in spellcasting, correct? You lie. Filch's face flushed an angry hue, his voice piercing. It was that wretched Peeves who told you, wasn't it? I will submerge him in formalin. I will tear him to shreds. The pursuit of power is not shameful, Mr. Filch. Colette disregarded his outburst, gesturing towards the black egg, his voice brimming with allure. It is a disgrace to pursue an unattainable goal through erroneous means. A deceptive pamphlet for muggles cannot grant you magic, yet it can. Filch's breathing grew labored, his gaze fixed intently upon the obsidian egg, an amalgamation of greed, longing, doubt, and terror swirling in his eyes. Akin to a parched soul in the desert beholding a mirage of an ocean. I call the shadow egg. Colette's voice resonated like a devil's chant, each word precisely striking at Filch's most vulnerable nerves. It was on the verge of hatching a genuine ghost-type Pokémon. It required no wand, no incantation. Its power stemmed from blood, an innate gift. It could traverse shadows, glide through walls, and vanish into the intangible. Each utterance from Colette was akin to a scalpel, deftly slicing through Filch's soul, exposing his innermost desires in raw clarity to the air. Its loyalty belonged solely to the first person it beheld with open eyes. It could transform its master into the true eyes and ears of the castle, allowing all the little trolls that mock you from behind to exist under your vigilant watch. With nowhere to hide, it could even aid you in confronting Peeves, the troublesome imp who had plagued you for decades. Just imagine Mr. Filch, the expression on Peeves' face when he could no longer render himself invisible before you. Becoming the castle's eyes and ears would exact a price from those little rascals in dealing with Peeves. Filch's Adam's apple bobbed violently, as he could almost envision that scene. He would no longer be the mere caretaker trailing behind students. He would become a harbinger of darkness, privy to all secrets. What do you desire? He asked, his voice trembling, rasping as though forced from his throat. The Forbidden Forest. Colette finally revealed his intent. I am aware of a forsaken passageway for caretakers that leads deep into the Forbidden Forest, circumventing all patrol routes and magical barriers. I require the key to that passage. Filch gazed into Colette's calm and unwavering eyes, for the first time experiencing a chilling sense of foreboding. This boy was neither tempting him nor pleading. He was presenting him with a choice. One path was to seize this opportunity, exchanging it for a future imbued with dignity. The other was to refuse, continuing to cling to that ludicrous quick-fix spellbook, languishing in the shadows for the remainder of his days, and thereby offending a Malfoy he could ill afford to antagonize. Was the answer still in question? Filch extended his hand, that aged appendage trembling violently in the air. He did not reach for the box, but, with an almost reverent gesture, retrieved a rusted black iron key from the jangling collection at his waist. He then placed the key before Colette, on the 4th floor, at the end of the charm's classroom corridor, behind the statue of the one-eyed witch. Filch's voice was hoarse, as though it emanated from the grave. Remember your promise, Mr. Malfoy. Let belong to me. Colette grasped the key, its chill striking against his palm. He gently pushed the box containing the shadow egg before Mr. Filch. A most agreeable transaction, Mr. Filch. With that, he turned to leave, while Mrs. Loris remained silent this time, pressing closely against Filch's leg, her tail wagging with unease. Exiting the trophy room, Colette joined Theodore and his camicordle, who awaited him at the corridor's bend. All set? Theodore inquired, his voice echoing softly in the vast emptiness of the hall. Indeed, Colette replied, weighing the key in his hand, its heft akin to a blood-stained promise. He gazed into the profound darkness at the corridor's end, as though he could already hear the chilling rustle of the eight-eyed giant spider lurking deep within the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 54. The Fire Dinosaur, the eight-eyed spider's sternest patriarch. The key squeaked as it turned in the lock, emitting a lament akin to a dying breath. As the ancient stone door, sealed for a century, creaked open, a living metallic stench surged forth like an unseen beast springing into the light. It was not the mustiness of the castle. It was the very breath of the forest, mingling with the odor of decayed leaves, slick black earth. The raw scent of wild beasts, and a faint trace of blood, thick and suffocating. Beside him, the camicordle lowered its stout neck, emitting a cautious, guttural growl. Its usually gentle eyes, now sharp as blades, fixated on the darkness beyond the door that seemed to devour the light. Relax, Theodore. Colette's voice remained steady, akin to ice cast into a mire, undeterred by the surrounding oppressive atmosphere. Fear is merely the seasoning of dinner, but do not mistake yourself for the main course. We are here to partake. As he spoke, he affixed a silver, watch-like metallic device onto the wrist of his companion, Lalalesai. This was a learning apparatus he had procured specifically, designed to allow Lalalesai to gain experience and upgrades despite her current inability to engage in battle. Hungry. Flesh. Get out. Mine. All of you get out. Pain. That thing is coming. Kill. Mate. More offspring. Kill. Countless naked, chaotic, primal thoughts descended like a torrential storm upon a mind. The pulse of the forest was rife with hunger and savagery. Lalalesai trembled slightly, evidently overwhelmed by the deluge of chaotic information. Hush, do not fear, Colette mentally reassured her, his consciousness acting as a cold barrier, isolating those frenzied thoughts. Consider this a buffet. The noise is merely an appetizing symphony. Soon, we shall silence the conductor. His gaze traversed the seemingly safe paths, precisely locking onto one direction. In Lalalesai's perception, the hunger and murderous intent there resembled coagulated blood, the most ferocious and immense. The two stepped forward, officially entering the heart of this land forgotten by Hogwarts. The dry leaves beneath their feet lay piled several feet thick, each step crackling loudly. A jarring sound within the oppressive silence. Soon, another sound joined the cacophony. It was sharper and more intense, as if thousands of steel needles were scraping against the rocks, converging from all directions to pierce the eardrums, sending shivers down one's spine. Theodore's palms were slick with cold sweat. He sensed that behind those grotesque, twisted shadows of trees lurked countless eyes, not merely curious gazes, but predatory stares, appraising their potential prey. Instinctively, he edged closer to Colette. The eldest Malfoy exuded an odd sense of composure, as if he were not venturing into a den of danger, but rather surveying his own garden. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the stench in the air became almost tangible, thick as gelatin. Ahead, the forest opened up into a vast, bowl-shaped depression the size of a football field, a gaping scar upon the earth, laid bare before them. The hollow was draped in layers of heavy, viscous, gray-white spider silk, cascading from the trees at the rim down to the unfathomable depths of the pit. Moonlight spilled over it, reflecting a ghastly pallor reminiscent of decaying flesh. This place resembled a colossal throat, frosted white, leading to the abyss of hell, Aragog's realm. Stop, Theodore said in a hushed tone, as Colette's voice carried a hint of a merchant's persuasion. Prepare your Kamikyu for a water attack. Control the flames. We cannot afford to turn our money into a pile of charred remains. Understood. Theodore's gaunt face bore no trace of fear. Rather, it radiated a sickly fervor. He had not come here for money. He had come to witness the terrifying bloom of the Merlin seed, for which his father had wagered the entire, not family legacy. Colette said no more, gently flicking a pokeball with his fingertip. Let us get to work, partner. The crimson light erupted, revealing a colossal creature over 2 meters tall. Its entire body a deep red, adorned with fearsome spines atop its head, resembling an upright Tyrannosaurus. It emanated an aura of sulfur and molten rock as it thundered to the ground. The Dominator Charizard. As it materialized, it let forth a deafening roar that reverberated through the forest. The sound, a tempest of brutality and unparalleled authority, rolled through the trees like thunder, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky, while distant shadows stirred with the mournful cries of unknown beasts. The flames at its tail, initially a mere flicker, surged into a towering inferno, a 3-foot vortex of searing fire. The terrifying heat instantly warped the air, visible waves of distortion rippling outward, scorching the tree bark into charred curls that cracked and popped violently. The damp earth fissured at a visible rate. Colette made no attempt to quell the spectacle. Instead, he raised his head with keen interest, allowing the roar to pierce through the layers of leaves, unabashedly reaching towards the distant, illuminated ancient castle. He intended to create such a commotion. This was a test. As the headmaster, Dumbledore wielded complete control over Hogwarts. Everything within the castle was under his dominion. What Colette sought to ascertain was just how far the headmaster's tolerance might extend. The dense rustling in the hollow abruptly ceased. Silence lingered for a mere 3 seconds. Then, chaos erupted like a volcanic explosion. A black tide surged forth from the web-covered abyss. Hundreds and thousands of basketball-sized juvenile 8-eyed spiders, their myriad compound eyes glimmering with a ghostly green hue in the light of the fire dragon's tail, resembled countless gems steeped in deadly venom. Confronted with a scene so harrowing that it could induce fainting in those afflicted with a fear of clusters, the dominant fire dragon wore an expression akin to a sinister grin upon its fearsome visage. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, and a highly compressed fireball, pulsating with unstable white light, formed instantaneously in its throat, trailing an orange-red tail like a miniature meteor, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it struck precisely at the densest part of the spider swarm. The dragon's fury. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, a searing shockwave radiated outward in a frenzied circle. The erupting flames illuminated half the hollow as dozens of juvenile spiders, along with their webs, were instantly swept away, torn apart and carbonized. In the midst of the piercing shrieks, a vast, still-burning charred void was cleared in the midst of the spider horde. This strike had thoroughly disturbed the hornet's nest. Creak! Several adult giant spiders, comparable in size to calves, surged from deeper caverns, brandishing their scythe-like forelimbs, while their silk-spinning vents simultaneously expelled large masses of thick, foul-smelling webs, forming a net that descended upon the fire dragon. The fire dragon did not flinch. In the next moment, its lava-like skin blazed with a blinding red light. With a whoosh, all webs that touched its skin ignited in an instant, turning to ash. It surged forward, like a heavy war chariot glowing red in a furnace. It charged into the enemy ranks. Flame Claw. The fiery claws descended, devoid of elaborate technique, relying solely on pure strength and intense heat. The head of one adult giant spider shattered with a sickening crunch, its scalding bodily fluids mingling with white brain matter, splattering everywhere. The fire dragon then unleashed a sweeping tail, a fiery vortex resembling a whip, violently flinging 7 or 8 juvenile spiders attempting to ambush it, transforming them into burning fireballs mid-air. This was not a battle. It was a slaughter. Colette's voice was as calm as a conductor directing a symphony. Theodore shivered and immediately issued commands to his comrades. Squirtle, left side, use water gun. Kami. Squirtle opened its mouth, and 3 high-pressure water jets shot forth with precision, akin to 3 invisible spears, the immense force momentarily stalling the movements of the 3 giant spiders, disrupting their advance. Now is the moment. The fire dragon seized the opportunity, lunging forward with its gaping maw. Flame fangs. Its burning teeth sank deeply into the neck of one giant spider, accompanied by a nauseating crunch as the fire dragon violently tossed its head, flinging the colossal creature like a wrecking ball, knocking down a multitude of juvenile spiders surging forward. Yet the swarm seemed inexhaustible. A colossal adult spider, nearly the size of half a garage, stealthily maneuvered to the rear flank of the fire dinosaur, suddenly unleashing a thick, dark webbing that ensnared its hind leg. With a fierce roar, the fire dinosaur found its movements restricted, allowing several juvenile spiders to leap upon it, their sharp mandibles scraping against its resilient scales, producing dazzling sparks. Well done, Theodore. Colette's voice betrayed no hint of panic. Now, let your father's 3,000 galleons resonate. Theodore inhaled deeply, directing his wand at his Squirtle, his voice quivering with excitement. Squirtle, spin at high speed. Instantly, Squirtle withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, transforming into a whirling blue top that sent the approaching juvenile spiders flying. Subsequently, harnessing the immense centrifugal force, it opened its mouth wide. Wave of water. A high-velocity jet of water surged forth like a cannonball, tearing through the air and striking the ambushing giant spider with pinpoint accuracy. The giant spider emitted a chilling shriek, its massive form retreating under the force, causing its silk strands to snap. In that moment of liberation, the pent-up fury of the fire dinosaur erupted into pure annihilation. Its health had plummeted below half during the struggle, triggering the true power coursing through its veins. Ability Blaze. With a deep inhalation, its chest swelled, veins beneath its skin glowing like flowing magma. The fiery vortex at its tail surged to unprecedented heights, unleashing a torrent of flames more intense and wild than ever before, creating a sweeping wall of fire across the battlefield. As the flames roared forth, everything in their path turned to ash. Theodore stood transfixed, gazing at the dominant fire dinosaur, perched atop a mound of corpses and charred remains, its chest heaving while its tail blazed even more fiercely. His grip on the wand trembled, not from fear, but from a profound sense of awe and reverence, accompanied by an inkling of submission. For the first time, he clearly understood that his father had wagered not just 3,000 galleons, but the very future of the Knot family. He had made the right bet. As dawn broke, illuminating the horizon, this one-sided massacre came to an end. Colette's mind was inundated with a flurry of notifications. Ding. Your fire dinosaur has defeated 157 eight-eyed giant spiders, gaining substantial experience points. Your fire dinosaur has leveled up to LV23. Your Ralts has shared experience through the learning device, leveling up to LV7. Your magical power and physical attributes have been synchronously enhanced. A wave of power, even more exhilarating than before, coursed through Colette's limbs. Satisfied, he flexed his wrist, the sound of crackling bones echoing. He retrieved 2 bottles of energy potion from his pocket and tossed them to Theodore, who was exhausted and leaning against a tree. Gasping for breath. Drink up and get to work. Colette pointed to the intact venom sacs and silk strands that had survived the flames. Jingling still lay on the ground, and it was imperative to clear the area before dawn. Theodore took the potion and downed it in one gulp, surveying the hellish scene before him. His gaze shifted to Colette, who had already drawn a small knife and was skillfully dissecting the spoils, her expression unwavering. In her gloomy black eyes, a genuine loyalty surfaced, a look that signified a complete surrender of one's fate. Without lifting her head, Colette remarked, "I certainly do not wish to miss this afternoon's defense against the dark arts class." He had a feeling that the classroom would hold some unexpected surprises for him that day. Chapter 55. The Dark Lord, the Spy, and the Savior. The defense against the dark arts classroom was once again filled with an overwhelming scent of garlic. "I dare bet that those eggs of mine are certainly flawed," Ron complained in a hushed voice to Harry. "Malfoy must have sold us the worst ones." Harry absent-mindedly murmured in agreement, his gaze drifting over the crowd towards the Slytherin table. Colette was engaged in a quiet conversation with Daphne, appearing quite at ease. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open. Quirrell stood at the entrance, his face paler than moldy parchment, wrapped in his signature purple scarf, his body trembling slightly. He opened his mouth, about to deliver his characteristic stammered greeting. Suddenly, his body stiffened. A flicker of unfathomable fear crossed his perpetually darting eyes. But that fear was swiftly suppressed and controlled by a more potent, malevolent will. In the next instant, Quirrell's previously hunched back straightened with a sudden firmness. He stepped forward, the sound of his shoes echoing steadily on the floor as he approached the podium, slamming the textbook down with force. Bang! The classroom fell into a profound silence, all students gaping at the professor on the platform. Was this truly the same Quirrell who could scare portraits into fainting? Quirrell began to speak, his voice no longer stammering, but clear and resonant, imbued with a chilling, hoarse magnetism, akin to a serpent hissing in one's ear. "It appears that the rumors about me are far more intriguing than the contents of your textbooks. However, I suggest you apply more of your curiosity toward how to deal with a red hat that can suck your brains out." He surveyed the room, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the very souls of each individual. When his eyes landed on Harry, a sudden, searing pain shot through his lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry gasped, instinctively clutching his forehead. Quirrell's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, filled with a complex mix of deep-seated hatred and a hint of playful scrutiny, before shifting to the Slytherin table, ultimately resting on Colette. "Mr. Malfoy," Quirrell managed to contort his face into a rigid and strange smile. "I have heard that you have recently brought quite a few new friends to Hogwarts. As a professor of defense against the dark arts, I find myself deeply intrigued by the capabilities of your companions when confronted with genuine dark creatures." He paused, speaking with an almost approving tone. Ron's mouth fell agape, as if one could fit a quaffle within. Has he lost his senses, awarding points to Malfoy merely for this absurd audacity? Colette narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his expression remained one of that characteristic Malfoy smirk. He rose gracefully, bowing slightly, his movements impeccably refined. "Thank you for your commendation, Professor. I believe my friends would be more than willing to demonstrate their worth in your class." Two gazes locked in the air, initiating a silent confrontation. As he approached the cold stone steps leading to the dungeon, he halted momentarily. A figure emerged, as if seeping from the shadows of the wall, standing silently a short distance ahead. The long black robe rendered him indistinguishable from the darkness of the dungeon, with only his pallid face and prominent hooked nose standing out starkly in the dim light. Severus Snape. This was no mere coincidence. Colette understood instinctively, maintaining his courteous smile, as if merely encountering the headmaster by chance. "Good evening, headmaster." Snape remained silent, his obsidian-like eyes fixed coldly on Colette. An invisible mental force pierced towards Colette's mind like a probing needle. Legitimacy. However, having synchronized with the level 23 fire tyrant, Colette's mental fortitude had become as resilient as granite. That probing force collided with an imperceptible wall, easily repelled. A flicker of nearly imperceptible surprise crossed Snape's eyes, almost too swift to grasp. Without uttering a word, he briskly brushed past Colette, the hem of his black robe stirring an ominous chill, disappearing at the corridor's end. Colette remained rooted, a smile gradually widening on his face. A silent warning carried more weight than any words. Snape, while fixated on Quirrell, was equally scrutinizing him. This game of chess was growing ever more intriguing. He turned to leave, only to find a familiar figure standing at the other end of the corridor. Harry Potter. He appeared somewhat anxious, as if he had been waiting here for a while. Crabbe and Goyle, like two immovable walls, immediately positioned themselves before Colette, glaring menacingly at Harry. "Step aside," Colette said coolly. The two instantly complied. Colette approached Harry, adorned with a merchant's warm smile, his tone imbued with an air of equal inquiry. "What brings you to me, Harry?" Harry seemed hesitant, glancing around before lowering his voice. "It's Professor Quirrell. I feel something is amiss." "Oh." Colette raised an eyebrow. "I can't quite put my finger on it." Harry ruffled his messy hair in distress. His demeanor in class today is entirely different from when we first met. And when he looks at me, my scar, it aches. He pointed to the lightning scar on his forehead. The remnants of Voldemort's soul had begun to stir. Harry's instincts were far more acute than he had anticipated, an exclusive insight that only a savior could provide. Colette gazed at the boy before him. Because of the equitable treatment in Diagon Alley, the timely intervention at the platform, and the valiant defense in Potions class, this supposed adversary, who ought to be his sworn nemesis, had chosen to trust him and come forth to warn him of impending danger. "Valuable intelligence, Harry," Colette said, his smile becoming more sincere. "Thank you for the alert. I shall take heed." He observed the brightening of Harry's emerald green eyes, ignited by his earnest gratitude. And an intriguing thought sparked in his mind. With a gentle sweep of his sapphire-studded family ring, a finely crafted envelope made of premium parchment, sealed with the Greengrass family's verdant wax, materialized in his hand. "This is for you," he said, extending the envelope to Harry, who accepted it with confusion. "What is this?" "A reservation letter," Colette replied with a smile. "In 3 days, the Merlin Seed Store in Diagon Alley will release its first batch of Merlin seeds. With this letter, you can bypass the queue and enjoy priority purchasing rights. Consider it a token of gratitude for your intelligence. I believe Hagrid would be quite willing to assist you in this endeavor, Harry." Harry held the exquisitely textured letter, momentarily at a loss. "Take it," Colette encouraged, giving Harry's shoulder an easy pat. "Remember, Harry, sometimes a useful piece of information is more valuable than a curse. Our relationship can be one of mutual benefit, cannot it?" With that, he turned to leave with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry remained rooted in place, gazing down at the envelope, which carried a faint scent of plants, and then looked up at Colette's receding figure, his green eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Chapter 56. The New King in the Serpent's Lair. Deep within the dungeons of Hogwarts, the Slytherin Quidditch team's locker room resembled a stone sarcophagus forgotten by time. The stench of sweat, cheap broomstick oil, and the chill of damp stone walls mingled into an aroma that was pungent enough to assail the nostrils of anyone present. The team's goalkeeper, fifth-year Miles Blanche, was mechanically and irritably scrubbing his Nimbus 2000 with a rag that had long lost its original color, as if he were attempting to coax sparks from the battered wood. Beside him stood Flint's two most loyal henchmen, the beaters Lucian Ball and Peregrine Dredrick, resembling silent gargoyles. Their muscular forms were taut with tension. Exchanging subdued glances that conveyed suppressed frustration and a hint of confusion they were reluctant to acknowledge. The alpha wolf's kneecap had shattered, and the pack of hyenas began to grow restless. Creak! The heavy oak door groaned under the burden, sliding open with a reluctant shudder. The light outside the door cast a slender shadow as Colette stepped inside. Behind him, Draco held his chin high, followed by the expressionless Theodore and the ever-smiling Blaze. For first-year students entered, yet they carried an oppressive air reminiscent of an army's march. The sound of their leather shoes striking the rough stone floor resonated with a crisp and rhythmic clatter, echoing in everyone's hearts. The temperature in the changing room seemed to drop several degrees. "Good afternoon, seniors." Colette's voice was soft, yet sharp as an icicle, piercing the stagnant air with precision. "I've heard that Captain Flint's kneecap shattered along with the team's morale." Before he could finish, Lucian Bole's massive form sprang up from the bench like a bear whose tail had been stepped on. He knocked over a nearby helmet, producing a deafening clang. "Malfoy." Bole's voice was gruff, as if he were swallowing gravel. "Don't you dare think that a little cleverness allows you to dictate terms here. Flint is our captain." "Oh." Colette halted. The flicker of amusement in his sea-blue eyes was as frigid as the northern sea in winter. He retrieved a silver and green armband from the inner pocket of his robe and casually tossed it onto the tactical table in the center. The armband bounced on the chalk-dusted surface, emitting a sharp crack. "Bole," It appears your information is rather outdated, Colette remarked leisurely. Just half an hour ago, Professor Snape personally handed this to me. The headmaster believes that the sponsorship of the Malfoy family holds more merit than Flint's brute strength in leading this team. He approached the table, his fingers gliding over the outdated formation chart, as if dusting off a forgotten antique. Thus, Captain Flint is a thing of the past. Colette calmly surveyed everyone present. Bull and Derek's chests heaved violently, rage billowing from their flared nostrils. Meanwhile, the chasers fidgeted like mice ensnared by a serpent, their gazes evasive. Do not be alarmed. Colette's tone suddenly softened, akin to a pastor offering solace. I'm not here to settle who Flint's friends are. Such childish factionalism is both naive and inefficient. He turned to Theodore, who understood and stepped forward silently, retrieving a pokeball from his robe. With a flash of red light, a calm shelter with a brown shell appeared before them, seemingly unaffected by the dungeon's chill. Theodore, Colette's voice remained even. Demonstrate to the seniors what our first-year proficiency truly entails. Theodore pointed his wand at the practice quaffle, locked away in chains in the corner. That object was forged from pure iron, exceedingly heavy. Shelter, water pulse. Shelter. The creature opened its mouth, and a highly compressed, spiraling blue orb of water formed instantaneously, humming with an unusual resonance, akin to a cannonball being fired. Its target was not the quaffle. The water balloon grazed the edge of the moving ball, hurtling past and crashing violently against the stone wall behind it. A thunderous roar, far more resonant than the previous sound of a helmet hitting the ground, reverberated throughout the entire changing room. The explosion of water and debris erupted in all directions, striking faces with a cold, piercing chill and a sharp tang of limestone. As the mist and dust gradually settled, the collective breath of the onlookers hung, suspended in that moment. On the sturdy stone wall, weathered by centuries of storms, a crater the size of a basin was starkly visible. At the center of the pit, the stone had crumbled into powder, while cracks radiated outward like a spider's web, appearing precariously fragile. Silence. A silence more profound than that of a grave. The faces of Boar and Derek shifted from a furious crimson to a pallid, terrified white. They harbored no doubt that had the impact been directed at a person instead of the wall, nothing would remain but a puddle of human essence. Is this the strength of a first year? A smile reemerged on Colette's face, perfectly timed. This is the first gesture of my sincerity, a promise of power. As long as you keep pace with me, each of you will have the opportunity to wield such strength. His words fell like a glowing ember into the still waters of their hearts, creating a heated ripple of desire. Now, for the second offering. Colette snapped his fingers. The door to the changing room swung open once more, revealing two house elves from the Malfoy family. With an unexpected strength that belied their diminutive stature, they dragged in 7 elongated objects swathed in black velvet, reverently placing them on the bench. What is this? Bleach couldn't help but ask, his voice dry as though he were swallowing sand. Colette stepped forward and casually unveiled one of the black cloths. A sleek, polished ebony gleamed with magical luster, revealing a brand new nimbus emblazoned with a golden logo. The flawless aerodynamic design and the distinct, pristine tail bristles were breathtaking. A Firebolt 2000, Bleach's voice soared, nearly cracking. The clean sweep 7 he held seemed little more than a rotting stick from the countryside in comparison to this magnificent broom. 7 in total. Merlin's beard. Another chaser gasped, nearly tumbling from his seat. This was the latest and fastest broom on the market, each one worth a fortune. Lucius Malfoy had donated several to the Ministry of Magic last year, making the front page of the Daily Prophet. And now, 7 of them lay before them, as if they were mere sticks of negligible value. In that moment, the hostility etched on Boar and Derek's faces was utterly incinerated by a more primal, fervent emotion. They fixated on those brooms, their throats working feverishly, their eyes ablaze with a fervor that could consume. This is not a reward. Colette's voice slithered like a devil's whisper, piercing each ear with clarity. This is equipment. From this day forth, each of you shall ride the Nimbus 2000 into training. He surveyed the room, absorbing the expressions of every individual present. I, along with the Malfoy family, shall wholly sponsor the Slytherin team. I do not seek your loyalty. Such a notion is utterly worthless. He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper brimming with temptation. All I desire is victory. He cast down his final, most lethal wager. At the conclusion of this academic year, aside from these brooms, which shall eternally belong to you, the 2 players who exhibit the most outstanding performance this season shall be granted an unparalleled opportunity, a Seed of Merlin, available at internal employee pricing. If the Nimbus 2000 ignited the powder keg, Then this statement detonated an entire arsenal. The seat of Merlin, who within Hogwarts is unaware of what this signifies. It is not merely a pet. It is power. It embodies the terrifying strength capable of crumbling stone walls with a single blow, a miracle potent enough to alter the fate of a wizard, even that of an entire family. Of course, Colette added, his smile becoming inscrutable. Should your galleons be lacking, yet your performance shines bright, I would not hesitate to bestow it as a gift upon true champions. In the locker room, heavy breaths echoed, akin to a pack of beasts poised to break free from their confines. Hostility, vigilance, and anger dissipated, supplanted by raw ambition and cunning. The glances exchanged among teammates transformed. They were no longer comrades, but fierce adversaries vying for those two legendary eggs. Bull and Derek exchanged a glance. Their ferocity remained, yet their target shifted from Colette to one another and to every soul present. Colette's lips curled into a smile. This was the very scene he had envisioned. He did not require loyalty. He needed a pack of ravenous wolves driven by desire. Now, he spoke in an authoritative tone, slowly articulating. Who among you has objections to my new regulations? Silence enveloped the room. Myers Blake was the first to step forward, nearly snatching a Nimbus 2000 with an almost reverent demeanor, as if caressing a sacred artifact. Following suit were the others. Bull and Derek lunged simultaneously, each seizing a broom while warily eyeing one another like possessive wild dogs. Excellent. Colette turned, leading his entourage outwards. Tomorrow morning at 5, we assemble at the training grounds. I care not how you achieve it. Shove the quaffle into the goal. Smash the bludger upon the heads of our foes. Remember, his voice resonated from beyond the door, clear and frigid. In Slytherin, victory, and all that it entails, belongs solely to the strong. The door shut. The stifling silence in the locker room lingered for a mere 3 seconds before erupting into a fervent frenzy akin to weapons unsheathed. A new order, forged from Galleon's power and desire, was officially established at that moment. Chapter 57, The Golden Plague. 3 days hence, a meticulously orchestrated golden plague, conceived by Colette, once again swept through every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. The Ollery had never been so boisterous, resembling a hornet's nest that had been prodded. Hundreds of owls descended like a returning fleet, laden with an assortment of parcels, their droppings and feathers cascading down like snowflakes. Some clutched enchanted boxes, imbued with a temperature-regulating charm, while others bore expensive packages crafted by goblins from Gringotts, inscribed with protective runes. Each hoot of an owl seemed to herald the success of a lucrative transaction in galleons. "Look, it's Hermione S!" exclaimed a second-year student, pointing out the window. A proud owl, still glistening with the dampness of the English Channel, gracefully landed on Hermione's desk. Attached to its talons was a magical box, bearing the emerald green vine emblem of the Greengrass family, much like the majority of the surrounding parcels. By Merlin's beard, Ron's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, oblivious to the plethora of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that had tumbled from his grasp. "Hermione, how you have one too? Didn't you say this was unreliable?" "I never claimed it was unreliable," Hermione replied, cautiously unwrapping the parcel, her expression a blend of scholarly rigor and excitement akin to discovering a new subject. "I merely stated that blindly following trends without a thorough understanding of its biological characteristics and hatching risks is imprudent. Hence, I wrote to my father, asking him to consult in Diagon Alley and see if he could procure one. Fortunately, when my father visited, he happened upon Hagrid, who assisted him in negotiating with the shopkeeper, asserting that it was essential for Hogwarts teaching and research, thus enabling the purchase." Ron's face fell instantaneously, his expression far more dismal than the taste of a booger-flavored bean. Hermione, preoccupied with her discovery, paid no heed to his dismay as she opened the box. Inside, apart from a pale yellow egg adorned with spiral patterns, lay a highly technological tome on Merlin's seeds and a shimmering silver-hued incubator. Rather than hastily placing the egg inside, she picked up the incubator, gently tapped it with her wand, and meticulously scrutinized the magical patterns flowing across its surface. "How intriguing," she murmured. "The construction of this temperature-regulating matrix is quite innovative, yet the energy conversion efficiency appears somewhat excessive, with at least 15% of energy wasted. Moreover, why is silver moonstone utilized as the core instead of the more stable fire agate? This does not align with the principles of energy conservation in traditional alchemy. And here, this rune seems to be a simplified version of a dragon-birthing rune. How peculiar! I must unravel its mysteries." Immersed in her academic reverie, she momentarily forgot the valuable egg, hastily jotting calculations on parchment. "Harry, yours is the biggest." Another exclamation ensued, drawing all eyes to Harry. Hedwig proudly alighted on the table, its parcel resembling a small vault more than a mere box. Merlin's tattered socks. Ron's mouth formed an O, and the flames of jealousy nearly erupted from his cerulean eyes. Harry, have you robbed the Gringotts' vault? It was Hagrid who had retrieved the money. Harry, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and handed Hagrid the letter from Colette, allowing him to withdraw funds directly from his vault at Gringotts. He had not anticipated such a grand spectacle for Hagrid's procurement. Under the scrutiny of nearly the entire Gryffindor common room, Harry opened the case. A melange of scents, mingling money and magic, wafted toward him. Atop a velvet cushion lay a pristine egg, pure white with irregular crimson spots, quietly exuding a faint pulse of life. Beside the egg was an entire luxurious starter kit. A guidebook on Merlin seeds adorned with a silver metallic cover. A high-grade incubator, noticeably larger than Hermione's, with more intricate runes. 4 vials of vibrant nutrient solutions in red, yellow, blue, and green. A dozen pristine red and white pokeballs, neatly arranged. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 exquisitely packaged energy cubes, each emanating a distinct aroma. Accompanied by a detailed flavor guide, Ron's mouth slowly widened, enough to fit a quaffle. "Did you buy out Malfoy's shop?" He nearly screamed, his face flushed and his voice quivering with jealousy. "Harry, have you lost your mind? How much did this cost? Hundreds? 1,000? I don't know," Harry replied softly, gazing at the heap of items, equally bewildered. The letter stated that I could prioritize purchasing items Hagrid deemed essential. Essential? Ron's voice soared an octave higher, drawing the attention of those around them. "This is a scam. An utterly Slytherin-style scam. Malfoy is undoubtedly in his snake lair, counting your galleons and laughing until he hiccups. He is making a fool out of you, Harry." Harry remained silent, carefully cradling the egg, feeling the faint yet resolute heartbeat emanating from its shell. He cared not for the expenditure nor for the possibility of a scam. All he knew was that, since he could remember, he had never possessed anything that truly belonged to him. The Dursleys had given him only Dudley's cast-offs. Now, he was on the verge of acquiring a unique companion that belonged solely to him. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, another highly anticipated hatching was unfolding. Blaze's crimson egg had been soaked for 3 days in the most expensive blood of fire lizards, now resting quietly in the incubator. The fiery patterns on the eggshell were visibly brightening at an accelerating pace. All the Slytherins surrounding the scene held their breath. Even Draco temporarily setting aside his training with the vine snake, watching intently. Crack! The first fissure appeared at the top of the eggshell. Immediately, the fissure spread like a spider's web, and a blinding orange glow burst forth from the cracks, casting flickering shadows upon Bress's handsome visage. Crack! The eggshell shattered completely. A diminutive creature, reminiscent of a petite fox, stood unsteadily on the base of the incubator. Its entire body was enveloped in a warm reddish-brown hue, and its amber eyes sparkled with the innocent curiosity of newborn life as it gazed in wonder at this unfamiliar world. Most striking of all were the 6 fluffy, orange tails that danced gracefully behind it, resembling flames. My goodness! Pansy Parkinson covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment and infatuation. It was simply exquisite. Daphne also wore an expression of adoration. The cuteness of this little creature could rival that of her round land shark, which was still wreaking havoc in the greenhouse. The Pokédex before Bress illuminated automatically. Pokémon Encyclopedia has automatically scanned. Pokémon, Vulpix, female. Type, fire. Category, Fox Pokémon. Ability, flash fire when attacked by fire-type moves. It not only remains unharmed but also absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type moves. Potential assessment, rare. As Bress gazed at the information displayed on the Pokédex, the serene smile that usually graced his face finally blossomed into genuine, unrestrained joy. Rare potential, and the flash fire ability. This signified that his Vulpix would stand invincible against the vast majority of fire-type magic and creatures. The newly hatched Vulpix shook its head as if it had sensed Bress's presence among the crowd, emitting a soft, sweet call in his direction. Then it took its tiny, short legs and stumbled out of the incubator, affectionately nuzzling against Bress's pant leg. Bress bent down, carefully cradling it in his arms. The warm, soft sensation, along with the pulse of life emanating from it, filled him with an extraordinary feeling. This was not merely a priceless investment. This was his companion. Dear mother, regarding the dowry you are preparing for your 8th husband, I believe we should discuss it first. I have a more promising investment opportunity that urgently requires initial funding. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Gryffindor common room, Fred and George were huddled around a small table, a magically conjured blackboard set before them. The betting had commenced. Dragon or chicken. 1 sickle per bet. Once placed, it's final. Fred exclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with the essence of a scheming merchant. That red and white spotted egg belonging to Harry Potter. We opened 3 betting lines. George chimed in with a twinkle in his eye. 1. Hatching a dragon. Pays 5 to 1. 2. Hatching an eagle. Pays 3 to 1. 3. Hatching a rooster that merely crows. Pays 1.5 to 1. I personally highly recommend the third option. The blackboard was already filled with names and amounts. A chaotic frenzy of bets. A golden plague, meticulously orchestrated by Colette, was evolving into a gambling craze that swept through Hogwarts, intermingled with hope, jealousy, competition, and madness. The instigator of all this chaos currently reclines in the Slytherin common room, savoring a cup of red tea delivered by a house elf, while contentedly observing the grand performance he has orchestrated. The chessboard is set, and he shall be the sole player. Chapter 58, The Golden Plague, Part 2. The atmosphere at Hogwarts has soured. No longer is it infused with the musty scent of aged parchment mingled with ink from a library, nor the lingering aroma of sulfur and dragon liver from the potions classroom. Instead, the air is thick with an intoxicatingly peculiar odor, a cloying sweetness of inferior nutrient solutions, the acrid scent of singed feathers, and a primal, vibrant wildness that stirs the senses. Within a mere 72 hours, the symptoms of the plague have infiltrated every corner of the castle, ensnaring all within its devilish web. In the morning hall, the conversation at the dining table has shifted from Quidditch and professor's gossip to something far more alarming. I swear, last night I saw a green worm, half the size of my palm, descending from the Ravenclaw tower window. A second-year Hufflepuff whispered, his face still pale with shock, gesticulating animatedly. Its eyes were as red as rubies, staring directly at me. Oh, come on, that's just a caterpillar, as noted in the guidebook. A nearby Gryffindor scoffed, his mouth full of bacon. In our dormitory, Seamus hatched a creature covered in purple bumps, a unicorn bug. Yesterday, he attempted to touch its head and ended up with half his face swollen. He is still in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey remarked she had never seen such a bizarre allergic reaction. You all consider yourselves fortunate. Have you ever witnessed a gray beak bird claiming the entire Ollery as its territory? That wretched creature, a fiery sparrow, has shredded every letter into confetti and sent several purebred horned owls scattering in a flurry of feathers. My owl now avoids it at all costs. By the time Professor McGonagall arrived, her face was a shade of green. In the corridors, the once formidable presence of the prefects has vanished. These halls have transformed into an arena for newly minted trainers to showcase their prowess. Random Pokémon eggs, priced at 20 galleons, contribute common species such as caterpillars, unicorn bugs, Pidgeys, and fiery sparrows to Hogwarts, with a simplicity that is almost heartbreaking. Yet, this does nothing to dampen the students' enthusiasm. On the contrary, it is akin to throwing a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, causing it to erupt. Repetition breeds competition. Mediocrity fosters jealousy. When your classmate hatches a Pidgey that merely coos, the egg you procured for the same 20 galleons holds the infinite potential to yield a Charizard. This cheap sense of superiority and speculative desire is a potion far more potent and enduring than Felix Felici's. Countless owls take flight in the dead of night, delivering letters filled with urgent pleas to their respective family vaults. The content of these letters bears a striking resemblance to one another. Dear Mom and Dad, I am in urgent need of funds to conduct an academic study on the individual differences of magical creatures and their directed breeding. This investment is crucial for my future. The fervent hub of activity, Fred and George's betting business, has escalated to such an extent that they have had to relocate their operations from the Gryffindor common room to the bustling hallway. A colossal blackboard, conjured through transfiguration, nearly dominates an entire wall. The betting has commenced, Fred proclaimed, standing atop a high stool, gesturing animatedly like a prosperous proprietor ready to open a shop in Diagon Alley. The latest odds, Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley and his earthy-hued egg, will it hatch into a walking herb or a trumpet bud? Even odds. I personally recommend the walking herb. It tends to wander out to bask in the moonlight at night. Quite convenient. We also offer evolution insurance. George chimed in below, winking and clutching an automatic money pouch. For just 2 sickles more, if your Caterpie fails to evolve into a metapod within a week, we will double your compensation. Just look at our prized possession. He proudly gestured to his shoulder, where a sprightly sparrow stood, preening its sturdy feathers. It seemed to sense the audience's gaze, raising its head with an air of arrogance, letting out a resounding call. Do you see? A true arrow. Fred and I spent half a month's hard-earned galleons on it. Now it serves as the finest courier for our prank supplies. Ron observed this scene from a distance, munching on a pumpkin pasty with a crunch, his expression a mixture of emotions. He felt a twinge of pride for his twin brother's entrepreneurial spirit, yet more so, a pang of bitterness for feeling left behind. They have their own Pokémon, and soon Harry will as well. It seemed that he alone remained stagnant amidst the lively chaos. In stark contrast to the external clamor, a corner of the Gryffindor common room exuded a serene calm, akin to the Eye of Storm. Hermione's table was strewn with at least 7 tomes on ancient alchemical symbols and energy matrices. Yet at this moment, her gaze was fixed not upon the books, but on the incubator before her. The pale yellow egg lay quietly, utterly still. It had been a full 6 hours since the theoretical hatching time noted in the Pokédex had elapsed. I knew Malfoy had ill intentions. Ron approached, relishing in her plight, struggling to feign sympathy while chewing on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He surely sold you a rotten egg, or perhaps a patterned stone egg. 20 galleons. Hermione, that could purchase a multitude of books. Hermione paid him no mind, her brow furrowed, the end of her quill bearing the marks of her anxious bites. All the instruments on the incubator indicated normalcy. The vital signs within the egg were stable, and the energy circulation was flawless, yet remained stuck at the final stage, as if an invisible barrier prevented it from hatching. Something is amiss. The energy conversion rate is excessively high, contradicting the Gaia energy conservation law. Hermione murmured to herself, as if deciphering an intricate ancient spell. The energy provided by the incubator accounts for merely 70% of the total consumption. The remaining 30% is actively drawn from external sources. No, to be more precise, it is psychic energy. She seemed to have uncovered a monumental secret, her eyes sparkling with the fervent light of an eager scholar. She abruptly rose, her wand waving as several hefty tomes levitated around her, flipping their pages in a hurried search for pertinent records. She pointed a line of small text in Ancient Sorcery and the Hypothesis of Biological Mutation and read aloud with conviction. In an environment where psychic energy is highly active, certain embryonic creatures sensitive to magical power may experience a phenomenon of energy absorption stagnation due to hatching anxiety. In simpler terms, Hermione, Ron yawned, evidently uninterested in the academic jargon. It means, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. This conclusion struck her as somewhat absurd, yet appeared to be the only explanation. It might feel pressure due to my, excessive expectations, thus reluctant to emerge. Ron stared in astonishment, taking several seconds to digest this information. So it's too scared to be born because of you? Just then, the egg shook violently without warning, as if protesting Ron's statement. It rolled off the soft padding of the incubator, landing on the thick carpet before bouncing and rolling beneath the table. Hey! Hermione exclaimed, quickly bending down to retrieve it. A faint crackling sound emanated from beneath the table. Hermione and Ron exchanged anxious glances, leaning in closer. A fissure appeared in the eggshell. A damp, yellow, flat beak clumsily poked through the crack. Moments later, the shell shattered completely, revealing a bright yellow creature, reminiscent of a duckling, wobbling unsteadily amidst the remnants of its shell. Its eyes were wide open, exuding an expression of bewilderment and innocence, while 3 black tufts of feathers stood upright atop its head. It gazed at Hermione, tilting its head, and then, without warning, let out a quack. Suddenly, it wrapped its tiny wings around its head, displaying an expression of intense distress, its body swaying as if beset by a fierce headache. Ron's mouth slowly fell agape. By Merlin S. Beard, is this a duckling suffering from migraine? However, Hermione did not laugh. The illustrated guide before her illuminated, lines of text appearing. Magical Creatures Compendium has automatically scanned. Pokémon, Psyduck male. Type water. Classification, duck Pokémon. Ability, damp. Upon entry, it moistens the surrounding environment, rendering any explosive moves ineffective. Potential assessment, rare. Note, this individual possesses an exceptionally strong psychic aptitude. When headaches reach a certain intensity, it can unleash unfathomable telekinetic power. Yet, it cannot recall having used such powers, always appearing dazed and with its neck askew afterward. Miss Granger, congratulations. Your insatiable curiosity and psychic pressure have provided it with ideal nourishment. This is a sweet burden. Hermione gazed at the information in the illustrated guide, her expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. From the frustration of a failed hatching to the bewilderment of the dazed Psyduck, and then to the astonishment of the unfathomable psychic powers. Her face ultimately settled into a smile of competitive challenge, reminiscent of a match between equals. How delightful! Adjusting her non-existent glasses, she addressed the Psyduck, which was still cradling its head. It appears that before I can teach you any water-type moves, I must first design a course in psychic energy management for you. Little one, shall we start with some meditation? The Psyduck lifted its head, gazing at her with a dazed expression, letting out a soft quack. The commotion in the common room reached a little crescendo due to Hermione's unusual hatching. However, soon all attention shifted to another focal point, the true heart of the storm. Harry Potter. Before him sat a box, specially crafted by Gringotts goblins, radiating a blinding golden light that dazzled all the Weasleys. Under the urging of the crowd, Harry took a deep breath and slowly opened the box. Inside lay an egg, white with splashes of red, resting quietly on velvet. With utmost care, Harry placed it into a hatching device that was evidently more advanced and intricately ruined than Hermione's. At that moment, time seemed to decelerate. Everyone held their breath. Fred and George even paused their betting, their gazes fixed on the hatching device, their expressions more tense than during their OWL's exams. The indicator light on the device shifted from red to green. Crack! A sound so faint echoed in the otherwise silent room, as clear as thunder. The first fissure appeared at the apex of the eggshell, followed by second and third crack that spread rapidly across the pristine surface like red lightning. With a loud shatter, the eggshell disintegrated completely. From the ruins of the shell, a creature emerged, its fluffy orange fur adorned with black stripes. Resembling a small tiger, yet also a puppy, wobbling as it stood up. It shook its fuzzy head, its bright, clear black eyes filled with the innocent wonder and curiosity of new life, surveying this unfamiliar world. Its gaze landed on Harry, under the watchful eyes of dozens. Its focus honed in on the unique boy with black hair and green eyes. Tentatively, it called out to Harry Woof. The sound was soft and imbued with unreserved dependence. By Merlin S. Beard. Ron's mouth fell agape. Is it a puppy? Fred and George wailed, plopping down onto the floor. On their betting slate, dragons and eagles held the highest odds. To cover for any surprises, they had even included options for chickens, cats, and toads. Yet the option for a dog had never been contemplated. They had lost big this time. Yet, Harry was oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He reached out, yearning to touch this new life. The little creature seemed eager to approach him, but its newly born body lacked coordination, and its hind legs gave way, causing it to tumble forward. Instinctively, Harry extended his hand to catch it. The warm, fuzzy sensation, accompanied by an exuberant vitality, instantaneously filled his palm. The little creature wriggled in his grasp, extending its warm tongue to gently lick Harry's fingers. An unprecedented warmth surged from his fingertips, flooding his entire being and rendering him motionless. It was a tenderness he had never received at the Dursleys, an unreserved acceptance he had yearned for countless times in his dreams during the frigid nights spent in the cupboard. This affection was not a result of being the boy who lived, nor due to the scar upon his forehead. It was simply because he was Harry. His eyes unexpectedly welled with warmth, blurring his vision. The magical creature's handbook has automatically scanned. Pokémon, Houndour male. Type, fire. Classification, puppy Pokémon. Ability, intimidate, upon entering the battle. It lowers the opponent's attack with a formidable presence. Potential assessment, rare. Harry did not glance at the handbook. Instead, he carefully cradled Houndour in his arms, as if holding a fragile, warm dream. The little creature promptly settled into a comfortable position, burying its head in the crook of his arm and emitting a soft, contented purr. It was so warm. As Harry held it close, he felt his heart, often hollow and filled with the roars of his uncle and the punches from his cousin, finally filled for the first time with something soft yet solid. Hey, Harry. Ron nudged him, his tone laced with a clumsy concern. It's just a dog. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. Harry swiftly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, his voice thick with nasality, yet he could not suppress a laugh. It's just the smoke from the fireplace. It's too strong. He clutched the warmth tightly. This was his. A companion that belonged solely to him. As the Gryffindor common room was enveloped in a mix of warmth and lament, a figure, cold as the wind from cellar, silently materialized at the doorway. Severus Snape. His arrival was no coincidence. Just 10 minutes prior, a fourth-year Slytherin prefect, Gemma Farley, happened upon the common room during her patrol. She had observed the Weasley twins betting pool, nearly filling the entire Hogwarts student roster, and a subtle smile crept across her lips. Rather than erupting in anger, she elegantly turned and entered a secluded corridor, retrieving a magically enchanted two-way mirror from her robes. Professor Snape, it's me. Gryffindor students are openly gambling in the foyer, and the situation is spiraling out of control, severely disrupting the order of the campus, she stated, her voice formal yet tinged with urgency. Understood. This was the first pledge entrusted to her by Colette, delivered at the most opportune moment, providing Snape with a reasonable excuse to intervene in Gryffindor affairs. Now, Snape had arrived. His gaze swept across the room like a searchlight, causing the temperature in the common room to plummet. His gaze swept past the yellow-skinned duck still cradling its head at Hermione's feet, his eyebrows imperceptibly arching in curiosity at how Granger could have hatched such a foolish creature. Ultimately, his eyes fixed like two icicles upon Harry and the small dog nestled in his arms. Gryffindor loses 20 points for congregating in a public area to gamble. Snape's voice dripped with venomous ice. Fred and George, upon his arrival, hastily stowed away their blackboard, yet their efforts proved futile. Potter, he scoffed, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that being the chosen one fails to satisfy your pathetic vanity. Now you aspire to be Hogwarts Chief Beastmaster? Or is it that your vacuous mind can accommodate nothing but a mutual understanding with this shaggy creature? The little dog sensed the hostility, peering out from Harry's embrace and letting out a tender yet fierce growl, with sparks even flickering from its throat. Oh, it can bite. Snape's feigned smile grew colder. For this unidentified, dangerous creature, Gryffindor loses another 5 points. With that, he swept his black robe dramatically, akin to a great bat, turning away with a look of satisfaction. His objectives had been met. A reprimand for Gryffindor, punishment for Potter, and a direct expression of concern regarding the mess created by the Malfoy family. In the common room, Harry trembled with rage, yet the little dog nuzzled his chin, emitting a soothing whimper. Surprisingly, the fury within Harry began to dissipate. He looked down at the little creature, for the first time considering that perhaps he could indeed manage Snape. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, beneath the lake, Colette reclined in the most comfortable armchair, elegantly sipping red tea. Before him lay a table with a single parchment that continuously updated itself. A Hogwarts incubation report compiled in real time through Daphne's intelligence network from the Greengrass family. Snape's ambush appeared in writing at the report's end, accompanied by a small note. Gemma Farley has executed as planned. Snape's reaction was swifter and more intense than I had anticipated. Colette's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, akin to playing the black and white keys of a piano. However, it was fortuitous. His involvement provided the most perfect stage for my next plan. He had long predicted that, with the proliferation of common Pokémon, the initial fervor would eventually wane, leading to doubts regarding the value of the eggs. To this end, he had already instructed Blaise to disseminate some rumors within Slytherin and Ravenclaw circles. These rumors, carefully packaged by Blaise, the marketing director, had become highly provocative. Have you heard? Inside information from the Malfoy shop suggests that a Pokémon's strength does not hinge on its rarity. The insect-type Pokémon exhibit the most rapid growth. The green caterpillar can evolve within a week and spin silk to weave webs in merely 15 days, making it an exceptional ally for pranks and trap setting. The grass-type Pokémon are the most economical, as the walking grass can photosynthesize at night, making it affordable even for the most frugal trainers. However, the true essence lies in the bond. Only Pokémon that share a profound connection with their trainer can unleash their greatest potential. I have also heard that the Weasley twins developed numerous prank items thanks to their bond with their fiery sparrow. That sparrow is now their financial benefactor, capable of delivering messages, scouting, and even providing aerial cover during their mischief. These half-truths have successfully transformed a potential trust crisis caused by a bug into an enticing hidden gameplay, reigniting hope among those students who hatch undesirable Pokémon, convincing them that it is not the egg that is lacking, but rather their bond with it that is insufficient. This is precisely the notion that Dumbledore relishes, is it not? Love and connection. Colette eagerly repackaged the headmaster's philosophy as part of her marketing strategy. Her gaze shifted from the antics of Gryffindor to the other end of the report. Hufflepuff Susan Bones. Pokémon Parasect Buggrass. The holder reports that since hatching, it has been experiencing bizarre nightmares at night, dreaming of incessantly growing mushrooms in dark, damp caves. During the day, it appears lethargic and struggles to concentrate. Parasect, a Pokémon controlled by the mushrooms on its back. Colette's fingers halted their rhythmic tapping. The psychic connection of Ralts made her acutely aware that the link on a mental level is a double-edged sword. It serves as a bridge for communication, but can also be a shortcut to madness. She closed her eyes, and a new business blueprint began to slowly materialize in her mind. Selling eggs is akin to sowing hope and reaping the first wave of wealth. Selling Pokémon food and equipment provides growth pathways, resulting in continuous revenue. Now, it is time to initiate the third step, selling services. Offering solutions to the side effects brought about by Pokémon. Nightmares? What a splendid theme. Colette opened her eyes, the whirlpool of ambition in her azure gaze spinning ever faster. We could launch calming aromatherapy, mental stabilizers, daydream filters, or even establish a Pokémon mental health consultation center, charging by the hour. From hope to despair, from ecstasy to distress. I intend to precisely price every emotion of these fortunate trainers. Then, we shall offer them solutions. Daphne chimed in, her sly smile reminiscent of a clever little fox. This is the true commercial loop. Moreover, Susan Bones' aunt is Amelia Bones, the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Department and a member of the Wisingamot. This presents an excellent opportunity to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic from Hogwarts. Truly, my chief operating officer excels. Colette grasped her hand, bestowing a gentle and elegant kiss upon the smooth back of it. Now then, my chief executive officer, who shall take the lead this time? The Malfoy family or the Greengrass family? Certainly, the Greengrass family, Colette remarked languidly. Please send a token of consolation to Miss Susan Bones, accompanied by a card expressing your interest in her new friend who enjoys sharing growth journals and dreams. Should she require assistance, the renowned Greengrass family, famed for their herbalism, would be delighted to offer her some modest advice. I understand, Daphne nodded knowingly. One is a trustworthy, historically neutral family of herbalists, while the other is a notorious Slytherin merchant. I believe Miss Bones will make the right choice. She rose gracefully, adjusting her robes. Moreover, does it not lend more persuasion that I, a fellow victim besieged by magical creatures, am the one to approach her? My round land shark gnawed through a 200-year-old mandrake pot yesterday, nearly provoking me to toss it into the Black Lake. You have my sympathies. Colette gazed at her, her eyes filled with admiration. The chessboard is set for you, my strategist. Now, it is my turn to move the first and most pivotal piece. Chapter 60, The Golden Plague, Nightmarish Valuation. This no longer resembled the fervor of students. It had evolved into a sweeping pedagogical seminar encompassing all disciplines. During the charms class, Professor Phileas Flitwick had to float higher than usual to evade the flapping wings of a cerulean little bird on the desk. Astonishing, the diminutive master of charms wielded his wand, its tip glimmering with an exploratory light, as if dissecting an unprecedentedly intricate spell. Its vocalization completely bypassed the traditional phonation mimicking charm. Listen, it is echoing my words. The chattering bird on the podium tilted its head, distinctly repeating with a voice remarkably reminiscent of Professor Flitwick's own high-pitched timbre. Wingardium Leviosa. The Ravenclaw girl who possessed it blushed with excitement. Professor, it can even correct my pronunciation. Professor Flitwick circled the noisy bird, his gaze behind his spectacles alight with academic fervor. This upends the foundational theory of sound wave magic presented in standard spells, level 2. Ravenclaw, you receive an additional 10 points for this. Well, talking magical creature. In Greenhouse 3, Professor Pomona Sprout donned heavy dragonhide gloves, squatting on the ground, enraptured by a plant that ambled about on 2 roots. Look at the impeccable leaf structure. Its nighttime photosynthetic efficiency surpasses that of the luminescent moss I have cultivated for 30 years by at least 3 percentage points. She gently touched the walking grass's leaves, which affectionately curled around her fingertips. Moreover, it can move autonomously to seek out the optimal lighting and humidity. By Merlin's beard, this is no mere pet. It is unmistakably a self-sufficient repository of potion ingredients. Hufflepuff gains an additional 15 points for this remarkable contribution to herbalism. Even Sybil Trelawney, the professor of divination known for her eccentricities, proclaimed that she had discerned a significant omen regarding Minister Fudge's impending hairline catastrophe from the agonized embrace of Psyduck, which earned her unprecedented applause from her students. The most surprising scene unfolded in the subterranean potions classroom. Severus Snape, his expression as dark as ever, stirred the boiling concoction in his cauldron with a glass rod. Above it, a purple gas ball, exuding toxic fumes, floated ominously, releasing minute quantities of poison with precision. More stable than toad venom and perfectly corrosive. Snape swiftly recorded the data on parchment with his quill, his voice as slick and cold as ever. Not. Manage your gas balloon. Should it dare to contaminate any herb from my private collection, I shall have it lodged in your pumpkin soup tonight. Theodore, lurking in the shadows, slightly bowed, yet an imperceptible smirk tugged at his lips. He marveled once more at the headmaster's foresight and generosity. The professor's endorsement held more authority than any advertisement. Merlin's seed had transformed from a mere novelty into a wondrous creature poised to incite an academic revolution. Yet, every coin has its flip side. Beneath the revelry lay a quietly burgeoning nuisance. A Hufflepuff first year's caterpillar had, overnight, wrapped his 4-poster bed in silk, nearly suffocating him in his slumber. By the fountain in the Ravenclaw common room, tadpoles and blue toads frolicked, rendering the floor perpetually slippery, causing several book-laden students to tumble. In Gryffindor's dormitory, a lava worm sneezed, igniting the eyebrows of Simeon Finnegan, which, of course, was merely an everyday occurrence for him. These minor inconveniences coalesced into an undercurrent of trouble. In a dimly lit corner of the library, only a small magical lamp emitted a gentle glow. Daphne closed the advanced herbology compendium in her hands, her sapphire eyes glinting with calculation in the light. Rising, the hem of her Slytherin robe rippled like water as she silently approached the Hufflepuff long table. Her target, Susan Bones, a blonde girl plagued by nightmares due to a new companion, her days shadowed by heavy dark circles. "Miss Bones?" Daphne's voice was soft, laced with an aristocratic reserve that delicately teased the frayed nerves. Susan shot her head up, her bloodshot eyes reflecting wariness. She recognized Daphne, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, fiancée of Draco Malfoy, and one of the power brokers of Slytherin. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the wand concealed beneath the table. "Miss Greengrass," her voice was parched. "Please, do not be alarmed." Daphne smiled, effortlessly pulling out the chair opposite Susan and sitting down as if they were longtime friends. "I happened to overhear some concerns regarding your new friend who enjoys sharing growth diaries and dreams." Susan's complexion abruptly turned pale, her lips quivering slightly. "What do you wish to do?" "I'm here to assist you." Daphne's smile radiated sincerity and warmth as she delicately lifted the sleeve of her robe at the wrist, revealing a scar resembling a tooth mark that had already scabbed over. "A memento left by my new companion," she murmured, her tone imbued with a hint of empathetic resignation and affection. A round-bodied shark, exceedingly lively, eager to gnaw on everything, even its owner. "Just yesterday, I barely managed to stop it from turning my cherished 200-year-old mandrake plant into a chew toy." As Susan gazed at the scar and then at the empathetic expression on Daphne's face, her taut nerves involuntarily relaxed a fraction. It dawned on her that she was not the sole individual ensnared by fortune's whims. "My Paulus." Susan's voice faltered, tinged with tears, as the fears she had suppressed for days found their outlet. "It plants mushrooms in my mind. Every night, I dream of being in a dark, damp cave, my body uncontrollably sprouting countless mushrooms. It is a terrifying sensation. I can even feel the mycelium spreading beneath my skin." "I understand." Daphne's gaze brimmed with compassion. The connection on a psychological level is a double-edged sword. It serves as a bridge for communication, yet may also lead to madness. Her words echoed those of Colette from days prior. The Greengrass family is renowned for their herbalism. Daphne skillfully extended an olive branch. "Perhaps we possess some ancient remedies that could assist you in cohabiting harmoniously with your new friend, such as calming aromatics or stabilizing potions. Of course, this is merely a suggestion among friends, entirely free of charge." "Friends?" Susan was taken aback. A Slytherin, the fiancé of a Malfoy, was actually reaching out to her. A Hufflepuff, and referring to her as a friend? This was more surreal than sprouting mushrooms in her dreams. "Indeed," Daphne replied, grinning like a cunning but harmless little fox. "We are all chosen by the seeds of Merlin, are we not? As pioneers on this path, we ought to support one another. Moreover, Miss Bournes, your aunt is Director Amelia Bournes, is she not? The Greengrass family has always held her in high esteem for her maintenance of order within a magical realm." This statement not only bridged their relationship, but also illuminated the underlying mutual interests, a candidness that left Susan unable to refuse. One belonged to a time-honored, trustworthy family of herbalists, while the other was a notorious Slytherin merchant. Without hesitation, Susan Bournes made the prudent choice. Later that night, within the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere felt more like a stronghold of power than anywhere else in Hogwarts. Outside the vast floor-to-ceiling windows lay the deep, emerald waters of the Black Lake, casting an ethereal ambience over the room, reminiscent of an ancient palace submerged beneath the water. The magical flames in the fireplace flickered, casting the shadows of the four individuals upon the stone walls adorned with carvings of sea serpents, distorting and elongating them, reminiscent of phantoms. Colette reclined in the most comfortable armchair, while Daphne, Blaise, and Theodore occupied the adjacent seats. Here, the secrets of the wish-granting chamber were absent, yet a far greater intimidation lingered. This was the domain of Slytherin, their throne room. A soothing aroma wafted through the air, crafted by the exclusive blend of the Greengrass family, the materials costing a modest 3 sickles. Daphne placed a petite incense burner, exuding a subtle lavender scent, upon the table, her countenance adorned with a knowing smile. This afternoon, she gifted a set to Susan Bones, including a complimentary 3-day supply. Susan expressed her gratitude and even proposed a long-term arrangement, willing to purchase it for 5 galleons per month if the results prove satisfactory. 5 galleons? Colette picked up the exquisite incense burner, twirling it between his fingers with a soft chuckle. My dear, you are underestimating the purchasing power of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Next time, inform her that the core ingredient, dreamgrass, is exceedingly difficult to cultivate and requires the blessing of a unicorn that matures under moonlight. Of course, you may embellish this part of the narrative, adjusting the price to 15 galleons per month. Daphne shot him a playful glare, but refrained from retorting. Instead, she added, moreover, we can provide a more advanced daydream filter service, charging by the hour, to customize a sweet dream devoid of mushrooms for her. For instance, envisioning herself as a Quidditch star or achieving the highest marks in herbology on her OWLs. Look, our chief operating officer has already mastered the art of extrapolation, Colette commended. Blaze swiftly jotted down a few notes in his elegant ledger, blowing on the ink before looking up. I have enlisted several acquaintances from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to compile a list of students who experience side effects, along with detailed descriptions of their symptoms. Within 3 days, our Pokémon Mental Health Consulting Center will be operational, with at least 20 potential clients in the first cohort. I have designed 3 different packages for them, ranging from basic emotional guidance to expensive memory modification. Theodore silently polished the shell of his cabbie-tops, merely snorting at the comment. A bunch of fools, unable to control their own pets. Yet, deep within his gaze lay a flicker of unacknowledged reverence. The ability to manipulate the frailties of humanity and transform suffering into precision profit was more chilling than any dark magic. This is merely the beginning. Colette's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, producing a steady drumming sound. Once they have grown accustomed to our services, they shall find themselves unable to extricate themselves. Our influence is subtly permeating every house and family through this gentle approach. His gaze swept over the group before settling outside the window. Autumn was nearing its end. He spoke slowly. The Hogwarts pond is still too small. It is time for the outside world to feel the power of the Golden Plague. No sooner had he spoken than the flames in the fireplace surged dramatically, transforming from a normal orange hue to an eerie green. A letter, sealed with the Malfoy family's wax, materialized from the flames, landing precisely upon Colette's desk. An urgent communication spell. Colette unfurled the scroll, revealing its brief contents, each word seemingly scorched with fury. Upon finishing the letter, his expression betrayed no surprise. He handed the parchment to Daphne, calmly stating, "It appears our flames have breached the walls of Hogwarts." He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. It is time for the outside world to experience the might of the Golden Plague. Chapter 61. The Sky King and a New Gamble. You have all read my father's letter. The European hyenas of the French Ministry of Magic sound rather intimidating, do they not? Blaze and Theodore remained silent. The nature of this national-level conflict surpassing their comprehension as students. Daphne moved closer to Colette, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and apprehension. So, what's your plan? In business, the most crucial aspect is defining value. Colette turned, his azure eyes swirling with frenzied calculations. When everyone believes the stone in your hand is gold, it becomes gold. Now, this pack of European hyenas views our Merlin seeds as a strategic biological weapon capable of altering the course of war. This is a tremendous opportunity. He paused, enunciating each word deliberately. We shall host an auction. What shall we sell? Blaze could not help but inquire. We will sell an egg. Colette's smile, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appeared cold and sharp. A unique golden egg. An egg of shiny Magikarp. Magikarp? Blaze and Theodore simultaneously froze, their expressions a peculiar blend of disbelief. Isn't that the creature reputed to be the weakest in the world, one that merely splashes about? Many unfortunate souls at school have already bred ordinary Magikarp, becoming the butt of jokes, nearly a new source of bullying. Spend a fortune on a joke. No. Colette shook his head, his voice infused with an enchanting allure. You only see the Magikarp, but what I am selling is the legend of a golden koi that leaps over the Dragon Gate. It possesses the potential to evolve into a cataclysmic red Gyarados. He emphasized his words. Listen, we are not selling the Pokemon itself. We are selling a story. The distinction between shiny Pokemon and their ordinary counterparts lies solely in their color, a fact known only to our core members. But others are unaware of this, are they not? He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire room. The key is to fabricate a rumor that everyone will eagerly believe. We will publicly proclaim that this golden Magikarp is the bloodline of an ancient ruler, one in a million among its kind. The Gyarados it evolves into will be far more ferocious and powerful than the ordinary, even possessing the ability to command storms with dragon-like strength. The Pokédex? The Pokédex merely records the common occurrences, while we are selling an exception, a miracle. What we offer is not mere strength, but envy, a chance to rise above the rest. When the wizard from the land of gold splurges an exorbitant sum on a golden fish, what will the French sorcerers think? They will only become more fervently desirous of acquiring the next treasure. We are leveraging an ostensibly useless egg to pry open the coffers of all Europe, branding all our future wares with the insignia of luxury. This indeed is commerce. Blaise and Theodore listened in rapt astonishment, gazing at Colette as if beholding a genuine deity. Daphne, on the other hand, was filled with infatuation. It was this man, who played with the world as if it were a mere toy, that captured her heart. On a weekend preceding the commencement of the Quidditch season, within the opulent confines of Malfoy Manor, the Obsidian Hall had never felt so fervent. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Just a week prior, when Colette elucidated the audacious plan for the auction of the golden koi fish through the two-way mirror, he nearly shattered the glass in disbelief. To mock the elite of Europe with a mere fish? Such an affront to the Malfoy family's esteemed reputation. Yet Colette merely uttered a single sentence. "Father, all you need to do is provide the venue, invite the guests, and then sit at the head of the table to enjoy the spectacle. Trust me, they will beg you to sell them that fish." This was a defining battle for value. We are not mere vendors, but the architects of the rules. Ultimately, Lucius acquiesced to his son's directive, hosting the exclusive tasting event under his own name. He even leveraged the family connections to disseminate rumors across several countries in Europe's black market regarding the golden divine fish and the bloodline of ancient overlords. At this moment, he believed, truly believed. A wizard clad in opulent silken robes from the French magical realm faced a robust man from the land of gold, whose hawkish gaze pierced through the atmosphere, both engaged in a silent duel with their bidding paddles. Not far from them sat the ashen-faced deputy director of the Ministry of Magic, Amos Diggory. The 4,000 galleons he had brought seemed utterly laughable at this juncture, akin to that of a jester. 6,000 galleons. The French wizard arrogantly raised his paddle. 6,500. The wizard from a land of gold retorted coolly. 7,000. 7,500. Diggory slammed his paddle down upon the table, rising in indignation. Even if it is merely a legend of a fish transforming into a dragon, they cannot continue to stand by while the Malfoy family profits from war. In the end, that egg, shimmering with a faint golden glow upon the velvet cushion, was claimed by the wizard from the land of gold for the staggering sum of 8,000 galleons. Such a price could purchase several fully grown Norwegian ridgeback dragons that could breathe fire. Lucius elegantly announced the conclusion of the tasting event. Yet within him roiled a tempest of emotions. He finally grasped the meaning behind his son's words. What we sell is not strength, but miracles and envy. This golden egg was the spark that ignited an arms race across Europe, and the Malfoy family would be selling an unending supply of gunpowder. He glanced toward his study, feeling for the first time that perhaps the future of the Malfoy family was indeed destined to be shaped by this son, who was even more audacious than himself. 8,000 galleons. A singular golden fish egg has precipitated a seismic shift within a magical community of Europe. The Malfoy family heralds a new era for magical creatures. This news has propelled the fervor surrounding Merlin's seeds to unprecedented heights. The ensuing excitement reached its zenith during the opening match of the Quidditch season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. With a thunderous boom, the red quaffle soared like a cannonball into the Gryffindor goal. Slytherin scores 10-0. It was the seeker Adrian Pusey. His speed was astonishing. The Nimbus 2000 beneath him appeared as a mere green streak of lightning. Lee Jordan, from the commentary box, gasped in astonishment. On the pitch, 7 green figures moved with the precision of war machines. Look there. Fred Weasley is poised to strike the bludger. His target is, oh no, 2 swifter, more ruthless shadows. Approaching from cunning angles, hurtled towards him, Lucian Bull and Peveril Greengrass. Bang, bang. 2 muffled thuds resonated as the bludger veered past Fred's ear, crashing violently into the tail of the broom held by the chaser, Angelina Johnson. Angelina screamed, plummeting awkwardly from the air. How despicable. That was intentional. Lee Jordan roared in fury. Yet Madame Hooch did not blow her whistle. That hit was technically above reproach. In the stands, a profound silence enveloped the Gryffindor section, while Slytherin students erupted into thunderous cheers. Colette sat quietly in the best viewing spot, Daphne gracefully offering him a cup of hot cocoa. He did not watch the field. Instead, he slowly turned, absorbing the entire scene of the stands. He observed the expressions of anger, resentment, and humiliation etched on the faces of Gryffindor students. While Slytherin students radiated ecstasy pride, and a bloodthirsty excitement. He noted Fred and George's betting table, where students lamented their ill-fated wagers with frustration. Euphoria, despair, anger, greed, these primal, intense emotions intertwined and collided above the small Quidditch pitch. Colette suddenly perceived that Quidditch, lauded as the premier sport of the wizarding world, was remarkably crude and inefficient. It peddled merely the thrill of flight and collision. Yet I can offer more. I can sell evolution. I can sell miracles. I can offer an epic tale of growth from weakness to strength. I can sell the reversal of attribute dominance, the fervor of the underdog triumphing against the odds, and the exhilaration that accompanies each clash of skills. The match soon concluded, with a score of 170-0. Slytherin triumphed in a manner that could only be described as a massacre. Harry did not even catch a glimpse of the golden snitch before Derek's unexpected bludger struck his arm, forcing him to exit prematurely. As the Slytherin players surrounded their benefactor Colette Malfoy, basking in the adulation of their fellow serpents, Harry, pale-faced, was being supported by Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor stands. Colette turned around and softly addressed the crowd behind him. A mere Quidditch match is too trivial. The smile on Blaze's face faltered slightly, while a flicker of confusion passed through Theodore's brooding eyes. Colette gazed at them, his cerulean eyes ablaze with a fire more intense than the flames of a Charizard's tail. We shall organize a grand competition, one that belongs to the realm of Pokémon. He paused momentarily, the curve of his lips gradually widening, embodying the smile of a chess player poised to make a decisive move. A feast that would enrapture the entire magical community. Participants shall be unrestricted by grade, house, or even status. The champion will receive a reward of 1,000 galleons, along with a unique Pokémon egg, personally selected by me. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing precisely on Harry in the distance. Let us call it the Hogwarts Pokémon League Championship. Chapter 62, The Art of Negotiation. The night breeze swept through the corridors of Hogwarts, chilling as if it were the breath of a Dementor. Colette halted before the gargoyle leading to the headmaster's office, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows upon the ancient stone walls. He had no inclination to decipher the foolish suite-related password. He was not there for a visit, but to deliver a message. Professor Dumbledore. Colette's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity. I am Colette Malfoy. I believe we need to discuss this afternoon's Quidditch match. The gargoyle remained utterly still. Unfazed, Colette continued. A match that should have been exhilarating devolved into a massacre due to 7 Nimbus 2000s. This injustice is of my own making. Now, I wish to converse with you about how to utilize it to forge an entirely new sense of fairness. The corridor fell into an eerie silence, just as Colette prepared to adopt a more direct approach, such as having Charizard incinerate the gargoyle to reveal the spiraling staircase. A gentle, aged voice drifted down from above, tinged with a knowing amusement. Since it is Mr. Malfoy extending an invitation at this late hour, I see no reason to decline. Come up, my child. A smile flickered at the corners of Colette's mouth. The most challenging step of this negotiation, breaching the threshold, had been accomplished. Dumbledore's willingness to meet him indicated that the elder had discerned the undercurrents behind the Quidditch tragedy and was open to hearing the arsonist's proposed solutions. The headmaster's office was as warm as spring, with Fawkes the Phoenix curiously observing this unexpected visitor from his perch. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes, usually filled with kindness, now sharp and scrutinizing as an eagle's gaze. Before you speak, Mr. Malfoy, the elder's voice remained calm and unperturbed. I would like to hear your explanation first. You have rent asunder the balance among the houses with your galleons, allowing jealousy and resentment to fester within the castle. Now, you seek me out, ready to play the role of an arsonist peddling fire extinguishers? This question struck like a sword tempered in ice. Yet Colette smiled, slightly bowing as he met that piercing gaze with unwavering composure. Mr. Principal, while a businessman is driven by profit, he harbors a profound disdain for chaos. A Hogwarts rife with conflict would adversely affect my enterprise. He paused momentarily, speaking plainly. I'm not here to sell fire extinguishers. I come to inform you that a fire known as Pokémon has been ignited. Instead of attempting to extinguish it, let us join forces to construct a more splendid and robust hearth, allowing this flame to burn brightly, yet within a controlled realm. Dumbledore, with his fingers interlaced into a pointed steeple, listened intently. Colette's voice resonated with a captivating fervor. The era of Quidditch is waning. Its foundation rests upon flight. Yet such advantages can be procured with gold. Today I could purchase 7 Nimbus 2000s, and tomorrow other families could acquire 7 Firebolts. This competition, rooted in wealth, ensures that the strong remain strong, while the weak are doomed to perpetual subjugation. However, Pokémon is different. He shifted his tone, infused with enthusiasm. Its foundation lies in the bonds and growth that you hold dear. A poor Hufflepuff student, with diligence in nurturing his Magikarp, might just triumph over a pure-bloods Dragonair, purchased with great sums of money. This is what you wish to witness, is it not? A stage where all children, regardless of their origins, can strive for glory through their own efforts, intellect, and perseverance. A platform you provide for all Magikarp and Dragonair. Dumbledore's insight was piercingly accurate. Indeed, Colette readily acknowledged. I provide the product, Hogwarts offers the platform and credibility, and together we collaborate. You will gain a new competitive endeavor that can unite hearts and even hone the combat spirit of students. As for me, I seek the market. Glory shall belong entirely to Hogwarts and the victors. I only require the galleons. Silence enveloped the office for an extended moment. Dumbledore slowly rose and moved to the window, gazing down upon the slumbering campus. His silhouette appeared somewhat weary in the moonlight. Your words remind me of an old friend from many years past. The elder's voice carried a hint of distant nostalgia, intertwined with a prick of pain. Here it comes, Colette realized, understanding that the true test was just beginning. Dumbledore was cautioning him. The elder turned around, and in that instant, Colette perceived a distinctly different Dumbledore. The blue eyes no longer radiated warmth. Instead, they crackled with thunder, overlapping with the image of the man who once wielded a wand in the valley. In that time, he too had faced a similarly gifted and ambitious young man. That young man, named Gellert Grindelwald, had once painted a grand vision with an equally enchanting tone, a new world that existed for a greater cause. Tell me, Colette Malfoy. Dumbledore's voice was unprecedentedly stern, and a palpable magical pressure descended upon the air, rendering it almost motionless. Is what you truly desire merely galleons? Is this so-called Pokémon League merely a training ground for your personal army, a testing ground for your own ambitions? The finely crafted silverware in the office emitted a mournful hum. Yet, Colette straightened his back, articulating each word with clarity amidst the immense pressure. Headmaster, the friend of yours seeks revolution. He wishes to shatter the old gambling den and establish a new one, compelling everyone to play by his rules. He paused, revealing a hint of cunning typical of a businessman. As for me, I aspire to be the supplier of playing cards and dice to all casinos. I cherish a stable order. A tumultuous world is detrimental to commerce. Therefore, I am not here to subvert Hogwarts, but to introduce a new venture that could generate substantial profits, a venture that would captivate students, drive pure-blood families to frenzy, and compel the Ministry of Magic to confront its existence. He took a step forward, lowering his voice, driving his words like a nail into Dumbledore's deepest concerns. Most importantly, when certain shadows we dread descend upon us once more, the students of Hogwarts will at least not resemble a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The tactics learned in games, the sense of responsibility, and the will to protect one's companions may prove more beneficial than mastering a few disarming spells. Would you not agree? This statement utterly dismantled the old man's defenses. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Colette for a long while, the storm in his eyes gradually subsiding, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. He seemed to glimpse yet another crossroads of fate, a choice reminiscent of the past, yet distinctly different. You have successfully persuaded me, Mr. Malfoy. Or rather, you have unveiled a future that is impossible to refuse. I am, in principle, in agreement with your proposal. However, Hogwarts is not your shop. It has its own regulations. I have 3 conditions. First, the competition shall be officially hosted by Hogwarts and named the Hogwarts Alliance Championship. All rules will be drafted collaboratively by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, and you will serve only as a consultant, providing suggestions. The format of the battles must involve trainers commanding Pokémon in duels, strictly prohibiting wizards from using any spells to interfere, and they may not enter the arena themselves. Second, all matches must take place in designated areas, with at least one professor present to supervise and ensure absolute safety. Third, Dumbledore tapped the parchment with his wand, his gaze sharpening. The egg, as the prize for the champion, must be submitted for my inspection in advance. I need to ensure that you do not disguise the egg of a Norwegian Ridgeback as that of a Charizard. Colette smiled. This was the shrewd Albus Dumbledore he knew. Of course, Headmaster, he replied, bowing elegantly. I look forward to our collaboration. Chapter 63. The Revelry of Gamblers. The following evening, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the atmosphere of the banquet was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables lay an invisible trench. The students of Gryffindor, still simmering with anger, cast glances towards Slytherin that seemed to hurl poisoned daggers. Meanwhile, the Slytherins held their heads high, with Draco boasting animatedly to Crabbe and Goyle about their remarkable victory. Colette quietly sliced into her lamb chops, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around her. Daphne sat beside her, pouring a glass of pumpkin juice, her azure eyes brimming with trust. It was not until Dumbledore rose from behind the golden goblet at the head table that the charged atmosphere of the hall was forcefully subdued. "Good evening, everyone," Dumbledore's voice, enhanced by magic, resonated clearly in every corner of the room. "I have a special announcement to make." His gaze swept over the assembly, his blue eyes sparkling with an unusual light, reminiscent of a benevolent elder preparing to distribute sweets to children. "In order to channel your exuberance and to provide a new stage for showcasing the bonds between you and your companions, after careful deliberation among the professors, along with a generous suggestion from a spirited student, Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance toward the Slytherin table. We have decided to host the inaugural," he deliberately elongated his words, the hall falling silent enough to hear the crackling of burning candles. "Hogwarts Pokémon League Championship." Boom! That word detonated like a silent shockwave within the hall. Silence lingered for 3 seconds before it erupted into a volcanic chorus of discussions, gasps, and shrieks, instantly overturning the starry, enchanted ceiling. "Officially organized? I must be hearing things. Open to all years? We first years can participate? Is it the kind of magical creatures that Malfoy sells?" Dumbledore smiled and raised his hand, waiting for the uproar to subside slightly before he dropped a true bombshell. "The champion of this tournament will receive a cash prize of 1,000 galleons. Generously sponsored by the Malfoy family." Thud! At the Gryffindor table, Ron's chicken leg plummeted directly into the gravy before him. He froze, the color draining from his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a deep crimson flush. 1,000 galleons? To him, that figure was not merely money. It was a myth from another realm. However, a wave of intense disappointment swiftly extinguished the flickering flame of hope within him, for the simple reason that he possessed no Pokémon. Disheartened, he glanced at his ordinary pet, Scabbers, a mere rat, realizing it could never grace the stage of the Pokémon League. Yet, he soon recognized another truth. He may not have a Pokémon, but his dear friend Harry did. If Harry could seize the championship, it would not only boost Gryffindor's morale tremendously, but also deliver a hefty blow to Malfoy. Truly a double victory. Ron grasped Harry's arm tightly, trembling with excitement, his voice hoarse. "We must win that 1,000. We must." Harry, however, was not particularly awed by the prospect of a mere 1,000 galleons. After all, with the Potter family vault at his disposal, he had never cared much for money. What truly captivated him were Dumbledore's forthcoming words. And the voice of the elder rose once more, imbued with dramatic allure. "A singular Pokémon egg, personally selected by Mr. Colette Malfoy and jointly guaranteed by the Malfoy and Greengrass families, possesses the unique potential for championship glory. If 1,000 galleons serve as the fuse, then this champion egg is an entire barrel of explosive powder." Bang! Harry abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. His emerald green eyes blazed like 2 fiery specters, fixated on the Slytherin table. There, Colette set down his utensils, casually wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin, as if all of this bore no relevance to him. The humiliation and helplessness from the Quidditch pitch yesterday, mingled with the bitter sting of betrayal by a friend, surged within him. Harry had once believed Colette to be a different kind of Slytherin, a potential friend. Yet, he had delivered a resounding slap to Gryffindor and to Harry himself with the most blatant and humiliating display of wealth. Now, he had cast a tantalizing bait that no one could refuse. This was no mere conspiracy. It was an overt challenge laid bare for all to see. Instinctively, Harry reached into his pocket to touch the warm pokeball, within which his Houndour seemed to sense its master's resolve and gently stirred. A tumultuous blend of anger, defiance, and fervent determination churned within his chest. "Very well, Colette Malfoy. You wish to define victory through wealth? Then I shall seize the championship from your grasp. Adhering to the very rules you have established, alongside my Houndour, he aimed to prove to you and to everyone that true strength arises from bonds and courage, not from those accursed galleons." Beside him, Hermione had already produced a quill and parchment, her eyes gleaming as she swiftly wrote. Topic: Strategy Analysis for the Hogwarts Pokémon League Championship. Subject of study: Houndour, Fire type. Solutions: refer to magical creatures and the synergistic applications of fire magic. Preliminary exploration of ancient runes and energy guidance. Urgent creation of a type advantage chart for potential opponents. Colette Malfoy, Fire Lizard. Theodore Not Squirtle, Draco Malfoy, Vine Snake. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table teetered on the brink of madness. "Brother, I knew it. This is undoubtedly your doing." Draco's face beamed with fervent pride as he gazed at Colette's serene profile, a near-worshipful admiration swelling within him. Theodore's dark eyes also burned with a fierce intensity. He clutched the pokeball hidden within his robes, where his Squirtle emanated a chilling battle spirit, and the gas egg stirred restlessly. He had to win this match. It represented not only his honor, but the very future of the Knott family staked upon the gambling table. Amidst this sea of jubilation, two crimson figures, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly identified an opportunity. The betting has begun. The Weasley Wizarding Tricks exclusive odds for the championship. Fred and George unveiled a massive blackboard, rapidly inscribing the odds with enchanted chalk. The leading contender for the title, the savior, Harry Potter, with odds set at 3-1. The Slytherin Prince, Draco Malfoy, at 2.5-1. The Potions Prodigy, Theodore Knott, with odds of 3.5-1. As for the mastermind behind this grand tournament, it is none other than our illustrious Colette Malfoy. Fred deliberately elongated his tone, winking at the Slytherin long table. Let us place a special bet. Let us wager whether he will personally participate. Betting on his entry is 10-1. Betting on him remaining in the stands is 1.1-1. Once the wager is placed, it is final, no credit allowed. The entire hall transformed into a colossal, fervent casino, ignited by desire and ambition. At the eye of the storm, Colette finally lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the frenzied faces, landing precisely on the head table. Dumbledore, with a knowing smile, watched it all, his gaze meeting Colette's. The elder raised his goblet in a distant salute, his eyes seemingly conveying, "You have opened a Pandora's box, my child. I hope you are aware of what you are doing." He certainly was. Not only had he opened the box, but he was also prepared to assign monetary values to every desire that emerged and sell them one by one. The feast had only just begun. In the common room, the green flames of the fireplace illuminated the faces of all with ambition. Draco was surrounded by a throng, passionately discussing his brother's grand plans, while Colette, accompanied by Theodore and Blaise, made his way to a secluded sofa in the corner of the room. Daphne naturally followed behind. However, a towering figure obstructed their path, not with a challenging stance, but rather with a hint of awkwardness and hesitation. It was Marcus Flint, the third-year prefect of Slytherin and former captain of the Quidditch team. He was alone, without his usual entourage. The remnants of his former ferocity and arrogance had evaporated, replaced by a complex expression, a blend of resentment, awe, and a hint of yearning. Malfoy, Flint's voice remained gravelly, yet devoid of malice, sounding somewhat dry. Colette halted, regarding him calmly. "Is there something you need, Prefect Flint?" Theodore and Blaise exchanged intrigued glances, anticipating an entertaining spectacle, believing Flint was seeking trouble. Flint clenched his fists, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. He glanced at Colette, then quickly lowered his gaze, focusing on the tips of his shoes, and murmured, "Am I allowed to participate in the Pokémon tournament as well?" This question momentarily stunned Theodore and Blaise. Colette raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Of course, the rules state that there are no restrictions on year or house. Why do you ask?" Flint's face flushed, his voice dropping even lower. "I bought an egg in Diagon Alley. I spent all my pocket money from 3 summers to hatch a Heracross." He added somewhat sheepishly, the bug with the large horns. A bug type combined with fighting type, a Pokemon with considerable potential in battles. Although the Flint family may not rival the elite purebloods, they can certainly secure a commendable egg in the ordinary market. Heracross? Colette chuckled. A splendid Pokemon, indeed, endowed with formidable strength. With proper nurturing, it could advance remarkably in competitions. Encouraged by this affirmation, Flint lifted his head abruptly, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. "Really? Can I win the prize money? Why not?" Colette countered. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly above the din of the lounge, capturing the attention of many eavesdropping upperclassmen. In the era of Quidditch, one relies on skill and wealth. However, the rules shift in the arena of Pokemon battles. Colette cast a sweeping glance over the varied expressions of the Slytherins and continued, "Here, lineage holds no significance, nor does it matter who your father is. What truly counts is the strength of you and your partner and the depth of your bond." He stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Flint, not with intimidation, but with encouragement. "The champion receives 1,000 galleons, the runner-up 500, and the top 8 still earn 100. Flint, can you earn 100 galleons with the outdated theatrics you flaunt before the first years?" Flint, shamed, lowered his gaze. "Therefore, cast aside those antiquated rules." Colette's tone softened. "A new era has dawned. An era where all of you have the opportunity to earn galleons and glory through your own fists and intellect." He patted Flint's sturdy shoulder, as if appointing him a general ready for battle, urging him to demonstrate to everyone that even without a Firebolt 2000, a Slytherin remains formidable. Flint's body quivered as he raised his head, locking eyes with Colette's ocean blue gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of his being. Feeling a genuine sense of submission for the first time. This was more profound than being intimidated by Charizard's roar. Colette did not belittle him. Rather, he offered a pathway brimming with hope. I understand. Malfoy. Flint nodded vigorously, his resolve unprecedentedly steadfast. I will. With that, he pushed through the crowd, akin to a bull reborn, eagerly seeking his Heracross for intensive training. Colette navigated around the throng and settled on the sofa as if nothing had transpired. Theodore and Blaise exchanged a glance, each perceiving a deeper respect reflected in the other's eyes. Blaise murmured in awe. Colette lifted the hot cocoa Daphne had handed him, took a sip, and remarked lightly, "It is not about subjugation, but about imparting hope. When everyone is swept into this game, fighting for a common benefit, that is when I can truly become the house." Chapter 64. The opening of the feast and the frenzy of the swarm. The night enveloped Hogwarts towers. Yet the Slytherin common room shone brightly as if it were day. The magical flames in the fireplace crackled and popped, seemingly infused with some mysterious ingredient, casting a green glow upon the eager faces of the young students. The upperclassmen gathered in animated debate over the favorites for the championship match the following day, while the first-year newcomers, led by Draco, huddled in a corner, eagerly examining their Pokémon. Colette, however, chose to remain apart from the fray. He sat alone in the deepest shadows of the common room, gazing out at the tranquil luminescence of the Black Lake, where massive tentacles occasionally broke the surface, shattering the reflection of stars. Before him lay two meticulously crafted sheets of parchment upon a small ebony desk, beside a silver ink pot, the quill's tip glinting with cold light. The first letter was addressed to the most tempestuous woman at the Daily Prophet, Ms. Rita Skeeter. "Dear Ms. Skeeter," it began. A revolution poised to upend the traditional entertainment of the magical society was about to ignite upon the ancient grounds of Hogwarts. This upheaval intertwined the bonds of lineage with fresh power, where the old and the new would collide. I, representing the Malfoy family, sincerely invite you to wield your pen, capable of turning truth into fiction, to personally witness and define this historic moment. Trust me, this is not merely a front-page story. It will be a new milestone in your career, one that shall be known as an era. The second letter was destined for the heart of power, the Ministry of Magic. Esteemed Minister Cornelius Fudge, it commenced. Thanks to the benevolence and foresight of Headmaster Dumbledore, Hogwarts will host a grand event aimed at showcasing the innovative spirit of the British magical community and the remarkable talents of its younger generation. This initiative undoubtedly stands as a testament to the prosperity of the magical world under your leadership. The entire Hogwarts will cheer for your visionary insight. Your presence will be the brightest beacon of this celebration, a proclamation to the magical world that the future rests firmly in your hands. He set down the quill, flicking his fingertip lightly to let 2 drops of molten wax fall upon the envelope, the serpent emblem of the Malfoy family clearly embossed upon it. Blaise emerged from the shadows like a specter, his slender fingers lifting the 2 letters without even glancing at their contents, a knowing smile curving his lips. "One for the greedy hyena, and one for the vain porcupine," Blaise remarked softly, his voice low and imbued with a unique elegance and mockery. "President, you always manage to prepare the most irresistible bait for different individuals." "It is not bait, Blaise," Colette replied, lifting the now-cold cup of red tea, his gaze drifting to the depths of the lake outside. "It is a stage. I have set the most magnificent stage for them. They need only follow the script I have written and play their parts to elicit the loudest applause." He paused, the rim of the cup resting at his lips, a fleeting glint of cold amusement flashing in his eyes. "And I am the sole director. On the day of the competition's opening, Hogwarts was enveloped in a fervor that bordered on madness. The ancient Quidditch pitch has undergone a complete transformation. Its towering stands now segmented into distinct blocks of color by the banners of the 4 houses. The once level turf has been magically divided into 8 independent square battlefields, each cloaked in a transparent barrier. The landscapes within these arenas vary dramatically. Some are strewn with jagged rocks, others feature meandering streams across lush fields, and even a miniature desert is present. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, as the magical clock chimed, a stir arose at the entrance of the main guest seating. Accompanied by a throng of Ministry of Magic officials, a short, portly man clad in a ludicrous gray-green striped robe and topped with a vibrant green bowler hat strutted in with an air of superiority. It was none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic for England. Upon his arrival, he immediately resembled a second-rate actor, flamboyantly waving his hat to the students in the stands who erupted into cheers and applause, his face adorned with the slick smile typical of politicians. "Did you see that, Albus?" Fudge boomed at the elderly headmaster beside him, as if the enthusiasm of the thousands present were solely a tribute to him. "The children's excitement. I knew it. Under my leadership, the magical community is blossoming with unprecedented vitality. This spirit of innovation is precisely what we need at this moment." Dumbledore nodded with a knowing smile, a glint of playful insight flickering in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. He simply stroked his silvery beard, refraining from shattering Fudge's delusions. Following closely behind Fudge was a woman adorned in a garish crimson robe, her meticulously coiffed golden curls exuding an air of stiffness. Her greedy eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, and the quill in her hand trembled with excitement over the parchment, reminiscent of a vulture sensing blood. Rita Skeeter had arrived. "Minister." Her sharp voice pierced the air, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Does this revolutionary event signify that the ministry will implement a series of new policies to encourage the domestic breeding and trading of such magical creatures? Will this impact the current Magical Creatures Management Act?" Well, of course. Yes." Fudge stammered at the unexpected question, then cleared his throat, speaking ambiguously. "The ministry is actively researching. Everything is, in the planning stages." At that moment, Colette, accompanied by Daphne, approached with a measured grace. He slightly bowed, executing an impeccable pure-blood aristocratic greeting. "Minister, Miss Skeeter, welcome." His voice was humble yet dignified, carrying the clarity characteristic of youth. "I am Colette Malfoy, the representative sponsor for this competition. The match is about to commence, and Headmaster Dumbledore has reserved the finest viewing spots for both of you." Fudge, pleased, patted Colette's sturdy shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good lad. Lucius has a fine son. The loyalty and generosity of the Malfoy family are well recognized by the ministry." Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter's quill had begun to dance wildly across the parchment, crafting an array of flowery phrases in an instant. Under the extraordinary political foresight and personal advocacy of Minister Cornelius Fudge, a momentous event that is destined to be etched in history unfolds today. The young scion of the Malfoy lineage, Cole Malfoy, stands humbly to the side, his family's generosity and unwavering loyalty to the ministry providing the most steadfast support for the minister's grand vision. Following a tacit political display, the highly anticipated competition finally commences. With a resounding thud, a magical gong reverberates, akin to the clarion call of war, igniting the flames of battle across 8 arenas simultaneously. On the commentary platform, Lee Jordan of Gryffindor amplifies his voice through a sonorous charm, brimming with uncontainable excitement. The match has begun. Let us turn our attention to Arena 1, where Anthony Goldstein of Ravenclaw faces off against Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott. Oh, Hannah has unleashed a green caterpillar. Meanwhile, Anthony has summoned a walking grass. A classic confrontation between plant and insect. As the half-meter-long, remarkably plump green caterpillar takes the stage, it immediately follows its master's command with determination. With a sudden intake of breath, its abdomen contracts sharply, and it unleashes an overwhelming torrent of white silk from its mouth. It's a silk-spitting attack. My goodness. The volume of silk is astonishing. The walking grass attempts to evade, but it's too late. It becomes completely ensnared. Anthony's face flushes as he frantically waves his wand, shouting, "Use absorb. Break free." The walking grass, wrapped like a white dumpling, feebly shakes its leafy head, trying to mount an offensive, but the resilient silk tightens further, rendering it immobile. Unable to gather any magical energy, its attempts at resistance faltering into silence. Several healers rush forward, spraying a green medicinal mist on the ensnared walking grass. It has lost its combat capability. The caterpillar emerges victorious. By Merlin's beard, that was over in less than 30 seconds. Lee Jordan's voice is filled with disbelief. Almost simultaneously, a gasp erupts from Arena 3. A Slytherin student's iron shell cocoon is steadfastly enduring the onslaught of its opponent's vine whip. The seemingly fragile green shell is already marked with lash marks, yet it remains unbroken. "Hold on. Now is the time." The Slytherin student bellows. As if responding to the command, the iron shell cocoon bursts forth with a blinding white light. Its shell shatters under the brilliance, and it undergoes a dramatic transformation, revealing a pair of sharp stingers and enormous compound eyes. It has evolved. It has metamorphosed into a Beedrill. Goodness gracious, look at those glistening stingers. The vine whip is in peril. The newly evolved Beedrill emits an enraged buzz, its delicate wings vibrating at high speed. transforming into a yellow and black blur that instantly vanishes from sight. So swift, the vine whip can hardly react. With a buzz, the afterimage passes by, and the Beedrill reappears behind the vine whip, poised to attack. Meanwhile, the vine whip bears 2 deep puncture wounds, green sap seeping from them. It's a twin stinger assault, utterly lethal. The vine whip has lost its combat capability. In the stands, the students, each possessing their own Caterpie, Weedle, and Metapod, erupted into a deafening cheer. They raised their fists, their faces flushed with excitement. The rumors meticulously spread by Colette were, in this moment, brutally validated by the stark reality. Bug types, renowned for their rapid growth and swift effectiveness, exhibited formidable combat prowess in the early stages. They represented the best choice for common players seeking to rise against the odds. Before the betting table set up by the twin brothers Fred and George, students who wagered on the bug-type victory eagerly collected their winnings, while those who placed bets on grass and water types lamented in regret. However, this celebration of the bug swarm did not endure for long. As the recently victorious Beedrill trainer stepped into the arena for the second round, his expression instantly paled. His opponent, a robust upperclassman from Gryffindor, wore a confident smile. Beside him stood a towering bird, its height surpassing his own. Its feathers gleamed in a vibrant orange, with a long neck and a red crown resembling flickering flames. The long, sharp pink beak shimmered with a metallic luster, its piercing gaze fixated on the trembling Beedrill hovering in the air. It was a Firo. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Good heavens, what a massive creature! The Gryffindor student did not even need his wand. He merely waved his hand languidly. The match commenced. Firo, take it down with Pectoril, buzzing with trepidation. The Beedrill sensed the overwhelming pressure of its nemesis and desperately flapped its wings, attempting to create distance. But it was too late. Firo flapped its wings vigorously, generating a tempest, its sharp beak spinning at high velocity, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache, while the surrounding air warped as if caught in a drill. With a shriek, it launched itself like an orange arrow, moving at a speed nearly impossible to perceive. The Beedrill could only emit a woeful cry before its body was accurately struck by the spinning beak. With a sickening thud, the Beedrill was flung away like a rag doll, crashing against the barrier and sliding to the ground, utterly incapacitated. It was a complete and unambiguous annihilation. Flying types held a fourfold advantage over bug types. A Ravenclaw student trembled as he uttered this harsh truth. Meanwhile, a Hufflepuff studentess Butterfree, employing a masterful strategy of sleep powder, had taken down 2 grass-type opponents. Just as he basked in his triumph, he faced a third round against a Slytherin with a fiery Charmeleon. Butterfree, quickly use sleep powder. The Hufflepuff boy shouted anxiously. The beautiful Butterfree fluttered its wings, and the colorful powder began to disperse. Too slow, the Slytherin student sneered. Charmeleon, Ember, a small burst of orange flames, akin to a malignant growth, surged forth, precisely igniting the wings of the Butterfree. Amidst the acrid scent of singed feathers and the butterfly's anguished cries, it transformed into a fireball, spiraling downwards. The fire type similarly counters the bug type, producing exceptional results. The first day of the competition unfolded into a harsh crash course on the brutal laws of nature. In the stands, Hermione's quill scarcely paused, her parchment brimming with data analysis. Ron, tense and gripping his fists, felt the sweat pooling in his palms. Beneath his robes, a fluffy corgi sensed its master's concentration and settled down, occasionally peeking out from the folds to curiously sniff the mingled scents in the air. As the sun set and the final match concluded with the resounding gong, the curtain fell on the first day of the preliminaries. After a day of fierce battles, over 500 participants had dwindled to a mere 64. The merciless elimination rate cast an eerie silence over the entire arena. Chapter 65. The True Power and the Queen Strategy. A vast magical screen unfurled above the Quidditch pitch, illuminating 64 names and their portraits, glimmering against a deep blue velvet backdrop, forming a breathtakingly grand battle chart. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy, and Theodore Nott, each possessing rare Pokémon from the esteemed families, advanced without contest. Their images on the screen appeared strikingly vivid, as if proclaiming their inherent advantages. The remaining 50 or so spots were claimed by students wielding Rattatas, Pidgeys, Spearows, Oddishes, and Budew, who precariously divided them after a harrowing internal struggle. The battle chart, aside from a few radiant names, was predominantly a vast ocean comprised of the most commonplace of bird, bug, and grass types. The fervor of the insect swarm had completely dissipated, and the cold reality fell upon every aspiring student, akin to a bucket of ice water. They had believed this was an era for all. Yet as the first day concluded, they realized that miracles still seemed to belong to a select few. In the guest box, Minister Fudge departed contentedly with his entourage, having garnered the exposure and political capital he desired, sufficient for his purposes. Rita Skeeter, however, remained unsatisfied, her quill racing across the parchment, already crafting a spicy and intriguing headline: Hogwarts New Wave, a commoner's rebellion, or the continuation of bloodlines. Colette sat quietly in his place, his deep gaze sweeping across the grand battle chart, his expression devoid of emotion, as if all of this had been anticipated. A cloak, imbued with a faint fragrance and warmth, draped gently over his shoulders. Was the elimination of 90% of the competitors on the first day too swift? Daphne settled beside him, her sapphire eyes laced with concern. Look at them. Many have been utterly crushed in spirit. She glanced at the dejected students below, particularly those bug trainers who had entered the first round with enthusiasm, only to be brutally eliminated in the second. No, this is not quick enough, Colette replied, shaking his head, his voice calm and unwavering. I must convey to them in the most ruthless manner that mere enthusiasm and fleeting fortune are of no consequence. This game has been inherently unjust from the very beginning. His gaze did not linger on the defeated, but rather fixated on a corner of the battle roster. There, the name of Harry Potter gleamed with an almost ethereal light. In the adjacent column of his upcoming battle resided a name he knew all too well: Marcus Flint, alongside his formidable beast, the Heracross. Only by filtering out impurities can true gold shine forth. Colette's voice, though soft, carried a chilling anticipation. Moreover, the spectacle had only just begun. Daphne, following his gaze, immediately grasped the situation. She refrained from further inquiries and opted for a change of subject, her tone laced with an imperceptible charm and curiosity. Tell me, do you truly not regret selling that quasi-divine egg to me? She blinked, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. Today, I had a house elf discreetly inquire in the black market of Diagon Alley, and they said that if confirmed to possess dragon attributes, it is worth at least 100,000 galleons at the minimum. At this revelation, Colette's lips twitched involuntarily. The egg, valued by the system at a mere 20 galleons, had been sold to his fiancée at a friendly price of 250 galleons. When it hatched into a round shark Pokémon, he experienced the true meaning of losing everything. Clearing his throat, he masked the pain within and turned to meet Daphne's gaze, speaking with utmost seriousness. Daphne, you must understand that galleons are merely numbers. You are my partner, the future mistress of the Malfoy commercial empire. Your strength is my strength. Even if 10 round sharks were to emerge, none could compare to your worth beside me. His heartfelt declaration was imbued with sincerity, causing 2 rosy hues to bloom on Daphne's cheeks, her eyes nearly brimming with delight. She recognized that this man was employing his most adept rhetoric to soothe her. Yet she relished his words. Then why won't you let me take the shark into the arena? She finally voiced her inner question. It is quite formidable now. Precisely because it is so formidable, Colette's smile faded, and his expression turned grave. Daphne, listen closely. This competition is not merely about the 1,000 galleons prize for us. It is a stage, a platform to showcase the revolutionary concept of Pokémon to the entire wizarding world. Thus, it requires a hero, a miracle, a narrative that convinces all that even the commoners can rise against the odds. He pointed a finger gently at Harry Potter's name. He is the hero I have chosen. He will triumph through the challenges, instilling hope in all. Then, his finger glided to Draco's name. Draco, or Theodore, will embody the ultimate Dark Lord, demonstrating the absolute dominance of rare Pokémon. Only then can we provoke those pureblood families to willingly part with their galleons in pursuit of greater power. At last, his fingers rested upon the name of Marcus Flint. As for him, he was a chosen mortal. With his Heracross, he would demonstrate to all that even the most commonplace Pokémon, with the right nurturing and guidance, could unleash astonishing power. He was responsible for igniting the passion of mid-tier players. Daphne, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped Colette's design. She murmured, heroes, Dark Lords, and summoned champions. Each has their role to play. And what of me? Well, my Garchomp. You and your Garchomp are my trump card, my ultimate ace. Colette's gaze deepened profoundly. It is not yet your time to shine. When all believe they have deciphered the rules of this game, your Garchomp shall emerge in an unparalleled manner, revealing to them a realm beyond the rare and the ordinary, a domain they cannot fathom, known as the divine. He clasped Daphne's hand, her touch cool, and he infused her with his warmth. Your battlefield lies not within this modest arena, but in the future on a grander chessboard. I need you to become the sovereign of the future league competition, rather than just an ordinary, which was won the Hogwarts championship. Do you understand, my queen? Daphne's heart raced, and as she gazed into Colette's sea-blue eyes, which seemed to pierce through all veils of uncertainty, her doubts evaporated. She tightened her grip on his hand and nodded emphatically, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. I understand. Colette smiled, rising to his feet and casting a final glance at the illuminated screen filled with names, his lips curling into a confident arc of mastery. Excellent. Now, it is time for our savior to witness what true power really is. The power he spoke of transcended mere Pokémon. It referred to the bull he had personally pulled from the mire of the old era, bestowing it with new fangs. Tomorrow's competition promised to be most intriguing.